The last 2 weeks had been an exercise in frustration for both the conscripts and the guard units. Ever since they lost the bugs, the two future barons had formed a firm front to take every precaution before accepting a battle. This had lost them almost all of the ground they had gained with the initial 2 victories. According to Tom, the Archduke's daughter was starting to get fed up with their indecisiveness, but there was nothing she could do about it. Her friend had joined her as part of her retinue and not an outright leader. That added to the fact that the only other person she brought with her was a single bodyguard meant that she didn't have the manpower or the votes to influence the other nobles. The other 2 nobles were now more afraid of a trap than anything else. Unlike in the beginning when they were outnumbered and a defeat was not just suspected, but in fact likely, they were now timid with any engagements. A defeat now after the loss of the bug would signify their lack of leadership to the higher-ranked noble with them, something they wanted to avoid at all costs. What this meant for Ajax and a lot of other soldiers was a lot of forming up, marching followed by staring down the enemy army before slowly retreating and ceding a little ground every time. With his higher perception stat, Ajax knew that despite the annoying repetitive movement for his side, the enemy was actually more affected by this lack of engagements than they were. Clearly, the enemy knew that should they suffer a defeat similar to either of the first 2, it would mean an end to the skirmish with their loss. This led them to creating all sorts of static defenses to give them a leg up before every potential engagement. Building spike walls, digging pits and trenches day after day was really starting to wear down the enemy. Despite their somewhat loose formation, most of them were leaning on their tower shields and spears to keep standing. What did this mean for the hunters? Basically, they all went out to hunt as a group every 3 or 4 days in order to keep up with consumption and not tax their supplies too much. This also meant that Ajax had no free time in which he could take off into the woods to try and spot the bear. Their first real break came once the enemy made it a good way out of the forest and started to build a small fort in the open plains. They knew there was no way to attack into it or anywhere near it, as the defensive advantage would be too big. The advantage they did get was in their manpower. With that many people working on building the fort right after weeks of trudging through digging ditches and forming up for any charges meant that the enemy was tired. Ajax's side took advantage of this by giving a lot of their people 2 days off. They also sent a few spies to try and damage the enemy supplies. Ajax's physical stats were still on the low side for the army, so he was also starting to feel the fatigue from the strenuous marching, training, and hunting. He took advantage of the announced days off by crashing without eating dinner the night before. Even with all that, he barely woke up at dawn to go grab breakfast. Since he wasn't going exploring this time, he only took the bare necessities. Starting with leaving his large pack in the tent, all he grabbed were a bow, arrows, and a short mace for anything else he encountered out there. The non-combat equipment was also very bare bones. A few water skins he intended to fill up from the river, as Fluffy had been drinking his fill, as well as a recording device, in order to gather the evidence that would prevent another skirmish challenge from going down. Having eaten a hearty breakfast, he headed out carefully, fully utilizing his stealth skills. The last thing he wanted was to be followed. He also took the direct route that went through their traps as he knew their positions. Once he was a fair distance from the camp, and hidden by the trees, he took off at a faster pace with the help of his mana. Having plotted out the locations on the map since his last trip, it only took him 2 hours of running to make it back near the pond. Once he got there, he slowed down and started looking for tracks in order to find the bear. For the first time since he started his training as a hunter, he ran into an unexpected problem. There were too many tracks. Usually 2 different tracks could overlap, but here there were as many as 5. This meant that he had to take his time to find the freshest ones, all the while being on full alert. Despite this, finding the bear didn't prove as difficult as he expected when he started looking at the track. The reason was quite simple. He wasn't hiding. When you want to preserve a precious resource, you base your home around and are the strongest thing around by an order of magnitude. You announce your presence to the surroundings. The bear's intelligence could be seen on full display as it used a piece of dented bark he stripped off a tree to carry water from the pond to a berry bush. Clearly, he didn't trust the fish enough to swim all the way to the tree, so he was spreading mana to his food sources. Quickly climbing up into a tree, the first thing Ajax did was plan his escape route. At best, he would be able to fire 5 or 6 arrows before the bear locked onto him, and he would have to start running. With that out of the way, he drew the first arrow back. He started with shadow mana, as that would keep his location hidden for the first shot. The arrow flew straight, taking out one of the bear's eyes, but not being able to punch any deeper than that. From there, he switched to a combination of metal and magma. With his next 2 arrows, he tried taking out the other eye to little success. His shots were close, but all he managed were 2 cuts on his snout. As he fired the 4th arrow, aiming for the neck, the bear finally found him. He rose on 2 legs as he released a challenging roar. This took the arrow off aim and ended up with it hitting its stomach. As he started his own escape, Ajax felt a shift in the bear's mana. Instead of the even spread it had before, it was now concentrated around its remaining eye. It didn't compromise on its chest or neck either, but this left its limbs a lot more exposed. With a vested interest in slowing it down, Ajax started focusing on the joints with lightning and ice mana. Of the 6 arrows he shot, 5 hit the bear's front paws, sending it face first into the ground. Using this change, Ajax took the opportunity to fire a final metal-infused arrow into the bear's neck before finally retreating. It wasn't that he didn't have the opportunity to shoot any more arrows, but the fact that his mana was already running low. Considering the amount he would need for a quick run back, he would be dropping below the level he would have liked, reaching into his final 20. Constantly using his mana for siphon mana as well as mana augmentation was a big drain. Getting the 5 water skins filled up was fairly uneventful, though nerve-wracking. He kept his eyes on every movement of the water, just in case the fish decided to take a swim downriver. They had gone through 9 similar ones in the past 15 days, so these would be enough to tide them over for another week and a half at best. The results were also clear and very much worth it. Fluffy's mana had grown a lot denser, and she had started shadow jumping slightly bigger distances. The biggest change, however, came after she had been given her father's core. With that jump in mana, as well as the constant intake of water, she had started smoking. Not the drag from a pipe kind, but releasing a constant sheen of dark mist from her fur. It was very thin and disappeared completely half an inch away from her fur, but left a deep impression on both the commander and the nobles. The final part of his expedition also went smoothly. It took very little effort to gather the recording of the spring. He also noticed that there were at best half the guards stationed around here as there were last time. The war taking a turn for the worse seemed to have resulted in a few men being pulled away from guard duty to try to secure victory. After all, what was the point of keeping this place secret if they were forced to reveal it to get a second chance at a challenge? A large commotion had broken the quiet of the night. Ajax hadn't expected anything to be happening since one side was offering rest days while the other should have been building a fort. He quickly threw on his gear and grabbed his sword. Kate and Tom both looked just as surprised by the commotion. "Either of you have any idea what is going on?" he asked. None, Kate responded, while Tom just shook his head while yawning. The guards were quick to respond to the wake-up call. Thankfully, the commotion was only a roundup before an emergency deployment and not an attack on their camp. As they marched towards the main camp, Tom took the opportunity to approach the commander and try to find out anything about what was going on. Ajax had joined the line at the front of the formation before the commander's aide came to pull him back. Apparently, even the commander didn't know exactly what was going on, but it seemed like he had a pretty strong guess. "What is going on?" Ajax asked. The Archduke's daughter and her friend really disliked the passive way the future barons were choosing to play out this war, but there was simply no good reason to forcefully go against their tactics. He responded while leading Ajax towards the back. The decision to give 2 days off to the troops was the final straw. The two of them took direct command of one of the other 2 guard units. She sent off their hunters and a few of the higher-level personnel to cause some more damage to the enemy supply depots in the main camp. The attack was planned for right after dusk. According to the information they had split their supplies into 5 different storage tents, but the spies only managed to set 2 of them ablaze. It seemed that this had the desired effect, however, as quite a few of the forces pulled back from the front lines to trap the saboteurs. Soon after they left, the partially built fort, the 2 nobles, their bodyguard, and the remainder of the guard unit launched a sneak attack. Their plan was to use as many of their mages to level the skeleton of the fort. The commander even agreed with their plan, as apparently letting the fort actually get built would have been all but a nail in the coffin for us. That made sense. Ajax had also doubted the plan to just let the fort get set up uncontested, but didn't think it was all that important since they wouldn't be able to get any wards, so a few well-timed spells from the 2 nobles' girls should have been enough to make it a non-issue. Why go to all this risk? Couldn't they just lob spells at it in night raids? He asked. After all, if they brought it down with magic, harassing it continually might be a better answer. Once the fort was built, it would have counted as a completed camp. Due to the regulations to prevent mass casualties from magic, destructive spells can only be used on the environment. A half-built fort qualifies, but a fully established one would be protected. Hearing this, Ajax almost stopped rooted on the spot. What the hell were the 2 future barons thinking, even considering letting the fort be established? It would have all but assured the open plain would be controlled by the enemy, making any plan their side had at victory take longer than a year of shallow skirmishes. Though he could see the appeal from the 2 of them at this approach, it practically guaranteed them a long time in the presence of the important nobles while the girls were still young, both around 17 or 18. Okay, but then why pull me away from the front lines? It made no sense that the commander would ask for him specifically. One of the enemy noble families specializes in illusion magic. They have a habit of sending their men after healers in these mock battles whenever rushed engagements like this one happen. The aide said, "That still doesn't answer my question." Ajax said, "The commander has made me aware of your situation." He whispered while lightly mimicking a casting motion with his hands. "You usually wouldn't be relied upon, but the circumstances right now are a bit special." Ajax was only slightly surprised to see that the man knew he could cast magic. He honestly had expected it after the commander found out. It was a lot easier to keep a lid on things if the aide knew. Otherwise, the commander personally interacting with him would have brought a lot more scrutiny, and the man already knew about his abnormal level and age combination. Since the strike force also took most of the images with them, in order to take down the fort we are left with few mana users to keep the assassins in check. Detect mana is known to be unreliable when dealing with illusion magic, whereas sense mana isn't, so you will be part of the healer guards for this battle. He whispered this second part so as to not let others eavesdrop. As a hunter, Ajax quickly got to work setting up detection traps all around the tent before building himself a small raised chair resembling a lifeguard's at the beach to keep an eye on the surrounding as well as the battle. Ajax was glad to see two people wearing robes were also stationed to guard the tent along with a squad of guards. He then finally climbed up on his chair and looked towards the imminent battle. From up there, he could see the group retreating towards their force and being chased by a large army. The retreating force was a lot bigger than he had expected. It seems like the guard unit only had a quarter of their numbers lost on this mission. He had expected them to lose at least half. After all, despite it being an ambush, the small group did need to take quite some time to dismantle even the bare bones of the fort that had been set up. This gave him a good impression of the two noble girls as leaders of the army. They had realized the need to take out the fort, and took the matter into their own hands when they saw the future barons would not budge. Not only that, but they completed the mission with surprisingly few losses. As he watched, he also saw three imposing figures in close pursuit, almost reaching the stragglers from the retreating force. Of them, he only recognized two of them as the commanders of the guard units they had routed during the first engagement of this skirmish. The third one was presumably a third commander, and they were about to catch up. He knew that their force would take substantial losses when that happened, as the commanders seemed to be above level 50. Not quite to the level of their own commander, but only a few levels off, and there were three of them. That's when he saw someone turn to meet them head-on. He thought the idea was good, sacrificing a few to buy time for the many to get away. The execution was bad, though, as a single person wouldn't be able to buy enough time. He was shocked to find out how wrong he was. The person who turned around was quick, so quick in fact he had trouble keeping his eyes locked on him. The man charged and used some sort of fire spell to obscure his movements, effectively slowing the three commanders to a crawl all by himself. Ajax thought he recognized the man after watching him for a minute, though he had only seen him once. He suspected him to be the bodyguard that was following the two noble girls. He ballparked his level close to 55, and that was only considering his physical stats and the little magic he had shown. He was probably a lot stronger than that, as most humans who had access to mana would prioritize mental stats over physical ones. It was in fact likely the man was over level 100, but had his strength limited when affecting the skirmish directly. He was, after all, the only guard an archduke sent to guard his only teenage heir. He didn't get a chance to examine the interesting fight any longer, despite wanting to see how someone would mix both physical and magical aspects in a fight. One of the traps had been triggered despite him seeing nobody close to where he had placed it. Even more suspicious was that the trigger was under a pile of leaves that looked untouched, and he couldn't sense any mana in that direction. He still trusted his instincts and traps, and threw a dagger towards the location. His sudden movement put the rest of the guards on edge instantly. Their gazes were in the process of forming glares, as they heard the sound of metal striking metal, and a man wearing chainmail suddenly appeared from nowhere with a dagger fallen at his feet. The dagger striking seemed to be the trigger, as 5 more people became visible. Unlike the first one, they seemed to have dropped from a slightly raised platform, about 2 inches off the ground. With the stealth spell gone, Ajax and the other mages were able to clearly pick out that the person struck with the knife was a caster, and the others merely cloaked by his spell. Ajax knew full well that this didn't mean they weren't casters themselves, as he also hid in plain sight by simply not using his mana where others could detect it. That, combined with the odd mismatch of gear the 5 wore, meant that there could be another caster. Among the 6, there were only 3 with clearly defined roles. The initial caster wore some rather form-fitting robes. One was decked out in full plate, and a third had leather gear with a bow and daggers on his belt. The remaining 3 all had loose cloaks covering their bodies and hoods above their heads. One thing was clearly obvious: these people were all above the average level found in the skirmish. A quick use of Judge Threat gave him a quick run down. The caster, while probably decently high level, was clearly a bad matchup against him, so he was scored as a low threat. 4 more were ranked as a mild threat, with the final cloaked figure being a decent threat. Not only that, but the last one also jerked his head to look at Ajax the moment he used the skill. This might seem like good news, but it was in fact quite bad. The people were around level 35 to 40, meaning engaging them without his mana was suicide. On the upside, he wasn't here alone. His side had more than twice the people, giving him a good reason to bow out of the fight. The cloaked one on the left seems to be the strongest, but I can't get a read on the mage. He called out to the stunned defenders, which seemed to have broken them out of their shock. All but the 2 physically blocking the entrance of the tent moved to engage them. They had superior numbers with 2 casters on their side. Victory was all but guaranteed now that they removed the element of surprise. Their levels are all well above mine. He continued, I'll retreat and keep a lookout. Chances are this isn't the only group they sent. He kept in mind that the people posted here could very well have a lie detection skill, so he used level as a reason for avoiding the fight. Getting a quick confirmation nod from one of the more decorated soldiers, he started to back away. That he narrowly managed to hit the deck a moment after the strongest cloaked figure dashed out of his line of sight with the help danger sense let him know he was most likely correct about there being another group. That or they wanted him out of the picture so they could disengage and use their caster's stealth again. He saw a second knife coming towards him, but this was intercepted by one of his comrades. This was one of the veterans who had given him an annoyed look when he first showed up, thinking he got the post due to nepotism or bribery. That look was long gone, transformed into an excited smirk. He gave Ajax a quick nod to get out of range before he focused on the enemy and started to advance with everyone else. Feeling at ease with the group being handled, Ajax dropped back and took another look at the direction they must have come from. Surprisingly, he could now make out tracks in the dead leaves he had spread around. With this, he narrowed their stealth spell to one which produced an illusion and prevented noise from escaping. This is why they triggered the trap, as it was activated by the weight stepping on it. Knowing what to look for now, he scooped up some earth, crushed it into small rocks, and started tossing them around, looking carefully at whether or not they stopped or disappeared for no reason. With an overwhelming numbers advantage, the battle had quickly ended without too much fanfare. On the ground tied up were the 6 infiltrators as well as one of the guards. Why is he sitting down too? Ajax asked. Unlike the weak conscripted, we don't need the threat of possible death to motivate us to fight. This also means that we stop before delivering any strong debilitating blows, taking the loss and stepping out for the rest of the war. This helps prevent any unlucky deaths when people of similar level fight, the same veteran explained. So he was taken out, then why are the others tied up? Ajax asked. Because we didn't kill them, technically. Sure, marking them as dead would mean that they have to stay out of the fighting for the rest of this war, but we also can't interrogate them. Considering how this skirmish has gone since we lost the bug, I'd say it's worth risking them getting freed to get some extra information. The veteran seemed a lot more patient with the young hunter now. You had the right of it, kid. The one sitting down said. That one really was tough. He's the reason I'm dead. Hearing the praise seemed to improve the mood of the cloaked man, though this only means that his scowl lessened. The next few hours were peaceful. Ajax still repeatedly tossed some crushed-up earth in random directions, but focused on the battle in the distance. Unlike their previous engagements, it was their army that was now on the back foot. Not only were they rushed into position, they were also missing most of their mages, as their mana was spent taking out the fort. The group of guards and mages had been finally absorbed into the main army, and the careful retreat was finally beginning. Unlike the previous retreats where the other side all but turned back and ran, or both armies stepped away without an engagement beginning, this one was done with the help of the few leftover mages. They were casting long spells, preparing to create a big ditch between the two armies that would give us time to retreat without having our men run down. As the spell was finally released, Ajax was absorbed in watching, feeling the mana from all the way here and watching as the multiple mages worked together to power one single action. This was definitely a strength that only chanting magic had. Sure, Runic could also do the same thing with multiple people having items designed to work together, but those lacked the flexibility to adapt to anything but the ideal scenario. As he was focused on the aftermath of the spell, he suddenly felt one of his traps trigger. He felt a chill run down his back at his own stupidity. How could he have let his guard down just because the armies have started to disengage? Even if all of the assassins that had come for the healers would be taken out, this was a trade the enemy was more than happy to make. A real downside of this skirmish was that such suicide attack didn't require the mental conviction of throwing away your life, as death merely meant spending the rest of the war in poor living conditions. As he was about to release the knife, he felt a strong grip take hold of his hand. Whoa, easy there. The same veteran that seems to have taken a liking to him and had been sticking closer to him since the ambush said. Ajax's reply died in his throat as he turned and noticed people carrying injured towards the tent were what had triggered his trap. Had he not been stopped, it was likely he would have harmed one of his own, maybe even killed depending on where the knife hit. So that's how you did it, the tied-up mage exclaimed. What do you mean? The dangerous cloaked man I now identified as the leader of the hit squad asked. I was thinking how it didn't add up. He managed to see through my spell but couldn't gouge my level of power, but had no problem with you. It just didn't add up. If he had enough skill with spells, he should have had no problems. It was just a double-layered trap. The leaves were masking strings and I just stepped on one. He continued to silently curse his misfortune. A trickle quickly turned into a stream and the tent was filled up in no time. This led to quickly forming arguments from some of the people in one of the future Baron's entourage, demanding that space be made for them before the commoners. A frustrated one with a decent slash on his arm fumed as he angrily kicked the ground, breaking up the ground and leaving a small crater. The rubble exploded in every direction, with the sound of the impact drawing everyone's attention. A few of the pieces seemed to hit an invisible wall, no more than 5 feet from the entrance of the tent. 3 daggers joined Ajax's, in striking the same spot where a man clad in plate armor appeared a moment later before all hell broke loose. Ajax POV. A moment after the first man appeared, so did 2 more. The 3 were basically at the entrance of the tent. I could clearly see the bulky plate-covered man and the 4 daggers that had bounced off his plated chest piece at the ground by his feet. Behind him, I could just about make out the form of a cloaked caster, with a similar design to the one that was tied up, but anything below his neck was blocked off by the plated shoulders of the first man. The final man was covered in a similar cloak to the first 3 that had similar outfits in the first group. In the downtime after the first ambush, they had told me the reason for the cloaks. It was so they would cover the noble house the people represented. Attacks on healers didn't make people popular, so they were allowed to keep the cloaks on even after on the condition that they gave up everything on them, similar to a search. The third man was also the one I locked onto. He already had a foot past the entrance of the tent when he appeared, likely waiting for the cloth to be pulled back when the next person entered so he could sneak in. I was slow responding to the situation, taking time not only to analyze the men, but also waiting until all of them had their stealth removed. The more experienced soldiers were already close to them, most likely having started moving even before the knives connected. I finally started sprinting towards the action. The armored man turned and stood his ground, looking to block people off as the mage spread his hands. The mouth mask moved as he whispered the incantation before 2 blasts of wind knocked aside the surprised guards standing on either side of the tent. As the 2 were getting ready to block the exit, the third tried to spread the flaps and gain entrance. As his hand touched the cloth, I felt a surge of mana whirl through the tent and spawn a small, weak barrier to surround it. It finally made sense why neither of the guards had opened the way for the patients and always waited on a doctor to move up and do it. There was a failsafe that triggered a barrier should someone touch it from the outside. This was probably a well-known tactic that also explained why neither of the 2 groups had attempted to enter the tent by making a new entrance in the sides or the back, as well as why they were waiting for someone to open them, a path despite the illusion aspect of their spell. Not only that, I could feel that the barrier was actually weakest at the front, likely a known weakness that allowed them to strengthen the rest of the barrier as a trade-off, giving only one easy point of entry, and as such one place to guard. The woman, as I took a better look at her, didn't even seem surprised about the appearance of the barrier. She was also most likely cursing the previous 4 patients, all of whom were not only hefty, but also needed to lean on someone to walk, meaning she had no chance to squeeze in with them when they were let in. She pulled out an evil-looking black knife with some red runes drawn on the blade and proceeded to start cutting away at the barrier. For the first time since I came to this world, I finally felt runic magic being used. Unlike the simple enchantments placed on gear that could use mana from any source to use their effects, I could clearly feel the difference here. The knife held 2 runes one side with a bigger one on the other. I could clearly feel different amounts of mana going from her to the runes. The knife got coated in mana. I could almost feel the sharpness of the mana through my senses as she started to tear at the barrier. The first 3 men had already made contact with the armored man, all 3 having smashed into the tower shield he had pulled from his back. This style of fighting meant that it was only a matter of time until he went down with no chance of doing any damage to his attacker. What it did do, however, was buy time. This time was quickly put to use not only by the woman tearing at the barrier, but also by the caster who had already started muttering his next spell. I could feel the mana gathering even before he was finished chanting. This was something I came to recognize as a clear sign of a powerful spell coming. It worked a lot like the warning that came from beasts when they were using their mana. Unlike a beast, however, he wasn't summoning it early because it would take time for him to channel it into the desired effect. No, he was summoning it because the amount required for the spell was too much for it to be pulled from his body directly. Something big is coming. one of the mages stationed here called out. He had obviously noticed the same thing I did. The other had also noticed, but didn't bother to notify the rest of us. Instead, I felt his mana flow freeze as his mouth stopped moving for a split second before it started again, launching a quick one-word spell towards the enemy mage. The blast was odd to me. The mana I felt was similar to the one I felt coming from the pond water if slightly more concentrated. Not only that its motion was odd, only mimicking a directed blast. The blast knocked two of our guys off their feet as collateral damage. They were too close to the caster, and slightly in the line between him and his target. I could feel the spell lose power noticeably as it traveled. It had not only sent the two guys airborne, but also spinning from the power of the blast. But as it reached its intended target, it did little more than knock him backwards off his feet. Despite the small amount of damage inflicted, it did fulfill its purpose of stopping the man from finishing his chant. The look of surprise not only on the enemy mage's face, but also on the other mage, said that this spell was, if not powerful, at least well known and desired by others. Even the runic caster stopped hacking away at the barrier and turned to look at him in surprise. The mage stalemate disappeared as quickly as it appeared, with the two stunned mages starting to cast once more, and the woman turning back to hack at the barrier. Not only that, but the plate-covered warrior chose this as his moment to shine as he flung off all three people that were pushing against his shield. The man fell down on one knee afterwards, his shield arm hanging lifelessly by his side, as I almost tripped over one of the people sent flying like ragdolls. Most noticeably, I hadn't felt any mana before this. This had to have been a rare or higher physical skill. Most likely only rare, as it not only cost quite a bit of stamina, judging by the breathing and the fact that he dropped to one knee afterwards, but also inflicted damage on the user, the arm either being broken or the muscles torn. As the men were starting to get back up and surround the pair, I charged straight through, ignoring the startled looks of the others as I dashed past them, only slowing down to dash out of the way of the wind blast I felt coming from the enemy mage. Almost all my focus was on chasing down the runic mage that had finally sped right into the tent. I was only a second or so entering behind her, but already I could see she had wasted no time. The glowing runes of her dagger shone brightly as he pressed it against another barrier, one whose mana signature I recognized. Unlike most of the other young healers taking part in this war, Kate had learned a few defensive spells from her parents and was not solely reliant on the free knowledge coming from the healing union. This allowed her to ready a defensive spell once she realized something had gone wrong. A blow was all it took for the runic mage to make the decision that trying to break through the barrier was too much of a hassle. Instead, she quickly moved away and charged the next closest healer, while also lifting her other arm to point a ring at another healer, while barely sparing me a glance. By the time I reached her, she had already left a dent cut on the shoulder of the healer. She charged and sent another to his knees with the eclectic blast coming from the ring. Engaging with her gave me an odd feeling. For the first time when facing someone, I found myself on the opposite side of a situation I had been intimately familiar with soon after awakening the system. She definitely had higher-level combat skills than I did, most likely low rarity, as only those also counted vitality as a physical stat sufficient for breaking the level limit, but she was woefully understated in terms of strength, dexterity, and endurance. The only thing that stopped me from simply abusing my stats to smash her into the ground from close range was the rune dagger that had chipped a good part of my blade from only a glancing parry. As I tried to maneuver around her enchanted blade, I only managed to score some shallow cuts on her arms and legs. This was hardly enough to pin her down. Luckily, I caught a glimpse of other people charging into the tent. Sadly, I wasn't the only one to notice this, as she flung her knife into the shoulder of another healer close by before I could realize what she was doing and restrain her. As the commotion finally died down with all of the infiltrators secured, Ajax let one of the other guards take care of the prisoner as he went over to Kate, not only to ascertain that she was okay, but also to have her patch up the one cut he did get after the dagger cut through his sword and left a nasty cut on his arm. "You okay?" he asked her. "Yes, she didn't manage to get through my barrier," Kate said before quickly getting to work on the bleeding cut. "Am I captured or dead?" A melodious voice came from behind him. It was different than any other Ajax had heard before, and somehow also sounded distinctly inhuman. "Captured," the guard responded while securing the restraints. Ajax was no longer concerned with her arms and feet, though. He looked pointedly at the silver hair and the pointed ears he could see now with the hood of the cloak taken down. It was the first time Ajax had ever seen an elf. Unlike beastkin and dwarves, elves tended to stick to nature, as such he saw none in the city. She had a beautiful, naturally symmetrical face with violet eyes. She had also noticed the way Ajax seemed to have turned and started to stare at him, so she returned the favor. "What's with you? Didn't expect that a woman could cut you," she retorted scathingly. Despite the system making gender a much smaller issue when it came to strength compared to Earth, sexism still existed. That's not it. Kate answered when she saw Ajax not saying anything. You're just the first elf he's ever seen. Yeah, right, she huffed. No, it's true. He was a hunter in a secluded village before all this. Kate said without any ill will. They managed to conscript him before he joined the Adventurers Guild. This was enough for Ajax to break out of his shock and stop staring at her. Sorry, he mumbled as he turned away from her face and focused on the ring on her finger he had seen send the lightning bolt. The ring on her finger is runed, he pointed out to the guard securing her. Since she was a prisoner, it was well within the rules for her to try to escape or use it even once restrained. That is runic magic and cannot be seized under the rules of this skirmish. She quickly spoke when the guard moved to take the ring. The guard stopped and looked to the older one that had entered the tent in the meantime. Then, in accordance with said rule and the cloak you wear, consider yourself searched and all runic items confiscated, the older one said while also returning the dagger she had thrown at the end of the battle. After returning the dagger, he turned to the 3 healers that had been hit either by blade or bolt. He quickly examined the cut and puncture wound before saying, "The 3 of you are considered dead." Both of the knife wounds were intentionally non-lethal, and direct magic hits from runic gear are considered kills, as use of lethal runic gear like that is not allowed. Patch yourselves up and then continue treating only other people that have been removed from the skirmish. Take her to the other prisoners, he told the guard who had finished securing her arms before he turned back to Ajax. Good job following after her so quickly. She might have taken another 3 or 4 of our healers down otherwise. Consider yourself relieved of duty and get yourself patched up. Nicely done, kid. Ajax had taken the order to heart and spent the rest of the night getting patched up before getting a serving of rations. He hadn't even been halfway through his meal when they all started making their way back to the camp. It was already close to morning when he and Kate crashed in the chairs at the table inside their tent. Both were wiped from a long night, but wanted to wait for Tom to also return before going to sleep. Neither had seen him since the start of the battle, and they were starting to get worried he might have been captured. They were both also trying their hardest to silence the small pessimistic voice in the back of their head that said he might have been killed. You're both still up? Tom asked as he walked in almost an hour and a half after them. They both let out a sigh of relief seeing him with nothing worse than some scratch marks on his armor. How bad was it? Kate asked. She had figured out the reason he was late was most likely the post-combat meeting the leaders held after the battle. Not that bad actually, Tom said. We lost a lot less people in the operation than we expected. Not only that, but we traded them for quite a few of the guards they had stationed to defend the would-be fort. The battle afterwards was pretty even in terms of losses. What about mages? Kate asked. I know I treated a few that had some evidently non-lethal wounds. They probably have quite a small mage advantage, but it's not that big. We managed to get a few of theirs that they were using to build the fort in the first place. Tom shook his head. The biggest loss has to be the removal of the guard from the Archduke's employ. Ajax clearly remembered the man who managed to keep 3 commanders off the stragglers as they retreated. Not only that, but the man had access to mana as well. Considering human nature, Ajax was willing to eat his shoes if the man wasn't above level 100. Why is that? Ajax asked. The other side complained. Apparently he is too strong to be taking part in this skirmish. They even tried to say we cheated by having him take part even with a few restrictions in place. Tom said. This is why the meeting took so long. No way they would accept this result, Kate said confidently. They must have asked for more than just his exclusion since he wasn't meant to be here at all in the first place. They tried. Tom nodded. The fact that they brought 4 cities worth of people instead of the agreed upon 3, for reasons we may or may not suspect. He gave Ajax a pointed look. That and the fact that he is the only person beside the Duke's granddaughter to be part of the people, joining one of out 3 noble forces, was enough to limit the fallout. With that, Tom crashed into his chair in front of the plate that they prepared for him and proceeded to eat, or more accurately proceed to battle Fluffy for the food on the plate. Fluffy had been left with the commander before the battle, so she returned with Tom and was also hungry. Any idea what is happening tomorrow? Ajax asked, already starting to stand and wanting to go to sleep. Or maybe I should say today, it's almost morning already. We are all being given the day off. Even the harshest drill sergeant has to know some of us would be able to stand on our feet after being woken up in the middle of the night to go fight a battle, Tom said around a mouthful of food. We in the other guard unit are going to be quite a bit busy for the week after that, though. Any specific reason as to why? Kate asked. Apparently the future barons were a lot more against the idea of stopping the fort than I thought. They went so far as to block the Archduke's daughter from ordering the guard division to join with her plan, the selfish idiots, Tom said. It took her promising them a whole week off and a gold coin each before they agreed to join her. This means that we in the other guard unit will be having to cover for them during this time, so get rested. On that note, Ajax bid the 2 good night and headed off to bed. He was feeling the exhaustion of the battle, but at the same time he finally had the peace and quiet to think back on all the different interesting things he saw today. The way the Archduke's daughter's bodyguard had been casting spells that seemed to leave some excess mana running that comboed into the next spell. The brief glimpses of runic magic he had gotten, as well as the oddly simple but surprisingly powerful spell the mage used with a single word. What shocked Ajax the most thinking back on that spell was what he felt. It was as if the spell wasn't just a simple chant. The whole action of speaking and pointing seemed to be part of launching the spell. What he had learned so far was that gesturing was just useful to help the mind aim the spell correctly by having a constant point of reference regardless of the time and place you cast. This time, however, it seemed like the gesture was part of the chant, almost as if the word defined the power and the action the direction of the blast of pure mana. Considering the reactions from the others, however, it didn't seem like this would be a topic he would be given answers on if he asked. Ajax woke up around noon. Despite the time being late, he was still one of the first not on duty to wake up and headed over to eat breakfast by himself. He had heard Kate and Tom get busy last night before getting to sleep, so he decided not to disturb them so early. Fluffy, on the other hand, had no trouble getting up and following him despite the midnight snack he had. Before heading out, he poured the Shadow Cat a small bowl of mana-infused water, as they had gotten into the rhythm of doing so every morning. Despite her usual lazy nature, she finished the bowl in the time it took for him to place the water skin back into his concealed space in the travel pack. He got his serving and went over to a table and started to eat. Halfway through his meal, however, someone joined him at the table. "Morning, rookie." The headhunter greeted him as he took a seat across from him and Fluffy. "Morning." Ajax kept his greeting short, as he usually did with the people of the unit, considering he wasn't going to be sticking around once this whole mess was over with. Now, usually I would have addressed this last night, but there were too many people here when you were eating, and then the whole thing with the battle happened, so I never got around to it. The old man rambled on. "Anyway, we should discuss your extracurricular activities." "What do you mean by that?" Ajax asked, tensing up a little. "No need to get all worked up. You're not in trouble yet. With having joined our unit, you skipped the conscripted orientation since it wasn't all that pertinent. As such, you have been given no warnings yet on anything, which is what I am here to do. In the interest of openness, I should also mention that I have a weak skill that helps me spot through lies. Most older guards do." At this reveal, Ajax started patting himself on the back for all the effort he took with technical truths he had used throughout his time with the guards unit. "Now, like I said, you're in no trouble just yet. But let's just say I think you found something out in the woods, something you have been keeping to yourself." The accusation rang out in his ears, seeming a lot louder than the words were spoken. First, taking a look around to check for anyone else, he decided to take this face on. "What gave you that idea?" "You might be good at erasing your tracks, kid, but you have ventured out farther than the perimeter of the camp 3 times total since the start of us setting up camp here," he said, holding out his hand ready to count on his fingers. "First was with the entire group. Even then you somehow found the cub and mother. The second time you went by yourself and found an even more impressive specimen. This by itself would not amount to much, since it would be a reasonable deduction for a hunter to search for a nest, especially since you found out the true rarity of the creature before us. Where it doesn't add up is that on your next day off you headed out again by yourself, all determined. Not only that, but you came back apparently empty-handed, but not looking angry or displeased. Instead, you looked pleased." He lowered his hand, and his relaxed look turned serious. "You see how something like this might be cause for suspicion, even if I am the only one to figure it out so far." Ajax froze a little at the explanation. It was true. Due to his low amount of free time, he hadn't thought about the perception of his actions would look if someone took a closer look. Seeing how the man didn't go to report this up the line, but decided to confront him instead, Ajax had already discussed with Kate and Tom what he should do if someone came up to him like this. The only reason they didn't spread this around was that one corrupt soldier or turncoat would ruin everything if they found out. I will admit that I looked into what should happen with any untapped resources found surrounding the contested area. I will also say that I have no intention of hoarding them for my own profit. If I should find something and not report it immediately, there is a reason, beneficial to our side, for why I would act how I act." He and Kate had both worked for over an hour to construct this specific answer, one that will not be marked as a lie by any truth skill, and also not reveal enough that their plan to have the pond and stream be part of their winnings of this war. It was his turn to see the veteran hunter and guard freeze and think about what he said. The statements about hoarding were both true, though they didn't mention the benefits he was keeping for himself in the form of the water fed to Fluffy or the training against the bear and the fish. That's an interesting statement," he grinned but turned serious a moment later. "But I will ask this, can whatever you're planning blow back badly on us?" "No," Ajax was quick to answer. After all, there was no real downside. The only cost to his plan was the amount of time the other baron had to monopolize the spring. That seemed a fair price to pay in exchange for a decent chance to claim both the spring and the pond without another skirmish starting. With a simple nod, he was now again sitting at the table with only Fluffy to keep him company. The feeling of his deception skill going up a rank coming in made him take a look at his status, interested to see just how far his skills had progressed. The status showed clearly the lack of improvement in most of his mana skills. The fact that he only used a few in the second combat with the bear besides mana siphon meant it wasn't enough for them to grow. That said, he could also see the difference in how the skills that he used often and in new ways differed from those that he just kept up with. Poison resistance being the obvious standout, as one that he had been training for a long while, with very little improvement, as his own natural resistance independent of the skill started to grow to the poisons he had access to. The amount of experience was also something he was glad for. A little less than half of the amount gained had come from the 2 encounters with the bear and fish, showing that his constant combat with the 2 would lead to maybe even getting to level 25 by the time he defeated them both. The battle for the fort was the last big strategic battle that was fought for well over 2 months. It wasn't because neither of the forces wanted to try to get the upper hand, rather it was because both were cautious of that happening. This resulted in 8 different large engagements taking place. All of these engagements ended up being straight up with no tactical advantage, with lots of standoffs in between. At the end of the 2 months, both focus saw their armies ground down by about 7,000 men of what they had after the battle for the fort. The biggest loss for both sides were their scouts, as in preparation for their many engagements, a lot of scouts were sacrificed in getting a read in time to retreat out of an unfavorable position. With both armies down losing such a large part of their forces, the numerical advantage that Ajax's side had started to grow bigger and bigger as they traded evenly in forces. This let them take ever-increasingly risky engagements and trust that their numbers would carry them through. Of the 8 engagements, 4 had happened in the last 2 weeks. Throughout this time, Ajax had made a point of going hunting alone or with the other hunters at every opportunity. This was in order to stop others from putting together the same pieces that the hunter leader did about his discovery of the pond. Doing so meant that he was only able to take 5 more trips to collect water for Fluffy and weaken the bear. On his last trip 15 days ago, he was finally prepared to kill the bear, but had found it drinking water by the pond. He was nowhere near ready to engage with the fish and the bear together, so he just swallowed his annoyance and returned back with a few filled water skins from downriver and a rather large boar, most of which was given over to the cooks. The repeated engagements had also started to affect both armies, and at this point both were on the verge of mutiny from lack of rest. Ajax's clearest way to track this was the 0.02 gain in endurance he noticed on his status. This meant that in just under 2 months he had made more than a 1 progress on a feat that should take well over 10 years to achieve. It was clearly a pace that could not be kept up, especially for the mages of both sides. Both sides were faced together again, a mile separating the first lines, with both armies directing their fury more at their own commanders than the enemy at this point, an attitude that was getting picked up by the officers. As Ajax waited for his orders, he could hear the veterans of his unit discussing the situation. His unit, being made up of mostly veterans, having participated in multiple similar skirmishes before, were less on edge than the conscripted force. "What do you think is happening?" one of the younger members asked as he pointed towards the center of the enemy army. "If they are smart, they will call a ceasefire for a few days before they have a revolt on their hands," one of the veterans answered him. Looking where he was pointing, Ajax could see a triangle formed of white flags moving forward from the enemy army. In the center, he could just make out 7 riders with some flashy-looking gear. The response from their side was similar, with a triangle of white flags forming around 8 riders, and a few other unmounted aides heading over. Even over the distance from the left flank, Ajax could clearly make out his brother as he followed behind the commander. "Isn't asking for a ceasefire in this situation odd?" Ajax asked. He had learned that ceasefires were usually only agreed to after a battle or before both armies got into position. "Neither side has the advantage here," the veteran replied. "Since this hill gives the enemy an advantage and our numbers give us an advantage, they most likely don't want to continue the battle of attrition today, so they will offer champion combat to settle who owns the position. Our side isn't dumb enough to accept that, however," another continued. "Ever since that Archduke's daughter has taken charge after the battle for the fort, we haven't taken any unfavorable fights. Her only seeming weakness seems to be her experience. Yeah, but that could end up costing her and us everything. If she doesn't give the conscripts a few days off soon, we just might end up losing this whole thing." The first veteran nodded. The discussion happening once the 2 groups met was taking place too far away from any of them to make out what was happening, yet the veteran's prediction had been on point. As a minute into the discussion, our side had started lowering the white flags and made to return, only to be called back to the discussion halfway through. Tom POV, I was still quite nervous to be here. Despite the months I had to get used to the presence of nobles, I couldn't help it with so many of them, and their bodyguards ready to jump at each other. Thankfully, I wasn't the only one. My emotions were mimicked by both of the aides from the other 2 guard units on our side, and by the 4 aides on the enemy side. Out of everyone here, the only person who seemed relaxed was the bodyguard of the future Archduchess. However, I would also probably be relaxing if I knew I was double the level of the next strongest person beside me. There might be some merit to taking this proxy fight. The future Baron Stillwater suggested. I trust Commander Grievous to take on any of their commanders. I am inclined to agree with you here, the noble girl said after taking a moment to think about it. After watching the last engagements, I don't think any of their guard commanders is his equal in terms of strength. Don't. Her friend said I had spent quite a lot of time listening in on their strategy sessions, and this is one of the few times that the quiet granddaughter of the Duke spoke. She usually just listened and nodded along with the party she agreed with. Her choosing to go against what seemed to be an agreed-upon decision of the other 3 nobles was a first. Why? The other baron asked. We stand too much to lose, she answered, but upon noticing the confused looks on all 3 of their faces, she chose to continue. Our side was caught out of position this time when they took the hill before we got here. Did you question why? At this, even her friend frowned at her. We got the scouting information in time to get here and contest the high ground, but they were already set up. We've been working our foot soldiers too hard. They are tired and resentful, especially after the last 2 weeks. It's why we were so slow to get moving after getting the report. If we take the champion duel here and lose, they could choose to chase and engage us after a full retreat demanded by the loss. Not only that, but the damage to the army's morale would be substantial. That just means that we have to win. Stillwater pressed forward. I can't see Commander Grievous losing to any of the other commanders. The Archduke's daughter agreed. I don't either. Her friend agreed. Yet one of their nobles is a viscount. Taking a chance that one of his bodyguards can't win is too risky. Especially after we set the precedent of having strong bodyguards enter the fray to turn the side of battle, even if his interventions were banned thereafter. She gave a quick glance to the rider not taking part in the meeting and placing himself between his charge and the enemy army. What should we do then? Take the battle? I think we should give up the position, she said. What? The accusation in the voice of the future Baron was clear, and even I was confused by the proposition. We have been running our army ragged, chasing them to fight for the last 2 weeks, give up the hill in exchange for a 3-day ceasefire so our men can rest. Would they even agree to something like this? One of the commanders finally asked. I think they would. For a reason I can't understand, they seem to be reluctant to have our armies clash here, she said after taking an extended glance at the other side. This was something surprising. Taking a look over, I could see that she was right. It wasn't so much the nobles that were showing their anxiety, well besides their leading future baron. It was the 4 commanders. That's when it clicked. We were quite far in the direction Ajax said he went hunting on his own in. This meant that whatever source of mana water the other side wanted to keep secret had to be nearby, and a large engagement might lead to scouts discovering it. This was why they wouldn't want to fight here. My outlook on the shy, quiet girl changed. This level of observation and perception explained why she had been so close to picking up on Ajax's mana. In fact, I was almost worried that she had asked the bodyguard to investigate him after that incident, and we just hadn't noticed. Lexi POV. There was almost no back and forth at all from the other side once we proposed our ceasefire. This was highly suspect, considering their situation. Letting us regroup and rest would be devastating for them. In the last 2 weeks, we pushed our numbers advantage so much the proportional advantage quadrupled in size. To let us rest and do it all over again will bring an end to this skirmish in 2 months at the most. More than this, it seems like I am not the only person to realize this. The Viscount didn't look pleased with the decision agreed to by his fellow barons, and all of the commanders were downright shocked the deal went through. Annabeth and our own 2 barons didn't seem to notice the oddity. Instead, they seemed pleased at the way it all worked out in their favor. Rex was the only person that managed to maintain their composure throughout the entire negotiation. He took his exclusion from the conflict very seriously and didn't change his facial expression throughout the hour we spent out here. From what Annabeth told me of him, Rex was someone her father picked up as a ward over 200 years ago, maybe as much as 4, to make up for his lack of children. Because of the laws that surround inheritance of a noble house, he was never a threat to any of her cousins or nephews, so they just ignored him. In that time, he worked hard training, so much so that he was now one of their strongest people, reaching past level 140. This was why he was considered enough by himself to protect her. This ended rather well. Annabeth says, I think they gave up too easily, I answer. Something strange is going on here, I just can't tell what it is. What makes you say that, she asks. The Viscount wasn't pleased with the deal, he got outvoted. Not only that, but the commanders on their side didn't seem confused at all, only upset at something. They probably know what is going on and disagree with how something played out this time, I say. How did you get all that? Are you sure you don't have some kind of skill for it? She says in mock outrage. This lack of social skills is what made me and Annabeth stick to one another so tightly back when we first met almost 9 years ago. Both of us are more than just slightly talented when it comes to magic, but from there we are opposites and we stuck together like magnets. Growing up basically in the backyard of the best magic academy in the kingdom, with the headmaster as my father, meant that I was always the center of attention wherever I went. Everybody wanted to be my friend because of what that could mean for their future. This combined with my introverted personality led to me picking up on how to read a person very well. By the time I was 8, I had almost given up on making true friends. Everyone my age was either looking for a way into the academy or they had a relative who needed help from my grandfather. Annabeth was my complete opposite. From birth, she was considered a miracle by her father and a disaster by her cousins and nephews. A few early assassinations attempts led to her being very isolated for most of her childhood. This lack of social interaction left her to focus on training and studying. Besides magic, Annabeth was a genius of strategy, mostly mercantile, but it swapped over decently well to the military as well. This lack of social skills combined with her strategic mind led to the overworked situation of our soldiers. She could take into account the fatigue of our troops as it related to their fighting prowess, just not their morale. I agree. It seems odd that they would do this, but we should just take precautions and let our men get some rest. A gruff voice spoke up from behind. I turn around to look at Commander Grievous. By far the most experienced commander when it comes to combat and the strongest as well. His attitude towards nobles outside of battles where they are his superiors, however, is why he is always sent as the commander from Lessus when his baron wages a skirmish. I know it's just something doesn't add up. From what Bate has said before, it almost seems like they have changed their strategy over the last 3 weeks. From her take on their tactics and the way their leaders are acting, it's as if this isn't an exercise to practice for war anymore. I say what has been bothering me for a while. How so? He frowns. Their tactics are getting riskier and riskier, all but shouting that they don't care if they lose so long as they have a chance to win the whole thing. This isn't what these skirmishes are for. In fact, using tactics like that is not just frowned upon but taxed harshly because it can instill bad habits into our armies for when a real war occurs. I explain. I hear a mumble and look past the commander and see his liaison deep in thought. Unlike the rest of us, though, he doesn't seem at all confused. He is nodding to himself like he put it all together, and it somehow makes sense. Best not to focus too much on this, just keep a strong lookout for any surprises. The commander interrupts my train of thought. Tom, go give the good news to our unit. They're finally getting a few days off. Tom quickly broke out of his thoughts and saluted before he made a beeline for the left flank. I don't know why, but I think he has a piece of information he isn't sharing. This is odd since of all the liaisons, he seems to be the most dedicated to his commander. This added on top of everything else strange that surrounds him makes me wish I had insisted on taking one guard with me as well. At least then, I could have sent someone to investigate discreetly without compromising our security. Ajax POV. The news of a ceasefire in exchange for giving up the hill was a pleasant and unexpected surprise for all of us. We were hoping for a ceasefire, but all in exchange for the hill position was too good to be true. I thought over why they would be willing to do this. What could go wrong if they chose to fight this? The spring. That was it. I had only been going to the pond and river ever since my 3rd trip, so I didn't realize just how close to the spring we were. They are scared that a scout might stumble upon the spring if we fight here. The march back was odd. Weeks of constant marching and fighting had taken almost everything out of us, but the news of days off seemed to boost our morale like nothing else. This resulted in a tired, fast march all the way back to camp. Sadly, we were still quite a ways off the camp. Not only that, but with the ceasefire in effect, we decided not to stop at the makeshift camp we had the night before, but go all the way back to the permanent one, so the sun was already setting by the time we arrived. I didn't realize just how long this road was until I had to make the trip tired, without mana, and at the pace of the conscripts. Dinner was a less jolly affair. Despite the good mood inspired by the upcoming days, dinner reminded us of what we had just gone through. With the constant fighting, us hunters hadn't had a chance to properly hunt in over a week. This meant that we were out of fresh meat and on a rations-only diet. The tasteless dry food was a chore to eat, but we were all too hungry not to eat. This resulted in a little petition starting up. Of course, it was Spencer that was leading the charge with his great idea of having the hunter not have a day off tomorrow so that they could go hunt for meat. Luckily, the commander shut that down before it had time to really pick up any steam. He did pull us all aside afterwards and asked us nicely if we could go hunting, on our own or as a group, a little earlier than after the 3 days off everyone was promised. In the end, we agreed that meat would be back on the menu in some capacity the day after tomorrow, but all of us wanted tomorrow to rest. That night I slept in as long as even the laziest of the guards from the unit, yet when I woke up I saw something new. Status effect, fatigued. Due to repeated extensive use of stamina, all physical stats are reduced by 20. Stamina regeneration reduced by 20. Stamina consumption increased by 20. Resting while at full stamina for an extended period of time will remove this effect. Reading the status effect was a shock. Despite working himself hard every day, he hadn't experienced anything like this before. Then again, he also never spent more than at least 3 times his stamina a day for 2 weeks straight before. He wondered, since there was no way the nobles in charge didn't know about this, were they simply planning on winning the war before the next level of it kicked in? If they were, that would have been a strange strategy. One little strike could have their forces grind to a half and gain the debuff early, making a mess of everything. Unless whoever was leading was sure they could motivate the people to keep fighting, of course, a big reward was a viable way to do so. He came out and found his brother sitting at the table, lifelessly playing with the energetic shadow cat. "Morning, you have fatigue too?" he asked. "Morning," he responded, only seeming to process the words a few moments after. "Yeah, I got it too." Apparently everyone under level 30 with a pure physical focus was expected to get it. "How bad is it for you, 20? He asked, wanting to check the different levels. "Nah, I focus quite a bit on endurance as a guard, mine's only 15, he answered. As he answered, he carelessly moved the piece of string he was using to engage the cat. This caused it to knock over both helmets they had left on the table the previous night. The first landed relatively harmlessly on the ground, but the second had landed on top of it, causing a loud metallic bang. Came from the partition on the other side of the tent. "Can you two keep it down, please?" Kate looked much worse than the two of them combined. Two of them looked like they woke up after an average party where they drank a bit too much. Kate, on the other hand, looked like a freshman after a night of initiation. "Let me guess you have fatigue, too?" he asked in almost a whisper. "I wish that was all I had. Unlike you who only ran through your stamina, this constant fighting made us healer run through our mana several times over as well. I got drained too," she complained. "I take it drained is the same but for mana." When she nodded, he kept on going. "How bad is it numbers-wise?" "Fatigue is at 30 from all the relocating with no rest because of healing. I got lucky on the drained. A few, let's say choice individuals, decided they weren't hurt badly enough to slum it with the beastkin healer and wanted to wait for a human. Once one did it, others followed, so I got away with only a 10 on that one." Despite the tiredness in her voice, he could still hear a bit of resentment. Considering how close they were to a human supremacist kingdom, he could understand where some of those ideas came from, but found them utterly ridiculous. Worst of all, though, is the empty effect. She finished. "What is that?" he asked. For once, the confused look Tom sported let him know it wasn't just him that didn't know. "When you suffer from both fatigued and drained at the same time, you get stuck with empty on top. A downside to hybrid fighters in terms of long-term exhaustion. It lowers all your stats by the average of the two. Right now I am down 20, she said as she got to the table, gathered the furball with both arms and proceeded to use her as a pillow. "You really don't realize how much you miss that 5 endurance and dexterity until it's gone," she lamented. "I'll go grab us breakfast. Managed to talk to the cooks last night after I learned what is likely to happen today, so I should be okay to bring it back here so long as we return the bowls," Tom said as he got up from the table, ignoring Fluffy's attempts to ask for help. "I'll come help you carry it." Ajax made to get up and follow, but was stalled by a shake of the head. "Stay here and get your rest. I know you are going to be hunting tomorrow. Considering that we are down to our last water skin, and how you looked the first time you came back from wherever it is you go to hunt, I'd say you need as much rest as you can," Tom said before dipping out of the tent. "You aren't planning on going anywhere dangerous with that effect still on, are you?" Kate looked up, giving Fluffy the chance it needed to escape without dislodging her. "I probably would, but I doubt I can. The way I see tomorrow going is a slow group hunt to gather as much as we can with minimal effort," Ajax reassured her. If it was up to him only, he would most likely have gone for the pond. After the last few ambushes, he left a good few wounds on the bear, enough that he was confident to take it even with the lowered stamina. He even wanted to try to see if there was anything to gain by beating such an opponent while having the status effect. Sadly, the plan for tomorrow had already been made after dinner when the commander pulled them aside. While he was able to stay out considering his age and experience, no way it wouldn't be suspicious to do so before heading out by himself. They two both waited in comfortable silence for Tom to return. Ajax, having sat down and leaning back on his chair until Fluffy came to him, plopped a water bowl down before nudging his foot with her head. "Meow." Having gotten the message, he slowly rose himself and got out the last water skin from his backpack and poured almost half of what it had left in the bowl. The rest should be enough for tomorrow and the next morning before he would come back with more. Fluffy's new diet definitely agreed with her. In the last 2 months, she had almost tripled in size and no longer fit on any of their shoulders, a fact that not only displeased her but also didn't stop her from trying. This was also questioned by the commander, but the answer of eating through 5 years' worth of mana cores seemed enough to mollify him. Her increased size also came with an increase in power, speed, and magic. While she still didn't pose any real threat to anyone that was part of the guard unit, she showed her increased specs the 2 times she had taken the food from some of the low dexterity guards. While she couldn't outlast them or outrun them in a straight line, she was fast enough and unpredictable to grab the food and lose them through the camp. The higher-ups thought it was great, and instead of reprimanding Tom, they decided it was a perfect exercise for the guards. After all, they had to be ready to react at any time. The game was something he was looking forward to when meat would be back on the menu, as anybody who had their food taken had to catch the cat and present it to the cooks to get replacements. Tom returned with arms full of bowls containing the mushy rations and a few pieces of dried jerky for Fluffy. "Say, Ajax, how close were we to your hunting spot yesterday?" Tom asked after taking a seat, and they all started digging in. Ajax frowned at the question. This was the first time they had spoken anything about it since he brought it up the first time. "Not that far off, actually." "Why?" he responded. "That noble girl, the one who isn't technically in charge, thought that it was odd they accepted the ceasefire. She thinks there might be a hidden reason as to why they would accept it. Not only that, but she seemed pretty sure that not all of their nobles knew what it was either," Tom said, finally relaxing a bit from a pressure he hadn't known he was carrying. "Do you think I should come clean about it?" Ajax asked. "If some scouts find it and they realize I knew beforehand, could I get into some trouble?" "No, you'd be fine," Kate said in a weak voice. "If we were losing the skirmish or it was ambiguous, then maybe there would be something to worry about. As it stands right now, with how hard we seem to be winning, as long as you hint at the fact that you knew about the way to get them a free bonus, and we're going to turn it in eventually, at worst you'll get a warning. It might be different if you were keeping it hidden for your own profit, but as it is, they'll have no problem with this," Tom added on. "Only reason I asked is because I wanted some peace of mind that there wasn't anything else they were hiding, and that we had missed out on something that could cost us by letting them have the hill," he reassured Ajax. Ajax spent the whole of his first day off sleeping. Other than breakfast and dinner, he, like most of the camp, decided to try and get rid of their status effects as soon as possible so he could actually get something useful done in the rest of the free time. As it turns out, sleeping for the better part of 30 hours was sufficient for the status effect to drop off. This, however, was true only for those who actually rested for the entire day yesterday. Most of the people in the army had gotten a good night's rest, but decided to enjoy their time relaxing in other ways. "Did all of you rest enough yesterday so the fatigue would drop off?" The hunter lead didn't waste any time on greetings and got straight down to business. The newbie seemed a little embarrassed as he scratched his head. He was a little older than Tom, but having seen both his senior and the kid nod without hesitation left him feeling bad about how he spent yesterday drinking and gambling with the other soldiers. "Ugh, we told you we'd be leaving today. Not only that, you're barely level 22. The leader stopped his tirade short. They had a job to do and the scolding could wait until after. "Forget it. We'll deal with that tonight and tomorrow. For now, today is going to suck for you." As he said this, he dropped 8 backpacks on the ground between them. The packs had enchantments all over them that, while not exactly the same, reminded Ajax of the ones on the pack Hatchet had gifted him. "I managed to get these from the commander. You should be familiar with the idea, considering that the kid had something like this from the start, but this will save us from making multiple trips as we rebuild our meat supplies. There are 2 for each of us to carry. You are free to bring your own as well." He said the last part while nodding to Ajax. Ajax himself picked up 2 bags and inspected them. Individually, they were smaller than his own, though combined they not only took up more space but were a lot clunkier to carry. Not only that, but the amount of space inside, even combined, was barely more than half of his own. Despite the advantage grabbing his own would give them, it wouldn't make much of a difference. No way they were going to be filling all 8 of these, so grabbing his own pack would just mean he has to empty it and carry more weight since he has more space. "I'll just grab these. I doubt we'll need more than all of them filled up," Ajax said as he shouldered his packs. As soon as they took off, things started being put in perspective for him. Despite these being hunters that are part of the guard unit, their hunting methods differed greatly from what he and Hatchet had been doing in the 5 years he had spent training up his stats. It only now dawned on him that Hatchet had not really been training him to be a hunter, but in fact an adventurer. The differences were subtle, but with the leader and veteran working at peak capacity, it became obvious. Sure, they could all hunt, but they specialized in different things. He had a much easier time deducing the strength and skills of the prey he hunted from the tracks it left, easily being able to zero in and efficiently take out any problem creature. The leader and the veteran didn't have such accuracy when it came to that. The difference came to a head for Ajax when 2 boar tracks split off in different ways. Ajax could tell which tracks were left by the bigger boar who would provide more meat. Subtle things like the depth of the scratches on the trees and the depth of the hoof impression let him know this boar was around level 20 and weighed upwards of 800 pounds. What he didn't pick up on was that the other tracks belonged to a family of boars. Sure, none of them would be individually close to the value the bigger boar would present, but the amount of work for reward would be much better when hunting them down. From there, it was a relatively simple affair to catch up and collect the meat for the camp. The last 2 weeks of no hunting had also let the wildlife return closer to the camp, meaning they didn't have to venture out as far as before to find them. The group even took pity on the young hunter and filled his packs last so as he wouldn't have to deal with the weight and fatigue for so long. The trip was uneventful, but it did firm up Ajax's resolve that he wanted to be an adventurer. It wasn't that he disliked hunting, but the 10 boars, 5 deer and 2 bears they hunted down simply presented no challenge, no thrill. It was too easy, and not something he could see himself doing long-term, especially as things would get easier and easier as his levels and skills climbed. As they returned, they were greeted as heroes by the camp, most of which was starting to finally be free from the shackles of fatigue and really missed the taste of food outside the rations. With Ajax having already prepped some of the game they caught, the cooks started preparing it as soon as they dropped it off. With their part of the work done, they all left for the baths, as a day skulking through the forest had left them all sticky and dirty. A good long soak later, as the hunters finally started to relax. Unlike the rest of the soldiers, they had spent their first day releasing their physical stress in order to function for the hunt. They could now finally relax the mental stress the last 2 weeks of constant fighting had been on them, only leaving the warm bath when they got hungry. The rest of the evening after the meal Ajax spent discussing with Tom and Kate. Tom let both of them know that not only the nobles, but even the commander was of the opinion that the skirmish was nearing the end. At worst, it would be 2 more months, but that was unlikely. Earliest was 1 week after tomorrow, the last day of the ceasefire, but most likely it would take around 3 weeks for all of this to be over, and they would be able to head back home. While this news was great, it also put a clock on Ajax's own special training. He probably had 2 trips, if that, to not only take out the bear, but also the fish before 1 or more commanders crushed them. With this in mind, Ajax went to sleep with a fire lit under his ass. He was determined to go out tomorrow, and as long as the bear wasn't sitting by the pond, he would end it once and for all. Like usual, he woke up early the next morning and started getting ready for the trip. He noticed that Tom wasn't here, but remembered him saying last night that his performance in this skirmish got the commander to take a special interest in training him. That was most likely where he was right now. He was careful not to wake Kate, who, despite getting rid of Drain, still had fatigue to deal with on his way out. Near the door, he spotted Fluffy waiting for him. "Sorry, buddy, I can't take you with me on this one," he whispered while stroking the cat. He wasn't sure how the shadow cat figured out that he was going to kill the bear. It hadn't tried to join him on any of the other trips after the first when they found out about the pond, but now that he was determined to kill the bear, it waited dutifully for him beside the empty bowl of water. As much as Ajax wanted to have the feline with him, in hopes of earning some forgiveness for having been the one to kill one of her parents, even if in self-defense, the bear was just too dangerous for Ajax to take the risk in having to guard someone who was still underleveled. "Sorry, but you can't come with me on this one." He continued to stroke the cat, but she lowered her head, seeming upset. "I'll bring you back his core. How about that? Would you like that?" Fluffy seemed torn. On the one hand, she understood she was too weak to be anything more than a liability. On the other, she wanted her revenge against the thing that not only killed one of her parents, but displaced her family from the pond and sent them closer to the army camp. In the end, she looked back up at Ajax, and after maintaining eye contact for a few moments, she gave him a nod. Ajax POV. For the first time since going hunting on my own, I packed up all my gear. I had my shield, sword, spear, axe, hammer, bow, and knives with me. I knew this would be a tough fight. Yes, I have been weakening the bear for a few trips now, but he has also continued consuming large amounts of mana-rich water. This may have healed it somewhat. The plan was to finish this based on me getting a good opening shot. I knew he was being very protective of his only remaining eye. I had tried twice to shoot it with a shadow arrow, and both times it managed to react in time, meaning blinding it from range was not something that would work. No, I was going with a heavily infused lightning arrow for one of his front paw joints to try to slow it down and limit its attack options to one paw and teeth. Finding the bear near the pond was as easy as it was all the previous times. After all, when you're the biggest, baddest thing around, you don't need much stealth. Luckily, it wasn't at the pond this time, but it was decently close. I would have to make it chase me away from it just in case it decided to make a run for it when he got hurt. My first big decision came down to where I wanted to place the first arrow. Left or right wasn't that big a decision, as I wanted to remove the paw that coordinated with his working eye. The question was, did I aim for the wrist or the elbow? There were arguments for each. If I targeted the elbow, it would impact its close combat abilities, as he wouldn't even be able to swing the paw properly. The wrist, however, would cause movement issues, as it would instinctively rely on the front leg, only to have it give out from under him, something that wouldn't happen with an elbow shot. In the end, I decided to go for the wrist. Yes, the elbow would be a better advantage, but I had to keep safety in mind. The worst outcome wasn't that the bear survived, it was me dying. An injured wrist would most likely play a bigger role by having it stumble a moment after I bolted from melee combat. I infused a good 300 points of mana into the arrow, a ridiculous amount, but I wanted as much current running through the bear as possible. My follow-up arrows would be infused with magma, hoping to burn away some of the fur protecting its neck and other joints. As I released the first arrow and watched it reach its target, I saw the bear try to move its paw at the last second, but luckily the arrow was moving fast enough that it still hit. The resulting shock threw the bear through a loop as I put a magma arrow into its neck, only to have it slide off after scorching the impact zone. It had already started with reinforcing its weak spots, so after another shot at its chest to clear the way for a heart shot, I focused on the joints of his remaining front paw. I focused more on ice arrows to try and limit the movement by freezing the area as I led it away from the pond. I could also see my previous hunts pay dividends, as with the increased weight of an injured front paw, his left back leg started to stumble from my previous visits. In the state it was in, I could most likely keep this up for an hour and retreat with an issue, but this wouldn't be enough to kill it, and I was running out of time. I had a little over 1,000 mana after my opening volley, and I knew this battle wouldn't be a long-lasting one. The place I stopped was right behind a snare trap. Hopefully, it would buy me enough time to land a strong spear-opening attack. As the bear approached, I took out my spear and wielded it with 2 hands while infusing the tip with metal mana and feeding siphon mana with a decent amount to raise my physical stats even higher. As the bear reached the trap, I realized a few miscalculations I made when planning this whole thing out. First and foremost was the bear's reaction to stepping in the trap. Instead of continuing forward or dropping its head, it raised itself on its back legs, meaning the spear I was trying to drive through its throat barely managed to catch it in the shoulder. Not only that, but it was also the bad shoulder, as that paw was already out of action. It raged at the feeling of the tip penetrating a few inches into its skin. A quick swipe was all it took to shatter the shaft and ruin my spear. I quickly pulled out the sword and shield, but had little success. The sword was usually a good weapon, but against the thick fur and strong skin, I could barely make decent cuts even when I connected, so I quickly discarded it for the axe. The axe had much better success. Infusions of metal and ice let me slow the bear down some more, but it wouldn't be enough to get through the heavily mana-infused skull or chest. A good swipe landed on its neck, however, and I finally started to see my victory approaching. The cut was deep and blood started flooding out. That's when it happened. I knew monsters could have skills, stealth, and tracking, the most common, followed by resistances to the environment. What I didn't expect was for the bear to have the enrage skill. You see, there were 2 skill types that killed adventurers most often. The number 1 was revenge skills. They triggered after death as a final fuck you. Quite obvious why they would be the number 1 killers despite the low chance of encountering one. The second was enrage skills. Unlike revenge skills, they weren't in the epic category, only rare. Not only that, despite being ranked second in the number of kills, they were considered much worse. Revenge skills got a good number of their kills on adventurers much stronger than their target, who just got careless after they thought the fight was over. Enrage skills, however, only came out at low health and weren't enough to bridge massive gulfs in power. This meant that in a relatively even match like this one, enrage was the worst kind of skill the bear could have. Not only did its strength and speed rise, but it also started ignoring the pain that ran through its back leg. The bear swatted at me with the messed up front paw. The only indication that it had taken an arrow in the wrist and a spear in the shoulder was the lack of claw action and it being much more telegraphed. My first parry was all it took for the axe to get knocked out of my hand, leaving me with knives that were never going to penetrate the skin and the hammer. Not only that, but I was starting to run low on mana. I was down to the last 400. A few quick strikes and half my mana determined that ice, metal, and magma were not going to have what it takes to end this quickly enough, though they did cause pain and damaged its healthy paw enough to slow it down. The big fight ended with a quick surprise blow. After I ducked under a swipe, I had a clear way for a strike at its chest, but didn't have the form or the time to take a full swing. I infused a good amount of void mana and swung dead center, right where the magma arrow had cleared the fur. The impact didn't leave a mark on the exposed skin, but caused the bear to backpedal. Not only that, but a moment after the blow connected, it launched forward again, only to shower me with blood from a coughing fit. A few seconds later, it lay dead. I didn't understand. All my void mana experiments let my arrows do me damage beneath armor, but it always ended the same way. The arrow would bounce harmlessly off the fist layer only to have a small hole poked out past it. Never did it have this kind of an effect before. As I carefully processed the bear, after all, despite my worn-out state, this was a level 50 bear. No way I was letting it just rot. I found my biggest surprise yet. An inch under the skin where my hammer connected, I could see a change. the muscles ripped from one another and I couldn't find the heart. It seemed like it got crushed. Void was clearly not something to be used with piercing or slashing damage. No void was for armor-piercing, crushing damage. If you could bypass heavily reinforced sections like this and have momentum carry through fully, even a quick swing to the brain would be enough to kill someone as long as they only used mana to reinforce the surface. The whole time I processed the bear, I could feel the triumphant skirm I couldn't get rid of despite my best efforts. It lasted all the way through my trip to the river to refill the water skins and wash some of the blood off me. Despite not taking any direct hits, my shield arm was numb, and I could feel my right hand joints throb from parrying. I managed to get away without any substantial injuries, but I was dead on my feet. Stamina was going strong at 500, but mana was down under the 100 mark. This meant my trip back to camp would be a long one. Somehow, though I couldn't bring myself to care all that much, I had finally done it. I killed the bear. Despite my recent success, my mind had already moved on to the fish. This one, while weaker, was not one I could engage multiple times beforehand to weaken it, and I was almost giddy hoping my next free day would come soon so I could challenge it. The road back was slow. Ajax was slowly regaining his mana, but he didn't have enough stamina to rush back anyway. Not only that, the mana he was regaining was spent starting the healing process. After the adrenaline had left his system, he spotted the gash one of the clawed attacks he thought he parried left on his right thigh. This was the first thing he dressed, applying a lot of pressure. He got lucky that it missed the main artery. Next, he had to deal with his arms. His right arm felt like it was about to break into pieces from the way his joints felt after parrying the bear. The power and rage gave the bear made itself known even if there were no visible marks. The biggest problem, at least when dealing with concealing his injuries, came from his left hand. Having used the shield to block multiple hits, his whole bicep and a good part of his forearm and shoulder were one massive bruise. He knew there was no way to hide all this, so now was faced with a nasty choice. Did he go back and lie to the guards about where he got his injuries? This plan had risks, the main one being dragged into a tent and interrogated. Or he could go with option B, go hunting for a boar and a bear, then claim he had hunted a boar when a bear snuck up on him. This would make the injuries match because they were inflicted by a bear without revealing the massive beast he brought down. He was very much inclined to go with plan B logically. The problem came to the lack of mana and bad state he was in from the battle already. As he was thinking deeply about this, he went for a mouthful of water, knowing that the meal he had after the battle will also need fluid to help the magic along with his healing process. His carelessness was quickly realized as he felt a burning sensation down his throat the moment the first few drops went down. He had been so caught up in his internal debate he didn't realize he had drunk from one of the water skins he had just filled. One mouthful was enough to make him feel like his whole body was being roasted over a small flame, as well as being put on ice at the same time. Despite the discomfort, he noticed his mana started to regenerate at 5 times its usual rate. With a bit of mana to spare, he decided to reapply his healing spells, only to feel a rush of pain as the mana moved through his body. It was so bad he didn't even manage to finish the cast. It took almost 10 minutes for the feeling to go away, and for him to be able to use his mana normally again. With this new development, he felt he had enough mana to safely go for Plan B, so he started off back through the forest looking for a bear and a boar. Finding them didn't take that long. As for the fights, they were less of a problem as he ended them both with a well-placed opening arrow. He did make sure to mutilate the bear afterwards, to reflect the close melee story his wounds told, and started his way back to the camp. Even with the long road back and lack of mana to spend on his movement speed, he had made it back around mid-afternoon, still hours before the sun went down. A little before he got into range of the camp, he made sure to use his mana siphon to remove any residue from the healing he already used on himself. Last thing he wanted after taking the time to build up a story was questions from a random mage on duty about who healed out there. As he got close to the camp, he was quickly spotted by the sentries on duty who quickly got to him and began the questioning. "Halt, who are you?" asked one of the 2 people already pointing spears in his direction. Ajax froze from the question. He had planned out quite a few responses, but didn't factor in that with his disheveled appearance, he wouldn't even be correctly identified as being on their side. "I'm Ajax, one of the hunters here." He finally got out after a short pause. "Really, what happened to you?" Their suspicion still remained, but at least the weapons were pointed at him anymore. It seems the hunters had bought themselves quite a lot of goodwill yesterday, if just the claim to be one got him so much leeway. "Since we are most likely going to be in for another long stretch of combat after the ceasefire ends, I thought I'd go up and grab some more meat. Who knows when we'll stop trying to push our numbers advantage next time," he explained. "I was in the middle of butchering the boar I hunted when a bear happened upon me." A closer inspection of his ruined armor, as well as a show of the half-processed boar and mangled bear, got one of them to help him to the infirmary while the other went to get someone to inform the higher-ups. As soon as he stepped foot in the infirmary, Kate all but materialized next to him and led him to a bed before getting to work on his injuries. "What the hell happened to you?" she asked, but he didn't get a chance to answer before a voice spoke up from behind her. "That's a question I am here for as well. According to the sentries, I bear this to you." The voice belonged to one of the officers, one that Ajax had been clued in had a skill that made him sensitive to lies. "Yeah, I went out on a hunt and got into a tangle with a bear," he said, keeping his story both short and vague. He had already removed the bear and boar carcass before he let himself be lowered onto the bed. Couldn't have someone looking through his pack for them after all. "So this is the culprit," the officer said, lifting up part of the bear corpse. Luckily, he had said so rhetorically because Ajax wasn't going to confirm or deny that. "I'll say that we all appreciate what you hunters are doing for us out here, but next time make sure you at least take someone with you when you go hunting." With that, he picked up both the corpses, if a little awkwardly because of their combined size, and headed for the exit. "You focus on getting well. I'll see to it that the cooks make sure you get to have a good size steak out of this guy by tonight. You are going to tell me exactly what happened." Kate started in as soon as the officer left. "I got a bit in over my head," he answered while discreetly mouthing, "Not here." Kate was smart enough to let it go for the moment, but her frustration came through in the way she roughly handled him to treat his many injuries. About halfway through, Tom arrived. "What happened to you?" He didn't even bother with the greetings. "This, that, and a bear," he answered, trying to at least lift himself up in bed only to be pushed back down by Kate. "You sit still, I am almost done," she berated him. By the end, his gash had closed up and started scabbing over. His right hand was back to normal, and the bruise on his left was limited to just his bicep. "I'll give you another round in the morning, but now you have to get some food in you," she told him. Tom and Kate both helped him over to the mess where he got served the biggest bear steak he had ever seen. The meal was enjoyable, but their evening got ruined as they all made their way back to their tent. "What a great hunter. Can't even go into the forest without getting hurt," the annoying voice of Spencer sounded loudly through the camp. "I honestly don't know why you waste your time with them, Kate." "You know what?" Tom went on to shout back, but was stopped by a quick squeeze from Kate. "He's not worth it, just ignore him," she whispered. Despite the whispering, it seems that he still heard her as his delighted look turned to an angry frown. Ajax even thought he heard him mumble, "I'll show you who's not worth it," but nobody else seemed to have. Back at their tent, Ajax just wanted to crash, but had spent a short time telling them that he had killed the thing that took out Fluffy's father. They both knew that this was closely related to the pond, so they stopped their questioning, only telling him to be more careful. Before going to sleep, Ajax asked Kate to start cycling a lot of mana. When questioned as to why, he said he wanted to feed Fluffy the core from the creature, and didn't want a flux of mana from that to draw attention. They could play it off as extra healing now that he had a meal. Their plan ended up being well worth it, as more than one mage turned up, following the massive spike of mana Fluffy had let out after munching the core. It was strong enough that the mages even were able to pick up on it despite Kate's best effort to mask it, but an honest mention that they were feeding her cores to help her grow was enough to convince them. Thankfully, while Kate might not have managed to fully cover the mana spike, she did enough to at least disguise its strength. All three of them also had a small scare when Fluffy curled up in a ball following her meal. It seems the bear core was way over the limit of what she could handle, and Tom ended up spending the night caring for his bond as she struggled to digest the core. Ajax woke up the next morning to find that Tom had stayed up the entire night with Fluffy still. The shadow cat was curled up in a ball with shallow breathing, all but radiating mana. Looking out the tent flap, he noticed the sun was already out for a while, so he approached his brother. "You need to report for duty. The ceasefire just ended," he said, but didn't let Tom respond before he continued. "I'll take care of her. If I feel anything change in her mana, I'll get her to the healers and send somebody to grab you." About an hour later, Kate had woken up. It seems she finally recovered from fatigue and drained, and was now finally in tip-top shape. She carefully examined Ajax before applying all of her healing. The gash on his leg had now healed. A thick crust still marked the top of the wound, but it would all be gone by nightfall. Not only that, but the bruise also dropped to the side of a golf ball and would soon be gone as well. Now that he was more alert and rested, he paid more attention to the process. Unlike regular casting, healing seemed to work differently. Not only did the healer have to gather mana outside of her, but also infuse it into the patient slowly before chanting the spell. This is why high-level healers were so hard to come by. It took a lot of skill and practice to be able to infuse enough mana for some of the stronger spells in both a reasonable time frame and without hurting the patient. Without the pressure of time, Kate spent half an hour redressing his wounds. After all, her efficiency would be higher this way, so why rush? A few minutes after they were done, Fluffy had also finally woken up and started to move. The cat quickly got its bearings before jumping into Ajax's lap and purring contently. With a small smirk on his face, Ajax petted her to find that her fur was now even softer than it was before. Not only that, it seemed like her eyes started glowing slightly stronger than before. Whatever had happened, it clearly helped the young pup. With Fluffy finally being fine, the three all went out to breakfast, though both Kate and Ajax were kitted out in their full gear. With the ceasefire over, everybody had to be ready to move at a moment's notice. It was highly surprising for most of the camp when their afternoon consisted of training drills, with very little to suggest the war-hungry state they had been in a few days earlier. Tom joined Ajax halfway through, but was quickly mobbed by everyone on the field. They all wanted to know what was going on. Whoa, calm down everyone and shut up. I don't want to repeat myself for every person, so just listen. He tried to wrangle the crowd. The reason why we aren't moving yet is because both sides have had their spies culled and are only now sending out more with the ceasefire finished. We would likely have a good idea on the situation by tonight, and tomorrow we expect to be on the move again. As it is, everybody with some experience in stealth and infiltration has already been sent out. After Tom said that, Ajax noticed that he hadn't seen the hunter squad leader or the veteran all day. Only the rookie was with him at training. If even the hunters were pulled for spy duty, it means that they are looking to end this war quickly. Everybody was surprisingly happy at the news. Ajax supposed that this was because a lot of them were quite a bit older than he was and had families they wanted to get back to after spending the last 3 months away from them. The rest of the day moved on without any excitement up until the end of training. As everyone was finally released for the day, a small crowd had formed a circle. After trying and failing to squeeze his way through, Ajax quickly climbed up a post to try and get a look from above. His plan worked out, and in the center of the crowd was Spencer, his lackeys, and Tom. He knew this was not going to go well, but was also reluctant to leave his brother alone without backup or an officer nearby. Despite the fact that many of the guards didn't like Spencer very much, they were also too young and weak to actually stand up to him out of fear of what a noble could do to retaliate, even if he was only the son of a knight. This didn't make them any less interested in the situation taking place, as the crowded in to get a better look just made them very unlikely to interfere. Ajax couldn't hear what was being said because of the noise they all made, but judging from how Tom and Spencer were given a lot of space in the center, and both drew their swords, some type of duel was taking place. He silently took out his bow and an arrow, ready to intervene should anything happen to his brother. The duel was moving fast. Despite the age advantage, Spencer had it seemed that they were both of equal level. This meant that it all came down to skills and where their stats were invested. The difference between them became clear less than a minute into the duel. While Spencer seemed to have more in-depth skill when it came to fighting, he was clearly out of practice. This should have been obvious considering that as a noble, he was higher level than Tom at the age of 10 and had likely been trained and drilled as the son of a knight. To have the same level now meant that he had been ignoring his training for the last few years. Tom, on the other hand, was sticking to simple basics and adjusting more and more to the complex style with every exchange. He had been pestering the older guards to train with him constantly the last 5 years after he had been so powerless to help Ajax with the vampire that night. Something else Ajax noticed was how springy Tom seemed to be now. He was always a quick fighter, but now he seemed much more flexible. He wondered if this had anything to do with the fact that he bonded a feline. After all, his movements did somewhat remind him of the way Fluffy's mother bobbed in and out of range. The duel reached its apex when Tom baited Spencer. He had placed his sword in a bad position that made Spencer reach out to disarm him. What Spencer didn't see was that he would be overreaching to do so, and found himself in a choke lock before his opponent's sword even hit the ground. With things taking such a turn, Ajax relaxed a little on the arrow he had drawn, but didn't yet put away the bow. It was a good thing too, as when it became obvious that it would be seconds before Spencer would lose the lackey directly behind Tom made to charge him from the blind spot. He didn't get more than halfway there before an arrow sprouted in front of his feet, startling him out of his charge. Looking at the way the arrow came, he saw Ajax up on the post. This distraction was enough to buy Tom enough time to choke Spencer out and finish the duel. That was enough to let Tom slip away with Ajax, and it seemed that there would be no more excitement, at least for today. The brothers had dinner with Kate before returning to their tent. For the first time in a month, Ajax wasn't feeling worn out at the end of the day. He was not yet feeling sleepy, so he went outside to gaze at the sky. This night had to be the clearest he had ever seen since being born on this world. There was not a cloud in sight, and he could see what looked like 1,000,000 stars scattered across the sky. It was then that something caught his eye, a white trail moving slowly across the sky. Achievement, Autumn Watcher. Gaze upon a comet of the god Autumn. Increased perception by 10. Requires 1 discovery to earn. Excessive stamina usage repeated over short time causes fatigue. Has been discovered by others before you. He didn't have time to waste. At the speed it was moving, the comet would be out of sight in a few minutes, so he sprung into action. Tom, Kate, wake up. He spoke loudly, almost yelling in his excitement as he dragged the two out of bed and outside the tent before they even had a chance to get their bearings. "What is it?" Tom yawned. "Look there, see that little white spot moving across the sky," Ajax excitedly said, showing his teenager demeanor for the first time in years. "This is why you dragged us out of bed at this age." His tirade stopped abruptly as Ajax noticed both his and Kate's eyes gloss over, in the distinct way that symbolizes someone reading a message from the system or their status. "I'll go tell the commander." Tom quickly broke out of his shock and dashed away, leaving Ajax standing out there with Kate in her nightwear. As Tom was running around informing the commander, and Kate sluggishly returned to bed, Ajax was left thinking more and more about what achievements did and how they worked. He came to the conclusion that achievements are actually the main reason why humanoids are so low on the food chain in this world. The presence of magic that makes scientific innovations less important for comfort, the presence of much stronger beings in the forms of dragons, but the way achievements worked must have been the biggest hurdle. It actively stopped the way humans reached the top of the food chain on Earth. Because discoveries had to be made by the person and not taught, it discouraged sharing information and education. The news of the comet spread through the camp like wildfire, with the commander spearheading the efforts of getting all the guards up and looking at it. Perception was a decently important stat for guards, though one that most people wouldn't want to invest in. Kate and Ajax went back into their tent and tried to get some sleep. With all the commotion going on, it wasn't an easy thing to do. Not only that, but they were all but dragged out of bed on 3 separate occasions, only left alone after they made it perfectly clear that they already had the achievement. The next morning saw Kate, Ajax, and a tired Tom getting ready to march for the next battle. "What time did you get back? I thought you only went to inform the commander," Ajax said. "Commander put me on the first horse he saw the moment after I pointed out the comet and sent me to the main camp to let them know about it too." Tom got out between yawns. "How did they have enough time to see it?" Ajax asked. "At the speed he saw it cross the sky, no way it would be more than a few minutes before it was gone. Apparently the comet arcs in a weird way. It remains visible for quite a bit longer, around 4 or 5 hours. At least according to the commander, he's seen it before," Tom answered. "He's seen it before?" Ajax wondered. "Yes, according to him, each season has a comet. Not only that, but they cross the sky once a year each. He has personally seen the spring, summer, autumn, and death ones." Tom continued. "Apparently, the challenge is to not only be on the lookout for it, but to also have it appear on a night with clear skies. Death is the easiest one to get since despite the frigid cold and wind there are hardly any clouds. He has spotted that one more than 10 times already over his life." "What about the winter one then?" Ajax asked. "That one is the worst. With how often it snows, the sky is almost never clear. He has been hunting for it for more than 20 years now. When I asked him why he would do all that just for 10 extra perception, he said that it was because he thinks there is another achievement for witnessing all 5 comets." Ajax agreed with that logic. If there was a separate achievement for each one, there should be one for collecting all 5. Considering how his achievement for not spending points worked, there might be variations of it, like spotting them all in a single year, and then one for spotting them all within a year of seeing the first. As they got ready to march off, the commander's aide approached them. "Morning, how'd you sleep, Tom?" he asked. "Hardly any," he responded, perfectly punctuated by a yawn. "Yeah, the commander thought that might be the case," he said as he pulled the reins in his left hand. Ajax finally noticed the magnificent horse that was being led behind them. His training as a hunter and the limited experience he gained during this little war let him know that not only was this horse both a good specimen and of a thoroughbred, but also rather young, no more than 3 years old. This horse could fetch quite a price. "The commander sent me here to give you a reward," he continued, then assumed an official stance, and his voice turned from a friendly, jovial tone to a serious, harsh one. "For meritorious service provided during wartime, Tom, you are hereby awarded with a charger. You may keep the mount after the war is over." Kate, Tom, and Ajax all were left looking wide-eyed at the horse. This made the aide break his serious character quickly after handing over the reins. "You do look dead on your feet, so I suggest riding it. Not only that, but you might want to see about learning to ride better." Even after the aide was gone and Kate and Ajax recovered, Tom was still frozen in shock. It took Ajax's congratulatory slap on the back to break him out of it. "Ajax, you should have this," he said as he looked at the horse and extended the reins to his brother. "You told us about the comet." "Oh no, I mean yes, I told you about the comet, but the horse is a reward for sharing that with the camp. I told the 2 of you and went back to bed. You're the one who spent the whole night going to tell people." Ajax declined. "I'm starting to feel like you are a bad influence," Kate said sarcastically, looking at Ajax. "You came with us for a few months, and now we not only have a shadow cat to feed, but also a horse. We spend more time with you. We won't be able to afford to feed our pets." Ajax took the joke in the spirit it was said, but couldn't help but agree with Kate. Fluffy alone would incur a huge upkeep cost with the constant need for mana cores, as she grows something that a guard and a guard healer's salary might struggle to pay, but now also a horse was added on. Before long the three split up. Kate and Ajax headed for the healers group. Recent losses left them short on experienced guards for the position of defender, so Ajax was permanently moved there, after the results he showed the one time he filled in. To Ajax's shock, the following week saw them engage with the enemy 3 times, with the final one being all but final, and securing the win for their side a lot earlier than he expected it to happen. On the morning of the 8th day, all conscripts were called out, and it was announced that their service had ended. Not only that, but they could now leave by themselves or choose to wait a few days and head back with the army. What this meant for Ajax was that he was out of time. He would only get one chance to face the fish, and that was counting on his brother giving him a day head start before reporting his findings. The same morning as the announcement for the end of the war, Ajax was already packed and ready to leave. He took a hold of the report and evidence needed and went to find his brother. Finding him was easy enough as he was heading towards the command tent. "Tom," he called out, hoping he was not in a hurry and could just pass the report now and leave. "You got a moment, be quick about it. Despite it all being over, the command still has a few things they need to go over, so my job isn't exactly over yet," Tom said. "I just got released from service." He cut straight to the point and brought out both a written report, a decently well-drawn map he made, as well as the evidence captured of the other side's abuse of the hidden resource. "I got something I want to do before the army moves in and secures the place, so I hoped you could turn this in for me tonight and give me a few hours head start. You're not looking to steal resources from the Baron, are you, Ajax?" he said warily. "No, well, maybe a few waterskins and a fruit, but there are dozens of them on the tree," he begrudgingly admitted. He specifically made no mention of the fish, as monsters were something no landowner could lay claim to and didn't want to worry his brother. After passing over everything, Ajax said his goodbye. Already having given one to Kate, he was ready to head out and meet them back in the city a few days later. As he distanced himself, he all but ran into Spencer, who was hiding around the corner watching Tom with a malicious smirk on his face. Ajax was too paranoid a person not to investigate something like this, so he took a look around trying to find what Spencer was looking at. He found 2 things. One was his brother as he approached the command tent, and the other was a robbed person who suddenly started to exude mana. Without a second thought, Ajax charged towards his brother, making it almost all the way to him before a massive fireball was launched. Seeing no other alternative, he fully infused mana siphon not only to get himself and his shield in between Tom and the spell, but to also absorb as much of the spell as he could. Ajax successfully got them both through the ambush unharmed, but that was at the cost of activating his mana. He was now on a clock to get out of here before anyone started asking questions about it. First thing first, the attacker was quickly subdued by other people nearby and was already showing his mark as a spy. Ajax quickly put it together that Spencer found an enemy mage and convinced him to try and kill Tom, then used the fact that he wasn't told the war ended as an excuse. Tom POV Ajax jumped in front of me and took the full brunt of the spell without even a scratch to show for it. After a few explanations from him, I knew that he was stronger than I was, but this put in perspective just how big the difference was. After a quick look around, he turned to me and quickly blurted out, "I think Spencer is responsible for this. I had to reveal my mana, so are you alright if I leave now before people can start asking questions?" I could barely nod and start to process everything before he was already on his way out of the camp. Pulling myself together, I brushed off the dust and dirt from my clothes and headed back towards the command tent, only to see the flaps pulled open and a number of eyes looking at me. No, they aren't looking at me, I realize. They are all following Ajax. "What happened here?" the commander asks. Enemy spy didn't get word about the war concluding. One of Spencer's lackeys conveniently stepped up to answer from where he was a moment before detaining said spy. HMPH, the Archduke's daughter, huffed, showing she believed that about as much as Ajax did. "What did your brother do?" the usually shy and reserved Lexi asked as she grabbed me by the arm. Her unusual fierceness threw me through a loop. Not only was there no mana residue on his shield from blocking the spell, it felt like he was actively absorbing it. I had no idea what she was talking about, but from the surprised looks that flashed on the faces of the others present, it told me I was about to be put through an interrogation on the subject. Might as well, I suppose. After all, Ajax wanted me to give him a head start. He would have however long it took for them to figure out. I have no idea how Ajax works with his mana before I tell them about the source of mana, infused water. Lexi POV. I was getting bored in the command tent. The skirmish was finally over, but we would most likely still be stuck here for another few days, in which time all the nobles from both sides of the conflict will try to approach us wearing fake smiles and with empty platitudes. It wasn't the first time I had to deal with this, and it won't be the last. I was just glad Annabeth was with me. The discussions were winding down, with the end officially announced today as well as the release of the conscripts. We were just about done. Of course, everyone knew that the release of the conscripts was just for show, who in their right mind would be trying to make the journey back to the city by themselves. Then we felt the mana. Whoever was casting spells was not doing it at the firing range. Not only that, besides it being close, it was a single empowered shot. These were frowned upon in skirmishes like these. The bodyguards took no chances and locked down the area around us nobles. Not even the commanders could do anything to go investigate. As I felt the spell launch, I also felt a different mana join the fray. You like the first, this mana was not being controlled or used in any way. It was just pumped out and then disappeared. It shouldn't be working like that. Then the fire spell hit the second person. I guess it hit the origin point of the second mana. What happened next was unexpected. The fire mana had also started to disappear. It was like there was something just feasting on the mana while producing no tangible effect. Everything was over in a few seconds. It ended as quickly as it started, with the first person not channeling any more mana after having launched the spell. It took Anna only a few seconds to dismiss the concerts of the bodyguards and lead the way in taking a look outside. I was right at her side, interested in what that weird phenomenon was. Standing at the entrance of the command tent, we could clearly get a picture of what happened. I could see Tom, the liaison for one of the commanders, still dusting himself off, a robed man wearing the colors of the other side being restrained by a few others. More interesting to me, however, was Tom's brother. He stood both taller and a little wider than his older brother, but what drew my attention was the soot-covered shield on his back. More importantly, for a shield that just tanked a fire spell, it didn't have any serious damage or any mana residue left on it. The other point of interest was a guard who was approaching slowly from around the corner. He wore a sigil marking him as part of a noble family, but considering we hadn't had a dedicated introduction, he could only be the son of a knight. His face was a mixture of rage and annoyance, at least until he noticed me looking in his direction, when all semblance of emotion disappeared. "Sir, we have apprehended the perpetrator. He claims to be an infiltration mage who didn't know the war had ended and was trying to take out the messenger he thought was bringing a report to the command tent." One of the 3 soldiers tying up the casters saluted and reported. This also didn't add up to me. How did you have time to get all that out of him already? I wasn't the only one who thought this was suspect, judging by the scowl on Anna's face. She had experienced quite a few plots targeting her, so despite not picking up on the other noble, she could tell the situation was a setup. "Tom, are you all right?" Commander Grievous asked his man after a few moments, taking in the scene and the report. Tom looked back at us confused. I found this odd, as he could usually keep focused on the battlefield. "Oh yes, sir, I am fine." After throwing up a quick salute, he turned back around. I followed his gaze to see that his brother was already at the exit of the camp and seemed to keep on going. "You wouldn't mind telling us what happened here then?" asked our bodyguard. He started, looking around at a loss. "I am actually not all that sure what happened." He was clearly still trying to process not only what happened, but also what his own brother must have whispered to him and see how both things fit together. He was the target. "Give him a minute and let's take this inside." Anna cut in. Once inside, it didn't take more than 20 seconds for Tom to calm himself and relay that he was attacked and saved by his own brother. "Who do you think it was that targeted you?" the future baron of his territory asked him. "I'd rather not say, sir." "What? Who do you?" the future baron was about to start, but was cut off by Tom's commander. "Why not?" Though the tone was calm, his eyes conveyed the same anger as the previous outburst. Unsupported accusations against nobles by commoners can be charged as crimes, regardless of their truthfulness. His voice was cold, and he practically spat out the last line. That answer was not something I was expecting. It was also a problem I had never had to deal with before. If I thought someone was out to get me, I could at least investigate it. He had no choice but to get concrete proof before even making the allegation, though it was one I already believed. It was a good plan. "Not much you can do in retaliation for this," Anna said with her usual lack of sympathy. "At least you got away unscathed." Seeing my chance now that all the questions about safety were over, I asked, "How did your brother protect you?" "I don't know," he answered. "That's a partial lie." One of the other bodyguards quickly piped in. "You dare lie?" The future baron started up again. "I'm not lying. I really don't know how exactly he did it." He doubled down. "That's the truth." The same guard confirmed. "You know he used magic, you just don't know the specifics." Grievous finally chimed in with a statement more than a question. "Yes, sir, you expect us to believe that. You know nothing of the magic your own brother wields. I haven't seen my brother in almost 5 years. He was 10 at the time, and even then I didn't spend a month with him. I knew he had access to his mana and little else." He retorted. "The next time I saw him, I told him he was conscripted. What does that have to do with anything?" "Quite a bit, actually. You see, my brother is very secretive about who knows of his abilities with mana, even a little paranoid. Considering the stories that made it to our village, I don't really blame him, though," he ranted. "So when I heard he was conscripted, I knew he would also be joining me in this little war. At that point, I did everything I could to learn as little as possible of his abilities. After all, I can't lie to my superiors, but I can't talk about something I don't know. I found myself mirroring his little smirk. It was a good plan and a way around regulations. Commander Grievous, what did you know about his brother before today? The noble asked. His name is Ajax, he is 15, was conscripted as he was about to register for the Adventurers Guild, has access to mana, but would rather keep that a secret, and is level 24. I found myself nodding along with what I heard. Sure, he was a bit on the young side, but that wasn't all that big of a deal. That is, until he said his level. Anna and I both looked at each other in surprise. We were both 17, and though she had a season on me, we were rather close in level. Right now I was 100 off level 23, and she had just hit it earlier in the week. Do you know where your brother is headed? The greed could be heard in the Viscount's voice. You are all to leave the boy alone to join the Adventurers Guild. Anna protected him, in all likelihood as a show of respect to his dedication, and results more than out of moral responsibility. You should still answer the question. I don't know for sure, but I can make a pretty good guess. Tom's smile was filled with gratitude for Anna. He left with me a report and asked that I should give it to you later today, Commander. On his solo hunts during his free days, he claims to have found another natural resource in the area, a mana-infused pond that starts a stream and ends with a little spring. And he waited until now to mention it. This will cause another war exactly like the one we just had, maybe even bigger depending on the concentration. The commander was outraged. I didn't know about it until today, sir, or I would have told you. His serious demeanor changed as a smirk split his face. I knew that smirk. It showed that the situation was much better than we thought it was, all because we were missing a piece of the puzzle. You see, sir, he also left me with this recording crystal. It is dated back as far as 2 months and shows soldiers from the other side guarding the spring. The future Baron's expression changed from annoyance to elation, and the commander started laughing. Well now, the commander said after a few seconds, coughing slightly. He was just a conscript, so we can't be all that upset about him making a few mistakes like not notifying us properly. You're right, Commander, especially considering his age. The noble nodded, knowing this one kid probably just gained him a fortune. Everything else after that continued in the same boring way it had started out this morning, though a lot of the leadership was in a much better mood. I made a small note to remind myself of the interesting boy's name, Ajax. I would leave a standing order at the capital gates to inform me if someone around his age and of the same name ever entered legally. While Tom was being interrogated, Ajax was already on his way towards the pond. With his recent showing in the middle of the camp, he had nothing to hide, so he was using his mana at a conservative rate to go faster. Unlike with the bear, finding the fish was not something he could do. Sure, he knew that it was somewhere in the pond, but the exact place wasn't something he could point to even if he was less than 3 feet from him standing on the shore. A small plan did start to form on how to solve that problem as he slowly got closer and closer to the pond. However, if everything worked out the way he thought it would, this fight would be a lot easier than the bear one. Ajax POV. The pond opened up in front of me, but I was still busy looking behind. It had only been a week since I took out the bear, but it seems the message had gone across to, well, everybody. I almost ran face first into a wolf pack. There were herds of deer and boars everywhere, all moving closer and closer to the pond. This would probably prove to be a good training section for any of the guards that come to clear it out and secure it. Unlike the rest of the forest, the shore of the pond was free from any and all animals, though many it was heavily stained here and there by decently fresh blood as well as marks from where the fish must have used his powerful tail to ambush the first newcomers to the area. Before approaching the edge myself, I took out 2 arrows and started infusing large portions of my mana in both. In total, I spent around 1,000 split into a 700 and 300 arrow, each with their own element. Once the infusion was complete, I approached the edge and carefully looked at the water for any indication that the fish was approaching. The water's surface didn't give anything away, but one of the small shallow waves just reached about 2 inches higher that the ground was wet. I didn't even fire the first heavily infused arrow, just tossed it towards the water as I pulled the second one back and waited while making sure I wasn't standing in the lake. As soon as the arrow hit the water, it shattered, while releasing an electric current from all the lightning mana I had pumped into it. The electricity had the desired effect as it not only broke the fish's camouflage, but also sent it into an uncontrollable spasm. The initial plan was to use the second void arrow and go for the brain. After all, a fish's skull was thin enough that I could kill it despite the reinforced scales it had there. That plan fell through quickly as, despite it spasming around 10 feet in front of me, it was doing so underwater. I forgot to take into account that water messed with my perception of position because of how light enters and leaves it. This was made abundantly apparent by the odd-looking angle that the tail had as it thrashed about the surface. Thinking about it, I fired the arrow towards the base of the tail, knowing I had no more than a moment or two before it would regain control of its body. As the arrow connected with the base of the tail, a horrible amalgamation of a roar and squeal resounded from the fish. With the spams finishing, I could see the tail hang limply in the water, my arrow most likely succeeding in severing the connection of the spine and rendering it useless. I approached the fish with my shield covering me and my hammer, infused with both metal and ice. Void was most likely the best mana aspect to use with the hammer if I wanted to deal damage, as it bypassed reinforced skin, or in this case scales. The problem was fish had their organs towards their bellies, meaning I would have to make contact from below if I wanted a non-massive amount of void mana to reach them. The idea was now to use ice and freeze a few of the scales in order to slow it down before going with a void blow to the head for the kill. Once I was within striking distance of the enraged fish, he made it clear to me I underestimated how much water would be a factor. Its mana filled the surrounding water and wrestled whatever small control I had away before using it to both speed itself up and slow me down. To make matters worse, I could already see the teeth marks on the shield where I blocked its first charge attempt. If I took too many of those, it would simply chew through it and on my arm. All my hammer managed to get was a few glancing blows, but that was enough for the ice to start coating the slick scales. As with all cold-blooded creatures, the fish also started to move sluggishly as its core temperature dropped. It was clearly affected when it latched onto my shield. I used the moment to switch over to void mana and used both the shield and hammer to land a blow on its head. The power of the impact was big enough that it caused it to take a big chunk out of the shield, as its mouth was forced to snap closed. The battle barely lasted for half a minute, to be honest, nothing like the 20-minute chase with the bear. My stamina and health reflected this, as both were damn near close to full at 1730 health and 1360 stamina. Mana was another story altogether. Between the opening arrows, my mana siphoned to both get here, and during the fight, as well as the infusion into the shield hammer, and surrounding water left me with only 100. Breathing a sigh of relief, I grabbed the fish and made for the small stubble of land in the center of the pond to take a look at the tree there. The tree was massive, easily over 100 feet taller than the rest of the trees in the forest. The only reason why it wasn't seen as such was the way the pond dipped. I gently plucked one of the ripe fruits and looked at it. When I had first spotted them from afar 3 months ago, they were unripe and small, little bigger than a pea. Now they were the size of a plum and smelled heavenly as I took a bite. I realized my mistake instantly as foreign mana exploded inside me. I didn't even have a moment to berate myself for thinking that the fruit would be a treasure like in all the fantasy novels I had read before the pain set in. The sensation was similar to when I drank the water, but 1,000 times worse. Having experienced it once already, I did the only thing I could think would help, and used mana siphon to isolate the piece in my mouth from releasing any more, as well as strengthen my body. To say that it hurt would be an understatement. I even now still wonder how Fluffy had managed to look so peaceful curled up in a ball for an entire night, as she probably suffered something comparable to this when she ate the bear's core. A few seconds later, I lost consciousness. I came to as the sounds of flesh rearing rang out. Despite the headache and the way every muscle in my body protested, I sat up to see a few crow-like birds tearing into the fish. They used the same entry point I made to take out the mana stone to bypass its scales. Seeing I was in no immediate danger, I spent the next 10 minutes in pain, crawling over to have my back lean on the trunk of the tree. Now that I could look out for anyone looking to do the same to me, as the crows were doing to the fish, I turned my attention to the blinking icon in the bottom of my vision that had been bugging me for the last 10 minutes. Notice, mana poisoning. Due to deep foreign mana infusion, vitality is permanently reduced by 5 points. Resistance to future mana poisoning decreased. Future exposure will be more costly. Seeing as how that was all it told me, and how it didn't mention anything about the pain I was in, I hoped that it would be temporary. I also lamented how stupid I was, and how I had just wasted 5 stat points because I thought I was in one of those Xyinxia novels. My bad mood was quelled by the next notice, however. Achievement: Survive Mana Overload. Increased all stats by 10. Warning: any future mana overloads will result in punishments. Ajax sat back and waited for more of the pain to pass, but it was taking a lot longer than it did when he just sipped the water. With nothing much left to do, he decided to check his stats before meditating to pass the time. He had leveled up from the fight with the fish. Not only that, but despite it not being that difficult of a fight, he had already gained another 2,000 experience. Ajax found that hard to believe until he took a deeper look at his skill upgrades. He figured that most of the secondary experience all came from how he suffered the mana overload. The massive jump his mana siphon poison resistance and pain resistance made was quite enough to account for it. That wasn't the only new thing he learned. Upon closer inspection, he figured out that he could increase his mana aspects even without using them directly. So long as he used an aspect that was a derivative of it, it would work. This made him feel bad about neglecting his light and holy aspects, but light wasn't all that strong outside of healing and dark places, not to mention that he still didn't even know how to use holy. Berserker was another skill he hadn't had the opportunity to use at all. Its counterpart from the mana stats was seeing a bit of use as an extra layer of defense, but this one put him in quite a bind. He was careful and fought in a strong unit in the war, meaning he wasn't getting hit to trigger it, and in the fight against the bear and fish, the recuperative effects on his stamina weren't worth the danger of the extra damage he would take. He didn't worry so much about this. As an adventurer, the party groups would be much smaller, and the need for extensive amounts of stamina mixed with fighting strong enemies would mean he would end up getting hit once or twice. So long as their party had a healer in it, all would be fine. With everything else being fine, Ajax started meditating, and he kept it up until he finally felt that the pain subsided enough for him to move. It was already almost the next morning, so Ajax wasn't sure when time had passed that quickly, but he wasn't worried. He knew he would have until evening before the first soldiers showed up. The reason he told his brother to delay relaying the report was so that contacting the other side on the same day would not be feasible. They wouldn't dare send any soldier here without first launching their accusations for fear it might be used to say they knew about it all along. Ajax made sure to wear a cloak so as to not be mistaken as part of the army for that very reason. As he stood up, he noticed the change to his surroundings. The crow-like birds had picked the fish almost clean. While he lamented the loss of the meat, it was not that big a loss considering that the scales and teeth were still left. He collected them and stored them into his pack before looking up at the blasted fruits that laid him out. The tree was filled with them, and they still looked plumb and smelled delicious despite him, knowing that even one bite would be enough to kill him in the state he was in. A quick count let him know there were more than 100 fruits on the tree, so he decided to take 5 more for himself, just in case they had a use he didn't know about. After all, the army wouldn't know how many fruits there were initially. With that taken care of, Ajax started walking slowly towards where the first village should be according to the map. He would be heading back the long way around to ensure he doesn't meet up with the army. Not only that, but this path would take him through the village closest to the nearest known dungeon, at least according to the other guards in his unit. He knew better than to put too much stock in what they said, but it was all still useful information to have. Knowing the way to the village and getting a lay of the land would help his resume when applying to join adventure parties. He was under no illusion that with his age, lack of experience, and low level, he wouldn't be taken seriously. Sure, his age and level combination would impress people with his dedication, but seeing how the weakest level in the dungeon started with level 35 creatures, nobody would trust him to really have their backs. He resigned himself to being a supporter for the first trip he ever made, where hopefully he would be able to make a good enough showing to stick with them and get his full membership acknowledged. The nearby dungeon was a 10-step dungeon. This meant that the second level would have level 45s as base and the third level 55s. That was excluding the bosses who guarded the entrance to the next floor. They would be much stronger. His ideal level would be the second, as that would push him the most, while having a team at his pack would allow him to tackle the stronger boss monster that should rival the fish and bear without weeks of preparation. He would have to start at level 1 and prove himself. Hopefully he would be able to tag along with a stronger team that was looking to relax in level 1, and that would be his way into entering level 2 sooner. To be honest with himself, this dungeon was quite a bad range for him. By himself, he couldn't push himself all that much on the first level, but the second level was too dangerous to take on alone. This left him to rely on the kindness of other adventurers. The way back took him a little more than a week. The first few days he didn't cover all that much ground, and even took to exploring the village a little so he would have an idea of the prices and availability of items. Once his bout of mana poisoning passed, and he could once again use his mana without training his pain resistance, his speed towards Lessus picked up. The entrance to the city was clear when he arrived towards the evening of the 8th day. Not only that, but one of the guards on duty recognized him. "Ajax, you finally made it back," he greeted him. "You didn't think to send a message you would take your sweet time on your way back. Your brother, sister, and parents have all been worried sick for the last 2 days." His words made Ajax feel bad about his lack of communication, at least until he fully processed them. Why were his parents here? They had no reason to come to the city. He said his goodbyes to the guard and started moving deeper into the city. As he got deeper and deeper, he met more and more guards that knew him. The only difference was that these knew him from the skirmish and were now given their time off. He was honestly shocked at the welcome he received. The first 2 groups offered to buy him a drink the moment they spotted him. It wasn't until the third when he bowed out of another round saying he'd already had some and wanted to get in touch with his brother that he found out why everyone was so friendly. He was honestly glad for the public recognition for once. It meant that not only did the nobles here decide not to kidnap him, otherwise they wouldn't be drawing attention to him, but it would also help him join his first party as an adventurer. As he now stood in front of the door to his brother's house, he could hear his sisters' and parents' voices coming from inside as he went to open the door. Ajax didn't stand on ceremony and opened the door, though he probably didn't realize the reason why he had started feeling a little homesick during the last few weeks. Having lived for longer than he did in his first life with his parents around him, almost every day having not seen them in months had been a weird development, even if he was expecting it. As he entered the big room, he saw his entire family gathered around the dinner table. His father at one end and his brother at the other, each with their respective others standing to their right. To his brother's left sat his sister with Alana next to her. They were all eating and chatting merrily. While Ajax took all of this in, his eyes stayed fixed on the last person in the room. His teacher Hatchet, more specifically his left arm, or better said the space where his left arm should be. In its place he saw a heavily bandaged stump that ended a little above the elbow. Hatchet, what happened? He didn't greet anyone else and rushed forward to take a closer look at his mentor. Ajax, several of the people present exclaimed. I'll be fine, kid, no need to worry yourself. Hatchet was the most calm person in the room. Ajax, where have you been? His mother was already next to him with a speed that seemed to surpass her stats as she went to hug her son. First, Judy has to send us a letter that you were conscripted, and then when your brother returns, he has no idea where you are. Ajax could see the point his mother was trying to make, but was still a little too wound up about what could have happened, that not only his parents and Hatchet had come here, but Hatchet had also lost an arm. I'm fine, I just took the long way round when I came back to the city. What happened to you? Is there something wrong with the village? He asked. About the village, his dad trailed off. Best sit yourself down for this one. Hatchet motioned to the only free chair in the middle of the table opposite Alana and beside him. With a little more time to get over his shock, Ajax finally started to calm down, and his training kicked in, helping slow his erratic mind to gather information and remain calm. He took the offered seat, piled a few things on his plate, and took a deep breath. Okay, so what happened? He asked again. The village is gone. His mother started. It happened about a month after you left, but a big attack flattened the village. His father continued. If it hadn't been for Hatchet, most of us wouldn't have made it out alive. We found out what it was that had forced the kobolds to leave the mines. Hatchet took over. Clearly his parents still had trouble talking about it, the fear on their faces as they thought back coming across clearly. The kobolds only occupied the top levels of the caves. If you were to go a bit deeper, you would run into some volcanic salamanders. Nasty pieces of work ranging from level 40 all the way to 50, and they hunt with numbers. But why would they only attack now? It's been 5 years since the kobolds got kicked out. Did something come and displace them? Ajax was still confused, as this was not at all in the nature of lizard-type monsters. Not as such, in fact, the small army that went there to cleanse the kobolds in a way brought this on. Judy said, how? You see, when they took care of the kobolds, they also went into the caves and investigated to see if there was any other threat out there that might threaten the village. When they found the salamanders, they took care to look around and came to the conclusion that they were. She paused, thinking how to continue explaining. Because a large force was dispatched to deal with it, the report made the rounds with the city's higher-ups, more as a way for the commander in charge of the unit to brag than anything else. The volcanic salamanders were deemed to not be a threat because they were led by a mated pair of crystal salamanders. Hatchet continued. Ajax's knowledge about different monsters had been drilled deep into him by Hatchet during the last 5 years, so he easily understood what he meant. While volcanic lizards were normal monsters, the crystal ones were actually true mana creatures like Fluffy, and as such had the intelligence to lead their less evolved brethren. You see, crystal salamanders spawn every year and a half. Not only that, but the way they do it is very specific in that the female guards the egg without rest for months at a time, not taking time to even eat. Hatchet went on. This makes it easy to mark how far along they are by the amount of fat on the mother, as long as you can catch her while she is incubating the egg. Ajax suddenly had a very bad feeling about where this was going. He managed to connect to pieces without needing any more information. Yes, just like you think, someone stole an egg and they were chased after. We in the other villages were collateral damage. Hatchet finished. Other villages? Ajax asked. Only a third of the villages remain inside the small mounting ring, all of them close enough to Lessus that the army had enough time to cover them once the news reached them. Do we know who is responsible? Ajax asked as fury started to build up. We can't know for certain, but it's pretty obvious. Alana said. She seemed much angrier than him despite having had a few months to calm down from the news. The Baron's third son, the malformed fella, happened to be just passing by the village around the same time. Ajax had only had a brief run-in with the pompous, arrogant noble in question, but that brief interaction had told him all he needed to know about the prick. What happened to him? He asked. Nothing, his father spat, outrage finally starting to come over him as well. What? Ajax's fist connected with the table so hard it left a small indentation. He took advantage of the little skirmish that you were dragged on. He had a few days when his brother was too busy to keep him in check, but the overseer from the Baron hadn't arrived to take over management of the town. Ajax did remember a few letters from his sister, praising the future baron when it came to ruling a city. His more recent encounters with the man as a strategist told him he should stick to managing cities. By the time the overseer came, he was already gone, and when he returned, his escort was missing 2 people, but he seemed awfully pleased. She sighed, the anger flowing out, leaving only helplessness. Sadly, despite his greed and black heart, the malformed gnome isn't an idiot. He knew how it would look, so he had himself arraigned the same day he returned. Now it clicked, why everyone seemed so frustrated at the news. One of the few ways in which his new life resembled his old was the legal system. Despite the person's noble rank bearing more weight as a witness, a lot of things were the same. Apparently, the laws had changed very little in their base forms over the centuries, the biggest similarities being innocent until proven guilty and double jeopardy. This also left the nobles with a very clear way to get away with things unless there were people looking out for them trying something shady. Considering how people would have been too busy dealing with the salamander invasion, the perpetrator must have gotten himself arrested and put on trial as soon as he returned, before anyone had any real time to gather some proper evidence. Without any competent prosecution, he must have been found not guilty and couldn't be retried for the same crime. Ajax had known since his previous life that the legal system wasn't fair, but that history had come so close to repeating itself left a bad taste in his mouth. This would have been the second time that an idiot's actions would have cost him his parents' lives, and said the idiot would walk away with maybe a slap on the wrist. Calm down, Hatchet tried to soothe him some. You can't do anything about it, at least not right now. Best just focus on the fact that your parents made it, that in getting stronger so that not only can you protect them next time, but also so you can make whoever is responsible pay. But what about your arm? Ajax and Hatchet both knew he didn't have the money to cover having the arm regrown. Your parents and brother so graciously offered to house me for an indeterminate amount of time. I was thinking of taking them up on it while you get your feet under you as an adventurer. Then once you're ready, I'll join you when you go to the capital. I have an old friend there who'll be able to do something about it. With that, the situation better explained, and Hatchet being fully confident in regaining his arm, even if it may take a while for that to happen, Ajax calmed down. For the rest of the evening, they kept their conversations light, relaxing as they made jokes, and generally enjoyed being together again after about 8 years. The sun was shining through the windows as Ajax woke up the next morning. There was something so relaxing sleeping in a place where he felt safe. After the last few months of either war camping or shady cheap travel inns, it was a welcome change. As he turned to get out of bed, he noticed the empty room, telling him that Alana had woken up before him and decided to let him sleep. She had apparently been in need of a relaxing night as well, so they helped relax each other. A quick wash later, he went downstairs where Judy and Alana were discussing while looking over a piece of paper he judged to be a report or some sort. Morning, he greeted them. He knew they were the only people here at the moment. His parents had been living with Judy while they tried to prepare a new place where they could live in the city and their father could smith again. As for Kate and Tom, the former still had some light duties to do for the Healing Union as part of the contract for being taught, and the latter was doing morning classes. It was decided that he would be on the fast track after all the competency he showed in the war. Some of Ajax's achievements that had been given to him officially had helped that, but his super education is something he needed to address on his own time, leading to morning classes. Morning he got from both of them before they let him grab his own breakfast and continued discussing the report. Once he sat down, they politely put it away and began munching on their own breakfast. I haven't asked in all this time, but I have to admit I am curious. Just how is that initial 100 gold investment doing? He asked what he thought was a safe question. Depends on what you mean by how it's doing. His sister answered cryptically, though the smirk let him know it wasn't something to worry about. If you're looking to get yourself a new set of magic gear before you register as an adventurer, I have some bad news for you. Ajax knew better than to buy anything like that before he had any experience. It would just be throwing money at the problem by buying things that are generally good. While that would help him, it was in no way required. Most adventurers got their start at level 30 with little to no gear, and while he was a good way away from that level, his power dwarfed anyone he had ever heard of under level 35. Not just yet, but the size of my coin pouch in the future is something that will influence what team I join and under what conditions, he said. That's good because in terms of liquid capital, we only have 50 gold, 10 of which your brother gave us as being your stipend for conscription. They trusted him enough to give it to you. Judy said, only 50. Ajax was skeptical. Was investing with his sister not a good plan after all? There are some mitigating circumstances. Alana chose to answer. She took the lead when it came to long-term and widespread planning. We were expecting you to be coming to collect a part of your stake more than 3 months ago, so we made sure to have almost 9/10 of our assets in coins. And then the situation suddenly changed. It wasn't an accusation or even a retort, just an observation as Ajax put 2 and 2 together. more so than you think, she continued. This skirmish doesn't just affect one city, it affects everything in the surrounding areas. Normal skirmishes are a pain for trading companies as they devalue everything to half or more as the laws restrict us in what we can do about it. This one was much worse than usual. How so? He was genuinely interested, because there is usually a bit of warning before everything gets into motion. This time, however, the discovery of the resource and the skirmish happened much faster. According to Tom, you know the reason why. They were trying to hide the mana water spring. To say that the market took a dive is an understatement. Judy said. Dropped off a cliff is more appropriate. Alana muttered. But that didn't affect us since we had divested our assets of anything but the most sure long-term things anyway. That is, it didn't affect us until we heard you got drafted, Judy explained. Since we didn't know when it was going to end, and you might need the money, we didn't let the opportunity pass. Being cash rich when the market is down lets you make gains hand over fist. I think we might have tripled if not quadrupled what we had 3 months ago. It is just that most of it is going to take about 6 months to break even, and then another 6 to give us our profit, Alana said. Jax was definitely impressed. Getting 3 to 4 times an investment in a year's time was quite a good result, especially when you were dealing with larger sums of money. How much did you have before the market crashed? We had close to 8,000 gold coins, 7 of which we had in hand. Alana said, pride clearly shown in the body language of the two friends as they watched Ajax's shocked expression hearing the words. What but I mean, Ajax was at a loss. Even the original amount was a crazy 8,000 gold. The deal he had with them that split the profits they made 3 to 1 his way meant that he would have 6,000 gold. In a year's time, this 8,000 would be 25,000. We went from the original 100 to 500 in just our first year. Alana explained, your sister's talent at appraising valuable objects let us buy overlooked items and resell them for a decent profit. After that, we started getting a bit of a reputation. Merchants knew about me and were less willing to part with their goods, meaning that my skills weren't as useful anymore for pure profit. But they did allow us to get a lot of connections that year and build our capital, Judy said. From there, Alana started making bigger and bigger deals. As the deals got bigger, they grew less profitable, but the experience we gained meant we knew we could argue for better deals. This lets us double our starter just about every year. Last year, we had reached our cap on doubling, or so we thought. We had started with 5,000 but only made 3 in profit. We knew that as our amount grew, doubling it in a year wouldn't be possible. Imagine our surprise that by cashing out in preparation for your arrival, we had the perfect opportunity to make a killing, Alana said excitedly. And the trading company you work for just let you keep that all to yourself. Ajax asked, not sure how they could make such profits with an overhead boss. They wouldn't have, and I bet they are kicking themselves right now, Alana said with a giggle. When they heard someone gave us 100 gold seed money so early in our careers, they laughed and told us to do whatever we want so long as we fulfilled our duties. By the end of the first year, we had been moved to contracted parties and started our own smaller organization working with theirs, Judy said. I always had faith you would both do well, but I can't say I expected anything like this. This is just. Wow, Ajax still had problems adjusting to the amount they managed to make. I take it you aren't looking to take cash out your stake in our company, Judy teased him. No, you can keep working with it. With results like these, I would be a fool to do anything else since I am not in need of money right now. With that statement, both the girls exchanged a quick look. In that case, could you come sign some documents sometime this week? Alana asked. You'll have your profit calculated to the end of this upcoming year, but after that we were looking at splitting the company with us having 60 of the profits and you 40. Not only that, but you would have to be a silent partner, Judy said. Yeah, I can do that. I was going to say our deal is a little unfair considering the results. Ajax wasn't stupid nor greedy. Trying to keep the deal the same was both, as it would result in their cooperation ending. What they offered was still miles better than what we would expect to get considering their success. Just let me first register with the Adventurers Guild. That will give me a more solid ID for the documents anyway. I was going to do that today anyway, he said as he got up and cleared his plate. Heads up, his sister said as she tossed a little bag to him. What's this? He asked. 20 gold coins. It would be a travesty for you to be worth close to 20,000 gold but carry less than 1 on you, she said. With that, Ajax left the house and headed for the Adventurers Guild. Unlike last time, there was a bit of a line at the reception, but it moved quickly. Reason for visit, the same pretty receptionist he saw last time asked. Looking to join, hopefully I don't get conscripted this time, he said with a smile. Her eyes grew wide in recognition as her smile turned from the customer service one into the genuine article. I remember you, you're Ajax, right? The rowdy room turned much quieter as the nearest 4 tables, all of which were used by adventure teams, turned silent as they heard the name and now looked square at him. A lot of the adventurers looked shocked for a moment before returning to their discussions, but if one were to pay attention, they would notice that at least one from every table still had their eye on him. Should a person look through the Adventurers Guild roster, they would see the people that were eyeing Ajax were in fact the party leaders, and the parties were some of the long-established ones. This didn't mean that they were all that much stronger, just more experienced and plugged in. "Sorry about that, the branch manager here told me he would like a few words with you when you came in," she said and waved for him to follow her. Ajax was a bit apprehensive at this, but considering that the branch manager, even for a backwater area like this, had to be at least as strong as a commander of the guards, choosing to dodge the meeting might very well be the worst move he can make. The receptionist led him down the corridor behind the reception desk, past the few offices that anchored them on either side, and to the big door that said branch manager. The receptionist went ahead and knocked on the door, then waited. "Come in." A rather soft voice answered from the other side of the door. Entering after the receptionist, Ajax saw a woman that looked to have been in her mid-30s back on Earth, sitting behind a neat desk that had quite a few paper stacks on it. Her clothing looked casual, but the staff leaning against her chair let Ajax know that she might very well be stronger than Commander Grievous, making her the strongest permanent resident in the city. "What is it?" The tone of her voice somehow conveyed both happiness at something disrupting the boring monotone work she had been doing, but also annoyance at having been interrupted. "Young Mr. Ajax has come to register. You asked to have him come meet you when he came in," the receptionist answered. The receptionist needed no more prompting and gave a curt bow before leaving and closing the door behind her. "Have a seat, Mr. Ajax." She offered him with a wave towards one of the two chairs on the other side of the desk. "Could I ask why I'm here?" he said as he cautiously took a seat. "You don't know?" She seemed surprised at that. "Then again, they did say you left right away. I guess news didn't trickle down." Ajax was starting to get more and more nervous, who was keeping track of him and why. Did he give himself away when he used his magic so publicly at the end to help Tom? All these questions were swirling around in his mind as he looked at the branch manager. "In that case, I'll try to give you a broad explanation of what happened." She nodded to herself. "First, some context. As you are clearly aware from the fact that you've kept your mana skills so well hidden, the noble families have been extra dedicated to finding talented personnel as of late, mana being an especially valued ability, but not the only one. What you may not know is that for every landed baron in the kingdom, there are anywhere between 3 and 5 unlanded barons that live in the same area. The idea for this being healthy competition to improve the life of the common people and adhere to laws, as replacing which family is landed, can happen quite easily, unlike removing the noble title." Ajax did find this interesting. He also thought that while such a system might be quite good at keeping the nobles in check, it could also lead to tragedy depending on how far some families might go to take over. What he didn't understand was how this applied to him. "How does this affect you?" The branch manager smiled as his reaction told him she guessed his question correctly. "As you well know, the skirmish was led by the current landed baron's heir, the heir of another landed baron with whom he is on friendly terms, as well as the daughter of one of the archdukes. What you might not be aware of is that all the other baron families in this territory have sent people to scout during this little war in hopes of finding talents to draw into their own families." Ajax didn't like the way the conversation was going. Hatchet had told him that usually branch managers were appointed with their neutrality and loyalty to the guild's law in mind, but it had happened that some were corrupted afterwards, especially in backwater regions such as this one. Considering the amount of time that passed since the last skirmish, the pool of talents was deeper than it had been for a few decades. Talents who show themselves in battle are often harder to polish but more valuable than those who excel in training and get picked up that way. "You were up there yourself for your infiltration and hunting skills. At your age, there was going to be a battle for who could recruit you, but then you showed magic on the last day right after you were discharged. This moved you from high priority to a must-have in the eyes of all the local barons. Is that why I'm here?" he asked with a bit of trepidation sneaking into his voice. "No, your little show at the end also happened to attract the attention of the Archduke's daughter and her friend. A short questioning of your brother and his commander gave them a more clearer picture of what you've been up to the past few years. With the recommendation of the commander, they acted to tip the scales." "How so?" Ajax was starting to calm down a little once he heard that a recommendation from the commander had affected the action of the two noble girls. "They made it very clear that none of the nobles in the area are to interfere with your freedom to join the Adventurers Guild. They also decided to take this a step further in order to help you start, which is where we have a small problem," she said. "A problem? Yes, you see, they tried to get me to waive your entry examination. This is something that will not be happening, as I take pride in knowing that every adventurer passed by my branch has the bare minimum according to their allotted rank." Ajax relaxed at hearing the situation was much more favorable than he expected. He almost regretted avoiding the two noble girls for the few months they were part of the same army, almost. "I have no problem earning my own spot," Ajax said with conviction. "No, you probably won't. Grievous already told me that. The issue comes with what the two girls did when I told them I wouldn't be waiving your examination. She waved her head as she felt the headache return from a few days ago. You see, in order to help you for all the help you gave them, they left a small incentive for whatever party you decide to join for your first few entries into the dungeon. Her smile wavered as her eyes unfocused, thinking of the aftermath of that incentive. As you can imagine, the favorable impression of two important families in the capital caused quite a stir in our little town, which means that nearly all the teams are going to be trying to recruit you. Ajax wasn't sure what to say about the little gift he had been given. On the one hand, he felt a bit resentful of the fact that he wouldn't be recruited for his skill. On the other hand, this gave him an opportunity to join a good group with which he can push himself to start growing with the explosive rates all adventurers have when they first start delving. Okay, but why are you telling me all this? Ajax couldn't see any reason for this little sit down. This was a suggestion of the commander. According to him, you are paranoid enough that having every team trying to recruit you as soon as you join would cause you to distrust them. This in turn would lead to a huge mess with all the teams trying to recruit you regardless of your stance, a mess I would have to clean up. Being upfront about all this is just the best way to go. Is there a team you would suggest I join? Ajax asked. He did want to see what the manager's opinion would be even if he wouldn't follow it blindly. Oh no. First of all, as the branch manager, I am to be neutral in all aspects affecting the guild, and the decision you make definitely will affect the guild at least locally. Second, while you may be qualified, you have to pass both the questioning and the test before you are officially a member. As she was speaking, Ajax felt her mana fluctuate and pass into a device on the desk. As soon as she was done, a short knock came from the door. This time the receptionist didn't wait for an answer before she opened the door and entered. She must have called her in, and that means this meeting is at an end. Sophie, if you could take Mr. Ajax to start the application process, please. She waved them off but spoke again as Ajax reached the door. While I cannot give you suggestions on which team to join, other staff members are under no such restrictions. Good luck, Mr. Ajax. Ajax was led by the receptionist from the main office with a lot to think about. The situation he just found out about from his family about their village, as well as the intervention of the nobles in his own affairs, were presenting two very distinct and almost opposite views. Thinking about it, he came to realize that while the worldview he had from his previous life would apply to commoners, if a lot more desensitized to violence as compared to the US, nobles were different. His only brief one encounter with the nobles that led the skirmish, as well as the one with the noble who caused the downfall of his village, painted a new picture for him. In large part, because of the way landed nobles were chosen, almost all nobles in this kingdom would place a large emphasis on treating their subjects well and providing opportunities for growth. The oversight came with how their system dealt with titles. Only the eldest child would take over the family lands, and as such all of their siblings could be overlooked. Jealousy over something like a birthright was something he had been exposed to in both entertainment and education back in his old life, and as such could understand how this power dynamic could cause antagonistic relations between siblings. More so, such antagonistic attitudes resulted in the younger siblings taking on traits opposite to their older sibling, most likely causing second-born and later nobles to take an anti-commoner view. Ajax came to the realization that he had taken an overly antagonistic view of the nobles. He also knew that it had kept him safe, but now that he had gained a bit of power and agency through the Adventurers Guild, it should be fine to interact with nobles and look at each as an individual and not a group. For now, though, he needed to focus on his entrance to the guild. He had been led into one of the rooms he passed by on the way to the branch manager's office. Inside, he found a rather rotund older man who was busy writing things down. "Take a seat, applicant," he said in a monotone voice without lifting his eyes from the paper he was writing on. Ajax sat in the only open seat in the room. In front of him was a small pedestal with a large crystal orb placed in on it. He also noticed the receptionist closing the door but remaining inside this time. It took another couple of minutes before the man finished writing, pulled out a new piece of paper, and after a glance at it, looked towards him. "Your applicant Ajax, correct?" he asked. "Yes," Ajax answered. "My name is Roger. I am the records keeper for the Lessus branch of the Adventurers Guild. Present as a witness will be Sophie, one of our receptionists. We will now conduct your official interrogation," he said with an official tone that told Ajax he had repeated the same words more times than he could remember. "First of all, could you please place an arm on the orb in front of you?" Ajax followed the instructions. "Now, please answer me. What is my name?" "Your name is Roger," Ajax said, and the orb briefly flashed white. "Good, now answer this next question with a lie. What is 2 plus 2? 5. Ajax obliged, and the orb flashed a bright red. "Good. First question, have you ever used another name?" The first question, and already Ajax had to skirt the rules. "Not since I was born." The orb glowed white. With that, a rapid-fire questioning began. "Are you above 10 years of age?" "Yes." "Are you being charged or have you been convicted of a crime?" No, Ajax answered, but he did note the question didn't ask if he ever committed a crime, only if he was being charged or had been convicted. Are you joining the guild under the instructions of anyone? No. Are your total stats above 700? At this, Ajax didn't answer. Giving out his stats was not something he wanted to do and had hoped he wouldn't have to. Do not worry about us recording your stats. Roger had dealt with this hesitation multiple times, so much so that it surprised him when people answered this question without hesitating. The Adventurers Guild requires that all its members have at least 700 total stats. Nothing about your total or spread is being recorded, just this minimum. Yes, my stats total above 700. Sophie, you can take Mr. Ajax to take his written test. Roger dismissed them and moved on to the next paper before they even left the room. The next part of the assessment was split into two parts. The first was a basic knowledge test on commonly known information on monsters. This is something he blew out of the water after all the information Hatchet crammed into his head over the 5 years he trained him. The second part was different. While it was in question form, it wasn't really a test. All of the questions had very obvious answers. Where they didn't, the question was multiple choice, with only one answer even making sense. All of the questions pertained to the authority the Adventurers Guild had in the kingdom. Ajax had to admit that instead of having each participant read the rules, making them answer obvious questions as a way for them to read all the rules regarding legality and authority was rather ingenious. This forced even the most arrogant of applicants to take in and give a written response that they are fully aware of the status they have. Getting even one question wrong was grounds for rejection, and the document would probably be kept in case the guild had to keep itself out of trouble with members breaking laws while using the guild's name. Questions were also really obvious, like, should you disagree with a punishment meted out by an officer of the law, you will kill all the officials. Ignore it and move on regardless of circumstances. Intervene without relying on your identity as a member. Inside you will find your adventurer's card. The guild asks that you take it out and keep it in hand for at least an hour. Sophie said. Ajax pulled out the card and read the information on it. Adventurers Guild member, Ajax. After reading the information, he also noticed that the card was pulling in small amounts of mana from him. He quickly realized what it was doing, getting attuned to his mana so it could not be stolen, and used to impersonate him at any guild branch. With that, he pushed a bit more mana into it, and noticed that the white crystalline card changed to match the color of iron after about 100 mana was inserted. Sophie raised her eyebrows at the change, but didn't say anything, and just led him back towards the front of the building. As they walked, he noticed a small amount of mana pulse, and converged onto the earring the receptionist was wearing. It was very similar to the pulse he felt when the branch manager called her in before. "You're not just a receptionist, are you?" he asked, knowing that such direct message items couldn't be used by just anyone, even if only to receive messages and not send them. Sophie startled a little and stopped before turning to him. How did her eyes drop down to the card he still had in his hand, and her hand instinctively reached for her earring, only managing to stop herself halfway there. "Ah, no, I am a bit higher up," she chose to answer him before leading him towards the door. "If you would like to downplay or just not mention your mana abilities while looking for a team, I suggest you keep the card out of view for a little while." Ajax realized what she meant. One didn't even need to be able to use mana as long as they knew how the card worked. Coming out with one already attuned to his mana would give away that he could infuse it to anyone who saw it. This would then lead to an awkward moment when choosing one of the teams eager to grab him if he decided not to mention his mana skills. When it came to picking a team, Ajax knew better than to make a decision on the spot after getting his membership approved. It might have been the original plan to join a group as quickly as possible, but with the help from the nobles, he had more time and options when it came to picking. The moment he was back in the tavern and going to the bar to grab a drink to celebrate joining the guild, who he was had already spread, and teams started approaching him. What was interesting to see was that none of the old established teams did so. To them, he was a passing curiosity. It was the newer teams that he was a draw for. To put things in perspective, the people who were new were around level 40 and in their mid-30s. The older established groups had people around level 45 but looked to be much older. Ajax was in earshot when one of the younger leaders asked the veteran why they weren't interested in recruiting me. "Because it's too big a gamble with too little upside," was the answer. "What gamble?" the younger leader asked. "Sure, the nobles may endorse him and recruiting him will gain you a favor, but that comes with risk. He's not just young but very young. I would bet my entire team's equipment he isn't even 20 yet. This inexperience, combined with enough raw power to join the guild, usually leads to arrogance and carelessness. Isn't the reason he is joining us to remedy that carelessness and inexperience? A little arrogance is fine to put up with if it means getting a shot to make it big," the younger leader argued back. "That's why I said the gamble isn't for my team. We are happy here in this backwater region where people above level 50s can be counted on two hands. Taking the risk of him charging head first in the dungeon and getting himself killed is not worth it. Should that happen, we would earn the ire and not favor of the nobles. Despite the warning, a lot of teams still tried to get Ajax to join them. To them, the upside was worth the risk, though they did start mentioning a few caveats about discipline while on a mission. As for Ajax, he decided the best way to do this was to use the guild. First, he would have all teams that wanted to recruit him to make a formal request with the guild. In 2 days' time, he would review all his options and make a decision. The reason he gave was that he wanted to know all his options, and not just those who happened to be present when he enrolled. This and that he would be going to celebrate his membership with his family. As he was leaving, he picked up a basic information packet about the local dungeon. He wanted to discuss it with Hatchet now that he had a chance to. With his old teacher being in the city, he would most likely decide on a team with his help as well. With nothing else to do for the day, he went to visit his sister and Alana, wanting to sign the documents they wanted so they could move forward with their company. With that done, he took his leave and headed for the house his parents and Hatchet used so as to not get in the way of the girls. It was almost noon when he reached the place, and he could hear his dad hammering away at something near the forge that their new home came with. When he asked about his mother, he found out that she worked with his sister and was returning to being a merchant and making use of her trait after years spent in an isolated village. With both his parents busy, that left Hatchet. The man was surprisingly upbeat for someone who had lost a limb a few months ago. He was more than happy to look over the dungeon information and discuss it with Ajax. "I don't mind doing so, but you do know it won't really be all that helpful for you," Hatchet said before they got into it. "I know, but I doubt any team is going to be willing to take me to the second floor without a thorough appraisal of my skills on the first," Ajax acknowledged. He knew that dungeons were, after the first floor, totally random. From the environment to the creatures, and even what valuable resources could be gathered was totally random. The first floor was the only constant when entering a dungeon, as that floor was always the same. Like most dungeons, it has a starting level between 30 and 33. This means the first floor bosses can go as high as 37. Hatchet started. This means that there should be nothing that could reasonably threaten you as long as you remain focused. Ajax knew this. Nothing in the dungeon's first floor would match up to the bear or the fish he had already dealt with. Thinking of them, he realized he had forgotten to hand over the corpses to his sister to sell. Like the dungeon near the capital, its first floor is also a forest biome mirroring the outside, he continued. Where it differs is the power jump between floors being a whole 12 levels. The dungeon near the capital is the one Hatchet had known the most about. Unlike most dungeons, its starting level of power was much lower at only 25 to 28. This, combined with a power jump of 5 levels, made it the most valuable asset of the kingdom as a whole. You see, the reason why people stagnated was because of lack of challenge. It's why crafters and other lifestyle-focused people ended up higher level than combatants. They could continually challenge themselves and their skills without endangering their lives. The reason why the guild teams stagnated at around level 45 here was the lack of challenge for a group to take on the second floor, meaning it would take longer and longer to level. On the flip side, level 3 would sport 54 to 56 creatures, as well as up to level 60 bosses. A dungeon that only jumped 5 levels provided a good progression of difficulty for teams. This lets adventurers keep up a solid experience gain all the way to the higher levels like 100. It is when reaching level 100 that monsters start to outpace humanoids, with skills reaching their cap around that time. The limit there comes from how high authorities allow people to delve as a group. Dying means letting the floor they were on come out of the dungeon right next to the capital. A forest biome is one of the best situations you can have as an adventurer. It lets you best spot traces of what creatures it houses, as well as not limiting you much in terms of fighting style. It had taken quite a lot of convincing from Hatchet until Ajax acknowledged that forest was the best biome. He had been partial to the open field option, regardless of how much Hatchet told him that kind of thinking got people killed. Seeing an open field biome meant no cover. This led to 3 types of monsters being able to survive: flying, ground, and subterranean, all of which could attack at any time, with only the ground ones being obvious. Now, let's talk about how you will prepare. Your role in this first trip will be very different than you are used to, Hatchet said. How so? I asked. First of all, you will most likely take the role of a porter. You will need to make sure you store them in such a way that you can drop everything at any time to react to an ambush. Hatchet seemed fairly certain about this. Ajax silently cursed but knew it was unavoidable. The porter was the weakest link and the outside man in a team. With the gear weighing him down, should the team need to sacrifice a member to escape, it would always be him. It won't be that bad. We are only going to be going to the first floor, plus I think they will want to get a good evaluation of what I can do, so they might let me participate quite a bit, Ajax said, trying to be optimistic. Yes, I suppose your pack would be on the light side. Hatchet nodded. Now when they were talking about heavy packs, they actually meant heavy packs, even for their level of strength. You see massively expanded packs that carried all sorts of collection tools were required when delving past the first floor. Not knowing what could be gathered from an environment meant you had to be ready to collect and store anything. This took a lot of space and weighed a lot. For the first time in more than 5 years, Ajax had been spending his time off without anything at all to do. Sure, he still did run through a small training session at the beginning of every day, but he has spent most of the last 2 days relaxing and catching up with his family. This was a time he enjoyed greatly, but it came with one downside. He was all but jumping out of his skin to venture into a dungeon for the first time. The morning of the third day, he did his training, grabbed breakfast, and all but raced down to the guild hall to grab all the applications and information packages on the teams. He would be spending today discussing his selection with Hatchet, as well as his brother and sister in case they have some extra inside information on them from their jobs, before selecting a team and joining it before the day was done. With this plan, he would most likely be starting the trip towards the dungeon tomorrow morning and might enter the dungeon in a few days. He did his best to mask his enthusiasm as he picked everything up at the guild hall, but the smirk Sophie sported told him just how successful he had been. The first 2 hours of the selection process were spent in silence, with both his and Hatchet pouring through the guild information and record of every team that applied to take him in order to narrow the selection down to a few teams. Despite both of them having the reading skill, the amount of information was massive, with 24 teams having applied. This was equivalent to a full 2/3 of all active teams in the city. So, who is it that made it into your final selection? Hatchet asked once Ajax put down the final piece of paper. The Reavers, Stonespear, and the Collectors. Ajax counted them off. Each of the teams mentioned excelled at something. The Reavers were exterminators. They did more outside dungeon work and focused on requests consisting of collecting mana cores from the dungeon. Not only that, but their level was quite high, with an average of 43, with 10 members despite the members being rather young and only being part of the guild for 5 years at the most. Stonespear was a contractor team. It focused almost exclusively on contracts. This could be anything from guard duty, exterminations, escorts, or dungeon delves. They were the most spread out bunch of them, all doing a little bit of everything. They were also the lowest levels of them, all averaging level 40 with a 13-man team. Their members were also just as young as the Reavers, being in their mid-30s. The Collectors were the dungeon specialists. They completed very few contracts that weren't assigned to them by the guild, and those that they did revolved around collecting something specific from running the dungeon enough times that a favorable biome manifested in the second floor. They were the highest level team of them all, with an average level of 45 and 11 members on their team. Their ages were around mid-40s with a few pushing 50. I do agree that the Collectors could be a good fit, but the Reavers and Stonespear aren't groups I would recommend, Hatchet said as he dragged up the information on the 3 teams. While the 3 you chose do fill the 3 types of teams based on their regular activities, you should look a bit deeper into it. First of all, Stonespear. This team is headed by a noble. That is what the little emblem on the back of the information page means. Even if we discount the off chance of how they would focus on recruiting you every step of the way, the team is created around protecting and advancing the nobles in question reputation. As for the Reavers, they are just unreliable. They have been active for the past 2 years, and they had 4 members die in that time. They are greedy for advancing and leaving this backwater so much that they make routine mistakes. Hatchet said, you need to keep in mind that not only are you already stronger than most anyone from the teams that applied to recruit you, but you will also be leaving them in a short amount of time. Ajax understood what he meant by that. Joining either of the 2 teams would most likely lead to him forming bad habits, something that would become an anchor to him as he moved on to places where his strength was more commonly found. If you're looking to join an extermination team, I suggest the Vipers. They have been active for the past 7 years. During that time, they haven't had a single casualty, this despite only having a 7-person team and cycling out 2 of their original members. As for a contract-focused team, Blackwell S would be a good place for you, Hatchet said. The second suggestion surprised Ajax. Blackwell was different from all the other teams that applied because they had the S suffix added. This marked the team as being sponsored directly by a merchant organization or noble family. This in itself came with a slew of extra regulations to ensure the neutrality of the guild. In this case, it was a merchant organization sponsoring the team. Ajax thought hard about what type of team he wanted to join. Ideally, he would join a contract team. These would give him the best way to steadily advance all manners of skills, something that would not only increase the longevity of his fast leveling, but also build a good reputation in the guild. That was true, however, if one was thinking long-term. Considering he was not going to stick around with the team any longer than necessary meant his priorities needed to adapt. In the end, what tipped the scales between the Vipers and the Collectors was the location of Lessis. He had thought, and Hatchet confirmed when he asked that both exterminations and contractor teams operate differently in a more influential region than a backwater like Lessis. But one thing that changed very little regardless of where you went was the process of exploring a dungeon floor. Sure, the level jumps and starting level were different, but when it came to dealing with a randomly generated floor, their second floor would be close to the capital's fourth or fifth floors. Yes, that is probably your best bet for short-term gains. Hatcher nodded at his choice. Not only are they one of the more experienced teams, their Delver focus should mean you enter the second floor a lot sooner than with the other teams, and you can start making some real progress from there on. With the decision finally made, Ajax headed to the guild hall to see about meeting the team. The best part of all this was that as this was a Delver team, they should be heading to the dungeon almost immediately, which suited his purposes just fine. At the guild hall, Ajax was sitting at a table with half the members of the collectors, including their leader. Not only that, but all around the tavern, they were getting looks from the other adventurers. Annoyance with a bit of outrage towards Ajax and envy towards the collectors. "It's nice to meet you, Ajax," the leader, Jones, said once both parties had drinks. "It's nice to meet you guys as well." Ajax responded, "If you don't mind my asking, why is it that you chose us? I know you had plenty of options," Jones asked. Ajax decided to be upfront with them. This way both sides knew everything going in and there would be bad blood at the end. "Seeing as I am just starting my career as an adventurer, a contractor team might be more suitable for me, and it would be, if I was looking to remain here. However, I am looking to leave Lessis and head to the capital within a year or two, so I am looking to build up as much relevant experience." "I see. We are most likely to take you with us into the dungeon's second floor. Not only that we will be doing so often, and this is the best way for you to not only level quickly, but also to pad your record with something that wouldn't depreciate if taken to another branch." Jones nodded. "That works out for us. We are also preparing for a move out of this backwater, but we are waiting here until our final member, a son of one of our current members, brings himself up to par with the guild standard. At the time of the move, a favor from a noble or two will come in handy." Ajax appreciated their honest response, but was quite curious about something. "Why would you wait so long for a freshly recruited member?" Ajax asked them. "That's easy, because not only are they capable of using mana, but they are particularly talented in healing." All of the members at the table grinned at the announcement. After all, the difference between having a healer on the team and not having one was massive. It wasn't just for the emergency injury that they were valuable. But with a healer in the team, they would be able to take riskier fights. This would lead to higher experience values and faster leveling. "Yeah, that would make it worth it." Ajax nodded. "So when are you planning to take the next expedition?" "We were planning to head out in the morning after dawn, but we can push it back a day to accommodate a new member." Jones offered, and none of the other members seemed put off by the delay. "Bobby might just get in trouble," one of the others snickered. "Yeah, for once we won't be conveniently gone the next morning when the husband of his latest tryst shows up looking for him." Another joined in. "I am quite eager to leave as well." Ajax dashed their hopes. "I will be ready in the morning." Early the next morning, Ajax was ready to go. He was going to leave the pack Hatchet had gotten for him here, and instead carried a small personal bag that was much smaller in space expansion. The reason for this was that the team told him they would be bringing him the carry pack they used. It was very different, being specifically made to focus the weight as close as possible to the human center of mass to help alleviate the problems that would come with a bag that would end up weighing north of 600 pounds. I know this will all seem very easy to you, and for the first floor it will be, but once you reach the second floor you should try your best to integrate with the rest of the team when fighting. The best use of your time here besides leveling would be to try and unlock cooperation, and if you are lucky, teamwork. Hatchet and his parents were giving him a send-off for the second time. "You didn't mention those skills when I left before," Ajax said. "I was expecting you to stick around in this region and lay low. That and all your skills would be needing some work, because of the way you saved your stat points meant you would learn about them in due time. Now your other skills have caught up a little, and you can try and gain them without splitting your focus too much." Hatchet said. "What is so good about them?" Ajax asked. "They are a selling point for mercenary adventurers who don't have a set team. Cooperation allows anyone with the skill to intuit what another person who has it will do as long as they are working together. Teamwork does much the same, if to a lesser extent, but it is not limited to one person, nor does it require all participants to have it. It is a rare skill, however, so getting cooperation is more likely as an uncommon one." Ajax could definitely see the appeal of the skills. Being able to easily adapt to new teams without having to train with them for weeks would be a big advantage for someone who is going to be leaving by himself to go to a different city. With that, he left and met up with the team at the city gates. They cut a very different picture compared to the easygoing half a dozen middle-aged party drinking at the bar. They were now armed to the teeth with expensive-looking armor that Ajax could feel some enchantments on. Not only that, but two of the people that weren't there last night were absolutely massive, easily standing over 7.5 feet tall in full plate gear, one wielding two shields and the other an axe as tall as him. Thing standing out to him was the lack of casters. Out of the entire group, only one of them could use mana, a woman who also hadn't been there the previous night, and whose son was going to be the healer joining their party. What drew a raised eyebrow from him was the leader's choice of weapon. A bladed whip and small vials of what he guessed were poisons littered his belt and tunic. The greeting went by quickly, and Ajax was presented with a heavy new pack, and they all started on their way towards the dungeon. Since we will be clearing out the full first floor, I went ahead and picked up a few collection contracts for it. Jones said once they were more isolated on the road, it was important to keep this kind of thing on the down low, or it would just invite others to rob you. Can't we just go straight to the second floor like we usually do? One of the other members chimed in. No, Jones cut off that road cleanly. I know the nobles just said the reward was for recruiting him, but it would be improper to take him into a situation where he can't develop. Just think of this as a trial run for when Tristan joins us. Ajax silently disagreed with the assessment. He was most likely strong enough to handle anything the second floor threw at him, but he didn't blame them for their fair assumptions. That and the fact that with as much interest the nobles showed in him, he will likely end up as a big shot in the not-too-distant future. Building a positive rapport with him now might pay off more than what the nobles are offering up front, the mage said, seeming not to care that Ajax heard. That is a good point. A deep, gravelly voice came from within the suit of armor that had a tower shield on his back. Nelly, if you would. At this prompting, the caster woman muttered an incantation, and a small wind dome settled around the group. Now we have a bit of privacy. He rumbled, think you can share with us at least a big picture of your abilities. Ajax frowned unconsciously at the question. Despite knowing it was probably all right to share some details now, his 15 years of paranoia had clearly not vanished overnight. We don't need anything too specific, Jones cut in. But if we are to help you get as much out of this as you can before all of us move on to bigger and better things, we need to know a little about you. We will all learn about each other anyway in the time we will spend together in the dungeon. Ajax did have to concede that point if he kept to his usual one-man team style. What was the point of joining a team to delve into the dungeon with? So with a nod, he began to share. All right, he began. I am level 25. He didn't get to say anything after that as he was interrupted by a few colorful curses, mainly from the caster as it was her job to pull people out of shit with her magic. They all got quiet when Jones cleared his throat loudly. Sorry about that, please continue, he said. It's no problem. He waved off the apology. I use a hybrid fighting style of mana and physical combat. It is most versatile in melee, but keeps some of its versatility with elemental arrows from range. He could see some interesting gazes fix on all the different weapons he carried. Clearly they had a better impression of him, but he decided to offer a little more so that they would feel more comfortable in going to the second floor. My total stats are also above 900. This caused the entire party to freeze, Ajax almost walking into the member in front of him as he stopped. What had been a few interested gazes before turned into everyone staring at him. So much so that he second-guessed himself for not saying 850. He also wondered what would happen if he told them his total stats were actually above 1300. I can see why those nobles were so interested in him now. The tank's deep voice broke everyone out of their shock. Yeah, the first floor should be easy for him. He might actually get more of a benefit from going to the second floor. Another chimed in. Anything specific you are looking to train while you are with us? Despite Jones's expression returning to his normal one, his tone towards Ajax changed slightly. Ajax didn't know it, but the information he shared changed the view the team had of him from a necessary burden to a possible asset they were paid to have. I'm hoping to gain the cooperation and maybe teamwork skills. Ajax openly admitted the things they could influence the most. Well, aren't you aiming a little high? The other plated giant with an axe chimed in. You do know that teamwork is a rare skill, right? Lay off it, Bobby, the caster lightly chastised him. There isn't much we can do about teamwork, Jones said, but Donnie has cooperation, so teaming up with him before you get settled into the team dynamic will give the best chance to gain the skill. Ajax turned towards the tank, but it wasn't the skill possibility that had him flicking his gaze from him to Bobby. Are you two? He started. Brothers. Yes, twins in fact, Bobby cheerily answered as he draped his arm across his brother's shoulders, sadly. Donnie admitted with a resigned tone that showed he was used to and also fed up with his brother's antics. Cooperation, unlike teamwork, only comes into effect between strangers. Donnie returned back to the point. If you don't unlock it before you get used to fighting with us, you probably won't unlock it with our help at all. As for teamwork, I suggest you don't focus on that, as getting a rare skill is a matter of inborn talent. Ajax pondered that statement. He knew in the abstract that he had a lot more skills than anyone he had ever met. In fact, most people would have less than a quarter of what he did because of his divine witness trait allowing him to gain almost any of the common and uncommon skills. Not only that, but he was in the position to target and try to forcibly unlock some rare skills in the same way others did for common ones. The rest of the road was spent with the team going over the known dangers of the first floor, and more specifically, where they could fulfill the contracts they had picked up. The journey was made at a constant, not particularly fast pace, but one that they kept up for 2 whole days without rest, arriving at the village as night fell on the second day. Get a good night's rest, Jones advised Ajax, as the team of 12 split into 4 rooms at the inn. Tomorrow morning, we head straight for the dungeon. Ajax woke up early the next day and he was feeling excited. It would be the first time he went into a dungeon and his age was starting to peek through. He went outside to try and burn off some of the excess energy. As he looked through the town, he noticed several watchtowers placed all around. Not only that, but the trees around the village were cleared out in an odd manner, as if they were tactically positioned. He thought it may have something to do with the dungeon, and he could ask his new team. When he returned to the inn, they had already started serving breakfast, and he grabbed some food in a table. Throughout the meal, members of the team started to trickle in. Early riser, the group scout asked him as he sat down. Yeah, I was a bit excited, so I took a look around the village. Ajax answered. Why all the watchtowers? Early warning. The first floor is not considered a problem, but out here the second floor is the limit unless some strong party is passing through and decides to go for it. This means that the dispatched defenses for this place can handle any second floor break, he explained. Problem is, what happens if someone from a wiped group survives the second floor by running past the boss into the third? Ajax realized what he meant. If he had to make the decision, he probably would do the same. Run past the boss into the third floor and then just exit the dungeon. The problem was that this would release a fully uncleared third floor in the environment, and the bosses for that floor could reach up to level 60. The entire layout in between this place and the dungeon is set up to discourage any monster breaks from heading towards the town. With the meal done, everybody got geared and they headed towards the dungeon. The trip there was through an intuitive maze of trees. He now knew why there wasn't a straight road to the entrance. It would be an invitation if a break happened. As they reached a clearing in the forest, he saw that past the clearing, an opening through the trees was made that led further away from the town, probably in order to help direct any creatures towards that direction. The clearing was massive, 3 times as large as a football field. In the center was a large archway that oozed mana. Around it were some uniformed guards, the purpose of which was unclear yet to Ajax. Throughout the clearing, he could see tents set up everywhere except too close to the archway. A sharp rise in the mana of the gate drew his attention to the gate. Out of it came a group of ragged adventurers that had sand dripping off them. They looked to be in a sorry shape, but none seemed critically injured. As they exited, some of the guards moved to help them and got them away from the arch. Something else that drew his attention was how people from all over started to converge on the arch at the same time that the guards started giving it space. Jones dropped his pack, pulled his whip from his belt, and also approached. Oddly enough, despite the people getting ready to fight, the atmosphere wasn't tense at all. 5 minutes later, the mana surrounding the arch started to churn much more. Then out they came. Snakes, scorpions, some ferocious-looking camels. They were coming out of both sides one after another, only to be picked off by the people waiting for them. Interestingly enough, all of them exploded into mana the moment they died, leaving nothing behind. This wasn't a battle, it was a slaughter. Ajax used his ability to judge the strength of the creatures, and he knew none of them were as strong as even the fish he faced. They weren't weak by any means, but they were all far too uncoordinated. They came out through a funnel to be executed. This continued for a good 10 minutes before the mana of the gate calmed down. That's what a dungeon break looks like, the caster from his team whispered to him. Not sure if you read all the guidelines of the Adventurers Guild, but we have a duty, wherever possible, to clear out as much of the floor as we can before we exit. As they were walking closer to the gate, he could see Jones talking to the guard that had a clipboard and seemed to be showing him something. While this was happening, another group walked forward and entered the archway. As they entered, the arch's mana barely fluctuated. So how bad is it? Bobby asked Jones as he returned. Quite good actually, there is only one team ahead of us, he responded. What? Ajax mumbled at the odd exchange. They limit the number of teams that can be inside at one time. The scout heard him and decided to explain. The guild does offer local teams incentives for picking up annoying or unpaid contracts. They reward them with VIP status, meaning we get to skip the queue for entry. Ajax could see how that worked. Every time the guild needed something done, it would offer a number of VIP passes to the team that completed their job. Quick, easy, cost them nothing, and served as a good incentive for teams. Hey Jones, someone called out as they approached. Are you here for something specific? Ajax looked in the direction of the voice to see a man that would have been in his mid-20s back on Earth approach. Interestingly, he recognized the insignia on his left shoulder. It belonged to the Reavers. Not right now, we aren't. Jones answered amicably. Yourself, we have an exclusive contract for the feathers of a bird, at least 10 meters wingspan and a minimum level of 47, the newcomer said. Ajax noticed a few members of his new team grimace when they heard the contract. Can't help you this time, I'm afraid, Jones said. We'll be sticking to the first floor for our delve. You have fresh meat. The man started searching through the team until his eyes landed on Ajax. So you are the healer they've been waiting around for, kid? No, Ajax replied shortly. The man's face switched from a neutral smile to one of confusion before he turned back to Jones with a look of envy. You guys recruit that Ajax runt. He scoffed and started to walk away. I thought you would know better than to risk your team like that for the favor of a few nobles. What's his problem? Bobby asked, and quite a few of the team members looked confused at the sudden change in attitude. His team also tried to recruit me, Ajax offered. I recognized the team insignia. That's when the gate started acting up again. It quickly spat out a team of slightly dirty but otherwise fine adventurers. Not only that, but it also released a pulse of mana. That's good, they cleared the floor, one of his team members said. As he did, they watched as the Reavers headed towards the arch and entered the dungeon without much preamble. It made sense, the Reavers were exterminators, so they would be one of the teams most likely to have quite a few VIP passes from the guild. We're next up, so make sure you're all ready to go, Jones said. While they waited, quite a few more teams approached Jones much in the same way the Reavers had, looking for an extra pair of eyes and hands for specific requests. Ajax also noticed that all the contracts were exclusive. It made sense not to ask for help on a public contract, however. Ajax recognized a good 3/4 of the teams that approached them, as they had also tried to recruit him. Unlike the Reavers, however, they didn't seem to hold a grudge and instead greeted Ajax and said he made a good decision in joining the collectors. The wait this time took around 20 more minutes before the archway let another team out. They were much like the last team that exited, but there was no mana pulse at the end when they exited. As with normal procedure, everyone backed away and waited 5 minutes before 4 turtles waddled out of the dungeon only to be wiped out. I thought you said policy said you should clear the floor, Ajax asked while they were strapping the packs to their backs and started making for the arch. It is. Inside every floor there is an obelisk. When triggered, it makes all the remaining monsters on the floor head towards it. It's how we clear floors without having monsters squared away in some corner, the scout said. Downside is you don't know when you killed everything. Those turtles must have been so slow and far away from the obelisk that they exited before they arrived. Nothing for you to worry about. All the creatures inside the first floor are quick, so we'll get a nice full clear, Bobby said as he casually swung the intimidating big axe as a warm-up. Why would I worry about that? Ajax asked. Oh, you'll see then, I won't spoil the surprise, Bobby said, and the others who heard the exchange smiled at him, but not in a malicious or prankster way. Before he had a chance to question them further, they reached the archway, and a system prompt flashed before his eyes. Party invite. Jones would like to invite you to join his party. Accept, yes, no. Warning, party groups last for only 5 minutes outside of mana-rich environments. Parties enter the same instance of a dungeon. Parties share kill experience inside dungeons based on contribution to the party, not just the kill. Ajax accepted, but nothing changed. He stood there confused when Bobby grabbed him and dragged him through the arch. Ajax POV. All sensations vanished for a moment as I was transported inside the dungeon. I was brought back to the time before my rebirth when I just floated in the void. As quickly as I lost my senses, they returned to me as I landed on wobbly feet in the middle of a large clearing, similar to the one we were just in minus the other people. Behind me stood an arch identical to the one I entered, and around me was the rest of my team. While the transition itself had no effect on me, I can't say the same about the environment. I was used to catching the odd glimpse of mana here and there when other people or beings used it, but this was something else. It was as if everything was imbued with mana. The trees, the grass, the earth, even the air was infused with mana. Easy there. A soft hand caught onto my shoulder. I know it's disorientating at first, but you will get used to it. Just try to focus more on your other senses and have them overpower your mana sense, the caster of the group said as I realized she was propping me up from where I was about to fall. I did as she said and focused on my sight, hearing, and smell. Surprisingly enough for me, it worked. My mana senses were still overloaded, but now I had a better view of everything. It was like only one gauge on the dashboard was showing something was wrong instead of it being the only information I had. What was that? I asked, seeing how everybody else was fine. Does that happen to everyone when they enter the dungeon? No, only people who can sense mana. Detect mana is not strong enough of a skill to make out mana presence in the environment. As for what happened, it's basic sensitivity, the caster explained. Sensitivity? How so? I was very much interested in a way to take me out of action like that. Imagine you live your entire life in a deep cave. You might occasionally get a glimpse of light here and there, but not much. Then one day you fall through a passage and end up outside the caves in broad daylight. That's what happened to you. Her explanation made sense. Mana was such a rarity in my everyday life when it came from outside sources that entering an environment with this much mana caused sensory overload. You all right? Jones asked me. Yeah, I think I got a handle on it now. Let's move out then, everybody in formation, he called out. I was in the middle of the formation next to the caster. As a porter, I needed to be protected, so I was given one of the safest spots. Sadly, it also meant that if I tried to engage an enemy, I would always have one team member blocking my line of attack. The first group of hostile we encountered was a small pack of wolves with 5 members. Hardly anyone had to do anything, as the scout informed us, and Bobby and Donnie charged together and made short work of them, with only a few light scratch marks on their plate armor to mark the battle. Unlike the beasts that exited the dungeon, these ones didn't disperse into mana once they died. It was surprising, but I could figure out why that wouldn't happen. The mana was everywhere, so it was enough for the bodies not to return to pure mana state now that there was nothing left to hold it together. How do you collect any remains? I asked. Anything you take outside will just disperse into mana as soon as the mana concentration in the surroundings drops. Same way the beasts on the outside hold their mana, Jones answered. Every now and then one of them will have formed a mana core. They are slightly stronger and have all their mana focused in one point. That means that whatever we harvest from them once they are dead is good to be taken outside. You think I could take part in a fight? I asked. I was starting to get antsy about just being a porter. Not right now, you won't. He quickly shot me down. Anyone know what iteration we got? I narrowed it down to 2 or 6. The scout called out. Iterations were something that only applied to the first floors of a dungeon. While its theme was always constant, there were also a limited number of iterations that could form around that theme. Since all iterations had been heavily explored, and since they were always the exact same layout, with it being the first floor, people were able to know what to expect from it. The problem identifying which one you were in came from the fact that the starting position could be anywhere on the map. 2 or 6, Jones murmured under his breath. Once we clear out a decent chunk of this, you'll have a chance against some of the deer. Those shouldn't pose any real threat, even if they outlevel you. I wanted to argue, but knew it wouldn't do anything. They were right to be cautious. The only reason they took me with them without so much as a sparring session was because they could each solo this entire floor given enough time without any problem, so I decided to pick my battles and see if I can't get a boss all to myself once I show them I am competent. The trek through the forest was quiet. The only interruptions were the warning of creatures being spotted and the ensuing fights to take them out. I got to see quite a few of the members in action, but both the caster and Jones had yet to do anything, and everyone else followed a rather common melee fighter path or a bow one. It's the second iteration. The scout returned from between some bushes. You're sure? Donnie asked. Yeah, I even know exactly where we are. What landmark did you find? Jones asked. Waterfall. It's about a mile to our left. Once he pointed out, and I focused, I could make out the faint sounds of running water. This was a testament to how quiet the forest around us was that I was able to listen for something so far away without something closer blowing out my eardrums. How do you want to do this? The caster asked Jones. We'll get to the waterfall, then follow it upstream towards the obelisk. Around it should be a few wolf packs and quite a number of deer, including 2 deer bosses. Jones answered after a few moments to think. We'll clear out the wolf packs ourselves before we let Ajax take on a deer or 2. Depending on how he does, we might let him tackle a boss. What about after? Bobby asked. I think just doing that will take a good part of the day, so I think we should go to the cave and rest afterwards. Tomorrow we'll let Ajax have a few more fights before we activate the obelisk and spend a few hours clearing out the whole floor as it comes. Are you sure that is a good idea? A few members looked unsure about this plan, not so much about today but about tomorrow. Isn't that a bit dangerous for Ajax? He'll be perfectly fine. Jones cut them off. Think of this as a practice run for Tristan. Unlike Ajax, he won't have any physical stats, and most of his magical expertise will come from healing. If anything can get past us now to Ajax, we'll need to train more for Tristan. The plan sounded a lot like I was the test dummy. I was more than fine with it, however, since I didn't think any deer or wolf posed much of a threat to me. I also had gotten a look at all the iterations, and knew the second didn't possess any other type of creature. Some of the others had different types of eagles and hawks, others had bunnies and bears, but 2 only had deer and wolves. It made up for lack of variety by being larger than other iterations and having a larger number of creatures. Once we got to the river, I was given a stern warning about drinking water from it. Apparently they knew what I had learnt the hard way. Introducing mana into your body by eating it was a bad idea. The trip upriver was more eventful. We ran into a few more groups of wolves and deer. Surprisingly, the deer were just as aggressive as the wolves, unlike their counterparts outside the dungeon, who would only fight as a last resort. Do you not know how to swim? The caster asked me out of nowhere. I do, I replied, confusion evident in my tone. Then why do you keep looking at the river like it will swallow whole? She asked. Had a run-in with a fish-type monster not even a full month ago. I explained. It was a stealth ambush type. You do know Iteration 2 doesn't have fish-type monsters? She asked. Oh, I know, but it's not like I can override my instinct and accept that so soon after I almost got my head flattened by a surprise tail swipe. That got me a round of nods, and I could feel them starting to accept me as something else other than a porter. All that was left was to prove to them I could fight when I got the chance later in the day. Ajax POV. All the wolves in the surrounding area were culled, and all that was left were a few deer. I could feel the anticipation, wanting to see if there was a difference in the monsters outside and inside a dungeon. As soon as the scout came back and gave the all clear, Jones turned to me. "All right, kid." He nodded for me to drop the bags. "Let's see what you can do. There are 4 deer and 3 stags around here. Go get them." I frowned at his words. With my perception and tracking skills, I had been able to pick out 8 of them. "Aren't there 8 of them here?" I pointed out. He frowned and turned back to the scout. "One of the stag bosses is around, but he is further away," he confirmed as he gave me an approving grin. I didn't want to hold anything back for my first hunt. As soon as I spotted the first stag, I drew back the bow and aimed an arrow for its head. I had observed the rest of the team engage with the deer and stags, and noticed that their skulls had decent defense, but it was all one line. If anything made it past, it would continue unobstructed. I drew a deep breath as I infused both metal and magma mana into the arrow. If the metal can pierce the skull, the magma will do the rest. I ignored the look the caster was giving me as soon as I started to infuse mana, and released the arrow when I was sure of the target. My shot hit its mark. Dead center of the head between the antlers, the stag managed to make 2 steps before it fell down dead. It was exactly like I had expected. The combination of my piercing shot and metal-infused mana was enough to get through the skull, and from there magma was enough to do the rest. The collectors seemed very surprised by the fact, however. I suppose I could understand why. I had just killed something that had 8 levels on me in one attack. If they tried to fight something that had a third of their levels on them, forget killing it in one shot, they would most likely die. What was that mana? The caster was the first to speak. It felt like 2 different forces at work in that arrow. Not only that, but you didn't use any incantation or runic marking. I did tell you my fighting style is quite a bit different. It does come at a cost, however. That shot cost more mana than you think. I wasn't about to go into the details of how much mana I had and just used, nor was I going to tell them about all of the different mana affinities I had. Some of those were epic, especially the 2 I had used. I knew rumors about me would spread when we parted ways, and they went on to a different city, but I couldn't have my entire repertoire out there. The stag didn't have a mana stone, so we moved on to the next. The next 3 were 2 deer and 1 stag, and I downed each of them with a single arrow. This was enough for them to trust me enough to take them on in single melee combat. As I approached the 3rd deer, I decided on using the sword and axe. I didn't need the range of the spear of the hammer against them. Maybe the stags will be a different story. I pumped a slow rate of mana siphoned through me and dashed forward. I was still slower than all of the other team members, with the exception of Nelly, their caster, but my mana-enhanced body closed the difference. The deer was truly unlike those on the outside. Instead of trying to flee the moment I approached, it reared up on its back legs and looked to hoof me with the front ones. Dodging wasn't all that difficult, as all the strikes were telegraphed, and a sword slice to the throat combined with an axe to the head was enough to kill it. I was honestly disappointed in the dungeon so far. Everything was so weak it posed no threat to me. Even Judge Threat told me that none of the creatures I saw were a danger to me unless I literally gave them a free shot. The next deer and stag went very much the same way, this time with my hammer crushing the skull and my spear taking out the heart of the stag before it could get in range, this despite the antlers on its head. When I got to the final one, I could see the difference. This was a boss. It was a much larger stag, its antlers easily 3 times as big as the other we had seen. Not only that, but Judge Threat marked it as a light threat, instead of as a non-threat that it did with the rest. Sadly, this didn't make much of a difference, and my spear made short work of it. It was just not a challenge, with everything being so much weaker when compared to the fish or the bear I had killed previously. 2 of the guys got to work processing the stag once I finished it off. They had told me that all the bosses had a mana core, and that meant their bodies could be taken outside the dungeon. Those antlers especially could fetch a decent price. "Hey kid," Bobby said as he walked towards. Behind him, Jones and a few others were looking on curiously. "How about we have a small spar?" I understand now. They had come to the same conclusion I had. This floor posed no challenge to me or them, so this was a way for them to test if they could take me to the 2nd floor. Sure, I said, setting aside my axe, sword, and spear. I needed the hammer for this, considering all the armor he had on. We each took up a stance and stared each other down. I waited for him to make the first move. As soon as he took a step, I pumped mana siphon higher than I had so far. It wasn't something I couldn't maintain for a while, but easily triple the strength I had used so far in the dungeon. As it turned out, that was a good choice, as Bobby was upon me in short order. Despite my enhanced speed and power, he was both faster and stronger than me. Not only that, but it seems years of running the dungeon had helped him raise his skills to a much higher level. The one saving grace was that he was used to fighting monsters and not humans. This meant that a few feints were enough to keep him from splitting me in 2 with his axe. I knew the average level of the team was 45, but I was sure Bobby was above the average and not below. He could probably have taken the bear on by himself. I swapped strategies and doubled the mana I put in Mana Siphon. Not only that, but I used my Earth mana to trip him up. The move put him in the way of what had been a wide swing of my hammer. A hammer I infused with Void mana to get past his pesky armor. The amount of adrenaline running through me from just fending off the metal giant had almost made me take this too far. I intentionally bent my elbow to take some of the power out of the blow and had it connect with his liver instead of his heart. Despite pulling the blow, it was still quite the shot, and enough to bring him down on one knee. That was where overconfidence got the better of me. Despite danger sense trying to warn me, I couldn't react in time as Bobby used the shaft of his ace to take out my feet from under me and place the edge at my neck once I landed on my back. The spar hadn't taken more than a minute, but it had clearly impressed everyone else. That was quite something to see, Jones said as they approached. You were already much better than we expected when we first decided to accept you, but this was really surprising. More so than you think, Boss Bobby growled out, his tone bringing his voice much closer to that of his brother compared to his usual jolly self. He pulled back on that last blow. Despite that, I wouldn't be surprised if I had a massive bruise on my right side. What do you mean? Jones sounded confused and the others also looked skeptically on. When he landed that last hammer blow, it wasn't as heavy as the other one he threw. That is nothing to do with strength behind it, but if I was to guess, he was using a different mana spell on his weapon. It made his blow bypass my armor. Even now, with one hand holding the axe, no longer at my neck thankfully, the other held his side. If he hadn't pulled back, the blow would have been much stronger and landed on my chest. I'm not sure I would have survived it. Those words brought forth a wave of aggression from everyone, but it was gone as quickly as it came. Now that sure is something. Oddly enough, Donnie was the one to break the tense atmosphere with a booming laugh, the first I had ever heard from the man. A kid almost did you in. I think we should just move on to the next floor. The scout pointed out the smaller arch the stag boss had been guarding. We will, but we've done enough for today. Tomorrow we'll use the obelisk to clear out the floor, and the day after that we can head up to the second floor, Jones said. Ajax's duel was a wake-up call for the team. Even one of their strongest had admitted he could have been killed despite not going easy on him. Not only that, but his fighting style as a whole intrigued Jones. As they made their way over to the obelisk, Ajax noted that they were heading towards the only mountain area he could see on the floor. Getting a glimpse of the obelisk itself, Ajax noticed an orb conspicuously placed outside the center of the pattern. Don't touch the orb, Jones said to him. If it rolls in position, it will activate the obelisk, and we don't want to do that with night coming. Ajax didn't know what he meant by that since he couldn't tell how far away from night they were with the forest and clouds overhead. Still, he did as he was told and didn't approach the obelisk. He instead followed Donnie when he got waved over. This is where we will face them, he said, pointing to a big shotgun model cave. The cavern is not too deep and leads into a dead end not long after the paths converge. The cave marked a perfect choke point. It was large enough that they could properly field their melee fighters, tall enough that the ranged fighters could help without having to worry about friendly fire, and it covered them from any attack from above. The issue was the second entrance. It was much smaller, barely enough for Donnie to fit through without clanging his armor off the walls, but plenty of space for wolves. The plan usually is for me, an ranged fighter, to hold this entrance, while the others cull the incoming horde at the other, he said. For tomorrow it will be up to you and me. This will give us the best opportunity to unlock cooperation, and it won't really be a problem since if you can't keep up, it'll be easy to ask someone to help and step in. Ajax could tell that the second part of that statement was meant to rile up his competitive spirit, especially after that duel he had. Despite this, he could feel it working and wondered if a skill was at play, or if he was just that competitive. Returning to the others, Ajax found the camp already set up, with food being brought out of the pack he had been slugging around all day. Dinner was a quiet affair, with Jones taking the time to relay the new plan to everyone else. A few raised voices to object Ajax taking over as one person of the two-man team, but they were quickly silenced when it was explained how close a backup would be. Tonight, Ajax had some of the most trouble sleeping he had ever had. It wasn't the possibility of an attack during the night that troubled him, since he knew they had a lookout shift in place. It was the high mana density. Ever since he had overloaded on mana, Ajax had been a bit more wary of neutral mana that had seemed so harmless. During the day, he managed to get used to moving around with such a high mana density surrounding him, but falling asleep was another matter. The fact that night came in an instant didn't help either. The same amount of light seen on cloudy days turned to almost pitch black in an instant, the light of the fire being the only source they had left. The change freaked him out, especially since he grew slightly with an infusion of shadow mana. It couldn't have been more than 2 hours after he finally fell asleep that he was woken up. The change from night to day happened in much the same way, and the change in the ever-present mana was enough to wake him up. Getting ready for the incoming beast wave was done in a quick manner. The camp was packed as quickly as it was set up and they all headed into the cave. Why don't we just seal the other entrance? Ajax asked Donnie. He knew that a decent earth spell would be enough to block the entrance. Once the obelisk is triggered, changes made to the floor start actively reverting, Donnie answered. It isn't instantaneous, but form a hole in the cave once you get in position. You'll see what I mean when the obelisk is triggered. You'll have about a minute before we start seeing anything trying to come our way. Ajax took the advice seriously and formed a 2 feet deep hole next to himself as he waited for the monsters to come. Jones was the one who went and triggered the obelisk before retreating back into the cave. Sure enough, once the obelisk was triggered, the mana that was previously stationary started to form a whirlpool around the obelisk. It wasn't being consumed, but put into motion all at once, which must be what attracted all the creatures to it. Ajax also noticed the hole start to slowly but surely fill itself. By the time the first wolf entered from their entrance, there was no more hole to speak of. To say the wolf had a bad time after entering would be an understatement. Didn't he take more than 3 steps in before a massive metallic boot crushed its skull? Where Bobby had gone down the strength dexterity, Root his brother had gone for strength endurance. His moves were brutish, slow, and definitive. Not only that, but he could probably keep going for quite a while. His problems came in the form of handling the numbers. As more wolves headed their way, Donnie couldn't kill them as quickly as they entered, so Ajax started shooting an arrow here and there. With such easy targets, he didn't need to do anything other than trigger piercing shot and imbue 10 metal mana into the tip in order to score a kill on the wolves. The first change came an hour into the ordeal. They must have killed close to 600 wolves, and that was just on their side, but less than 30 had left behind their bodies besides the 2 bosses they saw. With the triggering of the obelisk, the monsters exploded into mana once again the moment they were killed. The first sign of intelligence from their attackers came when 3 wolf bosses made to enter together. They knew none of them had a chance to take Donnie down, but maybe as a team it would be more manageable. Finally, Ajax had something else to do besides picking off the odd stray wolf. He coated everything but a small circle around Donnie with a layer of ice to limit the wolf's mobility. At the same time, he also used earth mana to reinforce the ground beneath Donnie in order to let him make use of his high strength with impunity. Donnie noticed the difference as the ground no longer felt fragile under his feet. A smirk Ajax couldn't see formed on his lips as he started putting his whole body weight into shield bashing the wolves. Not only that, but Donnie grew more and more sure with every passing second that Ajax had gotten the cooperation skill. An hour was all it took, and now Donnie barely had time to think about the wolf that was going to be a pain before an arrow shot by Ajax would sprout from the beast's head. The tide ended shortly after. Donnie and Ajax had killed over 800 wolves, 6 of them bosses. This was nothing compared to the 8,000 the rest of the team handled. Ajax was pleased with the new addition of cooperation. He didn't even feel it was a chore to gather the nearly 500 mana cores from the leftover bodies. How'd he do? Jones pulled Donnie aside once everyone else got to gathering. Kid's a natural, the tank said. If this was a trial run, I would say we should accept his application based on nothing but his talent and skills. I'm pretty sure he already got cooperation just from that fight. He isn't too overconfident. No, just the opposite. I'm not sure if it is because of a bad experience in the past or because the innate reaction all mages have to the dungeon environment, but he's almost paranoid of anything and everything. Donnie gave his assessment. What do you think about bringing him to the 2nd floor? Would it be safe? This was the real question. Would he do fine in an unpredictable environment? At worst, he'll slow us down. Donnie shook his head. He definitely is strong enough to join a team on the 2nd floor. The only thing that worries me is that he might be lying to us. Him being a level 25 is a harder and harder sell by the day. With everything gathered, the entire team headed towards the closest boss area and their entry into the 2nd floor. As Ajax approached and studied the arch, he carefully placed a hand on it. As they exited the 2nd archway, Ajax was hit with another sensory overload. This one was much weaker, but it was still felt as the mana density increased as they entered the 2nd floor. You'll get used to it the more you are exposed, but the odd feeling never really goes away, Nellie said while propping him up. There are even some bosses that flood the surrounding area with mana during a fight, so be prepared in case this happens. Ajax nodded at the advice. The 2nd floor was completely random, and as such they had to be ready for anything. More surprisingly was that he felt the mana surrounding him had reached a high enough density that he could siphon it. Mana siphon could work on the surrounding mana at an approximate cost of 3 mana per second. It wasn't much, but it did mean that, as the floors rose higher, he would be given more and more free mana to siphon for his physical power increase. Feeling a particularly high density in the arch, he placed his hand upon it. That he found mana in the arch was no surprise, but getting it to give any of it up was like pulling teeth. More surprisingly was that the mana he pulled from the arch wasn't neutral. It in fact had hints of wind and earth and fire. Looking around at the desert, they seemed to be stranded and made him start building a theory. Sadly, however, it was one he didn't have anywhere near enough information to complete. He was rather ecstatic about this, however, as he would get plenty of chances to gather and test his theory in his time with the collectors. With all the immediate concerns pushed aside, he pulled up the system notifications that had been blinking in his vision. Achievement, Born Completionist. Fully clear the first dungeon floor you enter. Reward, +1 to all stats. This breakdown of achievements did leave him thinking if he made a mistake. Was there a chance to get both Boss Completionist and the Normal Completionist to gain an extra +1 to all stats? He quickly dismissed the idea on closer inspection, as Boss Hunter would overlap and it would take out the normal version of Completionist. He then took a look at his other notification. Progression Achievement. Pass through an advancement arch inside a dungeon. Reward, +1 to all stats. Progress, passing arches to levels you haven't been to advances this achievement. Reward, +1 to all stats for any progress made. For a floor to count towards progression, you must be at most 2 levels higher than the highest creature on the floor and have contributed to the dungeon exploration in a meaningful way. Are you done looking at the system? Donnie's gruff voice broke him out of his thinking. Ajax realized that they thought he had spent all this time looking at the notifications because others didn't know how to keep them minimized. He coughed awkwardly. Yeah, I am done. What does it mean to contribute? Already thinking about progressing, are you? Bobby said with a teasing tone. He sure is a go-getter. Ignore him. Nellie said. There are quite a few ways to contribute. Taking part in the fighting is an obvious one. Healing injuries of your comrades is another. The system somehow seems to have a rather complex understanding of dungeons, since workarounds that work for other achievements don't on the Delver. Might be because of the mana density or the arches. Ajax mumbled as he nodded, but nobody heard him. The achievement is a bait though, so be careful. She finished her explanation. What? Ajax read the system message but still couldn't see the trap. Think about it carefully. Jones said even if we manage to fully clear this floor, what will happen? I'll prog. His words died in his throat as he thought it through. Ajax realized that nothing would happen. In order to claim the progression, he would have to go through the arch to the next level. The problem was that would trigger the next floor, which left him to deal with a new floor or let the creatures there loose on the outside as soon as he exited. I'd have to enter the 3rd floor, he said weakly. Got it in one. I knew you were smart. Bobby patted him on the shoulder. The level restriction, contribution requirement, and entrance to the next floor usually mean that you won't be progressing that achievement much. Jones finished. His words, however, brought back Hatchet's extreme reaction to his way of banking stats and how much he had managed to push himself before he ever spent them. He had said once that this head start would let him grow his lead further, and now he knew how. He wasn't as limited as others in searching for a group to essentially carry him a floor above his abilities, while also letting him face the appropriate floor alone to gain the contribution, or more widely spread, running a dungeon with a small enough floor-level jump that you can clear the floor above while still within the 2-level requirement. The importance of the dungeon near the capital grew once again in his eyes. Stick to the center, Jones said as they got moving once again. This seems to be a desert biome, but we don't know anything about it. How many types of desert biomes can there be? Ajax asked incredulously, but still complied and took his assigned position as porter. Quite a few, actually. Nellie said from beside him. You can have scorpions and camels as usual ground enemies. Vultures are decently common as flying threats. Snakes and crocodiles are a staple of Osizes that might show up. If we are unlucky, we could even have a sand borrower type, like a giant worm. Ajax wasn't the only one to give a more guarded look to the sand they were standing on, and was suddenly feeling a lot less safe despite the clear visibility in all directions. Not only that, but his position at the center seemed more like a target to him now. A sand burrower would hit dead center of a group with little to no warning, whereas other threats their formation might protect him from would be visible from a mile off. We got anything to search for in the desert? The scout asked Jones. Under normal circumstances, he would already be off to explore the surroundings, but in this situation, that would mean going off alone, so far that should anything happen, he would be dead. Besides the massive vulture we might be able to help the Reavers with. Yes, we do. That old request from 6 months ago. He responded, which got groans from everyone. Look on the bright side, we got a porter for it now, Bobby pitched, as everybody turned to give Ajax a look of pity. What job is this? He asked. A merchant we do business with had an odd request. He needs some larger grain, strong sand. It can be found near rocks in the desert, and it needs to be in a higher dungeon floor so that it is strong enough to not instantly get thinned out, Jones diplomatically said. If we find it, you'll be carrying around a lot of sand. Donnie translated the flowery language. Ajax knew he was being a bit cynical here, but a part of him hoped they wouldn't find any sand that fit the description. To think that we are in a desert, and the profitable thing we are searching for is sand. Ajax shook his head at the irony. That's not the most profitable thing. Nellie cut in, it's what we have an open contract on. Yeah, despite all the pain a desert is, it's also a gold mine. The scout chimed in. How so? Ajax asked. Simple, he answered. Most specios here lay eggs. If we happen upon an unhatched nest, we have a decent 1 in 5 chance for each egg to not burst into mana when we take it outside. He's right, Bobby continued. Now 1 in 5 might sound low, but of the eggs that survive being brought out of the dungeon, only 1 in 1,000 actually hatch. And that's a generous estimate, the scout said, but it means nothing since the rich nobles and merchants still start a bidding war over each one. It looked like they were willing to go deeper on the subject, but they were cut off by a signal from Jones. Focus up, he said while pointing to the left. Looks like the Reavers got lucky. I see at least 5 vultures closing in on us. Everyone dropped their conversations as they formed up in what seemed to be a practiced formation. Ajax noticed it was different from the one they moved in through the forest, but that made sense seeing as they were not in a different biome and facing flying enemies. He also caught sight of the vultures and used Judge Threat on them. To his surprise, they were actually a lot weaker than the bear and fish had been. He didn't know the reason why, but he suspected that them being as many as 8 levels lower wasn't enough for the difference in strength he felt. He will check with his sister when he gets back to the city if either of their bodies were rated as higher quality than something of their level should be from the exposure to the pond. No bosses among them. Judge Threat puts them at around levels 44 nothing over 45. The scouts called out. I also don't recognize the species, so be ready for surprises. As Ajax heard that he used spot weakness, it was a good way to contribute and draw some attention away from the weird magic he was using. Not only that, but spot weakness would be a marketable skill he wanted to get word out about, as such a skill would make him a welcome addition as a tag along for any team. Spot weakness showered a lot of what he expected. Their necks, eyes, and base of their wings were vulnerable, while their beaks and skulls were reinforced. Surprisingly, however, despite the sharp talons, their feet were actually a weak spot for them. They have a reinforced skull, go for the neck, eyes, and base of the wings. Their feet are also fragile outside of the nails. He shared with the party. Are you sure you've never been to a dungeon? The scout asked him incredulously. Yes, he answered. Then how do you know all this? He pushed on. We've been through all sorts of dungeons, and there are so many differences between species it's hard to tell them apart. I don't know the species, I have spot weakness. You heard him. Just make sure you don't overextend and leave yourselves exposed when going for their weaknesses. Jones cut in. Ajax POV, I watched as the vultures descended and felt a great amount of wind mana being channeled. I guess it shouldn't surprise me that such high-leveled creatures could use mana, but it wasn't something I had too much experience with. Flying casters would be a pain to deal with. They dived for us only to pull up a few feet above our heads, ready to unleash the wind blasts. I pulled out my shield and readied for the impact, but I was the only one. I then felt a massive flow of mana being released from Nellie to my right. Her spell was weird in that it wasn't meant to do any damage to the birds. What it did was break apart the air blasts and use their power to bring the vultures lower. The vultures clearly didn't expect the downburst of wind as they came close enough for the rest of the party to throw chains around the necks of 4 of the 5 birds. I missed mine. Came the shout from one of the members, but I couldn't tell them apart by voice. Ajax, try to bring it down with your arrows, if you can't make sure it doesn't interfere while we cull the rest of them. Jones said as he swung his whip to wrap around the beak of a vulture, before pulling on it hard in order to extend the neck and expose it to the others. I instantly pulled an arrow, and took the time I used for aiming to also decide on what type of mana I should use. Molted or ice would be the most damaging, but it would take a good chunk of mana to deal enough damage to such a high-level vulture. That Nellie had stopped casting entirely after the start of the fight told me she thought everything was under control and saving mana for an unexpected situation would be preferable here. I decided to put a bit of lightning mana into the arrow as a jolt right now. Even if I missed, the ideal placement would be enough to ground it. I specifically didn't use metal or piercing shot, as I wanted the arrow to bounce off the feathers rather than stick into it. Chances were if it crashed with the arrow stuck in her, it would certainly break it, while it bouncing off would make the arrow recoverable, and I had a limited supply. With the decision made and my aim locked on the underside of a wing, I timed the moment of its flaps before releasing the arrow. The vulture was trying to regain altitude and get out of range for the rest of the group when the arrow made contact. I could tell that it hadn't taken much damage from the 100 mana I poured into the arrow, but the lightning was enough to cause the wing to spasm. Sadly, the arrow still penetrated into its flesh all, but dooming it in the upcoming crash landing it will suffer. It's falling, I warned as the arrow made contact. By now 3 of the other 4 vultures were already dead, with the last one barely hanging on by slashing wildly with its talons. A mistake it quickly regretted, as Bobby buried his axe in the middle of its foot with a well-placed strike. The beast shrieked like much louder than any of their other cries, and I realized that unlike the other weak spots, their feet weren't a weak spot in that hitting it would be an easy way to kill them like their necks. eyes, or the organs accessible by going through the base of their wings. It was instead a heavily sensitive area that could be used to inflict massive amounts of pain, if not lethal damage. From there, the fight ended quickly, with both of the remaining birds being beheaded. The entire fight was over in less than 30 seconds from the start. With the immediate danger being handled, I started to ponder how spot weakness might grow as it leveled so that I could differentiate between different types of weak spots. End of POV. Jones was pleased with their first engagement. It had been clean, and while not everything worked out perfectly, like the missed chain on one of the vultures, it was quickly covered and none of his team took any hits. Jones was feeling better and better about his decision to take Ajax with them. The kid was calm, collected, and followed instructions well. He was prone to spacing out as he was doing right now, but it was something that could be forgiven given it was his first time in a dungeon. The kid was a walking treasure trove, magic, physical abilities, and now spot weakness. In terms of usefulness for an adventure team, especially a delver-focused one like the Collectors, spot weakness was a skill every leader dreamed of having and was considered a pseudo-epic skill. The problem was it was a rare skill, and one not usually gained by fighters. It wasn't known why, but the skill was gained by butchers and skinners, and helped them in taking apart the treasure troves that were monster bodies, while doing as little damage to the material as possible. This was the reason why quite a few adventurers would apprentice at such places during their time off in hopes of getting the skill. They would also be welcomed as cheap labor with high stats, but few were lucky enough to get the skill. They gutted the 5 vultures looking for cores, but they weren't lucky enough to find any. That didn't mean the bodies were useless, though. Ajax, the scout, called out to him while grabbing one of the packs he had been carrying. "Come here." Ajax approached the man as he was rummaging through the bag near one of the downed vultures. "Yes," he asked. "Time for you to learn a little trick. You see, almost everything inside the dungeon breaks down when taken outside unless it has very low mana density." The scout explained as he pulled out branches Ajax recognized as coming from the trees on the first floor. Finding any high quality with a mana density that would survive on the outside is a big payday for anyone. "Okay, but while we can't take the wood outside the dungeon, we can take it to another floor." He gestured to the bag that had been empty when the trip started, but now housed 2 trees they had cut down while on the first floor. "We can make use of anything while inside here to make this easiest on ourselves." While saying this, he started sharpening the branches on one end and trimming them down. "I see, so we took the trees to help with fuel if we needed a fire?" Ajax asked. "Yes, but that's not all." He took out the broken arrow Ajax had fired at the last vulture, and then pointed to the other 2 bow users on the team as they were gathering the feathers off the dead vultures. "This wood is solid enough to compare to steel. Without proper tools and skills, cutting it would be a real pain. It also lets us make stronger than average arrows." That's when it clicked for Ajax. He was telling him to build and use arrows that would turn into mana once they exited the dungeon and save his limited supply. It was good advice, especially since he could still feel the wind mana in the feathers that will most likely help the arrows they were attached to. After all, having a high mana concentration might mean they couldn't be taken outside, but it also meant they were much more useful. The wood was tough and harder to handle than he would have expected. Despite his massive jump in stats, this wood was harder for him to handle than basic wood had been during his training with Hatchet. Said training had already taught him how to make his own arrows, in case he ever ran out, so that wasn't a problem. He did wonder if using Mana Siphon would make it easier to handle, but he didn't know what the result would be from using Mana Siphon on an object besides the arch. Thinking back, using it on the arch was stupid. What if it had messed with it and they couldn't use it to exit anymore? He was happy none of those scenarios applied, and was actually looking forward to investigating arches. With 50 more arrows made, he finally stood up. He noticed that everyone else working on arrows had made more than him, and had even put a small pile towards him each. He wondered if he was that far behind them in experience or if they had a skill for it, but the 3 similar carving daggers they wielded showed the reason why. "Depends how high you expect to go," one of them answered him. "Ours go up to level 50 and were 15 to 20 gold each." The price shocked him. That amount was enough for someone to live comfortably for a good few years. Then again, they weren't just for the first layer. Level 50 dungeon zones meant that they also covered this second level handedly, with it being only 40. Unlike most things regarding dungeon floors, the power of the environment was actually tied to the lowest level you could find on the floor. Things such as hatchet chicks or pups of the monsters present didn't count, so the lowest level one could encounter was 42, so the floor had materials 2 levels lower. Some information he had seen hinted at environmental floors that didn't quite jump the full distance from the previous one in terms of Mont's strength, but they were practically non-existent before level 75. The floor material strength was equal across any possible floor, which meant that a variation of some environmental floor type existed here, but it was weak as it only lowered levels by 1. He also wondered why they bought things that went all the way to level 50 since they would be useless on the third floor anyway and overkill for the second. The dungeon we are going to be moving to once our healer catches up is a 9-level jump near the capital. These should be good enough to use on their third floor. He answered the obvious question he was forming. This tidbit of information was a surprise for him. He had heard about the main dungeon that was heavily policed near the capital with a 5-level floor jump, but finding out that there was a 9-floor jump one close to it was something he was interested in. As they all got ready to move, he noticed that they all were wearing protective gear. It looked very much like what people back on Earth used to wear in the desert if more simplistically made. He also noticed a set waiting for him on the bags he was to pick up. "You'll want to put that on," Nellie said. Ajax was a bit skeptical on this point, but Hatchet had told him the dungeon environment wasn't like the one outside. He had left it at that with the obvious hint that there were discoveries to be made if he looked into it. Nellie not explaining anything also made it obvious they were trying to make sure they didn't cost him the discovery. As they started moving in what he thought was a random direction, he noticed that he started to notice he was sweating. This was something new since he wasn't feeling that hot. He hadn't sweated only due to heat the entire summer despite being dressed for battle. As they moved for the next hour, he caught small glimpses in the distance of rock formations and one or two oases. This was not to mention the constant muttered curses he heard from the rest of the team about having to deal with a barren floor. Barren floors were actually quite profitable since they lacked the sheer quantity of creatures other floors possess and replaced them with an over-representation of bosses. That there wasn't a boss accompanying the first vulture flock they had met was an event unlikely to repeat itself. The floor did also come with downsides, the most obvious being playing hide and seek with the monster packs was boring as hell, even more so in a desert environment. The other problem, and the biggest one by far, was the danger of using the obelisk. Usually a few monster groups hitting into a fortified position wasn't that big of a problem for an experienced group, but the presence of more bosses not only reduced the effectiveness of a choke point, but also introduced much more leadership for the swarming monsters. They were finally approaching an oasis, and Ajax was looking forward to something other than walking. The team scout sped off towards it at Joan's nod. Their pace didn't change, and when they were a couple hundred feet from it, the scout returned to report. "Single monster type as far as I can tell," he said. "Crocodile variants, they seem to also have a focus on stealth." As he said this, he revealed a not insignificant gash on his leg. Nellie was quick to respond as she started wrapping the leg up and using some healing spells. Ajax could clearly feel these spells were a lot weaker than what the healers had used during the skirmish. I all but stepped on the boss's mouth. The scout was clearly upset with his own performance. It doesn't seem like they have any poison or diseases, thankfully. Not only that, but they are also strength heavy at the cost of speed. "All right," Jones said. His voice carried an authoritative tone he hadn't noticed before in their skirmish. "The melee and I will be taking care of this one. Everyone else save your strength and be on the lookout for any surprises." As one, the group formation changed with the 5 melee fighters heading ahead in a new formation led by Donnie. The Rangers, Scout, Nellie, and himself were left to follow behind in a more reactive formation. "Why aren't we all going after them?" Ajax asked Nellie, who was closest to him. "It would be overkill. It is more efficient to have only a few members engage like this when we have everything under control. Unlike the vultures that dived on us, this is our preferred way of clearing a floor. An optimized small group taking on monsters in a controlled fashion with another group on lookout and ready to respond to any surprises," she said. Unlike their attitude on the previous floor, Ajax could now see the amount of caution that this team put into everything while delving. It also explained to him why, despite delving for years longer than other teams, they had not had any casualties, but likewise didn't level as quickly. After all, danger and risk were factors to the amount of experience gained. This made him doubt his decision on joining the collectors for the first time. He noticed that leveling in the dungeon came a lot easier to him. The few combats he experienced had already gotten him 5,000 experience. Despite this, the approach of the collectors was going to slow him down considerably, since the fights so far had been more chaotic or 1 versus 1. Had this been right after the skirmish ended, it wouldn't have mattered all that much to him, but now he also knew that Hatched would be joining him on the way to the capital. Him going slower would also mean that his teacher would spend that much longer without his arm. Despite knowing that his teacher didn't blame him for taking a safer path to power, in fact he encouraged it, he couldn't help but feel a bit of guilt. As Ajax watched the 5 people engage the Crocs, he got a much better picture of how the team did things. Unlike on the previous floor, where he had seen them take packs alone, now it was different. Donnie and Bobby worked seamlessly together to attract, kite, and funnel the monsters in such a way that the other 2 melee fighters had little to worry about in terms of attacks coming towards them. Donnie was doing the tank job perfectly, with a shield in each hand bashing the heads of the Crocs, and having almost their full attention. The little he didn't have was handled by the other plated giant. Not only that, but the moment one of the crocs tried to focus on something else, it found itself being the focus of the whip wielded by Jones. Despite taking a while to kill all of them, and the boss, everything was done in a careful and controlled manner. Each of the crocs was as strong as any of the vultures had been, with the boss clearly benign stronger. Not only that, but they had twice the numbers the vultures had, and it all meant nothing. This was the power of an experienced delving team that had been given the chance to make a plan and execute it with no outside factors. Taking the two regular crocs that had housed cores and the boss apart was the exact opposite. Ajax did his best to learn from the scout and hoped this may increase some of the skills he had in the field, but it was hard work that took twice as long as the battle did. Despite the massive time sink in the middle of the desert and the hard work, the entire team was excited. The skin of this variant was apparently only decently valuable in terms of their regular defense. Where they really shine, however, was the extreme comfort they could provide as well as the poison absorption effect it had. Higher level variants were always preferred, but even prominent members of ducal houses would be wearing ones in the level 40 to 50 range due to their scarcity. The only ones this was too good for were the main branch of a duke's family, the archdukes and the royal house. Let's hope there are more of them, the scout said, having finished his job on the last croc with a core. I wouldn't mind, but especially a few more bosses. Bobby chimed in. Hey kid, what are you doing? The scout called out as Ajax was busy skinning a fourth croc. You said their skin could absorb poison, right? Ajax asked in return. Yeah, it's what makes it so desired. It even works on mana-infused poisons, he answered. But that still doesn't answer my question. Anything I ever read about any desert mentioned snakes or their 8-legged twin-pincered poisonous-tailed insect brethren. Ajax smoothly lied while also not mentioning that he doesn't actually know the word for scorpion. He was basing all of this on his knowledge from Earth that seemed to be mimicked here, if with more exception cases due to mana getting involved. Yes, snakes and scorpions are a staple, Nelly confirmed while also giving Ajax the word for scorpion. Well, I looked through those supplies packs you have me carrying around, he continued. Saw some health and stamina potions, but that's about it. I'm not about to take my chances with possible venom 20 levels higher than me with only my resistance skill when there is perfectly good poison absorb that will disappear anyway. Ajax had no problem mentioning his poison resistance. Besides it being a common skill, it was one of the easiest to be found out as long as anyone really looked into him hard. Guards had been looking out for him by keeping his involvement with the vampire on a need-to-know basis, but anyone even a little motivated would find out about it and know almost for sure he had the skill. As their journey continued throughout the day, they ran into two more vulture groups. Both were made of only 5 flyers, but these had bosses. Not that it helped them much, as the team was prepared to deal with them and handled them even easier than the first group now that they knew more about the species. They also stored the body of one of the bosses intact for the Reavers. Besides the 2 vulture groups, they also found another oasis. This one housed a different type of crocodile, much to the team's displeasure, but they were just as easy to dispatch. The biggest danger they ran into during the day was a small nest of giant rattlesnakes. This particular breed not only used their rattle to try to spread illusions to all who heard it, but had also managed to adapt chameleon-like camouflage through their use of mana. The team was ready to deal with them, especially since all saw Ajax's point and had made a poorly fitted layering for their armor from the extra croc skin. Ajax was especially annoyed that the snakes only used the camo as a way to prepare for the ambush. He would have liked to get a glimpse of them activating it in hopes of replicating the process. Their most annoying enemy of all came a quarter of an hour after night fell. The team was heading towards a rocky area in hopes of finding a good place to set up camp when they ran into a small herd of camels-like beings. To say that the camels were strong would be a massive over-exaggeration. What they were was fast. Not only that, but their preferred mode of attack was mana-infused spitting. Jones had directed the ranged members of the team to deal with them, as they used hit-and-run tactics under the leadership of a boss. This ranged team included Ajax, and together with the other rangers and Nelly, it had taken them 4 run-bys to finally take out the boss. Without their leadership, the rest of the camels didn't stop attacking, but they only moved to dodge immediate threats that left them open to being easily approached and killed. What are we looking for? Ajax huffed as they reached the rocks. A whole day spent under the cruel sun in a mana-infused place, all while carrying heavy bags that got heavier with every encounter they had. Any sort of solid shelter with cover. Jones answered him. We want to make sure nothing can come at us from above or below. The rest we can keep a lookout for. The search didn't take too long before they found a small cave that had 2 large nests inside. The crying of the hungry chicks had actually helped the team find it in the dark. Oh, for fuck's sake, the scout cursed. What's wrong? Ajax asked as he took on a defensive posture when he relaxed when he saw nobody else react. Eggs are just hatched. You can ignore our money-hungry scout. He's saving for a new pair of boots. Bobby teased the scout. What do you mean the eggs are just hatched? The scout complained, and one of the melee fighters quickly gutted all the chicks and threw out the nests to make space for their new camp. There were easily 10 eggs here. Do you know how much nobles are willing to pay for a chance at a bond with flight? Stop complaining and go check the surroundings. Jones cut off what seemed to be an old rehearsed argument. Make sure we don't have any upset parents or neighbors we don't know about. Don't have to worry on the parents' front, the scout said, taking a much more serious attitude when it came to his job. We got rid of them already. They were the second group we ran into today. Oh, Ajax was surprised to hear that. How do you know that? The moment he heard the claim, he had already started looking around the cave for anything he might have missed that could lead him to that conclusion, but turned his eyes back to the scout after he stayed silent on the topic. Looking at him, he could see a conflicted look upon his face. In the end, the scout turned to Jones. We already know about his magic and spot weakness. I would say go for it, but it's still your choice. Jones told the scout, who nodded. I have a rare skill, know thy enemy, the scout said. It helps me identify and differentiate between different species. Not only does it do that better than the uncommon version of beast lore, but it also lets me make connections to anyone or anything that I faced recently. Something like the stray feathers that were left behind in the nests by the vultures. After explaining his skill, the scout didn't hang around and got to work scouting the surrounding area. This interaction left Ajax with a few things to think over as well. Clearly, the team was still holding back some of its more unique skills, something he understood as anything he learned he could then leak at any point, even after they split up. The other thing he was considering was knowledge-type skills. Hatchet had mentioned them in their training, but he also noted that they had nowhere near enough different types of similar species available to even attempt to unlock any of the skills for him. Even plant lore, which was one of the easiest to get, was out of their reach to attempt, as in a forest the dominant herb of its type would spread and take over. Boss, over here, Donnie called out from the back of the cave. As the whole team converged to find what Donnie had found deeper into the cave, they turned the corner. Past the corner, they ran into a dead end consisting of a small room, a quarter of the entrance to the cave. In the middle of the room was Donnie and the remains of a weirdly built nest strewn around him. Right in front of him, however, stood the dungeon obelisk. Well, it's good that we found it, Jones said. We'll talk about everything else in the morning. Outside of the night shift, everyone needs to rest after today. I hope it goes without saying that nobody is to touch the obelisk. After confirming that there was nothing in the cave, and that there was only one entrance, the team set up a sentry watch inside the big cavern and turned the obelisk room into their sleeping quarters. Ajax laid down exhausted. The first day on the first floor wasn't hard, and while clearing out the remaining of the floor was somewhat dangerous, in that they could be overrun, it was still easy to do safely. With the cavern covering them, they didn't bother pulling out tents and just used the bedrolls. His day out in the scorching sun, however, was something else. Despite the team's skill and the limited number of monsters they engaged at one time, he was always in some danger and forced to take his opponents seriously, much like the bear and the fish had. Not only that, but he also found new uses for his skills, like residue recognition let him find the camouflaged snakes. Their technique also used mana to cover any physical tracks they left behind. The problem was covering those tracks left mana residue in its place. As Ajax pulled up his status screen, he was shocked. In just a few days delving, he had already gained so much experience that he was more than halfway to the next level. That wasn't all. Almost all of his skills had shot up. Using them constantly reflexively in a dangerous environment seemed to work a lot better than planning them out. Whereas with the fish and bear, he had worked out careful plans, here he just did his best to adapt on the fly and react to what his team was doing. That he started to fit in with them was obvious from the presence of the teamwork skill he hadn't even realized he had achieved. Still, the jump in skills like heat resistance, dismantling, and skinning was something else entirely. It most likely came from using them in environments well above what he was equipped to handle, much like how his poison resistance had shot up so high when dealing with the vampire. As he looked at his mana affinities, he couldn't help but be a little displeased by his light and holy affinities. They were starting to lag behind, and it was showing. Once he got back to the city, he would have to pester Kate in teaching him how to at least use the holy affinity. The other big difference was how his level 40 skills have once again started to ascend now that he was pushing even higher. He also didn't know why his physical skills were progressing slower once they reached the 30s compared to his magical ones. Did it have something to do with having the related stats being more than 5 times the skill level? That was the only conclusion he could draw so far. Out of everything to prepare for, however, the first priority went to mana siphon, the skill that will most likely make him one of the premier delvers, considering how much free power he will stand to gain in higher mana density environments inside the dungeon's higher floors. It was approaching level 25. Considering he knew common skills had no threshold, uncommon had one to reach 75, surprisingly rare and epic, shared the 50 and 100 thresholds. This was much easier for him to understand now that he saw most of his epic skills, in fact, were stronger derivatives of his rare ones and were harder to level than their rare counterparts. Legendary skills were rumored to share a every 25-level threshold, and with the new application of Mana Siphon, it was close to reaching the need of said rumored threshold. He knew he would have to do some covert research into the topic once he got back to the city. Announcing to everyone that he had a skill at a threshold was a horrible idea, but it was a risk he needed to take. As he looked at his mana bar, he frowned briefly. He couldn't just empty his mana, as that would leave him vulnerable should something happen during the night. He also didn't want to let it just regen all the way to max and have it be wasted. He had done that enough during the skirmish. So he looked through his skills. Light affinity was one he needed to work on, but he didn't think his new team would appreciate a small orb of light being lit for him to practice keeping active while sleeping. Maybe ice to cool down the temperature would be good, but he didn't know how long the night would last nor how cold it would get. His memories from Earth told him the desert was as cold at night as it was hot during the day, since stones and sand didn't retain heat at all. In the end, he decided to keep a thin layer of mana skin that would let him regen mana slower through the night, level the skill since it was very weak still, not quite like the holy aspect or berserker, but still very low. As he put a layer of mana in place, he felt the heat that had been cooking him slowly throughout the day lose much of its bite. He wasn't sure if this was a blessing or a curse, however, as enduring that heat for a whole day had done wonders for his heat resistance, but it was good to know he could put a buffer between himself and any environment the dungeon might throw at him. Nelly POV. Other than clearing the first floor before heading to the second, this delve went very much the same as the others we had been on in the last few years. All of us were easily in our 60s, but we knew once we moved up to a dungeon with a lower level jump, we would be able to relatively safely climb up in levels to ensure our lifespan would reach half a century if we were successful. For that, we needed a healer and a good reputation. The first we were waiting on, as I fully believed in my son being good enough to join us, even if he was a little full of himself due to how others started treating him during his teenage years. Once it was revealed, not only did he have access to his mana like me, but he was also talented as a healer. The second was a long-term project we had been working towards for the last 10 years, carefully taking our time and having a high completion rating, but that alone wouldn't be enough, as we would be moving away from the place where we had solidified our good name. The solution to this is what made this trip, despite it playing out so much like our usual ones, so much different. The kid was strong and skilled enough to be one of us in his own right, even if he did need a bit more experience with delving. That was just how newbies became delvers. His fighting style relied both on physical and magical stats. Not only that, but he seamlessly seemed to blend spells into his physical attacks, despite that only being done by much higher level mages. True, his spells were a lot weaker than mine, but his sheer flexibility and speed made up for it. That was when I felt him cover himself in mana. It seemed odd to me, as he hadn't really done that so far today. Is now really a good time to practice? He should be resting. I was about to give him a good kick and tell him to go to rest for tomorrow when the detect sleep skill I had picked up in all those restless nights with my son told me he was already asleep. I carefully watched him for another minute or two before I went to sleep, very much intrigued. Just who was this kid that could apparently keep a spell active in his sleep, even if with a very weak mana output? One thing is for sure, so long as his attitude doesn't change drastically, I will have to talk the boss into recruiting him with us full time until he joins a noble family. As he woke up, Ajax was already looking forward to a day of delving. Having already gained 20,000 experience in such a short amount of time was really pushing him forward. He knew it wasn't something sustainable. As his skills grew, the amount of experience would lessen. Not only that, but with every delve he would have more experience and be just that much stronger, so the experience would turn to a slow trickle. This was why most commoners never really got into the 40s throughout their lives. "You're up early," Nelly said to him as he came out of the small sleeping area. "Advantage of not having a night shift is that I get a bit of extra rest," he responded. Out of the entire team, Nelly was the one Ajax spent the most time talking to. Not only were they usually in the same part of the formation, but they both also had access to mana. This essentially meant that Jones put her in charge of teaching the newbie mage. This was not something he minded. In fact, he appreciated it. She was patient and had no issue with answering any questions he might have. Ajax started cooking breakfast while passing the time with the final night shift. He figured out on the first day that nobody else on the team had the cooking skill and would happily invest his time if it meant their supplies tasted better. He also would have a chance to learn more of what they would be doing today. "So what is the plan for today?" he asked, limiting. The other person on shift answered, though it didn't help Ajax much with such a concise response. "Usually we would be scouring. Nelly started, knowing he needed a lot more context. Scouring basically just means taking as safe a route as possible and looking for the obelisk, which we found already, so that means we move on to the next phase. Why is finding the obelisk the first priority? Ajax asked. Because the obelisk is always centered, she said, so we are in the center of the floor right now. He asked, surprised knowing how far they covered to get here already. This floor was almost surely twice the size of the previous one. This time, yes, she nodded. What do you mean this time? He frowned. How can it not be always if it is centralized? Simple, they are centralized by height, length, and width. However, not all planes are as flat as this one, and height is the key to finding it, she explained. Just from the fact that the obelisk is in this high cave tells us there is no higher spot on the whole floor, since this is much lower than halfway up the floor. I am not sure how they figured this one out, but a known discovery that is way too problematic to figure out on your own has been made part of the guild public knowledge a long time ago. She took a seat next to his makeshift table rock as he started to plate breakfast. So long as the obelisk is covered, it means that it is at the highest spot in the floor. Had it been on top of the cave, it would have meant there was a taller point on which it could spawn. Next, the obelisk will always be at or below the halfway height. This might seem dumb, but some floors have mountains that rise all the way to the ceiling. This can also mean that the obelisk sometimes has to move off the central position. It is theorized that the floor is first created. Only then does the obelisk spawn in the most convenient position that is free, so it will never be hidden inside of anything solid. This makes it a real pain to find when you get a maze-type floor. The other night Shift added as he also took a seat. On an open floor like this, finding the obelisk is the easiest way to explore. Nelly continued. On more complex floors, we go straight to limiting. Essentially, we move in as much of a straight line as we can until we find an edge. This was all very interesting to Ajax, not only that it also made a lot of sense. All those lessons on how to tackle different environments, labyrinths especially, he got from Hatchet fit right in with their explanations on the dungeon. This is very good. The melee fighter on the night shift broke the silence as he tasted the food and got up with his bowl. I'll go wake everyone up. He even has the cooking skill. Ajax heard Nelly mutter, his close to 160 points in perception paying off. He confirmed for her and almost chuckled at the way she jumped at his answer. I mean she blew out a breath and regained her composure. None of this is adding up. She now eyed him inquisitively. Your age and your stats are really mismatched, but that could be overlooked as nobles have their ways to somehow level a lot faster without problems. Your age and your level could be explained in the same way. So he asked as she seemed to contemplate something. Your stats and your level is where it starts to all go sideways. You have way too many for your level. With everything we've seen you do, I think you have more than the 900 total you told us about, more like 1,000. I said I have over 900, just didn't say how much over. It was now his turn to mutter in self-defense. That's not even the biggest problem. There are ways to increase stats, though doing more than 10 of what you naturally have will leave you deformed if not dead. Most absurd are your skills. You seem to have everything in the toolkit of a hunter, warrior, and mage, if an odd mage. On top of that, you seem to also be able to take apart monsters, now cooking. You have about 3 people's worth of skills, 4 considering how many different weapons you use. The fact about increasing his stats by 10 instantly drew his attention, but he knew now wasn't the moment to ask about that. Considering it wasn't widespread, he could worry about it once he got back to the city and talked with Hatchet and his sister. Something like that would definitely cost an arm and a leg to get. Don't take this the wrong way. We knew something was up with you when the nobles sponsored, but this is getting way out of hand for us. I'm starting to worry about being targeted once you leave, just so there is no loose end to spread your different skills. You don't have to worry about that, he said. I didn't even know the nobles were helping me out before I took the test to register at the guild. Not only that, but I'm pretty sure they don't know just how many skills I have. She seemed to relax learning this and didn't have time to push further because everyone else started closing in for breakfast, so we know which way we are going. Bobby asked in between mouthfuls. Anyway, but the one we came from, the scout said. I really hope we find more of those crocs. From that point, breakfast descended into a spat about how greedy some of the members were, and those members either denied it or shamelessly agreed with the accusation. It didn't last long, though, as the food was eaten and everyone was packed and ready to go. As they heaved off from the cave, it took them 5 minutes to run into an arch. Ajax was surprised to see it, but nobody else seemed to be. In retrospect, he shouldn't have been surprised either. He knew the cave was the home of one of the eagle groups they encountered yesterday. Not only that, but they had a boss among them, so that meant an arch should be guarded by said boss. This arch looked different from the others he had seen so far. It was much less ornate compared to the one outside that marked the entrance to the dungeon, but still more so than the one that led them to the second floor. The differences didn't end there. He felt a stronger concentration of mana from this arch, so he went up and placed his hand against it. Using mana siphon was slightly harder compared to the one they used to enter the floor, but that wasn't surprising. Something else was, he could barely get a feel for the mana siphoned, but unlike the fire and earth he felt from the previous arch, this one felt like lightning, wind, and water. He didn't get too much time to analyze this as a hand grabbed the back of his collar and pulled him back. That's not the way. I know it's tempting to go for the extra 1 point in all stats, but we aren't ready to take on a single group from that floor, Jones said as he dragged him a bit further away from the arch. Ajax simply nodded, not correcting the misconception about what he was doing as he took his place in the formation, and they continued to clear the floor. Despite not intending to enter the next floor through the gate, Ajax still felt a small desire to go through it. He quickly crushed it down. It was only 8 stat points in total, and it wasn't like he was losing them. He would have plenty of time, until he reached level 50 or maybe even 51 to enter the next floor and still get the bonus. As the team departed, they started cutting a straight line through the desert with the rock formation at their back. It didn't take them long to run into a few more packs of wandering camels and snakes, but there was nothing that proved an issue. Their first quick rest stop came at the first oasis they found. They didn't even get a chance to start relaxing, since the entire oasis seemed to be empty. None of them believed they were lucky enough to find a nice, relaxing camping spot in the middle of the harsh desert, so they were already on the lookout. 15 minutes and a close inspection of the ground led to them finding nothing that would point out the existence of anything else in the vicinity. Even Ajax couldn't find a trace of mana residue anywhere. For once, it seemed like nothing was out to get them. They rested there for half an hour after they made sure it was safe before they packed up and went to get back on their journey. As they traversed the oasis to the other side from where they had sat, Ajax picked up on an oddity in the water. Unlike anything he had felt before from in the dungeon, there seemed to be a distinct lack of mana formed in a small ball at the bottom of the water near the edge. We've got a resource in the water. Ajax wasn't the only one to notice. Nellie also picked up on it, but seemed to know what it was. Small, rounded shape. I think we're looking at a pearl from the location. How a pearl would end up at the bottom of the water in an oasis was something Ajax didn't question. It wasn't that he found it odd so much that he already spent many days. He now considered wasted with Hatchet drilling into his head that dungeon resources were based very loosely on environmental factors. He had gone through every example he found in books to at least try and make an argument that something more than 1 or 2 real connections had to be present. He was, however, left at a loss when Hatchet asked him to explain how a coconut tree could appear by the river in a thicket of trees, all of this in a frozen tundra biome. I'll go get it, the happy scout offered and headed purposefully towards the water before turning his head sheepishly and asking, a small hint of where to look, 15 feet to your left and 2 feet into the water. Nellie directed him while the rest also approached eagerly. Wait. Ajax yelled as he spotted something hidden between the trees, but alas, he was too late as he heard the water splash from where the boot entered. In his time learning with Hatchet, he learned a lot in theory about what he could expect to find in a dungeon. Sure, he still had massive gaps in his knowledge left specifically, so he could gain a few discoveries, but some rules had been drilled into him religiously, the most superstitious of which being that nothing in the dungeon is ever free. This much more of a false conjecture, since sometimes the dungeon did indeed happen to spawn unprotected resources that could be taken out, but enough bad endings had everyone checking gift horses like Trojan survivors. That, however, was not what had him on edge now, though. No, it was the small part of an arch that he had glimpsed through the trees that had him on edge. Unlike resources, arches always had a boss around them. Even if the boss wandered away, they would have found some traces of it beforehand. That was unless the boss was still here. All beast-type monsters in a dungeon were known to be highly aggressive. In fact, all entities that could be found in the dungeon were known to be highly aggressive except one. The sole exception was known to be aggressive, neutral, in non-boss cases even friendly. It was too late, however, as the scout didn't even get a chance to plant his foot properly in the water before getting dragged by the appendage towards the elemental forming from the water. Elementals were known to be an extreme rarity before level 70. Any found below that level in the dungeon would simply react like a killer plant. Ajax wasn't shocked by the appearance of the elemental like the rest of the group, and had already tossed a rope around the scout's torso like a lasso and pulled tight to stop him from getting sucked up inside the elemental to drown. The rest of the team was only a split second behind Donnie in snapping out of it. Bobby was already heading for the rope as everyone else gained some distance and took out lassos of their own to throw in case the first snapped. Rangers were seen taking out special arrows that they started applying an oil-like substance to. The only exceptions were Nellie and Ajax. Nellie was casting a longer chant meant to freeze as much of the water as she could without catching the scout. Ajax, Dolly for the unlucky scout, had overlooked his presence as he drew back an arrow imbued with lightning. Unlike his usual arrows, however, this one he tried to spread evenly throughout the arrow instead of focusing it in the head. There were 3 ways to kill an elemental. The first was to separate them from their element and spread them thin, not something they could do with so much water here. The second was to introduce enough impurities into the element that would act like a poison, something like shoveling enough sand in to make a muddy mixture. This would be possible, but the amount of time it would take would see their scout dead 10 times over. The third way was to introduce large amounts of foreign mana into the elemental body spread as evenly as possible. This would force the elemental to gather its mana into a core which, while it would keep it stable, will also give it a physical weak spot. The lightning spread through the water in an instant. Thankfully, the rope wasn't a conductor, so it didn't reach the people pulling. A moment later, a good chunk of the elemental started to have a layer of ice form, crack and form again. The spell only managed to create a third layer before it ran out of power, but that was enough as a core could be seen inside the mass of water that started to take the form of a blob somewhat resembling a human from the waist up. The core lasted for all of 2 seconds, once it had formed before 3 arrows that sliced through water much easier than they should have pierced it. Ajax didn't know if the piercing power came from skills or something else like the oil they used, but he didn't sense any mana from them. With the core destroyed and the elemental dead, the water came crashing back down, soaking all 6 of the melee fighters that had been struggling with the rope. Not only that, but with the opposing force gone in an instant, the scout turned into a projectile flying over the heads of the people pulling and crash landing face first in the sand. Ajax and the other ranged fighters were far enough away to avoid getting soaked, but both him and Nelly were breathing heavily. His arrow had more than 1,000 mana infused, and he had done it as quickly as possible. Pulling that much mana so quickly left him feeling a little dizzy, and from the looks of it, Nelly was in the same situation. Everyone all right? Jones asked. A chorus of confirmations came from the Rangers and melee, with Nelly and Ajax giving an exhausted nod and the scout a thumbs up while spitting out a mouthful of sand. Anyone want to say it? Bobby asked, looking around at the team in shambles. No, fuck it, I'm going to then. Jackpot. Nelly must have seen Ajax's confused look as she pulled him aside to take a seat on the grass to both catch their breath and explain. Elementals are somewhat unique, as you seem to be already aware. She said, her words hinting that she noticed he had realized what was happening before any of them. I noticed the arch. Ajax responded as he pointed it out. Only place we didn't look was the water, so an elemental was the only thing I could think of. She just nodded at his explanation after thinking for a second. The reason they are so happy is because elementals can be very much hit or miss in terms of their worth. It very much matters what they are made of. A rock elemental made out of gravel is pretty much worthless. One made out of marble will see every high-level merchant in 100 miles have their skills suggest a meeting with you despite never meeting you before in their lives. Then why are they so happy it's water? Ajax asked. Because it's very high-quality pure water. It's used in the creation of strong potions because it can handle more mana without destabilizing the rest of the ingredients. I see Ajax nodded as he continued to watch the rest of the team continue the collection. Nobody made any comment about the 2 mages sitting this one out, as they knew they needed a moment to catch their breaths. Instead, they continued to filter the water with their equipment. They ended up with an entire barrel full of pure water, which was a little on the low side, but understandable considering the boss was still very weak for an elemental. At least I got the pearl. The scout posed triumphantly. His disheveled appearance and soaked in sand, covered clothes ruined the look, sending the entire team into a laughing fit. Pearls were specials. Unlike other gems, they weren't tied to only being able to channel a specific type of mana through them. Ajax was very much interested in observing the pearl and comparing it to the feeling he got from running his mana through the glove he always wore. He knew the glove was something of much higher quality than anything else he had gotten the chance to see in action. After all, not only was it made by a dragon, but it also seemed to have the ability to adapt his gem usage as needed. He didn't have to choose a specific gemstone from the many hidden under the metallic cover. He just infused the mana, and it was directed to the correct gemstone. This may not seem like a big deal, as controlling where your mana goes is something that isn't all that difficult, and it isn't, at least not when you are just using a single mana type. Gems were valuable in both enchantments and runic casting as ways to amplify certain mana types. Pearls got their value for being an omni-amplifier. Beginner or quick action spells weren't something you wanted to use pearls for, as gems would always be much better. A fireball, wind blast, or earth spike was a simple answer, and for most problems, a simple solution is often best. Pearls came in handy when the solution was complicated, turning a field into a swamp, unleashing a storm or a blizzard over an area, or even creating a privacy field were complex multi-element spells. This meant that people who used such spells were at least intermediate mages, and this made pearls skyrocket in price. Let me see it, Nelly said as she snacked the pearl from the hand of the scout. Damn, it already has 3 water runes inscribed on it, and that is a bad thing, Ajax asked. Yes, she nodded as she noticed his interest in the small treasure and handed it to him to observe. Runes all need to be of a certain size compared to the surface of the pearl in order to work. Depending on the rune combination, you can get 5 or 6. The amount of skill in using the black spaces in one for another to fit in matters a lot. There is an enchanter in the capital that is said to have made 8 fit on a single one, but he has gone to great lengths to keep the arrangement secret. Ajax fiddled with the pearl a little and infused a bit of his water mana through it, and saw how the pearl amplified it through as it released a trickle of water. He saw a solid 10 increase in output compared to what he fed into it, and had to admit he was impressed. Even with a maximum capacity dependent on the quality of the pearl, such an increase was nothing to scoff at. With the water collected, the team once again continued their journey. For the first time, Ajax started to feel the weight of the pack on his back. Even with the ambient mana he is constantly siphoning, the weight of the water barrel is starting to affect him. This isn't to say that he couldn't carry it, just that it was starting to do more than change his center of gravity. Say, kid, you don't happen to have a skill called Lucky Find or Fortunate Encounter, do you? Bobby said as he looked towards Ajax. Ajax was stunned and unsure as to how he should reply to such a question, but someone else beat him to it. Not a polite thing to ask Bobby. The scout chastised the massive warrior. Especially right after he reacted quickly enough to get me out of a dicey situation. The scout then turned to Ajax and with a teasing grin added, even if he zapped me a little. I know, Bobby waved off the displeased looks, but I doubt I'm the only one thinking it. That amount of strength and the fact that we found not only the Oasis Crocs, 2 out of the 11 of which had mana cores, by the way, a peel and a water elemental. All of this on our first delve with him. It's up to him to share having a skill like that, Jones answered in a bit of an admonishing tone. That's not exactly true. Bobby countered, the jovial tone gone as got into the heart of what he wanted to know. If it's a strong epic skill, yeah, I have no problem with it. He can admit it or keep it to himself. But we all remember our last run-in with a lower quality fate type skill. Ajax noticed how the entire party turned quiet. Not only that, but a few of them seemed to turn and look a bit fearfully in his direction. The most pressing issue for him was, what the hell is a fate type skill? A what type skill? Ajax spoke, drawing all the attention. A fate type. Nelly was the one who once again filled in for him. Fate type skills are a very rare and unique subtype of skills. They differ from other skills in that, as far as the known ones go, the lower the rarity of the skill, the stronger the effect. How is that possible? He asked. Nobody has figured out exactly how they work yet. Despite this, 2 epic ones are publicly recorded along with 5 rare and 10 uncommon. She continued, what is known is that they all have the word luck or fate, and they increase the likelihood of something good happening when a person wants it to. I'm still not seeing the problem, nor am I seeing why the epic ones would be weaker than the uncommon ones. Ajax was still confused but more intrigued than ever. However they affect luck seems to go from forceful pull to a gentle guide. The uncommon ones seem to forcefully change the desired event, however this seems to have a backlash as a way to correct it. The epic versions seem to guide things naturally to a more favorable outcome. And how would that work? Ajax still didn't find the connection with the fear or hostility displayed towards the skill. Let's put it this way. Bobby said you know how to play Hold'em. Yes, Ajax confirmed. What I'm worried about is you having an uncommon version. You see, uncommon affects a very specific event and have an immediate backlash. For example, as long as the person shuffling the cards isn't cheating and the person uses the skill, he will always get 2 kings or 2 aces. The problem comes when the backlash hits the river is almost always the worst card possible. Bobby said. Ajax could see how much of a downside something like that could be. The skill would bankrupt someone rather than make them any money. The rare version isn't as abrupt. It results in the next few hands being given horrible hands. But the way this delve has been going, especially since we entered the 2nd floor, has felt a lot like getting a pair of aces. I understand not wanting to let people know about such exploitable skills, but an uncommon version means we need to be ready for something catastrophic to happen. Now it clicked for Ajax. He could see where Bobby was coming from. Losing a hand of cards could screw you out of your life savings, but in a dungeon the skill could help you find treasure only to die before you can even gain a benefit from it. He also wondered just how powerful a legendary or maybe mythic version of such skills could be. I understand, he nodded. I don't have an uncommon or rare skill like that. He wasn't going to tell them he didn't have one at all. In fact, having them think he had an epic one would provide some cover for his cheat-like trait and stats. I apologize for that. Nelly whispered to him. It's just that, he whispered back. A few years ago we pissed off a visiting noble. She said the way he decided to get back at us was by sending an assassin after us. This is exactly why I didn't want the nobles to take notice of me, Ajax thought. This assassin was special, though. Unlike most others in his line of work, he didn't kill his targets directly. He had a very different method. Whereas most assassins focus on offense, he was a pure escape type. He barely even had any knowledge of defense. She shuddered a bit as she recalled something. What he would do is get close to his targets, get his uncommon fate skill to work for the group, and have the backlash kill them while he ran away. That can't be a very effective method, Ajax noted. It's less and less effective as you grow in strength, she nodded, but it was also the closest we had ever come to losing somebody before and since, and it's all but impossible to prove. Discussion had left Ajax with a lot to think about. Up until now, he had always seen the fear most common people had for nobles, but had only gotten a view of the sense of superiority some nobles had. This was the first time he heard of first-hand accounts of nobles actually acting in such a way. Following his discussion about the assassin, Ajax also asked some more questions about it, most notably how they knew it was a hit. The answer he got is what left him with so much to think about. They had gotten the information from the assassin himself. It turns out that the noble had put the contract on them through the Assassin's Guild. Having known nothing about the guild's existence led to an interrogation that saw him educated on a topic he might have to deal with in the future if his rise in power was even remotely close to the gains he has made in this single delve. The Assassin's Guild was very similar to the adventurers and crafters, but it was also different in many aspects. Very much like the adventurer and crafter guilds, the Assassin's Guild was present in all 9 major powers. Also like the others, it was split into 9 different branches that acted like a council of sorts with the guild master of each nation, instilling his own demeanor into the attitude and rules of the organization. Unlike the other 2 big guilds, the Assassin's Guild was one that was not sanctioned by the ruling powers. This was for obvious reasons, but they also weren't targeted for elimination. When he asked why that was, the answer was shocking if unsurprising. A few monarchs in the past had tried to target the guild only to find themselves targeted, and their allies removed in favor of a monarch without such inclinations, the end result being a guild that operated in the shadows with no protection from the ruling class, but also no targeted removal. Moreover, he had learnt some very important details about how some targeted assassinations work. Most surprising was the guild's view on their targets. Any job they undertook from an outside source came with a request for the amount of power and method of elimination. This in and of itself was not surprising. What was surprising was their view on failed jobs. A job could go one of 4 ways. The first being a success, this would be a straightforward collection of payment. The next would be a failure that saw the guild members escape. What happened in this case wasn't, but often resulted in a stronger team being sent to finish the job. The third case was where the guild members failed and died in the attempt. This went much like the previous case, but the increase in strength of the follow-up team being much larger. And that left the final case, where the members of the guild not only failed, but also got themselves captured. By far the hardest outcome for the target to achieve, but the most rewarding. The guild actively incentivized the live capture and release of its members. It did this by having any target willing to do this have the contract on their head removed and be given a period of time when no more contracts for them could be accepted. Not only that, but the jobs the guild took also came with an insurance option. Since the level of strength requested was at the discretion of the employer, the guild protected themselves by having captured members also offer any and all information they had on the contract upon having been released, unless an upfront premium was paid. This premium only covered silence on the matter. This was how the collectors knew they were targeted. The noble in question had been too cheap to pay for the silence, and the assassin had spilled all he knew after being released. This practice was more for the safety of its members, as most employers would find it was cheaper to hire someone stronger than necessary for the contract to ensure it goes well, than to get the bare minimum with a silence insurance. As Ajax pondered on the different powers present in this world, he and his team continued to explore the dungeon. They quickly found out that the arch they entered from was actually quite close to the edge of the floor, and had they started off in a different direction, they might have found it within the hour. The following 2 days saw the team efficiently move through the floor and dispatching anything they came across. They hadn't been lucky enough to encounter a second water elemental despite them being on the lookout for another jackpot at every oasis they found. They did chance upon 2 more groups of oasis crocs, but sadly of the 20, they found only one was a boss, and the other 19 didn't have a core. While not all of the battles were easy, none of their encounters were dangerous enough to even threaten a member with a serious injury, let alone death. While this safety was one of the main reasons Ajax had chosen to join this team, its downside was also clear in that he had barely managed to level despite the previous couple of days getting him more than half the level in experience. With his skill levels catching up to the power of the monsters he was facing, their advance was slowing down, and the danger he faced turned from mild to minimal. This in turn lowered the experience he was gaining further. I think we got most of them. The scout said as the team gathered around the fire for dinner on the 4th night they spent on the 2nd floor. "Does that mean that we're heading for the obelisk?" asked Ajax. "No," Jones denied. Ajax was surprised. It must also have been obvious enough from the look on his face because Nellie chose to expand on the answer. "The floor has roaming camouflaging monsters," she started. This is one of the few circumstances where, despite a team being strong enough to fully clear the floor, even the guild advocates for exiting without triggering the obelisk. We don't have a skilled enough tracker to make sure we won't be inviting a half-dozen bosses and their packs on us by activating the obelisk, Bobby said before looking at the scout and Ajax and adding no offense. It's fine, the scout said. I might be good enough to see through their magical hiding if they are within a few feet of me, but I can't track them at all. Ajax didn't like it. It felt incomplete to just exit without finishing off the floor. He would much rather activate the obelisk or move on to the next floor. During these days, he had seen a lot more arches that led to the third floor. Interestingly enough, all the ones he used his mana siphon on had a different mana signature. Almost all of the arches had some mixture of different mana types. They ranged widely from wind and water to earth and fire. Most were sticking to the rare aspects he had, but on 2 occasions he encountered ice and metal mana. He didn't know why they were so rare, but he wanted to find out. On one occasion, he happened upon an arch that held only one type of mana. The only mana he could feel from the arch was light mana. As such, he felt an increased sense of curiosity to enter and explore that floor, as light mana should be the least dangerous of them all. The moment he even started to turn his feet in the direction of the arch, however, he felt a soft pulse from danger sense letting him know it was a bad idea. Having reached their entry arch the following morning, he placed his hand on it and triggered mana siphon again. The mana inside the arch was the same as it had been a few days ago. Interestingly enough, however, was that the only mana he had found on the entire floor that didn't feel from this arch had been from other arches. Everything else, from the water elemental to the snakes, crocs, and even the fire and earth mana in the air and sand, could be subtly felt in the mana of the arch. All right, everyone, be ready to form a defensive formation, Jones's voice ordered as everyone held their weapons at the ready. Since we didn't trigger the obelisk, we will have to do a bit of cleanup once we exit. Focus on the snakes, don't give them a chance to stealth once they exit the gate. Ajax was suddenly overjoyed at the last statement. He was hoping that the snakes would actually try camouflage themselves, so he would finally get a look at how that magic worked. As the entire team stepped through the arch to exit, unlike the smooth travel to enter the dungeon, exiting was a much different story. The split second in which he traveled back to the outside felt like an entire theme park ride back on Earth condensed. That wasn't the worst part, however. Changing from a low mana density to a high one might be hard on the magic senses until they get used to it, but it has no effect on his body. Going from a high density to a low one made him feel like he was an orange being juiced and almost had high throwing up. Sorry to say, but if Nelly is anything to go by, repetition does nothing for this sensation, Bobby said as he stabilized Ajax while his brother did the same to Nelly. Ajax resisted throwing up as they backed away from the arch. Jones was already speaking with the guards, and it didn't take long for everybody to get in formation. Much like when he first arrived, a lot of people formed a unified front, only this time he had a chance to be on the front lines as well. A few minutes later, the arch had a small infusion of mana before a few dozen snakes came out with a few vultures overhead. Besides them, Ajax counted 4 crocs and a pack of camels. Everything got handled quickly with overwhelming strength. The snakes weren't even given a chance to camouflage, much Ajax's disappointment. The numbers that came out in total were a lot less than the other monster wave he saw before entering. If it wasn't for the snakes being camouflaged inside the dungeon, Ajax thought they could have easily handled activating the obelisk. Oh, come on, it's just one. We already have 3 bosses and 2 normal ones. One of the melee fighters was trying to cheer the scout up. What's with him? Ajax asked as he approached. Seems the croc boss we missed was the expensive kind. He's not taking it well as usual. The guy said as one of the ranged members also approached. What do you mean just one? The scout said, his voice sounded distraught. Do you know how much a full corpse is worth? It's about 50 gold coins. That got Ajax's attention as it was a stupidly high amount of money. The ranged fighter went and collected Ajax's bags. Apparently she was sympathetic to the seasickness feeling he had from exiting the dungeon and offered to carry them for him until the world stopped spinning, which he was thankful for. I know 50 gold is a lot, but definitely made a lot more than that with just this delve. Why is he so upset over it, considering you guys have been at this for over a decade? Ajax asked. He was used to seeing the scout as a happy, upbeat person. It was surprising how much the loss of one corpse affected him. He's always been like this, the melee fighter shared. It's not my story to tell, but when he was young, he lost somebody because he didn't have a few gold to get him the help he needed. He's not a hoarder or greedy, but any form of waste always hits him hard. Considering that healing was free, at least in cases when death was imminent, Ajax was quite curious about what the story there was, but knew better than to ask for it now. The creatures left nothing to collect, though Ajax did notice that the Reavers had also exited before them and had stuck around. Their leader was heading towards Jones already. Jones, I thought you said you were sticking to the first floor. The man called out with an accusatory tone. Yeah, that was the plan, Anthony, but the new kid was better than he seemed, so we went ahead and took on the second floor. Jones responded with a malicious smirk on his face. Ajax didn't understand. It's Blaze, not Anthony. How many times do I have to tell you that, Jones? The leader of the Reavers angrily whispered to Jones, so quietly Ajax almost missed it despite his high perception stats. Just as often as I have to remind you, I don't answer to you just because I was on your dad's squad when I started out. He whispered back. Whatever, Blaze let out a frustrated sigh. I noticed a few vultures coming out following those snakes. From the looks of it, I'd say you had a desert biome, which should mean the vultures weren't a one-off. You got a boss you can give to me. Yeah, we do, Jones confirmed. Great, do you mind if I pick it up now? He asked as he looked towards the bags carrying all the loot they collected. Can't do it right now, sorry. I'll let you have your pick of the lot of them once we get into the city, though. Jones said. You best not be trying to snipe my contract here, old man. Remember, you still owe us. His tone taking a more dangerous edge. Nothing like that, trust me. Jones didn't seem to notice the change, or if he did, he didn't seem to care. What was that last bit about? Ajax thought aloud. We still owe the Reavers 2 favors, one now that we have the vulture for them. Nellie said from next to him. Being exterminators, they have a lot more pull in the city than us, and they helped us get Tristan the training he needs without him having to join up. Is getting healing training that hard? Ajax asked, surprised. After all, even the city guards had quite a few healers. Back when I was growing up, the healing union was just getting started. Back then, only nobles and adventurers had access to healers. Not only that, but adventurers were highly specialized and lacking quite a bit on general healing. She said, a few more years down the line, and the healing union had not only made a foothold, however small, in the capital, but they also started branching out. That's when the royal family took an interest. Mostly because they filed 6 counts of corruption from the 6 cities they attempted to expand into. Suffice it to say that the nobles there enjoyed being the only ones with the privilege of magical healing on demand. She sighed. Figures. Ajax scoffed, having seen that attitude once or twice already, and knowing all it took was one noble to butt in, and the rest just not to intervene for him to get his way. It was why nobles got such a bad rap. There were more neutral and commoner-friendly nobles than anti-commoner ones, but they wouldn't get involved. Anyway, the nobles also complained to the crown. To no surprise, the royals did an investigation into the healing union. The big shock came once they realized that they found nothing. Not only that, but the royal family also started backing the healing union, which let it spread like wildfire through the kingdom. This means that healers are more accessible than ever, but getting healing training without joining a noble house or giving up a decade of your life to the healing union still takes a lot of pull. As they approached the forest to head back towards the town, Ajax noticed the guards as they marked the bags of the Reavers in front of them and waved them through before turning to them. Hey Jones, have any luck today? The guard asked. Sorry for you, but we did. A bit too much, in fact. Ajax could also feel the rest of the team's mood rise at that statement, but the guard's face fell into a frown. Really? The guard asked. Yep, sorry, Jones said, and the team moved past them. What was all that about? Ajax asked once they were out of earshot from the guards. That's the usual backwater corruption. The scout chimed in. Boss, are you sure we couldn't just go with it? You know better than I do that we hit the jackpot this time around. Jones scoffed at the suggestion. If we slipped the guards a few coins to mark down what we collected, and then made a killing selling it, we would have been rounded up and questioned before the week is up. So that's why you wouldn't just give up the bird, eh? Blaze and the Reavers came towards us with a much more friendly look that he left with. Yeah, found ourselves a water elemental. No way we can smuggle that without declaring it, so you're going to have to wait until we pay taxes on all this before you get your bird. That way I can have it as a tax deductible. Jones grinned. The Reavers' eyes all widened a bit upon hearing about the water elemental. Some even took a few glances towards the bags, but none seemed to be planning on robbing them. Both teams just made their way into the small village before they headed towards the city. Nelly POVs. As we started traveling back towards the city, all of us started to loosen up again. It may not be easy to see from the outside, but all of us go on edge every time we head towards the dungeon. This time it was to a much lesser extent on the way there, as the initial plan had been to stick to the first floor. I hope Tristan and Rob haven't been too worried that we extended the trip by a few days. The carefree and competitive attitude of the Reavers also went a long way to push the rest of us into a much more relaxed mood. The only one I couldn't get a clear read on was Ajax. Despite his young looks and reported age that had him at 15 years old, his actions didn't match up with what I expected from him. The only times I have seen other people that young act so mature was when they were noble heirs, the training and lessons having taken over their childhood. Not only that, but it seems that Ajax is also a little, well, not shy, but maybe paranoid. I had thought we were making progress in relating to him, but he retreated back as soon as the Reavers joined us for the trip back. Then again, I could see where he was coming from. We had done a quick checkup on him as soon as we learned his name, and everything checked out. That background check was the only reason we weren't convinced he was an illegitimate bastard of a high noble and being raised in secret. I have to say the kid intimidated me. It wasn't his personality or his attitude. He was acting the way I would expect a brand new guild recruit to act, doing any job assigned, looking to learn and get new skills, greedy to gain more experience. What intimidated me was his raw power. I was already almost 60 years old, but as I looked at my status. Skills: cleaning LVL 20, haggling LVL 10, gathering LVL 30 cents, mana LVL 50, expel mana LVL 50, chanting LVL 50, inspect LVL 30, water aspect mana LVL 40, air aspect mana LVL 40, ice aspect mana LVL 30, mana matriarch. I knew I was one of the most valuable members of the team, but that came because of my unique versatility in having magic. I was the lowest level of them all after taking a few years off to raise Tristan with Rob, but now there was Ajax. He was 12 levels my junior, and while I knew I could still outperform him in terms of raw magic, his versatility and physical prowess left no doubt that he could beat me in a fight. I also understood his paranoia, because I had a much bigger reason than him to be paranoid about, one not even the rest of my team knew about. The Mana Matriarch skill was my second epic skill besides my Ice Mana aspect, but it was also one that manifested during my pregnancy. The skill had no levels and was linked to the trait Mana Constitution. The trait increased my proficiency with all Mana skills and allowed me to gain some slightly easier. The skill guaranteed that any children I have would be predisposed towards Mana skills. Like all non-level skills, it came with a small description from the system when I unlocked it, and ever since that day, I have lived with the paranoia of what would happen should it come out that I have such a skill. Nobody except my husband Rob knows about it, and I have been skittish around anyone that might be able to inspect others' skills ever since. The skill was also the reason why I only had one child. Even for a mage, the chance that their child can use mana is only 10. It grows to 15 if both parents are mages. Having 4 children like I initially wanted, all with talent in magic despite Rob not being a mage, would have brought too much scrutiny. As such, we decided to increase our levels and have some more children once we're stronger and have some connections. Ajax's presence on this team is in a way both a blessing and a curse. Our connection with him will lead to extra scrutiny, but it will also give us a chance to interact with important people. Not only that, but his genius might cover up and draw attention away from me. The trip to the city was uneventful. We spent a bit longer on the road than on the way here, stopping by on both nights to catch some rest before moving on. We arrived at Lessus as night was falling. Even from 20 feet away, I could see the shock on the guard captain's face, as Jones told him that we had dungeon goods to declare and that we will be paying taxes. It was more of an unspoken rule that established teams like the Reavers and the Collectors were going to bribe officials to look the other way on taxes. It was an accepted practice to keep the teams from leaving the city for greener pastures. The inspection of the goods took a little while. The inspector was a friend of Rob's, who besides being my husband was also our contracted merchant, and I could see his eyes bulge when he took a look at the water from the elemental as he licked his lips. I'm also sure that he purposefully misidentified the valuable crocs as the normal variety. Thinking about the taxation, I also wondered about Ajax. Before we left, we agreed that the kid would get half a share, but after the second day on the second floor, all of us agreed he would be given a full share of the loot. Despite that, I hadn't yet approached him about selling his hard-earned loot through Rob. Ajax, can I speak to you? I asked, and the kid looked at me gratefully for having given him an out. He was stuck listening to Bobby, and Great Oaf had managed to buy a barrel of cheap wine at our last village and had already drunk half of it. No problem, I smiled, but I do actually have something to talk to you about. Oh, what is it? He asked. I know that when we left, our agreement was that we would split whatever we find into 23 and you would take 1 share while the rest of us took 2. We have reconsidered that, however. I could already see him starting to frown. Oh, he said as his face betrayed some annoyance. I guess I couldn't blame him for being suspicious, since most teams would cut out a first-time porter completely from such a massive gain. We decided your efforts deserved a full share of the spoils. I continued, and his frown turned into a smile. Speaking of the spoils, I wanted to ask if you already know what you wanted to do with them. My husband is the team contracted merchant, you see. I left the statement open-ended so that he wouldn't think I was pressuring him. He stayed silent for a moment. I was planning on keeping my share of the cores for my brother's bond. His shadow cat is still a pup and can use all the mana cores it can get. As for everything else, I was planning to give them to my sister July and her friend Alana to sell for me. Seeing as he also had merchants in the family, I didn't want to push the matter. I could always convince him to swap over once we compared how much Rob got us for the loot compared to what his sister could get him. Surprisingly enough, when it came time to share the loot, he was more than happy to take his share in mostly cores and the elemental water. The water was something we all avoided, since we knew it would take time to be moved, and doing so would have added costs. After I arrived home, I was greeted by both Tristan and Rob. Both seemed worried and exhaled a breath they must have been holding onto for a while. "Mom," Tristan said, "you're okay, I am just fine," I smiled. The delve took a little longer than we expected since we also went to the second floor. I thought this delve was just to get the new member used to delves. Rob said, "That was the idea, but the kid proved himself too good to stick to just the first floor." "Just how good was he?" Tristan asked. He must have read something on my face. "To be honest, like nothing I have seen before," I said. "We all know you're talented, Tristan. At 25 years of age, you are already level 29 and following a healer track, but he is something else. Despite being 10 years younger than you, he is already level 24. Not only that, but I don't think I could take him in a straight-up fight." This had both of them curious, and I spent the next hour of dinner just explaining things about Ajax. Tristan was especially upset that he could already join the guild, and us despite him wanting to do so for years. He only quieted down after I told him Ajax shared with us that his total stats were over 900. "So what is the kid going to do with his share of the spoils?" Rob asked as we were heading to bed. Said he was going to keep the cores for his brother's bond and give the rest to his sister Judy and her friend Alana. I knew my husband well enough that the names of the other merchants was what he was interested in. "Those two again," he muttered. "You know them?" I asked. "Yeah, they started off small 8 years ago and had a cash infusion into a small side business 5 years ago. From there, their talent really shone and they just kept growing and growing. They've been having problems lately expanding into the higher reaches of neighboring cities," he said, and then froze a few feet away from the bed. "What is it?" I asked. "You just said they got their hands on water from the elemental," he asked. "They could use that as a foothold to gain contacts in other cities. Seems like their bottleneck is about to gain a few cracks." That information was surprising to me. Did the kid accept the water on purpose for that? After getting through the gate and sharing the loot, Jones dismissed the group, as he said he could do the report to the guild in person. Apparently, while skimming on taxes, was not only a tried and true practice, all delves were to be reported to the guild. Ajax didn't know why that was, and everyone was in too much of a hurry for him to ask them now. As he made his way towards his brother's place, Ajax thought that he should probably get his own room in the city, as he was going to be staying for quite a while. He planned to be at least level 30 before he left for the capital, and that would take at least 1 year. He probably cut a comedic sight as he walked through the city carrying a small bag in each hand, as well as a half-empty barrel on his back. His compensation came in the form of 24 mana cores and half the water from the elemental. The other bag contained enough crocodile skin to order himself a full set of gear. Ajax had tried to argue that it was too much, but apparently the group had a standing rule about first upgrading its members before selling. It was also why Nelly was given the pearl free of charge. The sun had fully gone down by the time he reached the door, but he could hear voices on the other side. A few knocks later, his brother opened the door. He froze in the doorway for a couple of seconds before he wrapped Ajax in a tight hug. "You're late," he said. "Sorry, we cleared the second floor of the dungeon as well, but that took a while," Ajax responded. A small crowd had already formed behind Tom. Kate, Alana, as well as his parents and sister were all there, and all seemed relieved to see him back. They were all clearly worried that he had been a few days late. Might as well let go of him so he can come in. Kate teased Tom, who had yet to release Ajax from his hug. Ajax made to step into the house when he faced a new issue. The barrel was too big to fit through the doorway. This wasn't a problem he had experienced before, so Kate took the 2 bags off his hands while the brothers were left to solve the problem of getting the barrel inside. "Can't you just leave it out there for the night?" his dad asked. "Too valuable to just be left lying around. This is most of my share of the loot," he responded, and that drew a curious look from Judy and Alana. Kate turned out to return with a solution a moment later as she brought Ajax his backpack that he had left behind. He hadn't needed it with all the ones the team provided for him, but it was large enough to fit the barrel inside. Magic still never ceased to surprise him, but at last the barrel was inside the house. "When you say the barrel is most of your share, what exactly did you get?" Judy had managed to wait until they were all seated around the table, but that was as far as her patience lasted before her merchant instincts took over. With the 2 bags nearby, Ajax grabbed both of them. The table was clear, so he placed them in front of himself before he opened the one containing the mana cores. "I have 24 of these," he said, holding one up. "They are all the weakest we got. 20 are from level 42 and the other 4 are from 43s, but considering how Fluffy almost overloaded from the bear core, I think these should be perfect for her now that the water is likely to be running out." The feline in question materialized next to his hand the moment she heard her name and hungrily sniffed at the core he was holding. "We can't accept that," Kate and Tom both said as one as they looked at the bag filled with cores. "Yes, you can. I know neither of you are in a position to afford something like this for Fluffy, even if in the future you might. She needs them now to help her early development." They both looked down at that as they knew he was right but didn't want to accept more charity. I'll tell you what, I was hoping you could help me out, Kate. You can take them in return for that. What do you say? He offered. How could I help you? She asked. I was looking to learn a bit of healing magic, he shared. Light as well, but I am particularly interested in holy. I can't, she said without hesitation. There are rules I am under while learning from the Healing Union that won't let me teach anyone anything about healing. The first spell I taught you, Ilzinoth, is the commonly known one and the only exception. I know that, and that is not what I meant. He said we both know that I use my mana differently than any other caster. Not only that, but different casting methods interfere with each other. It's why runic casters don't learn to chant and chanters don't use runic items. They interfere with the muscle memory. It's also why I stopped using the few chants that I do know. I haven't yet tried using a runic item, but it will most likely conflict with my way of casting as well. Then how do you want me to help you? She asked, confused. I picked up most of my magic by watching other magic in action, he explained. I didn't really get a chance to get a close look at any of the spells used before, so I was thinking if I could just, I don't know, follow you around and use my mana sense to see if I can pick up some light and holy healing and adapt it. He trailed off at the end, not sure how he could get that to happen. After all, the Healing Union wouldn't let him just stick around when they were teaching magic. That wouldn't go against my oath, but I don't see how you would be able to enter the tent to observe me in action. She said. He could go in there as a mana battery. Alana said. Everyone turned a confused look at her. We have a few despecting mana crystals. She continued, seeing the confused looks. Our smallest one can only hold 200 mana. If you take that, you can say that your family member is taking a few days off and is giving you his mana to help you get more training in. But since the crystal can only hold 200 at a time, he needs to be there to recharge it. That was a surprisingly plausible excuse. Considering the few times Kate and Tom had publicly helped Ajax, nobody from the Union would question why he wanted to help Kate. Even if they took some precautions against him learning their healing knowledge, it wasn't like they would block out his mana sense, which is what he needed to analyze the spells. That could work, but if I remember correctly, those crystals eat 2 to 3 times the mana they can hold. Kate said. The one we have with 200 only takes twice the amount, so he should be able to refill it once and a bit more a second time. Alana said. And since I focus more on intellect and wisdom, my mana pool is only 800, an extra 2 to 300 would be quite a lot of extra mana to help me increase my practice time. If the transfer rate is 1 to 2, I'll be able to give you more than that, Ajax mentioned. He felt a lot of eyes turn to him at that. They all knew Ajax had a lot more stats that he should, but he never told them exactly how many he had. He hesitated to give away his exact numbers, but felt that he could trust his family with the information for now. After his last level, he spent his stats much like he did the last ones he got. From the 2 levels, the 44 points were split with 4 in mind, intellect, wisdom, and vitality, as well as 3 in all the rest. I have a mana pool of 1900. Even with the bad conversion rate, this was enough to refill his sister's entire mana pool and more. Especially since he would be recovering mana throughout the day, he could probably triple her mana amount. Ajax, I know I haven't asked this before, but how are you spending your points? His sister asked. I'm trying to spread them out evenly, maybe with a bit more of a focus on my mental and vitality. He said, a little withdrawn. Stupid. Alana exclaimed. Why? Ajax asked as he looked at her confused. Because you can get an extra 10 in your stats from potions. She explained. I still don't see the problem, he said. The potions not only get harder to make, but also need more expensive materials depending on where they need to raise the stats from. She breathed an exasperated sigh. You now have the money that in the future you will be able to afford some potions, but you should leave 1 or 2 stats lower so you wouldn't pay exorbitant prices for the same number of stats. If you wait a year or 2, we will have the contacts needed to let you buy them. Ajax could definitely see her point. Stat points per level were worth the same amount whether you were raising a stat from 60 to 61 or from 1000 to 1001. He did feel rather stupid about this and wondered why Hatchet never mentioned it to him. Then again, Hatchet had never been rich. Considering how much it would cost for him to upgrade his stats through potions, it was never viable. Speaking of your contacts, he said, trying to switch the subject from his mistake. That other bag holds quite a bit of Oasis croc leather. I was hoping you might know someone who could make me a suit from it. I know a guy. His sister nodded. As for the barrel, I was hoping you could sell that for me, he said, scratching the back of his head. It's got the water from a level 46 water elemental. Alana POVs. This night has taken a turn I hadn't really expected it to. Everyone was starting to worry with Ajax, and the collectors taking an extra 2 days to return. The only hope we held on to was that they planned on only going to the first floor and that the team was highly overqualified, meaning their delay was most likely just something extra they had to do and not bad news. Judy was my best friend and partner, so I ended up spending a lot of time with her family and she with mine. My relationship with Ajax was the most complicated. We didn't work out as lovers, but were great friends. Not only that, but I couldn't help and compare him with my own brother, who despite being older ended up just begging us for a job as a merchant once the village was destroyed, and his easy life as Dad's successor came to an end. Now that he returned alive, he not only casually mentioned taking part in clearing the second floor, but also having gained quite a lot of mana cores for it. Despite this, he just gave them to his brother to feed his bond. As a merchant, I knew that the investment was well worth it. A bond like the Shadow Cat would pay back investments hand over fist, especially those made while she was still growing. But the disconnect came with the fact that it wasn't his bond. Not many people would be willing to invest that much in something they wouldn't directly benefit from. But as it turned out, that was only the beginning of the night. I am truly considering talking to an alchemist so that I have something to regulate my heart rate when Ajax is around. The news of his having a man pool of 1900 was shocking. That he was going for an even spread of stats meant his intellect and wisdom were around the same. I knew Ajax had somehow invested a lot of effort and sacrificed early strength to increase his stats, but this was a lot more than I expected. The final straw came when he offhandedly mentioned he wanted us to move some high-leveled water from an elemental. Considering that it came from the second floor, it wouldn't be higher than level 49, which would make it some of the lowest quality that could be gained. Its low quality, however, also came with a nearly non-existent supply. Elementals don't gain any form of sapience and are as alive as a plant until high into the 70s or early 80s. This feature of theirs makes dungeons not use them. They would only fit as boss enemies, but they could also just be ignored and bypassed if they were chosen. In a city like Lessus, this water wouldn't be worth even as much as the mana cores he already gifted to the feline purring in his lap. This water's true value came from the opportunity it provided to alchemists to speed level the skills of their apprentices, as a crafting path alchemy was different from all the others. From levels 1 to 30, it was easy leveling as materials were plentiful. From levels 60 to 100, the same could also be said. Truly talented alchemists managed to gain the 40 levels in less than 5 years. But the levels from 30 to 60 could take anywhere from a decade to a century, depending on how much of the water you could gain. Those without access to it being forced to grind levels on inefficient potions. A half barrel is enough for at least on full level, maybe 2 if they are closer to 30. Just selling this, even at a premium, would help us gain a connection to a master alchemist. Just as we were running out of steam expanding into the bigger cities and up on the social ladder, we now have a way to stick our foot in the door. End of POV. Ajax watched as the two merchants eyed the barrel like the chicken that could lay golden eggs. They spent the next few minutes trying to explain the why and how this would be a great boon for them. He was happy that he could help. Now, how would I go about getting some stat-increasing potions? Ajax asked. This depends, Judy said. First of all, on what stats you are trying to increase and then from what level. Seeing as lower is cheaper, I would be looking to increase my physical stats. That way I can just put most of my leveling stats into vitality and mental ones, I say. Right now all three are about equal around the 150 mark. This remark caused a lot more raised eyebrows, as they now had all the information they needed to know. I had more than twice the number of stats someone my level usually did. The cheapest way to do this would be to buy potions of body strengthening, Judy said after thinking for a moment. Since they raise dexterity, endurance, and strength together, it makes them some of the worst selling ones. How come? I would have thought mages would just have the chance to use potions, instead of stats, to get their physical stats to a higher level, while keeping their free points for their mental ones. Ajax also knew that mages were also heavily invested into by the rich, so this would drive prices higher. That's true, but potions only work in intervals. If you want to raise a stat of, say, 60, you need to use a potion that increases along the line of 5100. The potions of body strengthening are indeed very expensive, because mages tend to use them after they reach high enough, diminishing returns on just pushing their bodies. She agreed, but the number of mages looking at physical stats around 150-200 is very low. Physical fighters, on the other hand, are too specialized. You won't usually find some that have all three within 50 points of one another, so they buy more target potions despite them being pricier, Alana said. That, and they also would more likely buy the 0-50 mental ones and save points that way. We can start looking into getting some for you, but I suggest you hold off on taking them until you move on from this city, Alana said. Since you will be stuck on the second floor, and you are strong enough to clear it, taking the potions will just make it harder for you to gain experience. We'll look to get you no more than 75 stat points worth as well. That way, even if you earn some achievements, they'll still work for you. All right, Ajax agreed. Happy that he already sorted out everything with the loot from his first delve, he started to relax. The rest of the family wasn't having any of it and started questioning him on what he faced in the second floor of the dungeon. The story drew the appropriate oohs and ahs, but following the discussion of the loot, everyone saw the elemental's appearance coming. Mention of the pair, however, drew a lot of interest from both the two merchants as well as Kate. It was late into the evening when he finally finished his retelling of the delve, and everyone headed to sleep for the night. The following morning saw him following Alana and Judy to grab the mana crystal he will be filling up. The storehouse they led him to was much smaller than the ones he remembered seeing back when he was 10 and came for the first time to the city. It also made sense seeing as they weren't quite as established as the organization they worked for back then. He was also given the stink eye by a few of the employees upon receiving the crystal. They were all also quick to apologize for their rudeness when they learned that he was only borrowing it and his relation to Judy. Apparently that had thought he was someone extorting something out of their bosses. Considering how he was dressed and the non-deferential attitude both girls had towards him, he could see why they would think that. After all, they had spent this morning getting him his crystal and arranging for his new armor to be worked on while pushing all their other meetings back, getting everything sorted, and filling out the few forms he needed to say he was an adventurer selling his loot through the two took most of the morning. After a hearty lunch, something he had missed while delving as they only ate for breakfast and dinner, he headed towards the Healing Union. "I'm here to see Kate," he said to the receptionist, sticking to the plan they had come up with the night before. "She hasn't put you on the list for visiting," she responded after looking through the papers on her desk. "I was hoping this would be a surprise," he said as he showed the mana crystal they were going to use. "And who are you?" she asked, though he could see she was looking for an excuse to let him in. "I'm Tom's brother." That was all it took for him to be waved in. "Hi, Kate." He approached her as she waited at the table with some of the other healers in training in between patients. "Ajax, what are you doing here?" she asked. Her surprise looked so genuine he wondered if she had any acting skills. "Thought I'll bring you a gift after my first successful delve," he said as he tossed her the mana crystal. Kate caught the small crystal Ajax lightly tossed to her. Despite this all being planned out, she didn't have to fake the look on her face as she looked at the crystal. It was small and took up less than half her palm, but light shone brilliantly off its polished edges. She knew that the amount, transference rate, and anything else a mana crystal might do was tied in how it was cut. That was not to say that all crystals that did the same thing looked the same. Every crystal started off as a plain storage device if it was mined correctly. The cutting and polishing that followed had to be done by someone with the right skills and experience to get a desired effect. The blue gem in her hand looked very much like a small rectangle with the corners shaved off. Kate could already see one of the two teachers that were meant to be looking over their work start to make his way over to the group, his eyes fixed on Ajax. She had been a lot more active in the morning than usual and had already run through 400 points of mana, so she started to draw mana from the crystal. The feeling of drawing mana was a weird one. As the mana in the crystal was unaspected, it left her feeling like someone poured cold water through her veins. Despite this, she could feel it settle in her body and start adapting to her own mana. In a few seconds, her mana pool went from 400 to 600. "What is going on here?" the teacher asked. "I see. In that case, Yuka," the teacher started herding Ajax out when he interrupted him. "Did you already draw it all?" Ajax asked as he reached for the crystal. "I may have gone through a bit more mana than I usually do this morning. That leg wound was infected, and it took a bit out of me to clean it out." Kate didn't have to make anything up there. She didn't know how long the stubborn bull bestial had waited before coming to see a doctor. Had he waited any longer, it would have been cheaper to cut off the leg and heal the stump, and with the Healing Union, when it came to free healing, cheaper was always chosen. "I thought I told you to get some help on that one," the teacher muttered. "I haven't had many chances to work with cleansing wounds, so I might have pushed a bit far." Kate looked down at the floor. Ajax had picked up the crystal and started flooding it with mana. The process took a little under 10 seconds before the crystal was filled with 400 points of mana. It even changed color to a bright red as it started despecting the new resource. "Here you go. In about 20 minutes this should be good to go again." He placed it back in her hand. "I can do a couple more if you have some handy." The offer had piqued the interest of the others witnessing the exchange. Considering his young age, dumping out 400 mana wasn't impressive, but offering to dump 1200 scaled quickly. "We don't have crystals for use around here," she said, sticking to the plan. "I don't mind sticking around if you want. I got nothing to do today," he said before taking a deep breath and almost choking on it. Could even count this as training for acclimating to unpleasant smells. Everyone frowned at that. It's true that sick people didn't smell particularly nice, but it wasn't to this extent. "Teacher, can Ajax stay to refill the crystal?" Kate asked. "Now, Kate, you know the rules we have on others learning from us." He started the usual spiel. If he was willing to sign up to learn, it would be a different matter. Kate knew that with how little people volunteered in such a backwater place, the Union was always in need of healers who would take the 10-year follow-up contract. He wouldn't be learning anything. Not only is Ajax an adventurer who came back from his first delve yesterday, but he isn't even a chanting caster. She knew that the second part would be the nail in the coffin for her argument. After all, the Healing Union only taught chanting healing. "Oh, all right then." The teacher huffed out. but you have to look after him." Her last statement moved him from a potential student to a nobody as far as her teacher was concerned. Not only that, but their plan had worked out wonderfully. The unforeseen problem was the look her two friends were now giving Ajax. Both girls were from poor families who had gotten lucky enough to have mana, so a young handsome delver was something they would be very much interested in. Considering how physical signs of aging slowed down from stats after the apprentice period, they had no way of knowing they were almost a decade older than him, not that it would dissuade them. Ajax didn't pay much attention to anything and let Kate drag him over to her work area, where she then brought over an extra chair for him. From there, the day had gone very slowly, but he was anything but bored. The first patient that came in had a rather nasty cut to his arm. In this world, doctor-patient confidentiality would make for a good joke, but Ajax still stuck with the idea from his old life and tried to tune out anything that didn't have to do with healing. When Kate started working on it, he felt a strong current of light mana pour out and over the wound. Unlike when he had used light mana before, it didn't just cover the surface, but instead it was infused into the damaged flesh. From there, he could feel how it both cleaned the wound as well as started fusing the flesh back together. Knowing what he did from his past life, he theorized that cleaning out a wound with some alcohol might actually lessen the mana cost when it came to these non-infected wounds, but he kept that to himself and would only mention it to Kate in private. After the cleaning, the mana started moving differently than anything he had seen before. Unlike the other spells he had seen casters throw out, this spell didn't have a set pattern for the mana to follow, but nor was it free like his own spells. If he had to compare it to anything, it would be much like a complex racing circuit from his old world. The circuit in itself was much less constrained, but the cars followed a specific path when racing. The difficulty most likely came from the healer having to design the track for every procedure. It was 3 hours before something different came in. During this time, he had filled up the crystal 2 more times, but he still had over 1,000 mana because of his regen. That was when the first case of poisoning came in. It was just a stupid kid who had tried to show off to his friends and chugged down 2 bottles of hard alcohol. The spell this time was composed of holy mana. Unlike light mana, holy mana didn't heal by recreating and accelerating the natural healing process. It instead focused on identifying, isolating, and destroying anything that it identified as an outside agent. The more interesting part of the process had to be the way it revitalized the liver. Unlike the light version, he could feel that the holy mana washed, replacing the damaged parts of the liver with newly grown ones, but instead undoing the damage. This did make him wonder if there might be a holy spell that could revive someone after a light spell repaired their body, but this wasn't a question for right now. The other thing he noticed was the huge cost associated with casting anything containing holy mana. Despite not having tested out himself, he knew that this mana type would be a pain to level, not only because he would have to work with poisoned or infected wounds, but also because it would drain his mana like nothing else. To make matters worse, he also now knew that his glove didn't have a gem to correspond to this type of mana. He couldn't say he was all that surprised. After all, finding something with holy attributes would have some serious implications, but he was also somewhat disappointed in the fact. He had refilled the crystal a total of 5 times in his stay at the clinic before Kate's shift came to an end. A carefully made request saw him with privileges to accompany Kate for the next few days as a mana battery, while he waited to be notified of his team's next delve. The biggest problem Ajax now faced was how was he going to try and adapt the healing magic he analyzed. Unlike the other forms of magic he used before, this one was a lot easier to mess up and had a much bigger impact than just lighting himself on fire briefly. Any actual application would have to wait a while for his mana to regenerate, as he was down to 100 after recharging the mana crystal that final time. Kate, on the other hand, was very happy with having had 3 times the mana to practice with. On the way back, she even went over the few details of using healing magic that weren't covered in the deal she signed. This pattern of him staying with Kate repeated over the next 3 days. Despite the teacher's reluctance to have an outsider staying and listening in on their training, there was no justifiable reason to kick Ajax out, and with his help, Kate's mana supply shot through the roof. On the 4th day, Kate had the day off. This would be the perfect time for Ajax to go hunting. This way he could use the tried and true method of testing anything dangerous on something else before you tried it on yourself. Outside the city, the first thing he ran into was a wild boar. This was very much reminiscent of the first battle he ever had, though the opponent now was so trivial a flick of his wrist would be all it would take to kill it. He mercifully knocked out the boar before proceeding to spend the next few hours inflicting all spurts of shallow wounds through different methods. He wanted to be versatile for all types of damage, starting with crushing damage from a hammer, a slash from a sword, a piercing from an arrow, to even a tear that claws would inflict. He had seen Kate heal all of the different types in the last few days, but found he had more success in dealing with crush and slicing damage than the other two. Most likely because these did the least amount of direct damage to the skin and muscle he was trying to heal. By the time his mana ran out, he was confident in using light mana to heal any damage that didn't go past the muscles so long as he was still in one piece. Unlike what he expected, it was surprisingly cheap for him to use healing magic on the boar, though he suspected that was because of the low physical stats the boar had. It was barely past lunchtime when he returned with 2 boars back to the city. The boars were low-level enough that nobody would bother to tax an adventurer for them. Tomorrow he would try his hand at healing some internal organs, but for now he had a few questions that Kate might be able to help him. Not only that, but he was really curious if disinfecting a wound would help reduce mana cost. "Hey, Kate," he greeted as he all but crashed as he sat down on the chair. "Hey, Ajax," she smiled back, "you look just like I do after I get a particularly difficult patient at the end of the shift. I've been trying to figure out how my own take on the healing spells would work. Experimenting with something like that means I run through mana quite quickly," he explained. "You were doing what?" She all but jumped out of her chair. "That's really dangerous. Something very bad could happen if you don't know what you are doing. I know that. It's why I tested it all out on one of the 2 boars." He pointed to the cellar where he stored the meat he butchered. "Today I managed to get a decent idea on how to deal with all types of muscles and skin damage. By the way, does the amount of mana required to heal increase depending on the physical stats of the patient?" Kate had calmed down once he explained the part about using the boar as a guinea pig. As a healer, she wasn't all that happy about the fact that he was experimenting on living beings, but she understood that this was the best course of action. Every great discovery came at a cost, and Ajax was working on a whole new field of healing magic, so that had to come at a price. Better it be a few animals in the forest. Yes, the amount of mana required does change, but the way it does is very specific. Anything to do with your organs and blood is tied to a person's vitality. Since everyone spends a good portion of their stats there, it always requires a lot of mana to heal any of those. From their muscles are directly related to strength, bones and skin to endurance, and oddly enough, joints and blood to dexterity. There is also a correlation your eyes and ears have to perception, but it is much lower, so they usually stick to vitality. This wasn't good news, but it was definitely something he was expecting. He would still stick to practicing on low-stated creatures, so he would get an idea of how a complete spell was supposed to work, but he knew doing anything meaningful for himself would cost much more. "There is something else I wanted to ask you about. I noticed that all of your spells start off by coating and cleaning the wound." He trailed off there waiting for confirmation. "Yes, that's the first part of any spell. There are numerous records of doctors trying to create spells that skip that step, but all have had massive problems with infections." A small shudder went through her at the memory. "You shouldn't be trying to remove that part. There are plenty of that we can't see that form infections." The reason she disliked living beings being used as test subjects, but understood it, was because she had seen exactly what happens when a wound isn't cleaned on a goat. Initially it was fine, but 3 days later, the leg started to get infected from the inside. Ajax assumed that the word he hadn't heard before was the equivalent of microbes in this language. "I wasn't planning on doing that. What I was wondering was if there was a way to make spells cheaper by doing most of the cleaning before casting the spell. And how are you planning to do that?" She was both cautious and curious about his line of thinking. "Well, the process of infections seems really similar to that of food spoiling. It might be similarly cleansed by similar methods." Ajax didn't have almost any knowledge about infections from his past life. All he knew was what worked, so he was now spouting bullshit that would lead to an answer he knew was correct. "I'm not saying we should salt or pickle wounds now," he quickly followed up once he saw the skeptical look Kate was getting. "But what if something like alcohol might work to clean out most of the bacteria? After all, drinks with a high amount of alcohol in them don't spoil." That Kate hesitated a bit before she continued. "I'm not going to say it sounds like a good idea, but the logic is there enough that it might be true. I'll look into it as a side project. We are encouraged to look into new things while working with the Healing Union." "I'd be more than happy to help out," he started to offer, but they were interrupted by a knock at the door. Ajax got up and opened the door to find one of the young kids the guild used as messengers throughout the city standing there. "I'm looking for an Ajax," the boy said. "I'm Ajax." "Could I see your guild badge, sir?" Ajax was momentarily surprised, but he realized that some form of ID would be required to deliver messages from the guild. Otherwise, anyone could just say that they were Ajax. After he showed the kid his badge, a letter was produced for him, and the messenger ran off. Ajax came back to the table as he read the letter. He initially thought that it might be something official, or that maybe something important was taking place at the guild or in the city. Something happened. Kate asked. "No, just that you'll only have me for another 2 days to help out with testing that theory." He shook the piece of paper he received. "This came from the team. In 3 days we depart for our next delve." Ajax was excited to go on another delve. He had enjoyed the last one and couldn't wait to see what other scenarios the dungeon might throw at them on the next floor. Not only that, but the letter had also mentioned that he wasn't going to be a porter for this next trip. The next morning was spent in a mixture of tracking and healing. Since Kate was going to get the basic framework for a healing union project started, he was going to keep on training his healing magic. The problem came as he first tried to see what the limitations on healing blood loss were. To say that the test was initially a rather surprising failure would not be an understatement. Much like Kate had already told him, creating something from nothing took a lot of power. Both chanting and runic healing got around that with lengthy chants or complex patterns that would strengthen the mana and help it create. His style of casting couldn't do any of it. He spent half his mana pool and had little more than a pint of blood to show for it. Not to mention that said pint of blood came from the total of 3 pigs who all bled out in the 4 hours. For his fourth experiment, he changed his angle. Instead of trying to create more blood through the direct healing spell, he tried to get the bone marrow to create more. This had mixed results, not the least of the reason for it being that he was mixing the light healing spell with a holy spell to speed up the process. He ended up running the test on 2 more hogs and came to some unfavorable conclusions. First of all, regenerating blood would require food, not the biggest of surprises seeing as he was speeding up production and not creating, but unlike every game he ever played in his past life, here he also got to deal with the full process. A lot of intake also means a lot of waste. It was astounding how much shit came out of these hogs. The waste was not the only problem with his new method, however. Speeding up blood production also fried the marrow. From what he could tell after 3 experiments, he would be able to get maybe 2/3 of his full blood volume before it would have any immediate detrimental effects on him. Other good news was that half his mana now produced more than 10 boars worth of blood. Since this process wasn't tied to the vitality of a patient, though higher statted people would need either higher quality or quantity of food, he now had a reliable way to recover from blood loss. With this all out of the way, all that was left for him to test tomorrow would be the more fragile internal and sensory organs. Ajax didn't bring any of the meat back this time. Dealing with all that shit cut his appetite, and he left it there to draw predators for tomorrow. Perhaps that way he could spare the boar population. He did get a few odd looks from the guards that knew him when he returned empty-handed, but none said anything since they all also knew he was an adventurer now, and going out for a few hours just to train was nothing new. The plan to help Kate with the project planning that afternoon went completely out the window. First, Tom had also had the day off, and Kate hadn't even been halfway through the boring procedural stuff by the time he returned. Secondly, Alana and Judy had decided to apprehend him for the afternoon. Both had been informed of his upcoming delve, and had decided to give him a quick rundown of anything and anything of worth that they could use. They had also informed him that he would be getting him new Croc skin gear tomorrow. A full set of gear, despite providing the materials, would cost him close to 80 gold. With everything he had gotten from selling his share of the loot, he might be able to cover it. That idea got shut down rather quickly. The girls told him the cost was taken care of. While they might not be able to do that for his stat potions, something less than 100 gold was not a problem for them anymore. On his last free day, he only spent 2 hours hunting and training his healing. This wasn't because he wanted more time to rest, but simply because he ran through most of his mana in that time. The session also proved highly productive. The good news was that he was able to heal the more fragile organs in the body. Yes, the eyes seemed to come back colorblind. Ears and nose also affected hearing and smell, but they were repairable. Of the internal organs, that was a much longer story. Anything to do with the brain and heart was a hard no. Not much of a surprise there anyway, and also not something that could benefit him, as if he had to heal those for himself, he would be dead already. The lunges were doable so long as 1/2 of the lungs were intact and could function somewhat while he healed the damage. While this worked with a patient, he knew it wouldn't be something he could use on himself. The other organs were all fixable, at least when it came to direct damage. When it came to poisoning, all he could do was remove the toxin. Any damage that had been done he wasn't able to reverse. This also meant that he wouldn't be able to revert the damage to his bone marrow should he need to speed up blood production. This wasn't as limiting as it sounded, since he knew as long as he got to a proper healer, they would be able to revitalize those for him. Thinking about dealing with blood also led to him realizing that blood types and transfusions weren't used in this world. This might be something worth looking into, but first, he should just see what the reaction to his alcohol project is. Returning home, he spent the entire afternoon trying to make heads or tails of the way the Healing Union would set up a healing project. Since he wouldn't be one of the people verifying, and only the co-author of the project, it didn't matter all that much. The problem came as he tried to subtly lead Kate to the answer he knew should be correct. Seeing how ale can still spoil, I would guess that the higher the concentration of alcohol, the better it would be, he argued. Not only that, but since we aren't interested in taste, we can further distill the drinks past the usual 50 content they have at most. That's something that should be experimented with. Kate argued back. We'll be trying out everything from just using water to ale to the hard stuff. Now that you mention it, though, we could also go above what is normally served. Not only that, but we should also try some of the mana-imbued drinks that are served to higher vitality people. This was a part Ajax was unsure about. He didn't know what effect mana concentration would have, both when dealing with high mana infections and alcohol. He did have a few guesses that a high mana infection would be more resistant to low mana disinfectant, but he didn't know anything about just how efficient things would be and what ratios were at play. Their discussion was soon put to the side as Ajax, Kate and Tom all headed out to one of the nicer taverns to meet with his parents as well as Judy and Alana. As they got there, Alana seemed to be quite in a mood. "Should I ask?" he whispered to Judy once he was sure Alana wouldn't overhear. "No, best you stay away from that topic." While her tone didn't give anything away, the way she clenched her teeth told him the problem also affected her as well. "Is there something I can do to help?" He decided to follow that advice, but still wanted to help even if he didn't need to know the cause. "Nothing you can do." She shook her head. "The problem has already been handled. Suffice it to say the reason for it was her brother acting entitled because he is the boss's brother. That cleared everything up, so he did his best to keep the subject of conversation away from anything related to that topic for the evening." It wasn't all that hard to do, as once the topic of different sorts of booze was brought up, because of the project Kate would be working on, everybody had their focus on all the types of drinks Kate would have access to, their flawless logic being that it had to be tasted first to ensure it was the right stuff. Ajax woke up early the next morning. He had learned from his previous trip, and now he made himself some tastier food for the trip to the dungeon village. Travel rations were still the way to go inside the dungeon, but he could afford some luxury for an extra 2 days. With all his gear packed and ready, he headed out to the meeting spot. As Ajax arrived, he noticed that about half the team had already gotten here. The first thing he noticed once he approached the team was the tomboyish girl that was talking to Jones, more specifically the porter bag she was carrying, as it was the same one he carried last time. Ajax POV. That was definitely different. I didn't read anything about there being anything out of the ordinary with this delve, and yet there was a new person carrying a few of the porter bags and talking to Jones. The woman in question looked a lot younger, at least compared to everyone else on the team. She was definitely older than I was, maybe a year or two older than Tom. She was also on the tall side, reaching at least 6 feet with a solid wide build and rough features. As I was pondering her presence here, a man around the same age as her, whose resemblance made me think he is her brother or cousin, definitely related, walked up and started picking up the rest of the porter bags. He was as tall as I was, but where my body was more lean, he was much bulkier. He had a full beard and the same rough features as the woman. More new people, Jones. I heard Bobby's voice from behind me. The sound of 2 pairs of heavy boots let me know his twin brother was also with him. "We just picked Ajax up not 2 weeks ago." I tried not to show how glad I was that I wasn't the only one not in the know about the new people that were apparently joining us. "They won't be sticking around," Nellie answered, and Jones just turned around to continue talking to the two. "All right then, what's their story?" Donnie asked. I liked that he was more on the paranoid side like me than his brother. "They're both children of a knight," she said, and I saw both Donnie and Bobby wince. I didn't have the experience needed for this to affect me, but I had heard quite a few stories on the way to the dungeon to explain their reaction. Before I had proven myself useful, I was browbeaten with all sorts of stories where they were saddled with incompetent nobles. "It's not that bad," she said as she lowered her voice to a whisper, most likely not wanting to have the 2 people in question overhear. "They are the first generation of a kingdom knight." "What's a kingdom knight?" I whispered back. I knew that knights were the lowest of the nobles. Any baron could grant a commoner a knighthood, which is why most nobles considered baron the lowest level of nobility, with a knight being a halfway mark between them and commoners. There are 2 ways to gain knighthood. Nellie turned to me to explain. The most common one is that a noble finds you useful and bestows it upon you. The other one is for the members of the military. After at least 10 years of distinguished service, with at least 2 minor accomplishments and 1 major one, a soldier at the rank of captain or higher can be granted a knighthood. Yeah, the main difference is that the kingdom knights are recognized as nobility everywhere, unlike the normal ones who only have that right in the region where the person who knighted them is based. Save the lesson for later. Why are they joining? Bobby impatiently waved her on. Fine. Nellie rolled her eyes at Bobby. Their father decided to leave the service of a baron to join the retinue of the Viscount in charge of our region. With them being around level 34, they wanted a boost for the first floor. Both Donnie and Bobby smiled as they nodded and moved towards the pair to drop off some of their things for our new porters. Nellie instead continued to explain things to me. The reason they aren't as reserved about them is because, generally, kingdom knights are soldiers first and nobles second. Almost all of them teach their children properly and don't let them get a big head about nobility and all that, she said. Now where was I on the Kingdom Knights? Oh yes, because they gained their knighthood through military distinction, they have an easier time moving up to a baron position. Not only that, but whatever lord they work under is also given certain tax benefits. It's all just a giant incentive to get talented military people who retire from active duty in a position to lead should a war start. I nodded. I could also see the appeal. If I was a baron, I would also want to employ a knight that was a distinguished soldier and came with a tax break for me. What's a boost? I then asked, though I figured since they were level 34 they wouldn't be much use on the second floor unless they had a lot of achievements. A boost just means that they will be tagging along with us for the duration of the delve. They won't take part in any of the fighting on the second floor, but will be our defense priority. It's one of the easiest ways to make money since it's pure profit, she said. People are willing to pay a lot just to join a delve and watch for experience, I asked. That's not what they are mainly paying for. Yes, there is a bit extra in there for them to get to watch what a real delve done by experienced people looks like, but most of the money is for the pass that is included. And a pass is. Hatchet always told me that he wasn't going to teach me about anything adventuring specific besides how to do the actual combat and knowledge on monster types, but it seems there was a lot of information I was missing. He said the main reason was that explaining everything would lose me a few discoveries. A pass is a way for them to gain stats. You found out that for every floor you pass that is around your level you gain stats, right? She asked. Yes, I nodded. Thing is, unlike you, most people can't clear out the floor they move onto while they are at the level to gain stats for the previous one. The exception to this is maybe the 5-level jump dungeon at the capital. Nobles and rich merchants have come up with a way around this. A pass is basically joining a stronger team, like they are doing, and we will let them fight the boss protecting the arch to the second floor. That way when they go through it, they have enough contribution to earn the stats upgrade. After that, they just set up camp near the arch and wait until the team clears the floor to leave. Couldn't they just leave straight away? I asked, after all, why would they stick around? That is a safety measure. If they left, they would just be detained until the team returned. It's done like that to catch assassins who try to kill people in the dungeon and leave no evidence. All right, everyone is here, Jones called out. Everyone meet Jacqueline and Devin. They'll be our porters for this delve. Some of the members who just arrived had a few grumbled complaints much like they did with me, but the others in the know seemed to explain their status as children of a kingdom knight and their mood improved. With that, we were all ready to go and we headed off towards the dungeon. You here for a pass? Devin asked me once we were on the road. I was surprised at the odd question. No, then how come you aren't a porter? Ajax here is a member of the team. Jones cut in. How is that? He's only level 26. Jacqueline asked as she frowned towards me. Not only that, but he can't be older than 17, maybe 18. I started to defend myself, but didn't get a chance. You'll see the answer to that once we get to the second floor of the dungeon. I will remind you, though, that you did both sign contracts to keep any information you discover about anyone on the team confidential. He paused there before continuing. This doesn't just cover information you see in the dungeon, but at any point since you joined the team. Despite me not being so paranoid ever since I knew that nobles knew about my magic for a while, and yet nothing happened, I was still relieved to hear anything more specific wouldn't be spreading after this delve. The journey to the dungeon was moving slower than it did last time. Ajax soon learned that one of the things that buying a pass or a boost got you was a certain level of comfort. Despite being more than able to push through for 2 days without rest at a decent speed, the trip there would take a full 3 days, with them making stops for the night at the same places they did on their way back last time. Ajax didn't know that the reason there was so much new stuff wasn't because the team went on a shopping spree. It was because both of the porters had brought their own armor and weapons. Not only that, but they were also full-plate fighters. So what did you do in the last few days? The team scout asked him, after he had gone through the whole team with the same question. The interactions from the rest of the team was a lot different this time around than their last trip out to the dungeon. The answers varied wildly, from a simple, just relaxed, to a I remember going to a bar to drink that first night and waking up 4 days later. You'll probably get a fuller picture of what happened listening to rumors on the street than I can recall. Bobby answer, a gentleman never tells, followed by an in-depth description of his conquests, had a variety of reactions, but all the members seemed used to his attitude. One of the archers never-ending gushing about how cute his new nephews were had everyone glaring at the scout for subjecting them to all of it. Ajax had never been more glad photos weren't a thing here yet. I relaxed for the first few days and helped out my sister-in-law with some mana. Then I did some light hunting before I got word about the delve. He answered, seeing no need to keep it hidden. You can give others your mana. Nelly asked in a serious tone. Considering the implications, this was one of the things he should have told his team about. It also drew the attention of everyone else. Nope, he answered, but decided to expand when he saw the gazes turned his way. I told you my sister and her friend are traders. They happen to be looking for buyers for 1 or 2 mana crystals they acquired, so they let me borrow one that despecs the mana you feed it. Not like I can wear it out or anything. Never heard of any traders that would allow a mage to take their merchandise on a firing range to practice, family or not. Donnie said, his tone making it clear it was a joke about merchants and not an implication. They probably wouldn't either. He snickered along with the rest. Kate's a healer in training with the Union. Kate the feline beastkin, Nellie asked. Yeah, do you know her? Kate never mentioned knowing anyone from his team before. Not directly, my son is a few years ahead of her in the Union training, and he had her as an understudy a few times. Despite the thousands of people in the city, there were few mages. Of them, those that were training to be healers were a small minority, so they formed a small community. Seeing as they would only be traveling for the next 2 days, most of the team didn't head off to sleep straight away. Ajax had been messing around with his mana all day, so he was tired enough to go straight to sleep. The next morning saw more than half the team with hangovers as they started back on the road. As the journey continued, Ajax noticed that Devin had gotten more included in the group dynamic. He was one of the ones with the worst hangover that morning, so clearly he had bonded with the other over drinks. When the second night went much like the first, Ajax could have sworn he saw the vein in Joan's temple throbbing the next morning. Despite that, he said nothing at all until they reached the dungeon village, when he gave the lot of them a stern talking to about not drinking before heading to a dungeon. Despite the usual team discipline, Devin just seemed to have this social way about him, and clearly wasn't as informed about dungeons. On the third morning, however, everyone had a serious expression as they headed off towards the clearing that housed the dungeon arch. It wasn't long before they entered the same wide open space filled with other adventurers all waiting for their turn. A section Ajax hadn't noticed last time was the merchants that had opened a stall on the far side. I can't imagine those merchants making any decent profits. Who comes unprepared to a dungeon and gets their supplies from them? He asked. The things they brought with them aren't for selling, Nellie told him. They are here to get the first chance to buy things from adventurers right as they exit the dungeons. All their merchandise is there in case they need to do a trade with a team instead of an outright buy. Now that he knew her husband was a trader, it made a lot more sense as to why Nellie was so well informed on pretty much everything. A few days with his sister in Atlanta saw his head filled with lots of fun facts about whatever market they were exploring. Being married to a merchant and having the memory of a mage would eventually turn someone into a walking encyclopedia. Things developed much like last time, with all sorts of teams coming to give Jones a small list of things they had exclusive contracts for. Being the recognized best Delver team around with years spent here meant they had a lot of teams they got along with. One thing that was different was that nobody made any jokes about them carrying the 2 new porters. Ajax suspected that this was because of the matching shields they now sported that showed what Ajax assumed to be their family sigil. Looks like it's the 3rd iteration. The scout announced not more than a minute after they entered the first floor. Fuck's sake, not again. This is the 3rd time in the last 10 runs. Even Ajax groaned along with the rest of the team. Out of every iteration, only the 3rd one had a consistent patch of trees in the same spot that weren't infused with mana. As such, the Baron had enough leeway to not only have an exclusive buyout on them, even if it was at market prices, but there was a standing order that all second-floor teams were to harvest. Everyone understood why this was done. They all even agreed it was a good thing, as the wood was used to build long-lasting houses for the city and the surrounding villages. It wasn't even all that time-consuming. The problem was that it was a logistical nightmare. There were quite a few trees that were collectible, and they would not only take up a lot of space, but also add a lot of weight that had to be carried for the entire trip to the 2nd floor. There are 3 bosses around the area with the trees, so the 2 of you will have your pick of the bunch, Jones informed the 2 porters. The archers, hunters, and scouts made quick work of everything that happened to be in their way. Ajax never even got to see a live animal the whole trip through the trees. There is a bear, a fox, and a wolf boss. The scout explained to the duo after they got on their armor as everyone else got to work chopping trees. There is no point in choosing to fight the bear. It's the strongest of the 3 by far. The real choice comes down to what you'll do better against. A faster but weaker foe, take the fox, otherwise the wolf. We'll fight the fox. We'll fight the wolf. Both of them spoke at the same time, eliciting a laugh from most of the team. After a quick stare down, Devin seemed to go with Jacqueline's choice of fighting the fox. I was also hoping Jacqueline started. While approaching Jones, could I also ask you to evaluate me against the wolf boss after? This wasn't part of the deal, he stated. I know, she sheepishly answered. I'll cover the extra co. It's not about the cost, Jones cut her off. I don't mind doing it so long as your dad or anyone else doesn't have a problem with it after the fact. He won't, she shook her head. He only said that if I want to do some adventuring on the side, it will all be without his name propping me up. That's why it isn't part of the main request, so it won't influence it in any way. For the first time since he joined the collectors, Ajax saw Jones' glances at one of the hunters. The woman gave him a shallow nod that led Ajax to think she had a truth-detecting skill. He also thought back to a few times when they asked him questions last time and noticed that she was always out of his line of sight, which made him thankful for some of the technically truthful answers he gave. Ajax made quick work of his cutting, his lumberjack skill getting some prolonged work for the first time in years. He had to admit he was rather curious about the two tag VIPs they were escorting. According to their scout, all three of the bosses in this area had spawned at their maximum level of 37. Any decent adventurer would have no problem in dealing with a creature 1 or 2 levels above them by himself. The only reason that people didn't attempt dungeons solo was that you could quickly get overrun or ambushed. He was also interested in just how strong nobles were. What he saw during the skirmish was a very small sample size, and it pulled in 2 directions. The 2 young casters he had seen could keep up with mages that were a few levels higher than them, whereas the others struck him as just average. Of course, all of this was if you looked at it in terms of their level. As far as he could tell, the biggest advantage nobles had was that they got to the higher levels a lot quicker than commoners. As the 2 heavily armored nobles approached the fox, Ajax thought it should be an even fight. While they had a numerical advantage from the looks of things, both of them were focused on heavy armor with shields and a one-hander. This was a bad matchup against a fox. Foxes were not only a speed-focused creature, but they also relied on hit-and-run tactics. The fight started much like he expected, with them charging the fox and getting nowhere as it just backed up, then started running circles around them. Despite its speed, however, the fox couldn't manage to connect with a single bite or scratch. It took the 2 of them less than a minute to adapt and use their numerical advantage to quickly deal with the fox. Ajax was very interested in their fighting style. While he could tell that his individual weapon skills were around the same levels, their movements seemed to flow better as they seamlessly moved from one strike into the next. The second fight was the more interesting one. A few more members of the team came to watch this 1 versus 1 with the wolf. Unlike the fox, the initial shield charge here proved effective as it allowed Jacqueline to land a heavy axe strike to one of the wolf's hind legs. The wolf didn't just give up, however. Wolves were particularly annoying creatures. Their fighting style focused on bleeding out their enemy until it was forced to flee before starting the chase. In a dungeon, this meant that while a wolf was always on the lookout for a killing blow, it mostly targeted the legs and arms. The fight played out in a slugfest. Despite the armor, the wolf managed to get a bite and swipe in, but paid dearly for both. It all ended when Jacqueline baited the wolf into biting down on her armored forearm. She swapped her axe to her shield arm while dragging her arm back. With the exposed neck, she drove the axe down and almost decapitated the wolf in a single strike. With the battle over, Ajax went over to the 2 arches the bosses were protecting and tried to see what his mana siphon could glean from them. The 2 he felt were very different. One contained a very strong presence of water mana with a dash of wind. The other was a strong earth mana with a light shadow presence. When Jones asked the team which of the 2 arches they would rather go for, he steered them towards the earth one. The single most hated biome for dungeon floors was the multiple small islands in a vast sea. He wanted to lower the chances of running into it. It wasn't uncommon for teams to simply give up on the theme and simply eat the penalty of having a full floor break when they encountered it. Even the guild was understanding and simply charged them a fee and forced them to accept a few of the more unwanted missions they had in their backlog. Jacqueline POV. The scratches and bite marks from the wolf itched something fierce, but I was used to it. I was happy with how the fight went. The nod I got from Jones after it was all over suggested that I would have a solid recommendation. I knew that despite already having earned my membership to the guild, that was the simple part of working as a solo adventurer. Nobody delved alone, despite that there were more than a few adventurers who didn't have a set team. Instead, they just joined as extra manpower for specific missions or delves. These types of adventurers were known as mercenary adventurers. Teams usually contracted them when trying to tackle something that was dangerous. Mercenary adventurers lived and died by their reputation. Nobody would risk working with you otherwise, which is why a recommendation from a strong team was so important to me starting out. Fighting the fox in a 1 versus 1 would have been much simpler for me. The issue there was that I couldn't use almost any of my skills. The entire fight would have just boiled down to me outlasting its stamina. My speed was too slow to attempt anything else without putting myself at risk. Despite getting hit a few times, the fight with the wolf let me show a lot more. As we were transported to the 2nd floor, I got the system message that my achievement was updated and all my stats were raised by 1 point. The floor we ended up in plunged us into total darkness. I quickly panicked, not being able to see anything. Stand ready, light a few of the lamps. Jones' voice was calm and authoritarian. The space we were in was quickly filled with a warm yellow light. From the looks of things, we were in a cave or tunnel, seeing as there was a rocky ceiling above us. Despite this, it didn't feel cramped, as the tunnel was wide enough for 5 or 6 of us to walk through side by side. This feels like a labyrinth floor boss, the scout called out. Great Jones let out a tired sigh. Get in formation, also start drawing a map. We won't just be relying on memory for this. Labyrinth floors, especially those in a cave network setting, were very polarizing on whether people hated or liked them. The sometimes tight spaces, frequent traps, and lack of light were certainly inconvenient. The lack of flying enemies, ease of funneling large groups through a choke point, and potential of valuable metals that could be mined out did a lot to even out their downsides. Both Devin and I were in the center of the formation. From here on out, we were only going to observe and carry the bags. Next to us was the team's mage and the low-leveled young man. His name was Ajax, I think. My level inspecting skill let me know he was only level 26, but from there I had a lot of questions. First was, why was he wearing a set of leather armor? My sense mana skill let me know that he was a caster. Despite that, however, he still shouldn't be delving in the second floor, and definitely not wearing leather armor. The only theory of why they would take him to the second floor at such a level was that he was a healer. A combat healer could quickly level by delving above their level and getting their contribution by healing the group, but he hadn't tried to heal mine of Devin's wounds. The next one was, if he wasn't a healer, and I suspect he wasn't, how had he joined the group? Devin found out that he had also recently joined them, but that was as much as he got. My final and most burning question, however, was, how did he level so quickly? He couldn't be more than 19 years old, and he was already level 26. That was a speed only seen with the talented children of viscounts, members of a ducal house or royalty. As we moved through the tunnel heading further and further away, I could see Ajax already sketching out a map. It wasn't at all surprising, seeing as how the key to getting higher levels quicker was by unlocking and using as many skills as possible. Dad frequently complained about how nobles kept their superiority, even if he understood why it was necessary. One of the things all nobles kept to themselves was how the child trait had a hidden effect of lowering the requirements for gaining skills. They in fact actively pushed the image that getting skills during childhood wasn't all that important to commoners, while getting as many skills for their children. Then they would lean on all those skills to gain experience faster. One of the tried and true methods was for children of nobles to unlock as many social skills as possible. It was why they hosted a party anytime they had an excuse to do so. The more social skills a child could get, the further and quicker they would level. My brother was a great example of this. He had got quite a few more social skills than I did. We were still very young, at least compared to how old people who were born in nobility would get, but he had already risen 2 levels above me. This is why I want to become a mercenary adventurer in the first place, to have a way to supplement the experience I lost out on by not being suited to social skills. Jacqueline POV. The tunnel we were heading down was split off into 2 different pathways. We didn't have any reason to rush, but since both tunnels looked the same and they didn't want to send off their scout more than 100 feet, they decided to just go right. Unlike the main tunnel we were coming from, this was a lot tighter, not so much in its width but its height. Whereas before all the ceiling really represented was protection from flying creatures, now it stood 2 feet above my head, and I was one of the lucky ones. Both of their heavy plate warriors and my brother had less than a foot clearance. They could even make a decent hop without hitting their heads. I see fire up ahead, the scout reported. Ajax, make sure they don't see us if they haven't already, Jones called out. I'm not sure what Ajax did, but all of a sudden our torches only lit up a perfect sphere around us, as if the light refused to travel any further. Despite having gone into a dungeon before with a total of 3 different groups my father set up, and with those groups being units belonging to noble houses, none of their mages seemed to have a spell that did something like this. The most shocking thing, however, was that Ajax wasn't covering his mouth. Not only that, but his jaw never moved. I had seen all of his gear and knew he didn't have any runic items. All he had was an enchanted bracer, and if I recognized the rune correctly, it was for some form of shield. It wasn't uncommon to see mages with such enchantments in case they ever ran out of mana, but that then begged the question of not only how he casted the spell, but also how he did it so quickly. No ambush behind so far, the scout called out as he moved to the back, following, identifying a fire source up ahead. It's a kobold patrol group up front. This was the first time I had heard Ajax speak. His voice was quiet, but it traveled. The 2 torch holders are mages. I both envied and pitied Ajax. Much like his lack of social skills, his poor background also showed in his high perception stat. Perception was a stat that nobles almost never invested in, rather choosing to raise it with practice until level 40 or 50, and with potions afterwards. That also meant that my perception was sitting at 44, and I could barely see 2 sources of light up ahead, let alone that they were kobolds and had mages with them. As we continued to approach the patrol, the team readied for combat. I also picked up how the light spell that surrounded us worked. It apparently created a bubble around us that wouldn't allow light to exit. Mages had long since worked out that for something or someone to see they needed the light that bounced off the target to reach their eyes. Whatever this spell was, it allowed light to enter, meaning we could see outside, but didn't allow it to leave, meaning nobody could see us. I wonder just how expensive it was to keep active. They have an assassin wandering around. The scout said its stealth isn't that high, I can handle it. Seems they have a solid front line. Getting to their mages won't be easy. The massive shield bearer said, have the rangers focus on the caster at the back. I'll take out the other one if Nelly can buy me a few seconds, Ajax said. You sure? Jones asked. Yeah, I need to keep pushing myself, Ajax answered. We'll all be heading towards the capital in less than a year, but I won't have a team then. Need to get as many levels as I can. He certainly wasn't wrong about that. If he wanted any team to not dismiss him out of hand near the capital, he needed to be at least level 30. The capital had the most active adventurer presence in the kingdom, not only because of the 2 dungeons there, but also because of the high amounts of rich nobles that needed all sorts of different jobs done. This also meant that their adventurers were very segregated. Unlike in other places, the adventurers near the capital always had plenty of people of their own power level, that they didn't need to carry someone weaker just because they filled a niche role. The only exception was healers. Fine, go for it. Jones sighed, just don't get yourself killed. Everyone else, look out for friendly fire. I knew better than to ask a question right as they were preparing to engage, but why would friendly fire be a concern? I didn't get more than 2 seconds to ponder as a shriek filled the tunnel. It seems our scout had found the kobold assassin and landed a good blow. Next thing I knew, Ajax turned into a blur and he was gone. My eyes couldn't even properly track him in the weak lighting, only catching up with him once he was already slicing an axe towards the head of the kobold caster. That was unbelievable to me. His physical stats had to be over 200 for him to move like that. For him to have such high physical stats, as well as his earlier perception, meant that he would have a total of 1,000 stats. This was already something nearly unheard of outside the heirs to the ducal houses or the royal family at level 26. The more shocking thing was that he classified himself as a mage. This was easily seen as his axe instantly left a trail of frostbite where it bit into the kobold's shoulder. Even if his mental stats were all around 100, he would have 1,300 stats at level 26. A normal adventurer might have close to 750. I felt a tap on my shoulder and turned to glare at my brother. Couldn't he see that I was focusing on something? Before I could lay into him, he pointed out my mistake. I had been so captivated by the young adventurer that I hadn't even been paying attention around me. If any of the kobolds had targeted me, I would have ended up a sitting duck. Taking more care of my surroundings, I turned back to analyze Ajax's fighting style. I had no chance of figuring out anything about his use of magic, so I focused on his physical fighting. Taking a close look at his axe swings, I was surprised by what I found. Each individual strike was meticulous, efficient, and deadly. If I was to guess, I would put his skill somewhere in the low 30s, similar to my own weapon skills. But from what I could see, all the most he had at uncommon level was precise blow. By no means a bad skill, but he clearly lacked a style skill. Style skills were some of the easiest skills to pick up as well as some of the least prevalent when it came to adventurers. This mostly came down to the skills being picked up almost exclusively by having someone who already had the skill teach it to you. Both me and my brother had picked up knight's swordplay and knight's shieldwork by having our father beat the rare skills into us from a young age. As I watched the kobold mage's head fall from its shoulders, I turned my attention to the rest of the team. It was easy to see how he was the odd man out for them. Where Ajax engaged the kobold in a 1 versus 1, the rest of the team worked together to cut apart the rest of the kobolds in the same amount of time, despite an almost 2-to-1 disadvantage in numbers. I couldn't help but keep coming back to Ajax. If I was to fight him in a straight-up physical battle, I would be confident of winning, my fighting style giving me an edge so long as he didn't have an advantageous environment to abuse my low perception stat, but it would still be close. Once magic got added to the mix, however, I was under no illusion that I would stand a chance, this despite me having a 6-level advantage. No bosses among them. Nelly said the caster didn't look pleased at this. I think we might have a den situation, maybe a village. I suppressed a shudder at the news. Dens and villages sometimes showed up in dungeons when a semi-intelligent race like kobolds, goblins, or orcs were part of the floor. Dens or villages were formed by having multiple boss enemies staying together in one area. This meant there would be much fewer bosses traveling with patrols or hunting parties, but it promised a dangerous fight. Not only that, but dens and villages also got quite a few adventure parties killed. As with everything, the system rewarded challenge. Dens and villages always rewarded teams that cleared them. They always contained at least one resource that could be taken out of the dungeon. Now, whether it be metal, cloth, leather, jewels, or something else, it depended on the species and your luck. Many adventurers overestimated themselves in their greed and died to the numerous bosses guarding the loot. Ajax was happy with his fight against the kobold. Despite having to use mana siphon on a high medium, if you consider the ambient mana consumption rate, he managed to dispatch the caster quickly. Is a den or village exactly what it sounds like? He asked Nellie. Pretty much, they also act like a tavern for bosses, which makes them a pain to deal with, she said happily. If that's the case, why do you sound so happy? Ajax asked. Because they always come with some good prime crafting materials we can take with us. She grinned. If there are no mana cores or anything else of value, then let's get moving, Jones called out. Assassin had poisoned blow darts if anyone wants to use them for this run. The scout held them out to our rangers. Looks like a nerve toxin, not a hemorrhagic one, one of the rangers examining the darts said. I'll take them. Poisons carried by semi-intelligent races usually work on most anything else on the floor. Who knows when we might need to paralyze something. You said your name was Ajax. Devin started the conversation. Yeah, Ajax confirmed. That was quite something back there. He nodded back down the tunnel from where they were coming. I honestly expected you to be a healer or something considering you're only level 26. Boy, was I wrong. I have to say, despite having 8 levels on you, I don't think I stand a chance against you. He complimented Ajax. Your style is also very interesting to me. It seems like a mix of magic and physical. Ajax just nodded at that. It was something that was very easy to see. My sister might have a chance against you if you weren't using magic, but I doubt I could take you. He just kept a conversation going by himself. She's more the fighter out of the two of us. Ajax was about to correct him that without his magic, he probably couldn't even win against Devin. He barely stopped himself in time, realizing that doing so would mean having to explain mana siphon. He wasn't sure what it was about Devin, but something was making him want to talk with the man. It wasn't anything like a mental attack, but more along the lines of how merchant skills helped you find a proper selling or buying price. He guessed that this was from the social skills he mentioned having, but Ajax marked as someone who he'd have to watch himself around. That light spell was also quite odd. Devin just pushed on. I can't cast spells myself, but I have been in 3 different dungeon runs before this, and none of the mages in those groups had a spell like that. I have to say it's very convenient. Not as convenient as an axe. Bobby joined in. I have to admit that that 2-handed axe of yours really is something as well. Devin moved on to talk with the plated frontliner. Sorry about him, Jacqueline whispered to Ajax. He has a lot of social skills and is used to being surrounded by other nobles who have them and want to raise them. All Ajax could do was nod at this. He could see the upside in leveling some social skills, but even if they were easy to get, he already dreaded having to level them. The entire team came to a stop in front of a dead end. Embedded into the wall of the cavern was a decently sized chunk of copper ore. All right, looks like the den is most likely to contain some metal of sorts. The scout said, I'm hoping it's gold or platinum. Bobby chimed in. Might as well hope one of their mages messes up a spell and blows up half their forces. Nellie muttered. You'll have equal chances of it happening. Why is that? Ajax asked. Nobody knows why, but anything at silver level or higher in terms of value, when talking metals of course, doesn't spawn in the dungeon. It has only been rumored to have happened twice in the last 20 years in this kingdom. Then how is high-quality armor made? From natural deposits, Jacqueline answered. Grindar's main export is actually high-quality platinum. The current Goldmacer family earned their title in large part due to the deposit their patriarch found more than 400 years ago. Ajax appreciated the information. He also promised himself to have Judy and Alana give him a few lessons about who owned what in terms or resources near the capital before he traveled there. That information might just end up being more useful than learning his bootlegged version of healing magic if he gets the wrong attention. The entire team turned back around and continued onwards in the other tunnel at the fork. They didn't encounter anything in the tunnel for over an hour before it opened up into a large cavern. There is something on the ceiling. Nellie gave out a warning. I can feel some magic. Ajax also felt the magic, but he didn't quite recognize why it felt slightly familiar. As he was trying to work out where he noticed magic like this before the group came under assault from the mana-infused sonic attack of the bats, the attack caught them all by surprise. Unlike Ajax and the 2 nobles, however, this wasn't the first time the team had been exposed to sonic attacks from bats. They weren't stunned and showed why they were one of the best teams in Lessus. Before Ajax even recovered from the sonic attack, all of the bats were already dead. Despite this, Ajax felt a much fainter pulse of mana from behind one of the rangers. He also remembered now why it seemed so familiar. He didn't waste a moment and tossed his spear as hard as he could while also infusing the tip with ice. He managed to nail the vampire in the throat before he could bite down on his teammate. Even though the vampire was a boss, their intrinsic weakness carried through. Without having been given a chance to feed it, could barely access half the power his level should have and didn't even manage to get up after taking the spear hit. With the immediate threat taken care of, Ajax got to work using his recently learned healing magic. All he was doing was patching up his own eardrums after the number those bats pulled on them. Just like he expected, even that small amount of damage still ate a good 200 mana from him to fix. Hey cool, a vampire boss. Devin was yelling, the sonic attack from the bats clearly having done a number on his ears as well. The young knight didn't get a chance to say anything else before his sister slammed her palm over his mouth before pointing to her ears. Devin wasn't an idiot, so he caught on quickly to what she meant. Not only that, but he also had the good sense to blush for the outburst. Sorry, he got out in a reasonable volume. If you don't have a buyer lined up, any chance I can take the fangs? What are the fangs good for? Ajax asked Nelly. Profit. The greedy scout was rubbing his palms in anticipation. Nothing, Nelly followed up, but vampires' fangs are one of the many parts that are useless but look intimidating enough for nobles to collect them. Boss, found an alcove over there. The scout pointed to a side of the massive open cavern. It's going to be a bit of a tight fit with so many of us, but I think it's our best choice for setting up camp for today. I got the bat corpse, Donnie said, picking out the biggest of the bats from the floor. Has it got a monster core? Ajax asked. No. Donnie responded. Most of the times when vampires are present in the dungeon, they aren't bosses. Jones started explaining for once, and even the nobles looked interested. This wasn't some general knowledge Ajax was missing. That means that they report to a boss version of the bats, most likely. Since we are dealing with a den or a village, the plan is to throw the corpse on one of their fires. With any luck, there will be a horde of bats hanging around above. With the vampires being intelligent enough, they'll recognize the smell of one of their own being burned and report it to the boss. After that, the boss will react instinctively, and we might get them to fight each other, and we only clean up what is left. For the next 3 days, the team roamed the cave system, clearing out and mapping the whole place. They ran into a lot more bats and kobold patrols, but didn't manage to find any other monster species on the entire floor. They also managed to locate where the den was on this floor. They also didn't manage to locate the obelisk, but according to the map, they assumed it was in the den. I think it's still best to just sneak our way to the obelisk and activate it. Donnie argued as they were planning how to handle what they thought were the last few monsters. I disagree, the scout said. Too many of those narrow tunnels are circular compared to the big ones that are more rectangular. I know we haven't seen it yet, but I can't help but think that there is at least one roaming worm boss. I am with him on that. Nelly chimed in. If there is even a chance that there is a worm that size, we are better off handling it by itself afterwards and just dealing with the den in the open. It's not like we are dealing with a village. What's the difference between the two? Ajax asked. He had heard the team refer to the overpopulated location as being a den or a village all the while before they inspected it, but he hadn't yet asked what the difference was. The number of non-boss monsters present. Devin explained. When dealing with a den, we see a large number of groups without bosses moving through the dungeon. They were supposed to have a boss with them, it just happened to stay behind. A village, on the other hand, has all the boss minions stay with them. Those are almost impossible to clear out unless you outlevel the floor. Only way I know of doing it is with a strong terrain advantage like a strong choke point or something to collapse on top of them. Devin had practically integrated as part of the team over the last few days. His social skills didn't have any sort of mind control, but more just gave everyone a good feeling about him. We don't need to take any risks with the obelisk, not to mention that we don't know where exactly it is, Jones said. With that, the team started its assault. Not for the first time, the two porters found themselves sitting behind the rangers who had their backs to a wall as the fight began. As he watched the flood of kobolds rushing towards their line once less than a minute after they started the attack, Ajax didn't feel as confident as he did during planning. Knowing all of those kobolds were at least level 44 and had a lot of bosses sprinkled in scared him. This was the third scariest he had ever been, only beaten out by waking up with a vampire about to kill him 5 years ago, and in first place, finding a dragon. There must have been more than 60 kobolds coming towards them. That put them at a 5-to-1 odds if you didn't count the nobles. This was also where humanoids showed their superiority over these kinds of monsters. As a general rule, humans were well above monsters in a 1 versus 1 at these levels, the average adventurers having at least 50-50 odds in a 2 versus 1, but a 5 vs 1 would see all but the absolute best dead. That wasn't the case if the fight got scaled up to a 12 versus 67. Humanoids had the massive advantage of specialization, teamwork, and advanced strategy. The group managed to kill 10 of them before they even got close enough to engage the front line. From there, however, Nelly was fully focused on just stopping the kobold mages from getting a spell to land on them. All of her mana and casting was focused on shields or intercept spells. Ajax had made quick work of 2 of the initial kobolds that darted towards him at the end of the line, with most of them being focused trying to break through the center. The fight then progressed a lot like a grate. The kobolds smashed into them, and they had to move back slowly as they killed them just so that the bodies didn't get in their way. This was the first time Ajax had been on the front line in a fight like this. During the skirmish, neither side saw all that many people just drop. Not only that, but since there were at least 20 bosses present, Ajax had already brought his mana down to 400 after he killed his fourth kobold. Even worse, his stamina was under 100. His lack of experience with this showed as he tripped over one of the corpses from his previous victims. It wasn't enough to bring him to the floor, but it unbalanced him enough that a massive hammer strike shoved him out of formation and caused him to drop his shield. Separated, he now quickly brought his back to a wall. In front of him were two kobold champions. Thankfully, this variant had no access to magic, but they made up for it with speed and strength. One of them wielded the massive hammer that had knocked him aside, and the other had two curved blades. Seeing the relatively thick armor both of them had on, Ajax decided that his hammer and axe were the best weapons to pull out for this. A quick dash in and out saw neither side take any damage. Despite being able to dodge their attacks, Ajax found doing so too demanding to also let him land anything. Not only that, but his stamina was also running a little low. Feeling confident that they didn't have their weapons poisoned, Ajax switched to one of his more riskier fighting styles, one that he had only tried out when sparring. As he charged in, he no longer looked to dodge every attack. All he was going for was to avoid taking a big hammer blow and redirect the swords from hitting anything vital. The change in style caught the kobolds by surprise. A well-placed hammer blow saw the kobold champion have his wrist shattered. With only one arm remaining, his hammer would lose a lot in terms of speed. The other kobold had Ajax's axe take a chunk out of his thigh. All of this did come at a cost. Ajax had two decent-sized cuts on his left arm as well as on his right ribs. Ajax knew his mana wouldn't last much longer, having only 250 left over, but he was pleasantly surprised when he looked at his stamina. His stamina was now above 100, his skill. Berserker was finally being useful. It wasn't like this was the first time he has gotten hit since getting the skill, but since his usual fighting style focuses more on avoiding hits and waiting for an opportunity for a mana-enhanced attack to end the fight, he didn't really get a benefit before. Looking to exploit the wounds he just inflicted on them, Ajax dashed away from the sword wielder and looked to try attacking the hammer user. Only being able to use one hand to wield the hammer meant the best the kobold could do was land a heavy blow on his thigh, as Ajax used his own hammer and axe to open a path and decapitate him. Despite the injured leg, the sword-wielding kobold managed to still get close enough to put a slash on Ajax's right arm as well before he opened up some distance. He charged forward again, but almost face-planted, as his thigh sent a pulse of pain when it bore his full weight. It wasn't enough to get him killed, but all he could do was parry both swords, leaving him locked in a strength contest with the kobold champion. The two were locked, pushing against each other for little more than 2 seconds before the sharp point of Bobby's axe exploded from the kobold's throat, splashing blood on Ajax's face. "You all right there, kid?" The big man was breathing just as heavily as he was. "As long as they weren't using poison, I should be fine," he wheezed out. Taking a look around and seeing that the battle was over, Ajax collapsed on the spot, gulping down big breaths. Looks like that was all of them. There are also no bats on the ceiling, the scout called out as everyone seemed to come together at Ajax's spot. Compared to him, the rest of the team hadn't taken as many hits, but they were just as tired. The one downside Ajax had just realized about his way of healing was that it slightly increased the pain he felt from the wounds he was healing. In an attempt to focus on something else, Ajax saw something new in his list of skills. Berserker style was now among his uncommon skills. The new skill was somehow different than any other skill Ajax had learned. So far, skills have been broken up into 2 categories, active and passive. Active skills like his Judge Threat, Piercing Shot, and even Mana Siphon could be used on demand for a cost, be it stamina, mana, or just focus. Passive skills, on the other hand, just improved his ability to do something, be it sword mana aspects or even. Berserker style was inherently different in more than one way. First and foremost, unlike most other skills, he gained a small amount of knowledge on how the skill works. Usually he would have to experiment with different things to see if anything changes. Secondly, the skill did have the influence of passive skills, as it improved something he did and cost nothing to work. It also came with a toggle on whether he wanted it active or not. The small insight into the Berserker style he gained made it very easy to see why it would be something he wouldn't want running all the time. Unlike normal passive skills, this one worked by overriding his usual fighting style with new muscle memory that would react to match. Much to his chagrin, even with just a cursory knowledge of the style, it was clear why it was only uncommon in rarity. The Berserker fighting style focused on the mentality of, the best defense is a good offense. Actively charging and accepting minor blows in exchange for inflicting larger ones was not something sustainable, even if it did have its uses. Gaining the skill had also made Ajax realize why he found himself inferior when compared to the 2 nobles in terms of melee combat. They clearly also had a style skill. "What are you doing?" Nelly whispered to him. "What do you mean?" Ajax answered, confused. I can tell that you usually have a mana skill working perpetually when on the second floor, but it also flares up in combat. This isn't that, you still have that, but now you are also doing something else. You should be resting and letting your mana regenerate, she chastised him. This was the first time that the team had been pushed this far so, until now Nelly didn't have any reason to suspect Ajax's constant use of mana, siphon not to mention that he was actively using his newly learned healing magic to stop the bleeding of his cuts. It's something I picked up since our last delve, he answered. I can now do some minor healing even if it's nothing compared to an actual healer. I should be able to stop my bleeding in another 30 seconds or so. Ajax wasn't too keen on spreading the fact that he had even a small healing potential, since he knew just how desired such a thing was. Not to mention that using it on other people was still untested. He had no idea how it would work when used on a higher-leveled individual who wasn't infused with his mana as a base. Despite that, it didn't even take him a split second to share it in order to cover mana siphon. He trusted his team quite a lot now, but the existence of a legendary skill was something so valuable that he couldn't see all of them resisting temptation. You have healing abilities. She now sounded a bit outraged given that this was a major piece of information and could very much change the actions of the team in an emergency. You what? Joan's tone very much resembled Nelly's. She hadn't whispered that last question, and now the entire team was throwing him some displeased looks. The two nobles, on the other hand, both had an awestruck expression as they looked at Ajax. It's not something that is sufficiently developed. Ajax answered. What does that mean? The resident mage with an upcoming healer child asked. It's pretty obvious that I am using a more unique style of magic, he answered, thinking of how to keep some mystique over everything. Its healing magic isn't something I was taught, however. He conveniently left out the fact that he hadn't been taught anything else either, and had been making it up as he went along. It would seem much more plausible to have someone who imparted the beginning of the style, and that he was now looking into expanding it in the absence of his teacher. I have been testing it, but so far I only tested it on low-level animals, that and myself, but I don't know how it would react to someone of a similar power to me who doesn't have my mana as a base, he explained. Not to mention that so far anything besides some simple muscle and skin restoration is either out of my ability or comes with side effects. What does that mean? Nelly pressed on before she realized how she acted and retreated. Just an example, no need to get into it too deeply. All right, Ajax accepted that. I have a somewhat efficient way of dealing with large amounts of blood loss, at least temporarily, by replacing the blood. It does come at a cost. As far as I could tell, the first 2 pints of blood don't have any obvious downsides, but after that, bones become more and more brittle, to the point that a boar's standing body weight was enough to break all 4 of its legs. It doesn't sound like something you should be using at all then. Jones said after a moment of quiet where everyone took in the information. It has its uses. The side effect can be healed back by a regular healer. He explained. I see, Jones said, and after a few more moments of silence that felt like an eternity to Ajax, he gave his decision on the matter. As you progress with this, I don't expect you to share anything with us besides just how much you can do for us should we need it. We'll also keep our mouths shut about it. His gaze spanned the rest of the team after that last sentence. With the discussion brought to an end, the team split into 2. The more injured and exhausted members gathered in the center of the now empty den, while the rest went to work on excavating the high-quality marble deposits they found. All in all, the gains from this delve were much smaller than their previous one. While they did manage to get quite a few more mana cores, due to the higher number of monsters present, they were looking at a quarter, if not a fifth of the value of their trip through the desert. Mind if I ask you a question? Ajax approached Jacqueline. Sure. Jacqueline was confused as to what it could be that the mysterious prodigy could ask, but did remember that he seemed to be constantly asking questions about anything not related to monsters or dungeon environments. Both you and your brother seem to have a much better flow when it comes to melee combat than either me or anyone else on the team. He started. Jacqueline became at once more guarded. It wasn't that style skills were that much of a secret, but because of the amount of training and teaching they took, it was something that set the nobles apart. It was a good thing that she could mask her reaction to the question with the heaving breaths she was taking after mining inside a dungeon with more than 10 levels on her. After that last fight, I seem to have been given a hint as to why. Is there anything you can tell me about Berserker style? Ajax thought this was one of his best chances to ask someone about this, since they had a binding deal in place not to share anything they learned about him. You mean you gained? She trailed off. In this case, I think I can tell you a bit. Style skills are more time-consuming to gain. I am guessing that this isn't the first time you lunged headfirst in a race of who can kill the other first. She shook her head slightly, thinking of the implication of gaining such a style without a teacher. Unlike most other skills, affinity has a much lower connection to gaining these skills. They are gained by continued training and instruction from someone who already has the skill. Is it bad that I have one? He asked, then rephrased the question. Is it dangerous for me to be known to have one? That would depend, but berserker style is actually more of a boon, she said. It is a more niche style but documented and certainly not new. All it would mean for you is an increase in value for any noble family looking to take you in since you can teach it to others. If it is already known, wouldn't they already have it? He asked. While that is true of most of the uncommon styles, when talking about families at the Viscount level, or higher berserker style, is one of the few that tends to die out due to the style's inherent weakness. She explained. After finishing and collecting anything of worth and having to split the load to a few more members due to the weight of the trees from the first floor and the mined marble, the team activated the obelisk. Much like the first time when he saw an obelisk activated on the first floor on his previous delve, Ajax could feel a mana pulse as soon as it was activated. This mana pulse was a lot stronger, however. He had a random thought if he could siphon part of the pulse and only have half a dungeon come charging. It was a random idea, and not one he would be testing much later, maybe when he was level 35 and on the first floor of the dungeon. At that point, a 10-level advantage for him should let him at least be able to escape on his own. The other thing he noticed was that the obelisk also moved back into position, meaning that it could probably be triggered again after it was left alone for some time to recharge mana. The next few hours of waiting were rather boring as nobody had anything to do. A few bats had shown up here and there, but nothing else. They had already gathered everything and recovered. They were all ready in case a massive worm showed up. That's it, I am calling it here, Jones said. There is no worm and we cleared this place out, or if there is one it got stuck somewhere. That was met with a few cheers and grumbles about wasted time from various members of the team. Nothing else arrived for the last hour, but they had been all on a hair trigger, so some of them were looking to blow off some steam. Does that actually happen? Ajax asked. Can monsters or bosses get stuck? This wasn't something that Ajax had covered in his training with Hatchet, most likely since it wasn't something that ever had a negative effect or something extra to be on guard about. Oh yes, they can even get themselves killed, Nelly said. Just because the dungeon changes their behavior to be more aggressive doesn't mean it makes them any smarter. Anyone down for a race to the entrance? The scout called out. Double the standard since we are in a cave. Two of the more speed-based members lined up next to him as they looked for someone to signal the start. How about you, Ajax, care to enter? Only 2 gold coins and the winner takes all. One of the other 2 members tried to entice him. Ajax just shook his head, but he couldn't say he wasn't tempted. He had a decent map of the whole place in his head and was pretty proud of his speed. What kept him from getting involved was that his mana had only regenerated to the 800 mark, and he would need more to push himself enough to win. Bobby took position ahead of the 3 racers and raised his axe above his head. Race began with a massive bang, as a sizable crack opened up in the floor, threatening to trip all of the participants as they got off the line. None of them looked all that surprised, though he did notice all of them flip off the grinning warrior. Is that safe? Asked Devin as he looked after the 3 who dashed off in the darkness. Nothing showed up for a while now, so that means anything that could have already did, Jones said. The rest of the team didn't race off towards the exit, but they weren't slow by any means. With nothing to be on the lookout for, they were moving much faster than they did on the way here. As they moved, Ajax also took a look at the progress he made. The first thing he noticed was that he gained quite a bit less experience for this delve compared to his last, despite fighting more than he did last time. Not only that, but he also saw that his skills had started to slow down the rate at which they improved. His attempts to bring the mana aspects more in line with each other worked very well, with the exception of light and holy, but considering he had only started on those, he knew it would be a while before they caught up. Taking note of just how much he improved, Ajax finally focused on his mana siphon. Common knowledge said that uncommon skills had a threshold at level 75 and rare and epic at 50 and 100, but it was rumored that legendary skills would have them every 25 levels. This meant that he was almost there. While the knowledge that he should be expecting a threshold as soon as his skill leveled up was something he had been able to glean from public knowledge, what exactly a threshold was is another matter. He had asked a few people, his parents and Hatchet most notably, but neither had an answer for him. It might not even be that it was knowledge that was restricted to commoners, just that the people around here in a backwater, and all of them were so low-leveled that only the nobility and those they employed had reached them. Another point of interest for him was why rare and epic skills would share a threshold unlike all the others. As far as he could tell from having numerous skills that were both epic and rare, it was because the skill jump was different at that point. Epic weren't inherently better than rare skills in the same way rare skills were better than uncommon ones. Epic skills were just more complex or focused compared to rare skills. His ice mana wasn't stronger than either wind or water, but was much harder to use, as it required both of the elements to create. Void mana, on the other hand, was much stronger than shadow mana, but it was only useful in terms of destroying something, sacrificing utility like stealth. The other argument for his point of view was the power jump from epic to legendary. True, his sample size was very limited, but his mana siphon skill was much stronger than any epic skill he had. The difference was much bigger than the one between uncommon skills and rare ones. It also made him wonder just how powerful mythic skills were, but that was a rabbit hole he didn't want to go down. When they reached the arch they entered from, the team caught sight of 3 racers. One of the rangers had a smug grin on his face, while the other seemed to be trying his best not to laugh. The scout looked like he had just bitten into a lemon. Ajax knew that the situation was very much a barrel of gunpowder and wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole. Bobby, however, didn't have any such reluctance. "So how did it end up?" he asked, though the answer was pretty obvious. "I am 4 gold richer than I was at the start," the smug ranger proclaimed. "Only because you cheated." The scout complained. "How did I cheat?" he asked. "Rules say you can't do anything to other racers." The scout pushed on. "But I didn't do anything to you," he proclaimed his innocence. "You snuffed out my torch," he all but shouted. That was when everyone put it together on how the nimble scout lost. The ranger must have snuffed out all the torches at once and used the fact that he was prepared for the ensuing darkness to take the win. As the team was preparing to exit the dungeon and return to the outside, both Jacqueline and Jones approached Jones. "We understand that Ajax's abilities are something the confidentiality covers from sharing with others, but we would like a chance to offer him a position with a noble family," Devin said. While Jones couldn't feel it, the young noble's social skills affected the leader into giving up more information than he intended when answering. "You can go ahead and try, but considering he turned down an offer from the Baron, I doubt he will take you up on it," Jones said, knowing both of them were only part of a knight's noble family. Both of the noble's eyes widened at the answer. It wasn't all that surprising that Ajax was predisposed to turn them down, since with his level of talent, achieving the rank of knight would not be all that difficult. No, the surprise came from the fact that Nestor, the local baron, knew of his existence, yet he was allowed to work independently. They could only think of one explanation. He was backed by a different noble house, one stronger than a baron. Not only that, but he also wasn't attached to the house that was backing, meaning he somehow earned their favor or interest. "Ajax, if we could talk to you alone for a minute," Devin said as the pair motioned Ajax to the side. "Yes," Ajax asked, unsure of why they wanted some privacy. "Our house would like to formally offer you a position as a retainer," Devin said. Despite not actively looking to manipulate Ajax's skill, did their job in making the offer sound more attractive. "I understand," Devin said, both siblings also wondering why he would spend so long in such a backwater place, but decided to let their curiosity go. "Good luck," Jacqueline offered before all 3 of them rejoined the group and prepared to exit. As they exited the dungeon, Ajax didn't feel any disturbance in the mana of the arch, marking a clean clear of the 2nd floor. He was somewhat disappointed that there hadn't been a massive boss stuck somewhere in the caves. Swiftly following their exit, another team also exited the dungeon. This one was in a much worse shape than they were, and the guards went on immediate alert. Defensive formation around the assets. Jones's voice cut clear through the commotion, and the team formed a defensive circle with the 2 nobles in the center. "We didn't just finish taking them through the 2nd floor only to fail now." They all waited with bated breath for the now unstable arch to spew out some monsters. Information from the exiting party and the guards quickly made the rounds, and everyone knew that they should expect some ambush predators from a swampy environment. This was surprisingly good news. Despite there being nobody who would wish to get such a theme in a dungeon, their very nature would mean the exiting monsters would be out of their element completely. The monsters that charged out were a solid mixture of crocodiles, moving trees, and snakes. None of them proved to be any problem to take care of. There was one exception to the norm, well, 2 if you counted the landed fishes, which were pretty much a joke despite their sharp teeth. The problem came in the form of oversized insects. Their individual strength wasn't all that high. Ajax even managed to figure out one of the weaknesses his judge threat had, as it considered them about as strong as a level 15 boar. The problem came from the fact that there were a lot of them, and despite their increased size to being about twice a clenched fist, they were very mobile. As the swarm spread through the clearing, all the teams took a defensive formation to protect their more vulnerable members. Nellie wisely moved into the center, with the 2 nobles knowing that with her physical stats she was just as much if not more at risk than them. Fighting a swarm was not an experience Ajax had before. He knew the theory, and even discussed the possibility of it with Hatchet during his training, but it was nothing he had any practical experience with. All the mages present started filling the air with wide attacks. Their tactic worked like a charm, with 80 of the swarm being taken out in the opening salvo. But this is where the hard part would start. They had already been informed of the incoming insects, so they had time to prepare a counterattack. Not only that, but they also knew the insects would be very fragile, with most of their power coming from their number and the magical poison they possessed. Ajax had been deemed the last line of defense for the trio in the center of the formation. Despite it being a defensive formation, all the members were still relatively spread out compared to normal. This was in order to make sure nobody hit each other when dealing with the insects. The adventurers present had done a quick job of killing everything, and no monster could be seen after a few minutes of fighting. Unlike the other times, the dungeon spewed monsters. However, there were a few casualties this time around. Even Ajax had gotten himself lightly pricked by one of the mosquitoes, but the weak stinger didn't even manage to penetrate his Mana's skin. He could see the small pool of poison that had formed on his skin try to burn its way through the Mana skin like acid before he used Mana Siphon, turning it from magical poison into the regular variant. With everything taken care of the team and nobody having been hurt, the all broke formation. As the team started heading towards the nearby village, Ajax also picked up on the fact that they wouldn't be trying to pay off the guards in order to avoid taxes on their loot, this despite it being of lower value than the last time he was in the dungeon. He didn't know why, but also didn't bother to ask. The way back to the city went much like the way here. Devon and this time, most of the team had spent each night drinking and the following morning nursing a hangover. He was surprised that none of them had a resistance skill to take care of it, or maybe they just had enough to drink that the resistance skill was surpassed. After entering the Lessus, the group split up. Jacqueline and Devon joined their guards who were waiting for them by the entrance, and the collectors moved to get their loot taxed and split the payment they received from said guards now that the job was done. Similarly to last time, Ajax took a sizable chunk of the mana cores they had gained as his payment, and the rest of it in coins. This way he ended up with 10 cores and 30 gold worth of coins, much more than he expected, though he knew it was only so high because of the job of defending Devon and Jacqueline. Ajax went on to head back to Tom's house. As he did this, he found himself thinking on the offer Devon had extended to him. Position in a noble house would definitely come with benefits. Not only that, but considering that his house was headed by only a knight would give him some serious negotiation power, even at his current strength. In the end, however, despite how attractive getting noble backing might be, Ajax remained stoic in his choice to go it alone and not tie himself to anyone else besides family. As he entered the front door, he was surprised to only find Tom, Katie, and Fluffy inside. The great adventurer returns. Tom goaded him, but his tone made it clear he didn't mean anything by it. Ajax, Katie shot out of her seat to give him a hug. The Healing Union approved the paper we wrote so quickly. He was surprised by the efficiency with which it was all done. From what he had discussed with Katie, it should have taken a lot longer than this. Yes, well, locally. She fought hard to contain her excitement and explain the situation further. The local branch tested the hypothesis, but we don't have the people for the full testing, so a copy of it was kept in our records here and another was sent to the capital for approval. That's good. Ajax nodded, though he wasn't all that excited about the approval of the Healing Union, as he was about the fact that sanitation was about to become a much bigger deal in the world. Anything else happen while I was gone? He asked as he took a seat at the table. Nope. Tom said everything has been normal, maybe for the first time since you came here to enroll in the guild. Ajax almost physically winced at the way his own brother had marked their quiet life for death, though he supposed the concept of jinx didn't exist here. He quickly finished his own meal and then headed off to bed. As he lay there, Ajax didn't go to sleep straight away. For the past 3 days, he had a new pre-sleep ritual, which was opening his status and looking at the only change following his exit of the dungeon. He felt that he could advance Mana Siphon, but the advancement available made him hesitate until he got some more information on the subject. Ajax laid in bed as he remembered a very specific time from his training with Hatchet. Ajax POV 2 years ago. I heaved for every breath following the obstacle course. Course was a new addition meant to prepare me to run away should I ever be vastly outmatched. Knowing that Hatchet was a retired adventurer who retired because of having most of his team wiped out, it was clear what the motivation for this training was. Despite the guilt and self-loathing he sometimes feels for being a survivor, deep down he knows that running away was the correct choice. Remember that when running away, your skills can be used for more than just to speed you up or slow your pursuers down. Some of the best escape skills are those that lead your pursuers into chasing down the wrong path. This statement was the reason why we were still running this exercise so much. Despite my plethora of skill and talent in sneaking, hunting, and tracking, I was almost worthless when it came to deception involving fake evidence. Maybe one day my deception would be high enough to make up for me in this area. Hatchet, I do have a question I've been meaning to ask you for a while. I heaved out while remembering something I once heard from my parents about skills. What is a skill threshold and how does it work? HMM, he failed at concealing a chuckle. So the time has finally come. I have to say I lasted a lot longer than I expected. What do you mean by that? I was surprised at the change in topic. As you should be very well aware by now, every 10 skill points become drastically harder to level with only one exception. I gathered that it wasn't something he was going to tell me, so it will definitely be something that will be worth a discovery, and one he thinks I can make myself. So far, despite the lack of abundant, in-depth knowledge on things, there hasn't been a time where my experience couldn't at least start to prepare an answer for your training. Are you saying we reached that point? I was surprised that skill thresholds were something that would stump him. Yes and no, he said. I can give you the same information that you probably already got. Common skills have no thresholds, uncommon have one at level 75, and rare and epic both share the 50 mark and 100 mark. Legendary and mythic skills have all sorts of rumors floating around about them. Some say they both share the thresholds every 25 levels, others that they share them every 10 levels, and others that say legendary are at 25 and mythics at 10. He explained a more complete version of the same explanation my mom gave me about them. Two things I know for sure about thresholds is that they always make the skill stronger, though I don't know in what way. And the other is that the skill gets harder to level after every threshold, he explained. As talented of a scout as I might have been back in the day, you also have to remember that even now I am only level 52. He looked out towards the village with a conflicted expression. For this place, that means that I am the highest level and strongest person around until we head into Lessus, where I still rank in the top of the food chain. But you have to realize that this is also a backwater, mostly low-leveled corner of the kingdom. I never made it to the high echelons, so I wasn't privy to all the information that nobles and the powerful keep to themselves. To this day, I have yet to have a skill reach the threshold, so I could find out why they were so secretive about it. He said the last part more to himself than to me. This is also a good point for you to remember. This training will help you lay some good foundations, and the information I give you about dungeons and monsters is something you should always keep in mind, but it is by no means complete. He shook his head slightly before he continued. One day you will surpass the level 50 barrier I hit, and from there on you'll have two choices. Either you forge your own path, or you look for someone else to lead you down a known one. End of POV. Ajax was stuck between the choice he now faced. In actuality, he knew that what he faced wasn't really a choice at all, but despite that he kept putting off the decision. There was so much he didn't know about skill thresholds, and he had no way to ask someone about them, since revealing he had hit a threshold would reveal that he either had a rare or epic skill and level 50 or the presence of his legendary skill. Neither outcome was something he wanted to risk. His other option was of course not to trigger the advancement, but he also didn't know what keeping a skill had on said skill. He couldn't risk his core skill to stop working in the middle of the fight because it had enough to level, but a threshold hadn't been passed. This single decision was what made turning down the offer from Devon and Jacqueline so hard. He knew that should he have taken it, the knowledge would be gifted to him with a bright red bow. Despite all the postponing, he finally decided to trigger the advancement. Achievement, threshold surpassed. Reward 1 extra random upgrade choice for the advanced skill. Mana Siphon Advancement OPTIONS, Speed Drain, enable the faster draining of mana and range. Increased efficiency, the duration of physical enhancement gained from mana siphoned is extended. Mana Steal, improve the ability to drain mana from internal sources, object, and other living beings. Health Funnel Random Reward, when using Mana Siphon the body gains increased regeneration. The first thing Ajax noticed after the screens flashed in front of his eyes was that he was now immobile. Either a strong paralytic effect would also accompany the effects of breaking through a threshold, or the decision was more significant and some system fuckery was going on. Regardless of which case it was, it still had a simple way to resolve itself. All Ajax had to do was pick a path for advancement. While seeming quite powerful, his bonus reward from his achievement was actually the first option he discarded. Healing would indeed be useful, but he had already made some breakthroughs in that domain with his light and holy mana, so picking this over the other options would make no sense at all. Mana Steal was the next to go. Despite the interesting aspect he found when trying to drain a dungeon arch of mana, this upgrade wouldn't be something he could comfortably use in combat. Even if the increase in the drain amount was big, he had played enough video games and read enough novels in his past life to know how quickly someone who drains people by touch inspires people to a kill the witch reaction. This left him with two very different choices that he absolutely needed. On the one hand, you had speed drain, and on the other, you had increased efficiency. The irony was that despite how different they were from each other, they also synergized perfectly. Speed drain would allow him to consume his mana at an even faster rate than he already did. This in turn would lead to a higher power spike and a rapidly emptying mana pool. Not only this, but it would also allow him to have a much stronger defense against enemy magic, as with an increased drain speed and range he could perhaps weaken a spell enough to allow him to tank some stronger ones. Increased efficiency when in the total opposite direction. Instead of increasing power for a shorter period of time and looking to quickly kill the opponent, this choice would instead head towards prolonging the fight and giving him a much better chance in a battle of attrition. Not only that, but it would also shore up his defenses against hit and run tactics that would force him keep his mana siphon running. In the end, what made the difference was that increased efficiency would actually increase his base level inside of a dungeon by allowing him to stack more power from just absorbing the ambient mana. With his decision finally made, he selected the option. With that, he felt his body listening to himself once again as a warmth radiated out from himself for a short moment along with some light that quickly faded. The experience left him with a fresh layer of sweat and a quick glance at his status-marked mana, siphon LVL 25. Few moments after upgrading his skill, Ajax felt a wave of drowsiness overcome him, and he fell asleep. He didn't know it, but his entire bedding was thrown around like a hurricane had passed through that night from all the twisting and turning he had been doing. Ajax woke up the next morning with a shooting pain in his neck as he found himself lying sideways across the bed and his head dangling over the side. As he carefully got up, he quickly sent a pulse of mana through his body to heal the kink in his neck. It took a few tries and over 100 points of mana before he figured out how to heal the injury, as it was different from the normal bruises, cuts, or impalement he had practiced on. As Ajax made his way downstairs, he realized that he was the first one awake in the entire house, and a look out the window informed him that it was barely morning. He quickly got to work cooking, wanting to do something to repay Tom and Kate for letting him crash at their place while he was staying in the city. His timing turned out to be almost perfect, as his meal was almost ready when he heard movement from upstairs. Not more than 10 seconds after that, a disheveled Kate made her way into the kitchen, looking both wide awake and sleepy at the same time. "You're already up?" she asked. "Yeah, not sure what woke me up, but I couldn't get back to sleep," Ajax said as he rubbed his neck despite it not hurting anymore. "Thought making breakfast was the least I could do, and we appreciate it," Tom said as he came down, also looking sleepy. "Sorry to say, though, we both have to eat and dash. I am on the morning patrol and Kate has classes to go to." Ajax nodded at that, and the three took their places at the table, where Ajax slowly chewed his own meal as he watched his brother and his future sister-in-law demolish the food in record time before going to get changed and leaving with a quick goodbye. Left all alone, Ajax first got to work washing the dishes before he heard a meow come from behind him. As he turned around, he found Fluffy, who had once again grown even bigger, whereas before, while on all fours, only his head reached Ajax's knee. Now he reached that point with his shoulders. "And how have you been?" Ajax asked rhetorically as he moved to the bag he put down last night on a shelf and pulled out the core of one of the bats before tossing it to Fluffy. The shadow cat exploded in motion for an instant the moment the core got in range. After devouring it in a single chop, she returned to her initial position like nothing had happened. Of course, Ajax could feel a little of the effects, as the mana inside of Fluffy was reacting to absorbing the mana core. The instability allowed him to get a feel for the amount of power Fluffy had, and he would ballpark it somewhere around level 15. "Soon you'll be strong enough to start joining Tom on patrol." He smirked as a picture of a fully grown shadow cat was standing menacingly behind a squad of guards. "Your presence will do wonders as a deterrent once you grow up." As he exited the house, he couldn't help but think that Fluffy might soon be out of place in this city as a whole. Her parents were around the strength of a level 25 to 30 beast, at least the mother he killed, but she was both malnourished and didn't have such good conditions growing up. In a few years, when Fluffy reaches 2.5 years old, it is likely that the only people who would be able to go toe-to-toe with her would be the local branch guild master and the warden of the guard. He shook his head with a smirk at that thought and found himself glad that Fluffy and Tom had bonded. Now he was faced with another question. What should he do first? He would be stopping by to see Hatchet, Alana, and Judy, as well as his parents. His first stop was to see Alana and Judy, but they both quickly gave him a hug and then promptly ushered him out of their office with a promise to talk more tonight when they weren't so busy. He also heard the receptionist mutter, "So that's who the expensive potions were for," as he walked back outside. His visit to his parents turned out much better. As Hatchet was still there, the four of them shared a cup of tea as Ajax proceeded to regale them with his latest delve into the dungeon, Berserker. His mother sounded both outraged and concerned when she heard what his new style was called. "Doesn't that sound a bit reckless?" "It's not really that bad," Hatchet answered. "Sure, as a perpetual combat style it will get you killed, especially if used in a battle of attrition, but it is also one of the strongest styles when it comes to a one-on-one fight." The recount continued from there, but Ajax decided not to share that he passed the first threshold. He wouldn't want them having information like that, and it wouldn't do them any good to know it in the first place. As he left his parents' house, Ajax found himself with nothing to do and nowhere to go. It was too soon since he returned from the dungeon delve for him to head outside the city to train his healing magic. Not only that, but he wanted to take it easy his first day back. All his training regimen could wait till tomorrow. With nothing much else to do, Ajax went for the stereotypical option. Like any adventurer who wasn't doing a job or spending time with his family and loved ones, he decided to head to the bar inside the guild branch and relax there. "What can I get you?" The bartender asked him as he sat down. Ajax, pleasantly surprised to find the man behind the counter stereotypically drying an already clean and dry glass as he did his job. "I'm not sure," he said before thinking about his poison resistance. "Something strong." "Ajax, I didn't know you drank." Bobby popped out of nowhere the moment Ajax got served his drink. It was already around 2 in the afternoon, but from the way the big man was swaying on his feet, something told Ajax happy hour had started quite a while ago. "I don't usually anyway," he responded while downing the shot glass filled with a bright emerald liquid. His actions happened to draw quite a lot of attention, and Ajax didn't know why at first, but then he noticed that his health points had taken a small hit, and he could feel a warmth that was growing hotter by the second expanding from his stomach. "Tea," he coughed. That was something. He could feel the path the drink burned as it traveled down his throat. The bartender placed a glass of water in front of him with a pleased smirk. Ajax was a little saddened by the fact he wasn't able to recreate the cliché interactions with a bartender. He was also under no illusion that this wasn't the strongest alcohol in this place and the strongest would kill him, but maybe that was just something to work towards one day. Deciding to pace himself for the rest of the day, Ajax ordered another shot of the drink and a glass of juice. The initial focus on him from someone who looked so young downing the drink quickly dispersed once the rest of the adventurers realized he won't be falling flat on his face, though more than a few got a quick chuckle out of the way he coughed after downing the drink. Quite a few more members of the collectors had shown up as the day progressed, but Ajax mostly kept to himself on the far side of the bar, listening to job requests as they were posted and taken on from the receptionist. None of the combat ones sounded interesting to him, as the targets weren't anything above level 50 from the mission descriptions. One of them got his interest, however, when it mentioned fighting salamanders in order to collect their hide. "I'm sorry, sir, but we have numerous credible sightings that those salamanders are in fact in the 55 to 65 range, and not 40 to 50, the receptionist's voice rose for the first time that day. Her tone was also cold, instead of the usual warm, friendly one. Most of the room turned to glare at the merchant, who tried placing the request. Even the two people who were in the middle of a brawl put a stop to it, in favor of giving the merchant a withering look. If there was one thing adventurers hated, it was clients who knowingly gave lower danger levels, hoping to get away with a smaller reward. The greedy merchant had made it out of the guild hall, with only a few ale mugs thrown towards him for his greedy, uncaring nature. As all of this was happening, Ajax was fighting an internal battle. On the one side was the will to continue with his training plan and continue delving with the collectors until he became strong enough to go to the capital. On the other was a deep rage, the like of which he hadn't felt since back in his first life, when his parents' killer was set free from jail. He felt like he wanted to chase after the merchant and accept the job just to get back at the scaly fiends that turned his home into rubble, cost Hatchet his arm, and almost killed his parents. He knew that the salamanders weren't the real culprits. After all, the Baron's son was the one who stole the egg from them in the first place, and that he should be the focus of Ajax's anger. And Ajax did reserve quite a bit of his fury for him, but he still had some for the salamanders. "Hey, you all right?" Nellie asked as she squeezed her already rather tight grip on his left arm. The action brought Ajax's inner conflict to a close, with revenge not being the chosen path, if only by a slim margin. Even when fueled by rage, Ajax was self-aware enough to know that he wouldn't be able to do anything significant to the salamander population as he was now, though he did remember to pin the idea in his mind for when he finally became that strong. On that note, Ajax finally called it a night. The thoughts of the salamanders left a vile taste in his mouth, so he decided to head back home and get to sleep. Tomorrow his training will begin anew. Judy POV. 8 months later, Alana and I had gotten started on gathering the potions that Ajax would soon need as soon as the plan was made, and he delivered the water elemental to us. Unlike the normal potion gathering we had researched, however, Ajax turned out to be a completely different beast, and this wasn't just because of his enormous amount of points that will be approaching 1,500 when he reaches a bit higher, that level 30. No, the main issue came from his hybrid balanced build. Getting potions worth 150 stats wasn't all that difficult. No, the difficult part came in the fact that all of his stats were above the 150 mark. With all his stats being so high, we barely managed to scrounge up the money despite accepting some rather costly long-term contracts to cover some of them. Ajax's stake in our company went from 20,000 gold coins to under 1,000 in the past few months, but at least our efforts were fruitful. We had gotten the complete amount of potions that Ajax would be able to use some of them, even for increasing stats past the 200 mark, which made a decent dent into our money. With this, Ajax was now just a silent partner in mine and Alana's business, and we could now finally let go of any guilt and restraint we had when most of the company belonged to Ajax and we were making much safer investments. Katie POV. I woke up purring pleasantly onto Tom's chest, but quickly disentangled myself from the warm pile of limbs and covers and went to wash myself. Normally, I would have spent quite a long while soaking in the warm water, but as of late, the entire family was a little on edge. My little brother Ajax seems to have a real talent for delving, as he made progress much faster than anyone could have expected, and he was already planning to make the move to the capital. Ajax's entire family was trying to get him to stay just that little bit longer. I was the only one that was supportive of his leaving, having clearly seen just how much he has already outgrown this backwater region. Now strong people wasting away in such places for family wasn't uncommon, and would have been something that I would have even supported for the sense of safety it would provide. The problem that only I seemed to be able to ferret out was that he wasn't the only one outgrowing this backwater region. Alana and Judy had been big enough to move to the capital, even before all of this took place. Unsurprisingly, their position actually got worse as time passed from having bought Ajax all of the potions he would need to reach the full potential of his stats. My own growth in the healing department was massive. After the theory Ajax and I presented was sent by message to the capital, and then proven to work, I was rewarded with a lot of goodwill from the instructors. They had seen to it that I was only a few years from myself outgrowing the region. With Sylvia no longer looking after the kids, Sam was able to push himself as a smith with a full-time merchant to help him. He wasn't the best smith in the city, but he did make the top 3 despite his young age. Unlike his children, however, Sam would still take a decade to outgrow this backwater fully. Tom and Fluffy were both on a meteoric rise, in power the likes of which hasn't been seen in the guards before. Had the rest of the family taken the time to compare the duo with anyone other than Ajax, it would become quickly apparent that both will outgrow this backwater in a few years at most. All of these led to one clear conclusion. If we didn't all want to stagnate in the future, it would be in our best interest to move into a better region, ideally a centralized one that is equipped to help strong talents grow. The clear option in my mind was to have Ajax leave for the capital and start preparing a place for our entire family there. Tom POV. A cool draft woke me up and I found the blankets thrown off to one side and the woman-shaped heater I snuggled with all night nowhere to be seen. I instinctively reached for my knife only to stop as I heard her humming from within the washroom. As I was getting out of bed, the door was bashed open all of a sudden, and a black sack of fluff smashed flat against the covers once again. Morning there, Fluffy. The shadow cat purred as I scratched her behind her ears. It was still astounding to me just how much a creature like this could grow in such a short period of time, even with Ajax donating a large part of her diet from his delving loot. Right now, Fluffy had reached the danger level equivalent to level 25 monster. This was about as strong as Ajax said her mother was, and yet she was still a baby. To my surprise, these last months had passed relatively quickly. The time I spent training with Fluffy to be a bonded pair on patrol had been such much fun that I quickly lost track of time. My name had also spread far and wide in the city criminal underground. It turns out having a bond with a strong nose for illegal substances is an easy way to get yourself marked. Our only saving grace was that we weren't enough of a nuisance to the underground that they would risk Commander Grievous's wrath. Ajax POV. I had just finished the last delve I planned on doing in the city. With this, I considered myself as being ready enough to head towards the capital. You know, the last few runs have been pretty disappointing. I said to Hatchet, you already were at the appropriate level of power to challenge that dungeon when you were level 24. It would stand to reason that since you got 6 levels since that time, not to mention how much your skills have improved, that it would seem a weak challenge now. He said patiently. He wasn't wrong. Me and the collectors had hit the dungeon at least once a week ever since I had joined the team. I would like to say that the reason for such a high number of delves was in fact my fault. How was it my fault? Pretty simply. Due to Alana and Judy having to spend most if not all of my money to grab myself all the potions I would need, I had also been pushing myself to scrape together enough money that I could at least have some financial stability as I got to the capital. So, you plan on drinking them anytime soon? Hatchet asked as he looked over the table between us, on which stood almost 20,000 gold coins worth of stat points. Ajax nodded to Hatchet and began downing one potion after another. Surprisingly, he didn't feel all that different at first, but by the time he was halfway through them, a dull pain started spreading through his body. It was nothing at first, but by the end Hatchet had to feed him the last 2. The pain wasn't all that bad, at least not to him after his pain resistance kicked in, but as his body processed the potions, he started losing control of it slightly. After finishing the last potion, he focused on standing perfectly still and meditating. As he finally felt the pain subside, Ajax opened his eyes to see that the sun had moved from high above at midday all the way to dusk. "You finally awake," Judy called out to him as she noticed him open his eyes. Ajax nodded and moved to get out of the chair, only to crush the the right handle as he pushed himself off it with a small hop. "Ah, sorry," he said as he looked at the broken armrest. He knew that this was a distinct possibility, as he no longer had the increased adaptability to stat changes that his trait had given him before. He opened his stats to see the progress he finally made. A grin split his face as he looked at the progress the potions gave him. Before he took them, he had a total of 1490 stat points, and now he had 1639. 120 of them had been in perception, endurance, strength, and dexterity, but the last 29 had been a lot more expensive as they pushed stats that were already above 200 from his extra 5 levels. His leveling speed was also a bit faster than what a normally dedicated level 26 would have gone through, but Hatchet assured him that it was because he was going into a dungeon and fighting way above his level. Even then, the leveling speed increase was only about 10. Not only that, but the training he had been pushing himself through started hitting walls in most of his skills. When he asked Hatchet about this, he was told that it was expected. Almost everyone hit a solid wall with their skills. It just usually happened a year after they spent their initial stat points from reaching the age of 10. In this time, earning levels would be relatively easy, but afterwards that would all stop, and it would become a slow grind to reach the point where they could contribute in a dungeon and start speeding up their leveling again. "How do you feel?" his mother asked him. She had a supporting smile but couldn't manage to keep all her worry from her voice. "A little uncomfortable, actually," he admitted as he felt like he was moving in a new body, stretching and twitching all over as he got used to the new stats. "It should pass in a few minutes," Hatchet said confidently. "Even without the help of the trait and getting used to it?" he asked, surprised at the quick time frame. "You didn't do anything quite as shocking as doubling or tripling every attribute, so it should be fine," he said. "The hard part will come now that you will have to find a way to finance these potions for yourself." Alana teased him a little. "It might only be 2 stat points a level, but it all adds up." Ajax took the teasing in good spirit, especially since he knew his sister and Alana had basically shackled themselves to this place for the next 2 years just to help get him the potions without being bought out. Her comment, however, made him think about just how strong his D-Even Witness trait really was, basically giving him a free set of potions without diminishing returns. The entire family had a nice dinner that night. However, Ajax had gone to sleep shortly after eating, the immediate energy of the potions wearing off and the stress of the increase finally hitting him. The following morning was the first Monday in a long time when Ajax didn't head out with the collectors. The team as a whole had agreed to travel towards the capital together. However, since they wanted to get Tristan, Nellie's son that had finished his learning as a healer, a run through the dungeon first and give Ajax a week to say goodbye to his family. Ajax looked around the unfamiliar room without getting out of bed. He had spent the night in his parents' guest room as opposed to his brother's. It was very similar in layout to his first bedroom he had back in the village. The difference was that everything was that the woodwork was made to a better standard, having been bought here in the city. He had initially planned to lay about for longer, but after 10 minutes he was getting bored, so got dressed and went into the living room. In the kitchen he found his parents had already started eating breakfast, yet there was an extra plate already set up for him. "Good morning." He greeted them as he took a seat. "Are you feeling better now?" his mother asked as he started to eat. "I feel great," Ajax answered. "So how can I help today?" "You don't have to do," his mother tried to say but didn't quite manage to say. "Well, a large shipment of iron just came in, if you could move it inside the smithy." His dad interrupted but quickly looked away once he noticed the glare Sylvia was giving him. "If you're offering," he added. Ajax didn't have a problem with it at all, so he quickly finished his food and followed his dad outside. In front of the smithy, a smithy that was much larger than his old one in the village, he found 3 carts piled high with sacks of ore. "Dad, what kind of order was this?" he asked, as the amount of iron would be enough to outfit a small army with weapons. "Well," his dad scratched the back of his head. "Do you remember that curved sword you drew and asked your sisters about?" Ajax had to think for a few seconds, but he finally remembered. It was about 4 months back when he drew an Egyptian kopish. He asked about curved swords as they would probably be better for cavalry. "I do, but I don't think you should make this many of them just on my say-so. I am not even a trained rider." He did appreciate his father's trust in him, but he knew just how hard change was to accept, especially in such a medieval society. "Oh no," he shook his head in denial. "I tried my hand at making them about 3 months ago. Out of the 5 I initially set out to make 3 I had to smelt back down, but the other 2 turned out well. One of the men in the Baron's personal army happened to see them, and he asked me about them. I tried to say that it was something I tried to make for mounted combat, and sold it to him at a discount with another sword he bought. Nobody else showed much interest in them." Ajax doubted a trend would form that quickly and was worried that this might be the Baron making a last-ditch effort to get to him, Tom, Katie, Judy, or Alana. That was a month ago. His father continued 2 days ago. The same soldier returned with his captain, and they asked if I had any more. Apparently wielding them while riding led to them having an easier time increasing their sword skill. A lot of the worry left Ajax with this explanation. It did in fact make sense. He knew that new applications of skills would help them grow quicker, but he never considered that such changed forms would also apply. For the rest of the morning, Ajax emptying the carts, as he thought about what other odd weapons different people back on Earth came up with that were different variations on common weapons. Designing new weapons turned out to be a lot harder than he had expected at first, with the curved sword being something of an outlier when it came to ideas. The main reason for this is the very nature of stat points. Unlike back on Earth, people have a lot more strength, and this leads to the accessibility of different weapons. As he unloaded all of the ore from the carts, he found himself comparing the designs. He thought up more with the games he played than any history lesson he learned. The simple truth being that adding a lot of steel to a weapon here wouldn't make it unbalanced or too heavy to lift like it was back in his old world. One of the first things to jump to his mind was the famous Japanese katana. The sword was iconic not only because of the amount of importance it held in Japanese history, but also because of their prevalence in animation and fiction, led to it being the sword type for elite skilled swordsmen. Here, however, the katana would only be good as a training weapon. A short single-sided blade could be easily taken advantage of. Better choices would end up being bigger and unrealistic-looking weapons that already were created here by trial and error. The only reason his curved swords were so successful was their added utility to be able to grab and bypass armor too strong to cut. 3 hours he spent on moving the ore, and in that time he didn't manage to think of anything else that could be a useful innovation. With the job done, he left his father to do the forging and headed towards the guard compound to meet with his brother, who should be finishing his morning patrol shift in a few minutes. As he reached the main building, he entered for the first time in a while. He had subconsciously avoided the place after having been brought here following his meeting with the vampire all those years ago. The place looked both different and very much the same. The layout of all the furniture on the reception floor had changed from how it was when he first started coming here to train. The desks and chairs, however, were all still the same ones he remembered, maybe with a few more scratches and dents. "How can I help you, sir?" The younger of the two receptionists greeted him as he was about to head towards the practice courtyard. Civilians aren't allowed past this point. Ajax tried to think of the best way to explain so that he would get access without a whole lot of paperwork. "Ajax, you here to see your brother?" The other receptionist looked up. He was one of the members of the command staff during the skirmish and quickly recognized Ajax. "Yeah, I'm leaving for the capital this week," Ajax admitted cheerfully. "I got my training started in this courtyard after I turned 10 years old. Thought I'd practice with my brother one more time before who knows when I'll get the chance." Head on through. The man gave him an approving nod. As he entered the courtyard, Ajax came across a nostalgic scene. It was the end of the combat tournament the new recruits were put through. Finding his brother among the people waiting for the training to be over on the side was easy. Despite wearing the same armor or having a unique physique, Fluffy stood out like a sore thumb. After the new recruits finished with their training, the people coming off patrol split up into their preset training groups. All the pairing consisted of 2 people facing each other, except for Tom, who was facing down 3 people with Fluffy by his side. As they sprang into motion, Ajax took a seat on the side to get a good view of the action. With Fluffy now being the equivalent of a level 25, and Tom having reached level 24, they were on the back foot against 3 level 25 people. Not only that, but their opponents were also quite a bit older, meaning they had been part of the guard for a while and had experience working together. In order to stand a chance, Tom and Fluffy had to rely on the novelty and magic of the Shadow Cat and their ability to cooperate. Being city guards, the 3 were used to working together, but didn't have all that much experience when dealing with tamed beasts. Fluffy quickly dashed and moved to flank them. Tom did his best to back away and circle away from Fluffy in an attempt to force them into splitting their focus and not letting them all 3 rush him at once. The idea worked somewhat, as 2 of the 3 turned to deal with the large cat while the 3rd rushed Tom. Clearly, this wasn't the first time they played out this exact scenario. The training blades clashed against each other once before both took a defensive formation and brought their shields in front for cover. Tom stopped retreating, however, and went for a shield charge. It was decently successful at knocking his opponent off balance as the shields hit each other. Tom took that moment to try and slice at his now exposed leg, but the slice was parried awkwardly. Seeing his opponent on the back foot, Tom pressed his advantage with a shield bash whose sole purpose was to stop his opponent from getting his shield back in position. Knowing he didn't have time to spare, Tom used his sword as a throwing weapon, if a poorly thrown one. Despite the element of surprise, his adversary managed to knock it aside with his own sword. The throw did serve its purpose, though, as it distracted the guard long enough for Tom to tackle him to the ground and bring out the knife from his belt and place it at his throat. "I'm out," the man admitted with a disappointed smile, while making sure to keep his neck very still, as the knife wasn't a dull training blade. Tom wasted no time in rolling off his foe and picking up his tossed blade, but by the time he was back on his feet, he saw two more guards heading towards him with Fluffy laying down behind them and his hind paws slightly tangled in a bolus. From there, the fight ended quickly, with the two guards using their number advantage to come at Tom from both sides, ending the bout. With the bout over, Ajax finally made to approach them before they started another. "You guys have space for one more?" Ajax asked them as they gathered around Fluffy and untangled his paws without cutting the bolus. "Sure," one of the three nodded. The one who nodded had known Ajax already, but the other two were unfamiliar with him. Now that they were back in the city, Commander Grievous's men started mixing with others for training and patrol. The other two didn't seem to be against it, but they looked skeptically at Ajax. "Think you can take all 5 of us?" Tom asked, though he knew fully well Ajax could handle all of them without much difficulty now, just from how high his stats must be. "Think it'll be best if we have a 2-on-4 and I don't use any magic," Ajax offered. Even only counting his physical stats, Ajax had gotten to the point of reaching a level 35 pure warrior. With his magical stats added on, he was closer to a level 60 adventurer. As Tom would remain with Fluffy, only the guard who knew him was comfortable pairing up with Ajax for the 2-on-4. Grabbing a blunted sword and a shield, Ajax took his stance and locked his eyes on Fluffy. From what he saw earlier, he knew Fluffy was actually the one his teammate would have the biggest problems with. Without his magic, Tom and the other two could most likely stall him, if not beat him, and Fluffy would only join once the side battle finished to put the final nail in his coffin. Since this was only practice, and when he decided to go for more as a goodbye to his brother, Ajax didn't switch to berserker style, as he would in a real fight with these odds. The quick dash towards the Shadow Cat was interrupted by Tom, who clearly saw his plan. The exchanges between Ajax and the 3 guards who surrounded him looked very different from the previous fight Tom had been a part of. Every swing of the blade or bash of the shield sent a person off their feet. The difference in stats forced them to deflect blows if they didn't want to get crushed. Despite their appropriate reaction to his power, Ajax could see both of the other guards had their eyebrows joining their hairline at his display of power. The fight didn't take all that long. Ajax had learned how to use his deception skill to increase how believable his fakes looked. It was also something that Tom, being the most inexperienced of them, had no practice against. By the time Fluffy won the side fight, Ajax had taken 2 of them out of the fight at the cost of his shield arm, and was in the process of overwhelming the third. "You've grown quite a lot from the runt who used to get his ass kicked in this very courtyard not too long ago." A voice came from behind Ajax after spar ended. Ajax was a little surprised. Being in a training courtyard, he wasn't quite as careful about people approaching, yet someone had gotten within striking distance of him, and he hadn't noticed. All 3 of the guards, Tom and even Fluffy in her own way, threw a salute towards the person now standing behind Ajax. "Why don't you and I have a round?" Commander Grievous suggested with a friendly yet slightly mischievous smile. Grievous POV. I looked down upon the courtyard, a habit I picked up back when I first joined the army. The only difference was that back then I was looking and trying to learn, and now I'm inspecting how my own people advance and what help they need that I can get for them. One of the first things I picked up in the army was that so long as you are a little picky, people who come from small villages to join the guard are the easiest to build loyalty with. Even now, if my old sergeant was to ask me for something, there are few things I would refuse. My gaze was locked on to a sparring match for the last few moments. Just from a glance, it would look highly mismatched, but I knew better. Ever since the small skirmish expedition took place, I had kept an ear out for the young kid and what else he could get done. As the fight began, a lot of the information I had was being both confirmed and missing. He was clearly very high level for his age, something that would serve him well, as the sooner you start stacking that vitality, the earlier the aging process is slowed. His level, however, is the only thing that somewhat matches the information I have. I would place him somewhere in the low 30s range for a balanced warrior build, maybe a bit focused on vitality. The information, however, classified him as a hybrid fighter. Is he just building his magical stats through sheer practice and looking to keep progressing with free points for as long as he can? He would easily be at 50 across the board if that was the case, yet I can't feel any magic from him. The fight draws to an end much closer than I would have thought, though his team did win. His partner was taken out, and he would be left with some massive injuries. I decided that was enough spectating, and I should take a look for myself at what he can do and jump down. "You've grown quite a lot from the runt who used to get his ass kicked in this very courtyard not too long ago." I say once I land silently behind him, enjoying the way he twitches in surprise. All the guards present give me a salute, but I remain focused on the adventurer who is said to have been to the second floor of the dungeon repeatedly. Why don't you and I have a round? I offer. Sure, he agrees after a few seconds of indecision and a look towards his brother. As the rest of the people back up to give us some space, we square off against each other. I feel my skill vigilant let me know that he just used Judge Threat on me. Sadly, despite it being a rare skill, it doesn't provide any protection against identifying skills. All it does is let me know who it is and what skill they are using on me. My interest is piqued, however, when I feel spot weakness. Not letting overconfidence get to my head, I use my own Judge Threat on him in return, and am surprised to feel that he poses a large danger to me. I used the same skill on him a few months back when he joined our unit, and he was barely a slight threat. Ready, one of the guards on the side asks, deciding to referee the spar. Ready, he says as I start feeling some mana start to gather around him with Detect Mana. I simply nod and wait for the signal to start. The moment the referee waves his hand, I explode forward, letting Charge take me right up to him and swing an overhead blow with my axe. I can see the shock in his eyes as he barely manages to move his head out of the way and lifts his shield to deviate the strike to the opposite direction. As the blow connects, his hand gives way to my superior stats, and he rolls away to create some distance. I can't help but feel a little disappointed. He moves the same way he did in the previous match. I thought that maybe there was something he was holding back that let him enter the second floor of the dungeon, but perhaps I should go a bit easier on him. After all, I do have at least 20-something levels on the kid, not to mention the skills that I have polished for more than twice the time he's been alive. As all this is running through my head, the amount of mana I sense suddenly spikes, and Danger Sense alerts me in time to bring up my own shield as slash from his sword comes straight for my neck. His speed is on a whole other level now, moving even faster than I can. Not only that, but I can feel the cold seeping into my arm through the shield where his blow connected. Well, that's rare. I hear myself subconsciously mumble, a mana skill that allows physical enhancement. It's not something unheard of, but definitely one of the things the nobles try to keep to themselves. I don't have time to say any more as I find myself on the back foot for the first time in quite a while. The mana in the surrounding area increases further, and he starts pressing me back. His speed and strength are now even higher than my own, and it takes all I can do to deflect his onslaught of attacks. As if that wasn't enough, the elemental nature of his attacks changes from one swing to the next. My shield hand is slowly starting to numb from the cold, while my axe handle is about to burst into flames from the heat. That's not all he is doing either, as I feel the earth beneath us move, trying to trip me up as well as give him a better footing. One bright side to this is that I know he can't keep this up for long. Just the boosting skill should be eating through his mana like a pack of starving wolves, let alone the rest. He quickly comes to the same realization as I do and decides to switch to a fully aggressive style. He throws away the shield and takes out a hammer before charging me again. I see through his feint and move with him as he dashes to my left, trying to sidestep my shield. The sweat coming off his body letting me know just how much of a toll this is taking on him. As I parry the sword with my axe, I tank the hammer blow on my shield, but for some reason I easily rebuff the hammer at the moment of contact. An instant later, I feel a sharp pain as the whole arm goes numb. My eyes catch a coating of dark mana that enveloped the hammer, fading away. With this strike, I know I am in a bad position. I never expected him to push me this hard. I'll have to apologize to everyone after this. I resign myself as I draw in a deep breath. RAHHHH, a bellow comes out of me as I use my sole epic skill, Debilitating Shout. The debilitating effect works perfectly on him, as he almost loses his balance, giving me a much-needed break. As I see him stumbling for a second step, I take the chance to go on the offensive again, but he quickly rebuffs me with a strong blow that creates a small explosion as our weapons collide. Each of us slide to a stop, breathing heavily as we keep our eyes locked on each other, only to be interrupted as the referee intervenes, putting an end to the match. Sorry about the shout, everyone. I quickly get that out of the way as I look around to see that more than one or two people have ended up falling. The shadow cat is laying flat with both paws covering its ears. Despite all this, my eyes don't leave the clearly exhausted young man that relaxed his stance as he was swarmed by his brother and the rest of the people who knew him, all of them congratulating and questioning him about his magic. Despite not being able to keep it up for very long, nothing more than a minute or two, he was quite some ways above me. His lack of skills made up for the variety of his magic and inflated stats. I would place him somewhere around level 65 in terms of strength. If he is able to keep that up for longer than 2 minutes, I doubt I would be left standing. I jump back up to my office to catch my breath, but I'm still tracking him with my eyes as he says his goodbyes and turns to leave the courtyard. I make a mental note to keep an eye on his family after he leaves the city. Ajax POV. Sorry about the shout, everyone. is the last thing Commander Grievous says before he leaps back up to the open window. I'm very much still unsure what happened. After the first strike, I had the upper hand during the entire match. Not once did any of his counters do more than just lessen the pressure I was putting on him. Even now, the dizziness hasn't fully dissipated, and more than that, I didn't feel any mana at all. This could only mean that this wasn't a mana-based attack. From the fact that it affected everyone, if to a lower degree than me meant it was most likely a physical skill. That it messed with my senses and head without mana meant I, as I was, had no defenses for any such skills. This is something I will definitely have to look into fixing, and soon. That was amazing. How did you do that? The commander actually looked hurt at the end there. The exclamations and whispers started all around me. Last one got my attention. It seems people didn't get as good a read on the fight as I thought. Sure, my last attack is the only one that actually got through to do physical damage to the commander, but I know for a fact his armor needs to be sent to a blacksmith for repairs after the blows it took. That really was something, little brother. Tom congratulated me. He was crouching by Fluffy and giving her a scratch. It seems she got hit worse than everyone by that shout. It definitely took a lot out of me. I admit, looking at my mana and stamina, 850, 2250, and 61850. End of POV. With that, Ajax gave a hearty goodbye to his brother and the rest of the guards he knew, and then headed back home. The afternoon was reserved for his mother, as they would go shopping for all the provisions he would need, not only for the road, but also to get started once he gets to the capital. The two of them are strolling through the market district, with Ajax dragging a small cart behind him. Most of his essentials were already taken care of. His sister and Alana had already gotten the rations sorted. His father had already done a final repair and maintenance on his armor and weapons, and Katie had already packed a full set of medical supplies. Let's get you a decent map, his mother offered, and dragged him towards a little out-of-the-way shop that was tucked in a corner. Welcome, what can I get you? The unenthusiastic greeting came shortly after the bell at the entrance announced them. We're here for a map, Sylvia said as she started looking at all the different odds and ends the store had. Surprisingly, this store had quite a lot of different wares, from the ropes, pikes, tents, and other such supplies Ajax put together that they must cater to travelers. I might be able to help you with that. What region are you looking for? The merchant looked like someone breathed life back into him at the news. A map of Grindor, his mom said, then after a second of pause she added. We're not all that interested in perfect geographical accuracy as we are with the territory spread. The man nodded at that and headed into the back as Ajax turned to his mother. Isn't a map used for its geographical accuracy? Surprised at her request. Any map you can get in this place. You can find one that is twice as cheap and 3 times as accurate once you actually get to the capital, not to mention that you'll be following big roads to get there. No real danger of getting lost. She patiently explained to him. Then why get a map at all? Having just blown through thousands of golds, he found himself being much more frugal. The other thing you'll be doing on your trip is getting very bored. Some of the time you'll be spending with your caravan can be put to good use. As she spoke, the shop owner came back with 3 of the biggest maps Ajax had ever seen in his hands. Here we are, he said, placing them on the counter. I have 3 different maps that show territory, one at 2 silver, 10 silver, and 50 silver. Instead of looking at the maps for more than a cursory glance followed by a small nod, Sylvia turned to look at the merchant. Which of these is the most recent? The merchant's wince at the question was rather pronounced despite his best attempt to keep his face from showing his feelings. This one, he said, pointing to the 10 silver one. We'll take it for 8. His mother's voice changed a little, and he knew she was putting her merchant skills to work. Having spent the last 6 months in the city with no children to raise her merchant skills, had gotten quite the workout, and were showing a growth almost comparable to Ajax's own. The merchant tried to offer a counter-offer, but the best he could do was open and close his mouth a few times until he finally got out an 8.5. Deal. His mother said and started folding the map as Ajax placed the coins on the counter and left for home. Now Ajax, Sylvia started once they were out of the shop. The capital is going to be a very different place. It is filled with representatives of all sorts of noble families, most often looking to get one up on one another of similar standing. This map isn't for you to use in case you get lost. It's for you to study and get a general idea of who the archdukes, dukes, marquis, and barons are and where their lands are. Most importantly, the map also has their house sigils. This was something Ajax had overlooked. His focus on training and gaining strength had left a gaping hole in his preparations. The protection he benefited from here wouldn't extend in the capital. While he wouldn't have to go into hiding or anything, he would have to pay more attention to noble families. One look at the map once they got home, and Ajax could already tell that very little effort went into the geography of it. Most rivers, hills, forests were evidently wrong, and the scale of some were much smaller or larger than the reality, and this was just from his quick view of the areas he had seen on other maps. His final night in the city was spent at his parents' house. Both he and Hatchet would sleep here tonight and leave early the next morning, so the entire family gathered for an early dinner. Everybody showed a happy and encouraging attitude, but most of the people at the table thought it was still a little too soon for Ajax to be heading off. The exceptions were Tom and Katie. Katie, because she best recognized how quickly the entire family would need to relocate from this backwater region, and Tom because of Ajax's performance against the commander. Ajax, are you still awake? His mother knocked gently on his door a few minutes after he headed off to bed. Yeah, come in, he answered. As his mother walked into the room, her face betrayed that she was fighting a battle with herself. Is everything all right? He was slightly worried now looking at her face. What? Oh, everything is fine, she forced a wry smile on her face. I know I never went into all that much detail about my family before. She started as she clenched her fist around whatever was inside. But I think now is the time to tell you a little bit. A few months ago, I learned that they were still keeping an eye on me. A letter came in from my parents asking if I needed some help to get back on my feet after the attack on the village. They were just some middle-level merchants back then, but even if that hasn't changed, you'll still be able to get a better than average price on anything you may need to sell, with less questions asked about how someone of your level managed to delve that deep into the dungeon. Ajax took the offered token, but didn't have time to process everything as his mother gave him a hug and left the room. The following morning, Ajax woke up early from one of the most restless nights he had in a while. He still wasn't sure what to do about his grandparents and the connection they represented with the Open Plains Trading Company. In the morning, his mother made no more reference to what she said last night and didn't act any differently, but if her bloodshot eyes were any indication, she didn't get much sleep last night. The morning passed by in a blur as he said a quick final goodbye to everyone before he left with Hatchet while pulling a small cart filled with all their luggage. Both him and Hatchet walked in a comfortable silence, neither feeling the need to make awkward conversation after their years as teacher and student. Ajax, you made it. Bobby greeted him as they arrived at the caravan. Who's the old man? Ajax and the collectors had made travel plans together, even after they went their separate ways after their final dungeon run. As of now, Ajax was a solo adventurer and no longer registered as a member of the collectors with the guild. This is Hatchet, Ajax said as he started loading their packs. He was my teacher back in the village. Ajax didn't want to say any more. He knew that Hatchet was fairly convinced his friend in the capital would help him regrow his lost arm, but it wasn't for him to share. Bobby, nice to meet you, the big man said, offering his hand. You did a hell of a job with Ajax here. Nice to meet you. Hatchet responded. Hey, I'm not paying for you to stand around and talk. Get everything put away and we can get moving. A short, rotund man shouted at them. This was the biggest difference between Ajax and the collectors right now. When Ajax and Hatchet got their passage on the caravan by simply being adventurers, the collectors took a job to offer them protection for the journey. Ajax didn't know why they would bother with a job that would pay so little. Considering that almost all adventurers were given free passage with any caravan for one simple fact, that they would provide protection if they were attacked, not out of any duty, but because the attackers would not ignore them. How come you took the job defending them? Ajax asked Nellie once they finished loading everything and the caravan got moving. Tristan, she said, pointing to a young man that resembled her. He doesn't have many missions completed with the guild, and no protection ones at all. This one will be good for his record now that we are moving. Ajax frowned a little at the news. He hadn't thought about that when he made his travel plans. After all, while he did have quite a number of missions completed with the collectors, all of them were dungeon-related. You don't have to worry about that, kid. Hatchet said he was one of the few people who still referred to Ajax as kid. You're not a healer, so your mission escorting people through the dungeon's second floor is so much more impressive that doing another mission like this won't matter. He's right, Nellie nodded, especially if you're willing to advertise that you can do some healing on the side. Despite having whispered the last part, Hatchet was a former scout, and his perception was high enough to have heard it. He was mildly surprised at the news. He knew it would be a possibility considering that Kate was a healer and Ajax had access to his mana, but he didn't expect he picked up enough to be useful in just a few months. At least not with how often he went to the dungeon. The first few days of the trip weren't that bad. The reason why Ajax chose this caravan specifically was that it was one that moved at a higher speed. A normal caravan would make the trip from Lessus to the capital in a little over 2 months, whereas they would do it in 3 weeks. The boredom was, however, starting to get to him. For the first few days, he talked a little with Tristan. Despite the man being close to 30 years old, he was quite a bit younger than everyone else in the collectors, and he was just starting out as an adventurer, so he had quite a bit in common with Ajax. Tristan was very excited after his first dungeon run despite having contributed little. As a healer, he was mostly there in case things went bad. Jones was the other person who spent quite a bit more than usual talking to Ajax. More than anyone else on the team, besides maybe Nellie, he had watched Ajax's growth over the last few months. He was sure that he had outgrown their team, if only just, and was looking to keep a good relationship with a future powerhouse. Unlike in Lessus, the capital had a wide enough range in the power of adventurers that delegating missions was very widespread. Certain jobs would have tasks that didn't require a person of the level contracted to handle, and they would have weaker teams do them for a cut. Jones was hoping to have the Collectors become one of Ajax's go-to teams in a few years. Having run out of topics to talk about, and with his mana sitting at a little under half, after finishing his mana training, Ajax finally decided to study the map his mother got him. It would be a long journey, and he had been planning to leave learning about the nobility boundary lines for later, but he had nothing better to do. As he spread open the map and took a closer look at the capital, a few things stood out to him. First, all the major roads and quite a bit around them were the property of the royal family. He suspected this was done for military reasons. He was also wrong, as the roads all belonged to the royal family to ensure that no other nobles put extreme taxes on traveling merchants. The other thing that stood out to him was how almost every marquis duke and archduke seemed to have a small plot of land no bigger than his village somewhere around the capital. This was the land for the mansions these families had. He had learnt through reading that this was done to ensure each noble could have the rules governing their territory apply there. The next thing he noticed was the sheer volume of noble families that existed in the kingdom. His history from Earth led him to believe that in medieval times there were very few nobles. This was very much not the case here, with multiple families having access and ruling over the same territories, each with a specific family nominated by the royals as being currently in charge. What Ajax didn't know was that this world had one issue stopping it from following in Earth footsteps when it came to noble families wiping each other out as they took over territory. This was that the strong and talented people would reach higher levels and as such live longer. With the best and brightest of each family living longer, it made wiping out one another much more difficult, and a new system was needed. In Grindor, this took the form of royal family nomination. After a few hours of studying the map and doing his best to memorize names, locations, and house sigils, Ajax felt a headache coming on. The sheer number and minute differences in sigils made learning this a real pain. Knowing the importance of this knowledge, however, Ajax was determined to set aside a few hours each day for the reminder of the journey to study. The first 2 weeks of the trip passed without anything of note happening. They would frequently run into wild animals and monsters, but the highest they encountered was a single level 50 that resembled a rhino at the end of the first week. The beast had some power, but was quickly brought down without much effort. When Ajax asked why they didn't encounter anything else like that or something stronger, he was quickly informed that the royal family had soldiers patrol the roads to ensure safe passage. They had in fact met one such group a few days after, and the merchants had quickly taken the opportunity to try making a quick sale. Everything seemed to take a turn for the worse as they approached the city of Lorden. It was their last stop before they would arrive at the capital. It had already been 2 days since they hadn't seen anyone coming or going on the road. This wasn't all that odd by itself, as in the middle of their second week they had 3 days where nobody else approached them. The difference now was that they were within half a day's journey of a rather big city, and having nobody traveling in their direction meant one of two things. First, something happened in the direction they are coming from, and nobody wants to go there. This is very unlikely to be the case, as they hadn't noticed anything amiss. The second option is that something happened up ahead that stopped people from coming this way, and it was the most likely of the two. Far in the horizon, the silhouette of the impressive wall surrounding Lorden could be seen atop the hill, even through the foliage they were surrounded by. The city wasn't fully contained inside the massive walls, as Lorden was also a keep, but the surrounding city and smaller walls were blocked from sight by the trees. Despite being a forest road, this was an official road, and the caravan easily spread to moving their carts in double coulombs and still only took up half the road. As the trees were about to give way, a small contingent of guards appeared blocking the path. "Halt!" the one marked with the rank of captain shouted. Being part of the same kingdom, all city guards shared the same command structure, with basic guards, sargets, captains, majors, commanders, and finally a warden overseeing each city. It was odd to see a captain leading only 2 squads outside the gates of the city. Not only that, but the state of their armor left quite a bit to be desired. "Start getting your armor on," Hatchet whispered to him. As the cart they both traveled on was towards the end of the caravan, they were out of sight, and Ajax started tightening the straps of his gear without questioning Hatchet. "What is going on?" he whispered back after he was fully equipped and had both his hammer and axe ready. His sword would be the least effective against the heavy armor of the group stopping them, so he went with the other weapons. "Something isn't right," Hatchet answered. "They have too few men for a captain to be present. Not only that, but their gear is a little uncared for them to be guards." As Ajax was getting ready and discussed things with Hatchet, the group blocking their path wasn't sitting still. The leader was talking to the head of the convoy as well as Jones at the front, but the rest of the men started surrounding the caravan. Be careful and stand ready. One of the caravan guards, who wasn't part of the collectors, called out from behind Ajax. The shout put everyone on edge as weapons were pulled out of their sheaths and combat stances were taken, while most of the merchants huddled towards the middle. Ajax wanted to pull out his bow but wasn't comfortable leaving Hatchet to fend for himself with just one arm, so he put himself between him and the closest surrounding guard with axe and hammer in hand. The guards also drew their weapons at the shout, but surprisingly they backed away slightly instead of swarming them with the element of surprise. The guard standing a few feet from Hatchet took one look at Ajax, and his eyebrows made a break for his hairline as his eyes threatened to pop out. "What's happened?" Jones shouted from the front as he pulled the convoy head back and placed himself between him and the man dressed as a captain. "They're inspecting us with some skill." The veteran guard shouted back, and this made all the caravan defenders take a stronger defensive formation as well as putting them on edge. "We have a 3-bar here." The man closest to Ajax called out as all the guards close to them backed up further and took a glance towards him. Ajax knew exactly what that meant. It was code for someone that needed to be handled by a captain. He knew this because his brother was part of the guards and he taught him most of the codes while he lived with him. But this begged the question, if they really were guards, what were they doing? "Everyone stand down." The voice of the captain wasn't loud, but it carried clearly all the way from the front to the back of the caravan. Doubtless a skill was involved. "I am Captain Dorian Grasswealth from the city of Lorden. We mean no harm to anyone and are here only to ensure that the caravan stops at the gates of Lorden." With that statement, he unstrapped the sword from his side and handed it off to one of the guards near him before approaching Jones and the head of the convoy once more with his hands slightly raised in a placating gesture. Ajax took this time to quickly start firing off judge threat at the surrounding guards. Most of them came back as a low threat. Ajax judged them to be somewhere in the low 40s. The one exception was the man marked as a sergeant whom he judged to be in the low 50s. The sergeant also frowned and locked eyes with Ajax a moment after he used his skill on him, letting Ajax know that his actions were noticed. "Let's head up there. See what is happening," Hatchet said as he placed his arm on Ajax's shoulder. This broke the stare down between him and the sergeant, and the two headed up to where Jones was. "Just here to ensure nobody is taking a detour," the captain was saying. "You also won't be able to enter the city." "What, that makes no sense," the caravan leader said, but both Jones and Hatchet frowned at the words. "The city is under quarantine," the captain continued. "Nobody is allowed to enter or leave. That being said, we are in need of supplies, as such you will be stopping at a safe distance from the gates where you will be uploading some of your wares." "Oh no, I will not." One of the merchants that had gathered some courage to step away from the huddle in the middle all but shouted from behind Ajax as he heard the conversation. "Here is an order signed by Duke Axebane. It is by his authority that provisions be appropriated from merchants. All inventory is to be recorded, and compensation for it can be collected either in the capital or any other city in his territory." The captain produced a scroll filled with small print and a large emblem at the bottom. Ajax recognized the sigil of House Axebane from his studies of the map during the journey. "Lead on, Captain." Jones spoke up before anyone else could say anything after he took a quick glance at the document. "Everyone get moving. We are to stop a little outside the gates of the city. That is not your decision to make." The caravan leader growled at him. "It very much is," Jones answered in a cold tone. "Should you or the other merchants decide not to follow my advice, and that is what it is, advice, then you shall do so by yourselves. We were hired to protect you from bandits and beasts, not fight a lawful order." Ajax had no idea what the big issue was. From his perspective, everything was odd, but not so much as to prompt this response from the merchants. Nevertheless, that was not his issue as Hatchet led him back towards their cart. Their driver was one of the first to move as he exited the formation and headed to the front of the caravan as the rest of the cart slowly started moving. A few minutes later, they were all stopped outside the gates. Looking inside through the gates, Ajax saw all the way down one of the main streets of the city. It looked like a ghost town with nobody walking in the street despite it being almost evening, a time when most got off work and headed for the tavern. "Unload your food and drink," the guard said as he approached the cart, noticing that Ajax, Hatchet, nor anyone else was taking things off their cart. "We are not merchants," Hatchet answered back. "We are simply traveling with the caravan. Your employer can resupply further down the road, adventurer." The guard moved forward aggressively, only to find himself pulled back by his partner, whose eyes were locked on Ajax, and the hand he rested on the hammer's handle. Ajax wasn't even following the conversation. He trusted Hatchet's judgment in this situation. Instead, he kept his eyes on the guards and was ready to engage at a moment's notice should the situation turn violent. The situation was tense, yet both sides were somewhat mirroring each other. Ajax and the less experienced of the two guards were both on the edge of turning the situation physical, the tense atmosphere getting to them a little. The more experienced guard and Hatchet were determined to talk it out peacefully. The differences came from who was doing the talking for each side, and the power they had. The experienced guard's eyes had not left Ajax despite paying close attention to the conversation. "We aren't here as hired guards," Hatchet calmly stated, though he couldn't hide the smile that crept on his face at the wary look the guard was giving his student. "We are here as passengers. These are our provisions, and the order your captain read only appropriate goods from merchants." Hatchet had also pulled out the 2 tickets from one of the bags and extended them to the guards. Both tickets were rather odd as they stated a charge of 0 coins paid to gain them. Both of these say you are traveling for free. The guard accused, "Where did this caravan start?" His partner cut him off, though more guards started closing in on their position. "We started in Lessis," Hatchet answered as he awkwardly twisted the tickets in his hands to point where the name was written. "And you expect us to believe they let you come along free of charge?" he asked, though in a much calmer tone than the first guard whose face was getting red. A common practice for strong adventurers, at least out in the backwaters. The captain's voice sounded from behind 2 of the other guards who closed in on the commotion and parted once they heard his voice. "What is the problem here?" "They are refusing to unload the supplies, sir," the guard answered. "As I was telling your subordinates, as we are not merchants, the order does not compel us to give any of our supplies," Hatchet stated. The captain barely gave Hatchet a second look before he took a glance inside the cart. This was also the most likely reason why the guards weren't just letting this go. Inside the cart, Hatchet and Ajax had enough provisions to last the entire caravan a week, if not more. He had argued the need for such preparations, but his mother and sister would hear none of it. "So you claim you brought all this food for the 2 of you?" Even the captain raised an eyebrow at the statement. He would have been more aggressive had it not been for his truth-sensing skill, indicating no deception. "How do you explain that?" Hatchet's grin turned a little teasing, and without saying anything he just turned to Ajax and nodded at him. "This is my first time heading on such a long trip," Ajax rambled on with some embarrassment. "My mother and sister are both merchants by trade. They saw to it that we were fully stocked when we left." The captain was now in an awkward position. He was pretty sure that what they were saying was the truth. The problem was they also really needed the food supplies that the one-armed adventurer was correct in stating they had no right to take. After a couple of minutes of silently thinking the matter over, the captain finally decided on a course of action. "All right," he nodded to Hatchet. "The order does indeed not cover their supplies. Let them go." Despite the flabbergasted looks on some of the guards, they all backed away obediently. "Make sure to take more from the merchants. With that supply in their midst, we don't have to worry about starving them. Not only that, but it might also display some of their anger from us to them, just because they got to keep it." The captain whispered his new plan of action in a quiet voice, but it wasn't enough for Ajax to not pick it up. He frowned and was about to say something about the shady practice, but Hatchet motioned to him to let it go. "But why?" he asked. "The food is most likely not for the city," Hatchet explained. "We haven't heard anything about this situation. This means that it has been going on for at most a month. That is not enough to even get close to emptying the food stores of a city like Lorden. If they still have food, why are they taking it like this? Best guess." Hatchet paused to order his thoughts. "This plague is not natural. Most likely it has someone behind it. With skills amplifying it and a bad actor, it might not be safe for the healthy guards who are needed to keep what remains of the peace to eat anything from storage." The explanation was not something Ajax expected. His experience from Earth had given him a certain base understanding of plague and disease, but he hadn't thought of how magic could affect that. Unlike on Earth, here skills and magic could be used to enhance the plague, not just cure it. During their discussion, almost all of the remaining supplies the merchants were taken off the carts and split into 2 piles. One was taken off to the side towards the outside of the city in a small makeshift camp. The other was taken halfway to the city gates before being stacked up neatly and then backed away from. Once the guards had backed away from the second pile, 6 guards approached from the city gate and moved to collect the food. These guards looked better than the ones who had been standing outside. Their armor was polished and neat, yet despite that their faces looked haggard. The quiet, tense atmosphere went to hell when one of the new 6 guards broke out in a coughing fit. Contrary to what he had seen the guards always do up until now, when one of their own was in trouble, they all quickly backed away, fear etched on their faces. "And that all but confirms my theory," Hatchet said as the soldier slowly got his coughing under control and headed back towards the city without stepping 1 foot closer to the food. The captain had quite a few scrolls he was giving out to each merchant. Ajax assumed that it was a receipt of sorts for the goods they had each given up. He was surprised, however, to see Jones also be given a scroll. With this, the caravan got moving again, though everyone was in poor spirits after the whole fiasco. With morale this low and the sun coming down, a decision was made to make a camp instead of pushing through the night. They happened across a good spot with maybe an hour or so of light still left as they started making a fire. "Is it that big a deal that they lost these contracts?" Ajax asked Hatchet as they were getting ready to eat. "Nobody can blame them for not fulfilling them because of what happened, and they technically sold everything." The problem is who they sold it to. Jones said as he and the caravan leader approached Ajax and Hatchet. You see, the scrolls given indicate what the items were, but there is no set price. That would have to be bartered for whoever the representative they go to collect from is. He will definitely have much stronger skills and would mean a much lower profit. Not only that, but without the item present, certain comments about the quality can be made with no proof backing them, and we can't really walk away from the deal. The caravan leader added on, though it looked more like he was complaining to himself rather than explaining to Ajax. That's under usual circumstances. With Duke Axebane looking to take over as the new House Steelblade, they're going to be even stingier than usual. Anyway, Jones quickly changed the topic before the caravan leader could go on another rant like the one he had to hear ever since departing from Lorden. Can we discuss sharing some of your supplies? They took quite a lot more than we expected. As usual, Ajax wasn't about to handle this discussion. Despite some merchant skill that he had, this was all best left to Hatchet while he would observe and learn. Hatchet didn't have a chance to answer, however, before Donnie approached Jones. Boss, we got a group approaching, at least 20, maybe more, he reported. Most of them wear the mark of the Healing Union, but the one in the front bears the sigil of House Axebane. Looks like we have to deal with that first, Jones sighed, as his hand went to the scroll he was given, and he started leading the caravan leader away from Ajax and Hatchet. Jones' POV, hearing there was a group approaching, made me freeze for an instant. There are a couple ways that this could go bad for us. The most obvious is that this is a group of bandits. Despite the most likely violent outcome, this is then one I would prefer to go with right now, since it is one we are likely to win. Anyone over level 40 with a few combat skills has no reason to turn to banditry this close to the capital. The second situation was that this was a fellow merchant caravan. This would be the worst situation for us, as we could be tangentially blamed if they turned around to avoid the same supply seizure we just went through. Most of them wear the mark of the Healing Union, but the one in the front bears the sigil of House Axebane. Donnie finished his report, and I breathed a sigh of relief. Right now I was patting myself on the back for my earlier decision of not interfering with the previous guards. Had I decided to stand up to them and refused to hand over the goods, this following meeting could have turned into our execution. As for whether we could stand up to them, I would say it wouldn't have been a problem. They weren't in great shape to fight like we were, and their levels were mostly in the low 40s. A year ago, I wouldn't have been so cavalier about the situation, but in the last half a year our mentality and approach to diving changed ever so slightly. Ajax being with us and pushing so hard to progress had made us more competitive and determined. Everyone gained at least a full level, with some who were already close to leveling like me getting 2. Excuse me, sir. I approached the man with House Axebane's sigil and wait for him to introduce himself. Leonard Smith, he said curtly. What do you want? He had taken a brief look around our camp and was already in a hurry to push forward. His name was odd for a warrior, which he clearly was. In service to a house, having a last name could mean a few things, most of them prestigious. The name Smith, however, narrowed it down to his family having been in the house's service for at least one more generation before his, and the first being employed as a smith. I have a message for you, I quickly explained and offered the scroll I was given. A captain at Lorden told me to give it to the first party with Axebane's sigil I came across. We'll be camping here for tonight, he called out to the rest of his group after he read the scroll. Would you mind sharing your camp? His question put us a little on the spot. I could see 1 or 2 carts with them, but all of them were filled with people. As it was, we were already going to be asking Ajax and his teacher for food. Then again, I knew that despite not having used any skill to judge the man's strength, the quality of his gear meant he was at least level 100. We have our own supplies. A young woman said. No, it wasn't that she was young. My intuition pointed me to her being maybe older than I was. She just simply invested in vitality a lot more and a lot sooner than I had. Please, by all means. The caravan leader spoke up as soon as he heard the word supplies. I wasn't sure if he was aiming to have them share some of theirs, or just that their presence would put pressure on Ajax and his teacher to share theirs, but his motivation of getting food was plain to see. End of POV. Ajax and Hatchet watched as the whole group approached and started setting up next to the fire. Both had deep frowns on their faces that lessened when they saw the group pulling out their own supplies out of enchanted bags. Looking over the people of the group, Ajax started using Judge Threat on them as they approached. Most came across as little to no threat, not surprising considering the healer robes they wore. The exception was the woman who seemed to be their leader as she was organizing them. She came back as a decent threat, not quite as strong as Grievous, but she wasn't far off. Bringing up the rear and joining Jones and the caravan leader were 3 men who all wore armor and the Axebane's sigil. The ranking amongst them was obvious, and as Ajax inspected the one carrying a few packs, he judged him to be around a level 50 fighter. The second had come back as stronger than even Grievous. If he had to guess, Ajax would put him at level 70, maybe even higher. Not only was he strong, but he also locked eyes with Ajax right after he used the skill. The brief flash of surprise on his face let him know that he was also inspected in some way. Moving on to the third man who was still talking to Jones, Ajax activated Judge Threat again. This time he didn't get any feeling of what power the man was on, instead winced as he felt a brief spike of pain pulse through his temples. While this is certainly interesting, the third man was suddenly speaking from in front of him as he blinked. That's quite the level for someone so young looking. Would you mind telling me what house you work for, Sir Ajax? Ajax froze up hearing the words. It wasn't fear that made him freeze. He had mentally prepared himself for this. He quickly sorted through the information the man revealed. First things first, he clearly knew his name, that, and his level. His way of addressing him, the comment about his age, and the simple fact he was willing to stand so close to him told him a few things. First, he couldn't see his age, and second, he assumed he was a physical fighter. He also guessed that he didn't get a good read on his true power or the reaction wouldn't have been so small. Most likely none of them had Judge Threat. Silence it is then. The man continued after a short pause when Ajax didn't say anything and simply gave him a nod. He took a step away before turning and saying, "My name is Leonard Smith. Should you be looking for more generous employment in the future, do look for me. House Axebane is always looking for talented young people." Ajax simply nodded slowly as he calmed down. It took almost a minute before he was once again aware of everything else that was happening around him, and he stopped staring after Leonard. Unbeknownst to him, Leonard took his actions as him thinking favorably about his offer and showed a small smile for the first time that night. Hatchet had not been standing idly by. While Ajax and the caravan leader had been interested in the approaching party and quickly approached the man's apprentice and worked out a very favorable deal for them to share their supplies. Jones and the caravan leader were surprised to see that everyone was already preparing to eat, but both had different reactions to the situation. While Jones just smiled, happy that he wouldn't have to help plead a case to Ajax for sharing the supplies, the leader frowned and headed for his apprentice. What happened with the supplies? The caravan leader asked in a hushed whisper once he dragged his apprentice into a tent. Despite the silencing enchantment, he still whispered, as he wasn't too trusting and could fully block Leonard. "The old man approached me to set up a trade," he said smugly. "Greedy old bastard wanted to sell us the supplies for 3 times market prices in the capital. His merchant skills are so low that he couldn't even counter-offer anything after I said 1.5 times." The caravan leader's face went through a few emotions quickly, starting with anger, then to acceptance, and finally to amusement. "He's clever, that one." He gave out a quick chuckle. "What do you mean?" the apprentice asked. "The man is clearly not a merchant," he said as he cuffed the man around the back of the head. "He likely doesn't have any merchant skills at all. He just realized the situation would force him to share the supplies and threw a stupidly high number to get as good an offer as he could of you." With Hatchets having solved the food issues for the caravan, until they reached the capital there seemed to be no animosity towards Ajax and him from anyone except the apprentice merchant that got fooled. "Do you know what type of plague it is? Considering the makeup of your team and the precautions taken in the city, I assume it is helped along or even created by somebody." Hatchet broke the silence after he finished his portion. "The plague itself is not that dangerous," the lead healer says after getting a nod from Leonard. "Besides some mild respiratory infection and some exotic ways of spreading besides the mundane ones, their combination actually makes stopping its spread quite difficult inside cities. A whole city went into quarantine because of something like the cold that spreads easier." Ajax's mouth got the words out before the brain could filter them. "You seem to have some knowledge." "No, the main side effect of the plague is what makes it so dangerous. It makes it so that stamina is no longer consumed by the infected. Instead, a person's vitality is very slowly used." Despite her warm tone, the words sent a shiver through everyone. Vitality was the only dump stat possible out of the 8. Putting all your points into vitality was, though stupid from a level of strength perspective, not going to cause side effects like the others tearing the body apart without a more spread-out investment. The loss of vitality like that would mean loss of levels and lifespan. Ajax was no longer surprised that he hadn't seen anyone moving in the city. They were all tucked away in bed if they knew what was good for them. "Those methods of transmission you mentioned, could you perhaps share what they are?" the caravan leader asked with a shaky voice. "I would also be interested in hiring your services before we go our separate ways tomorrow. You've no need to worry, none of you are infected," the healer said. "Had even one of you been infected, I would have felt the magic of the disease spread through the air around before we arrived. As for the method of transmission, the mundane was airborne. The magical one is in fact based on sound. Anyone who hears an infected cough without then looking at him would also be infected," she offered. This is where Ajax felt completely out of his depth. A disease that spreads through sound. That was something else. Even with the limitation of anyone that actually sees the source of the sound not getting infected, all it would take is one person coughing in the night from his bed, and everyone in the building near him would become infected. I think it best I turn in for the night so I am ready to leave in the morning, Ajax said as he mechanically stood up. What kind of skill or magic would allow someone to give a disease this kind of effect was what occupied his mind now. Good luck, I hope you catch him quick, he threw out offhandedly as he made his way towards the cart. Sir Leonard Smith doesn't need to rely on luck, the young soldier piped in. We already know the ident. Enough, Leonard interrupted the man. The person's identity was a sensitive subject and one that shouldn't be broached in public. The young soldier realized his mistake as he bowed and apologized profusely. Deep down he was disappointed in himself. Many times Leonard had told him to get control of his temper, and yet again he had lost it, all because of a somewhat talented commoner refusing Leonard's offer of employment. The confused looks on everyone's faces let Leonard decide that clearing out the witnesses wasn't required. It was here that Leonard's skills failed him. Both Hatchet and the caravan leader had managed to school their expressions enough as to not give away the fact that they understood what was happening. Whoever the perpetrator was, Hatchet knew that he belonged to a high-up noble family, at least a highly influential marquis, if not a ducal house. This was something he would have to look into discreetly once he made it to the capital. He knew his skills were not going to be enough for this, so he would need to ask Luna. A heavy weight pressed upon his heart, as he realized the first time he would see his old teammate and friend he would be showing up with two requests. Hatchet didn't know he was in fact wrong. His fear was that the perpetrator was the final living heir of a house and would be spared to preserve the house. This wasn't the case. Yes, the perpetrator was in fact the oldest heir to a powerful marquis family, but he wasn't the sole heir. The reason for the secrecy was to preserve the reputation of the marquis family. The rest of the night was spent in silence apart from the few times the caravan leader asked the healers if they were sure nobody was infected. Despite their answer being negative, he still drank a potion. The following morning the two groups split up without much fanfare. The healers and the Duke's men had their mission, and the caravan continued on towards the capital. They made good time, knowing there wasn't any deal to be made at any of the villages in between them and the capital. The caravan was ready to simply go around them in hopes of saving time, but alas it was not to be. Ho there, travelers, an old voice shouted towards the caravan. As the caravan slowly came to a stop, they could all see the food market that had been set up in this village. All of the stalls were filled with a minimal amount of unripe vegetables and fruit. The meat still looked the part at least, but it wasn't hard for any of them to figure out what was going on. You must be hungry after your journey. The old man continued with a fake smile as his eyes twinkled with greed. We might not have much, but we are prepared to share some with you, for a modest price of course. It was clear that this village as a whole had probably received the same treatment as the Karavas, and had most of their reserves taken away for the city. They in turn then turned to selling overpriced substandard food to others who had suffered their fate at a premium. We are very thankful for your kind hospitality, the caravan leader called back without moving to get out of the caravan. Sadly, we are in a hurry if we are to make it to the capital in 5 days, so we won't be stopping at any of the villages in between here and there. The headman looked like he had taken a big bite from one of the unripe lemons sitting on the stand behind him as he watched the richest caravan he had seen since they were pillaged take off without waiting to buy anything. The caravan leader, however, was grinning like the cat that got the cream. There was no way he would be swindled by 2 people in 2 days, he thought to himself as the village was left behind in the dust. Not to mention that this old man was even greedier than the last one. With that thought, he turned around and looked at Hatchet as he was talking with Ajax in their cart. It seems like our training has left quite a blind spot for you. Hatchet silently lamented. What do you mean? Ajax asked, though he had an inkling of what he was referring to. Despite all our training and preparation in those 5 years, it seems that you are still behind when it comes to common knowledge outside of that backwater barony. He explained the exact thing Ajax was now considering. I'm sorry to say that I don't have the experience to teach you what is possible with mana. It was written all over your face last night as you finally processed what other talented people could do with mana. Yes, Ajax agreed. I spent quite a bit of time last night wondering about magic gear as well as other more niche applications of mana besides elemental magic and healing. Its offensive use in alchemy is just one of probably many. How many other uses does it have that I haven't even thought about yet? Ajax spent the last few days in an even split. Half the time he was pondering on all the different uses that magic might have. The other half of the time he spent cramming as much as he could about the noble territories. He felt he had a decent grasp on who they were and where they were, but matching a name to a sigil was still a challenge. As the caravan approached, Ajax was awed by the sheer size of the city. With Lorden having turned them away, he hasn't gotten to see any other large city to put the capital into perspective. While the sheer size of the place was something to see, that was only when compared to everything else on this planet. Having gotten to experience cities like New York and Washington, D.C., Ajax had seen much higher concentrations of humans. No, what drew his attention as he watched the city from above on a hill was the very clear progression the city took as it grew. In the center stood the Imperial Palace. Unlike a lot of the games he had played back on Earth, the palace was not a fortress. He felt a little disappointed by the fact, but it was still surrounded by a wall. From there, 3 more walls formed rings that separated the city. Each ring had at one point been the outer wall of the city, but as the city's population grew, they found themselves in need of more space. As with all cities, the caravan found itself waiting in a line at the gates to enter. From the looks on the faces of the merchants, Ajax could tell that something felt wrong for them. He didn't manage to figure out that it was the lack of pressure. For the first time in a long time for some of them, they didn't have to be ready to haggle the tax or bribe down as much as possible before entering the city. After all, they had nothing with them to sell. Next called the guard as another group of carts moved its way inside the city. With their caravan approaching, the soldier seemed to take only one look at their group before a frown darkened his face. "Hold, where are you coming from?" "We are coming from Lessus," the caravan leader responded. Lessus, Lessus, the guard mumbled as he ran through the map in his head, trying to figure out where it was that this caravan passed through. "Hold to the side," he said with authority as he finally placed the location of the city. "We have a healer on standby. You can only enter the city after he confirms that none of you are infected with the plague." The loud proclamation grated on the hearts of all the merchants. Not only were they the merchants who showed up to the capital without any goods to sell, everyone in earshot would now spread rumors of how they had plague. Couldn't he be a bit more discreet? One of the merchants bit back a curse. The healer quickly appeared and cleared them all for entry. Some of the merchants, however, were already demanding that the man sign a piece of paper to assure that they had been checked for the plague and found healthy. With the journey coming to an end, Ajax and the collectors finally said their farewells. It's true that they will be operating in the same city and will most likely meet quite often, but none of them were under the illusion that they would be as they are now. All of them knew Ajax was no longer their equal but their superior, and that he will quickly move up in the guild here as well. "It was great having you with us, kid. You definitely pushed us a lot further," Jones said as he shook Ajax's hand. "But I think all of us are going to be happy to slow down a little and take advantage of the dungeon's lower-level jump to progress. We all wish you good luck. Good luck to you guys as well," Ajax said as the collectors turned away and started heading towards the Adventurers Guild. Even as they walked away, Ajax could hear Bobby going on about how they should hurry up to see what the noble families had gotten them for accepting Ajax. It was common to have such rewards or gifts left with Adventurers Guild to be collected upon completing the mission. Ajax and Hatchet, on the other hand, started heading in a very different direction. Both of them were headed towards the Healing Union. Unlike the Adventurers Guild, whose headquarters were on the outskirts of the Merchant Ring, due to the location being close to halfway between the two dungeons, the Healing Union was deep in the noble section of the city. Surprisingly enough, none of the guards guarding the inner walls gave either of them more than a second look before allowing them entry. From the slump to the middle class, and from the middle class to the merchants, both times the guards took one look at them and allowed them entry without much fanfare. Clearly they looked like they belonged there. Halt, a shrill voice that Ajax had recognized from his time on Earth as corresponding to a middle manager drunk on his small amount of power. "On whose authority do you enter the noble section?" the captain on duty for the entrance to the noble section asked as Ajax and Hatchet approached. "We are heading to the Healing Union," Ajax said as he motioned subtly towards Hatchet's missing hand. "That wound looks healed. It's not a life-threatening injury, not to mention that the Healing Union has small branches in the lower districts as well." He adamantly refused them entry. "I am going to meet an old friend," Hatchet said as he used his only arm to bring out a letter from one of his pockets as he handed it to the man in charge. The man's smirk didn't seem to change at all for a moment as he started reading the letter. At least it didn't until he got to the end. Having finished the letter, his smirk was gone and his complexion paled. "Sorry for the delay," was all he managed to get out as he waved them through. The opulent wealth was truly on display as they made their way through the noble district. Unlike all the other districts, there were no shops here. All the buildings were residential and built to show off as much of their owners' wealth as possible. Outer walls were decorated with all sorts of precious gems and metals, so much so that Ajax briefly considered passing by here in the dead of night and trying to collect a few decorations. As they moved through closer to their destination, Ajax had a hard time finding the building they were looking for. He knew that all of the healing unions used one of a few layouts based on how big they were. This was done to ensure efficiency by having all locations be similar for their traveling members. "Here we are," Hatchet breathed a deep sigh. He hadn't been back here in more than 40 years. "It's certainly a little different than I remember." Both of them stood shocked in front of a building that was right at home in the noble district. Despite none of the walls being decorated with precious gems and metals, all of the building materials were of high quality. Not only that, but unlike the rest of the branches of the Union, their headquarters actually spend a substantial sum on appearance and comfort. I thought all the branches of the Healing Union were minimalists, Ajax asked, a bit taken aback by the difference in what he expected to see and what he was seeing. Their headquarters was always a bit of an outlier. Hatchet responded quietly, though it wasn't to this extent. It had been a lavish place even last time I saw it. Apparently they make a lot more money by spending some of it on comfort and aesthetics. It appeases the nobles and gets more of them to come here and spend a lot of money for their services. Unlike the people who passed them on the street, none of the people working in the Healing Union gave them as much as a look of disdain for how they looked after their travels. Despite being surrounded by opulent wealth, it seemed that the employees were still the same dedicated, kind healers Ajax had come to expect of the Union. "How can I help you?" the receptionist asked as they reached her desk in the lobby. "Are you perhaps looking to get that arm fixed?" "I'm sorry to say I can't afford the price of having the arm regrown," Hatchet said with a small shake of the head. "I'm here to see an old friend," he said as he reached for the letter once more. "Hatchet, is that you?" Commanding but beautiful voice resounded throughout the lobby. As Ajax turned towards the source, he found himself looking at a beautiful woman with silver hair who looked to have been in her mid-30s as she headed straight towards them, with everyone else clearing a path for her. "Luna, it's been a while," Hatchet said awkwardly as he turned to face her and scratched the back of his neck. Luna's steps almost faltered as she caught a glimpse of his missing arm. Her voice was just as melodious the second time, but now it carried a promise of violence as she asked, "What happened to your arm?" The entire room felt like the temperature dropped severely from the statement. Despite the cold tone and violent presence, Luna had carefully started unwrapping the bandage and examining the stump attached to Hatchet's shoulder. As for Ajax, he was still looking at Luna with shocked eyes. Hatchet had let him know that his friend in the capital would be able to help, and that they were both once part of the same team. Even if he was a bit older than her back, then the difference between them now was massive. While Hatchet had stagnated at what should have been the start of his career, his teammate had clearly pushed forwards. "Which regrowth rooms are ready?" Luna asked without taking her eyes off Hatchet. "Luna, you don't." Hatchet started to protest only to get a light smack to the temple. "Hush you," Luna said, sounding annoyed at his interruption. "Room 3 is prepared, Guildmaster." The receptionist finally got back to her senses following Luna's outburst and answered her question. The answer, however, had an extensive effect on Ajax. Luna was the Guildmaster of the Healing Union. No wonder Hatchet had seemed so confident in getting his arm healed. He would be confident in being able to pick up a quest at the Adventurers Guild too if he was friends with Guild Master. As he stood there slack-jawed, Luna started herding Hatchet deeper into the building. "Close your mouth and stop standing there like an idiot, Ajax." Hatchet lightly scolded him, but this was all it took for Ajax to get a hold of himself, and he followed after Luna as they entered one of the rooms. "So, do you plan to tell me how you lost your arm, especially since you moved to that backwater to retire where there wasn't anything dangerous?" Luna huffed as she started preparing a few gems, and to Ajax's surprise, started cleaning the stump with what smelled like alcohol. "Also, don't think I haven't noticed the kid. It seems like you finally found some adventure again after all these years. This will hurt quite a bit at the beginning. You'll also feel pretty drained afterwards, but do your best to stand still," she added before Hatchet could get a word in. Her tone changed to the clinical matter-of-fact Ajax recognized from doctors who were explaining a procedure. A strong glow encompassed Luna's hands as she held them to the stump. The magic clearly took effect as the flesh started to regrow and elongate. The closed wound split open once again as the white bone could be seen growing and extending once more, the muscle and skin only an instant behind. Hatchet hadn't gotten to take a good look or even prepare himself after her warning, as a massive burst of pain radiated from his stump all the way through his body. The worst part was that the type of pain didn't stay consistent at all, shifting from pressure to burning to tearing. His elbow was beginning to take form as the pain finally subsided, and Hatchet could finally watch the healing process with interest. For Ajax, the process was a marvel to behold. His ability to sense mana was, for the first time, overwhelmed. He couldn't get a good enough feel of the processes taking place as the wound was opened, cleaned, regrown, and created. Sadly, he knew that he would need to spend a lot more time practicing with his light and holy affinities before he would even be capable of picking up anything useful to learn from a spell as strong as this. Despite not being able to learn the magic, he could still follow the process. The first thing he picked up was that the spell worked in two ways. First, it would use mana to absorb as many nutrients in the body to start and regrow the missing flesh at an absurd rate. Only after the body started heading towards hunger and starvation did the spell change to creating the missing flesh and bone from mana. The first part of the spell was much less mana-intensive, but seeing as how nerves were regrown and pushed to mend and expand, it sent a powerful sensory overload of pain to the patient. The hearty meal Ajax and Hatchet had both had before coming here was quickly consumed, however. The second part of the spell saw mana take over the creation part. With just having the newly made flesh attached, the pain subsided. Ajax already started forming the basis of another discovery he would be putting forward for the healing union. The discovery that pain and a good meal could lead to mana conservation could be one of the most important discoveries, especially for situations where healers needed to act sparingly with their mana. So how did you lose the arm? Luna gently pushed after Hatchet stopped being in pain. Salamander attack. Hatchet heaved out, feeling very drained from the spell. A few of the ones that were higher level than me managed to ambush me when they started attacking the village. I see. She nodded, a few beads of sweat finally appearing on her forehead as the wrist finished forming and the output of mana increased further as the hands started to take shape. What about you, kid? Ajax, he called you. What's your story? Ajax stayed silent for a second, thinking it over before he decided there was no problem with sharing a little with her. Chances were that Hatchet might share quite a bit more with his old friend, especially after she had regrown his arm for him. I am just a kid that grew up in his village. Ajax started. I was a bit enamored with combat when I was younger, and as I turned of age, I managed to convince Hatchet to take me as an apprentice hunter. With my ability to use mana, we then moved that into him training me to be an adventurer. An adventurer at your age. Something is definitely not ordinary here. Luna thought as she looked at the boy who identified to her mana as having barely aged a few months past 10 years of age. If accounting for the 5 years most spent without aging once their system fully unlocks, he should be close to 16 years old. Did you come to the capital to enroll in an academy? Despite her slightly condescending tone, it was all an act. Even before the boy answered, Luna had already started thinking of what she should do so as to get him enrolled with the least amount of scrutiny from the nobles. No, I'm here to take jobs and delve as an adventurer. The dungeons here are much more welcoming than the one close to the village. Age answered truthfully. Luna's whole thoughts ground to a halt. Luckily, she had finished healing Hatchet's arm, so she wasn't casting a spell as Ajax's words left her flabbergasted. A commoner who not only can use mana, but has already been part of the team to clear the first floor of a dungeon was unheard of. Hatchet couldn't hold back a slightly vindictive chuckle as he watched Luna react. Oh, nonsense. Luna quickly came back to her senses and denied. I have more than one house in the noble district. You can just take one of them and use it for as long as you stay here. She waved him off as if it was no big deal. Not to sound ungrateful, Miss Luna, Ajax carefully started talking. But I would prefer to get my own place. It has nothing to do with my impression of you. It's just that, well, I'd rather not draw too much attention to myself by living on the horse of the guild master of the healing union. Oh, that. You don't have to worry too much about that. She waved off his concern. Unlike all the other guilds, the healing union's guild master position is more honorary than anything else. I still have quite a lot of influence and pull for an individual as the person who started it all, but with crown backing and funding it for the last few decades, it's being run by a council they put in place. Ajax thought the situation over in his head. He didn't want to be rude, but neither did he want to draw unnecessary attention. In fact, living in one of my places could make you seem important enough to give you a leg up when you register for the Adventurers Guild here. She pushed further. If you insist, then I shall accept your hospitality tonight and try to find a place of my own tomorrow. Ajax decided that this would be his best course of action. Right after Luna finished fixing Hatchet's arm, someone knocked twice quickly on the door and didn't wait for an answer before coming in. Guild Master, a middle-aged man that wore the same garb as everyone else in the building, came in a little out of breath. Here you are, the meeting is about to start, and all the council members are already here. I'll be right there, just give me a moment, Luna said with an annoyed exhale as she waved him back out. This interaction all but confirmed for Ajax that what she had said previously about her position as a guild master not being the same as with all other guilds was in fact true. In other guilds, the meetings would wait for the guild master before they begin, and he wouldn't be rushed like this. Well, duty calls. She gave a small sigh before putting up a smile. I'll drop by for dinner tonight, and we can talk some more then. I definitely want to hear what kind of trouble someone you taught could get into. You're one to talk, Hatchet shot back. I distinctly remember being the one who had to smooth over the problems you created. Luna didn't say anything beside poking her tongue out at him briefly before she was out the door. Give both of them one of my tokens and escort them out, please. A few moments later, a different attendant knocked on the door and waited for Hatchet to ask her to enter before she came in. Her words implied a request, but her tone let them know it wasn't one, but a very polite order. Ajax had no problem following along numbly. He recognized the sigil in his hand. It was the sigil of House Lightucht. This was a house he remembered well from his time studying the map because, despite it not having any lands outside the capital and its surroundings, it was the marquee house with the largest territory around the capital. It seemed that Luna's position, while in regard to running the guild was not at the top, her position in the capital certainly put her high up there. So what are you planning to do now that you have your arm back? Ajax asked once they were outside. I will go visit some other old friends. It's been quite a while since I was last here," he said as he looked off towards the merchant section of the city. "How about you? Going to start house hunting already?" "First, I'm going to get myself registered at the guild. I bet they know and are willing to share a thing or two about where I should even head to find some housing," Ajax said. "Ah, that could be a small problem," Hatchet said as he thought it over. "I was going to go with you, but since I plan on staying at Luna's for the foreseeable future, it might be best if I don't vouch for you." Initially, Hatchet had planned on finding his own place to stay in the capital. He hadn't seen Luna in a long time, so he hadn't wanted to impose on her. But after their meeting, he knew it wouldn't be any imposition. Despite growing stronger, more important, and richer, she was still the same Luna he knew all those years ago. "Why would you need to vouch for me? I already got my badge back in Lessus," Ajax asked, confused. "The guild in the capital is run to a slightly different standard, you could say. In pretty much most guild branches, influential people could get their hands on a badge, regardless of their level of competence. To combat this, the guild here, and in other major branches, has their own requirements," he explained. "But I thought that once you joined the guild, they wouldn't put you through any more tests, that your background on file would serve for that." Ajax was a bit annoyed at this. He had worked hard for the past months to pad out his file with all different environments in the dungeon. "Well, technically, it's not required." Hatchet lifted his hand and wobbled it horizontally. "Even without any testing, you would still be considered a member of the guild with full access to any services and benefits. You just won't be able to take jobs through the guild. I was planning on getting you past all this by simply having me, someone who got their badge in the capital, vouch for you. This wouldn't really let you do more than grab some basic collection jobs, but you could quickly build up your reputation through them. Now all you're left with is an inspection or the combat test. Which one would be better for me?" Ajax asked. "Better. Well, the inspection would definitely be better for you as a professional adventurer. You'll have contracts offered by the hundreds. The problem is that they would be using an orb, and it won't just read your level. It will also take you age and all rare and under skills. The fighting, on the other hand, is just beating a level 27 or 28 depending on who is covering the shift." That piece of information practically made the decision for Ajax. He had way too many skills to allow them all to be put on file, even if it was only the rare and under. "Okay, the combat test it is," Ajax confirmed. "You still won't be able to take more than just open collection contracts," Hatchet warned. "But after you complete a few in level 60 areas or some higher dungeon collection, you should be fine to pick up anything even close to your level. Oh, and also make sure not to lose the token." Hatchet walked 2 steps before turning around like he just remembered something. "I have no doubt that I'll be done before you, and I have no problem vouching for you with Luna's guards, but you won't be allowed back in the noble section without it." With a simple nod in confirmation, Ajax headed towards the Adventurers Guild main branch. He had barely taken more than a few steps when a new idea started forming as he stared at the token he held in his hand. What if he was to join Luna's house? Granted, this was a whim-of-the-moment idea, and he would need to get to know Luna much better before he decided for sure on this course of action. From everything he had seen today, he thought that this would be the best way to protect himself while also not holding back his own abilities. "Have a nice day, sir." His daydreaming was interrupted by the guards who were stationed at the crosspoint between the noble and merchant sections. Having seen the token, he was staring at the guard, forwent all security checks for people exiting, and simply waved him off. Ajax gave a simple nod and walked away. He also carefully stored the token in one of his inside pockets, where it would be very hard to have it stolen without noticing anything. He also let go of the train of thought about joining Luna's house as a retainer. It was a viable option, but he would need to get to know Luna better before he gave it any more thought. It was a good thing she would be having dinner tonight with him and Hatchet. Ajax spent almost the next hour trying to find his way to the Adventurers Guild. He only made it here so soon because he had given up about 10 minutes ago and started asking for directions. This wasn't to say that the capital was a maze. Sure, it was a bit overloaded, especially in the merchant section, but not all that bad. The problem Ajax faced was that he had spent at least a week with his face in a map of the place, and one that wasn't great at representing the location of the paths navigating the capital. This led him into dead end after dead end. As he got to the imposing building, he realized that it was much bigger than the one back in Lessus. He had fully expected the guild hall to be bigger here. After all, the city even required 3 small guild hubs beside the main branch of the guild, but he hadn't expected the sheer size of the building. Its height reminded him of his past life on Earth more than the medieval era he found himself in now. Entering, he saw the difference in layout instantly. Back in Lessus, there was a bar that spread in the space between the reception and the entrance. Here, the space was taken up by numerous adventure boards, all filled up with notices of different missions and contracts. The bar was moved to an extra second floor that had an open concept and overlooked the first. Not only that, but it also turned into a full-blown restaurant. As he was taking in the scenery, he noticed the collectors stepping away from one of the receptionists. He was heading towards them and the free receptionist when a man dressed in expensive clothes approached the team. "I couldn't help but overhear that you are the collectors," he said. "I represent House Goldman, sir." Joan's POV, the look of the Adventurers Guild in the capital, really put into perspective just how much of a backwater we had been staying in. It wasn't just the size of the place, but the line to talk to the receptionist was easily twice as long here despite them having 3 receptions instead of just one working at one time. Combine that with the fact that there were also a few guild outposts throughout the capital, and you realize just how many more adventurers there were. The other massive difference came with the strength of the people. Back home, we were the top of the food chain. Yes, the guild master and a few select people in the city were stronger than us, but we were one of the top teams. Guild rankings worked differently depending on the branch. They were all based on the closest dungeon. Back in Lessus, we were silver ranked because we could clear the 2nd floor of the dungeon. Here we might actually end up gold, ranked considering the dungeon the guild based their ranking on had a smaller jump. Bronze and silver and gold were only rookie classification here, however. Having a smaller jump meant people had to spend a lot less time grinding the dungeon while being stronger than its current level, but not strong enough to handle the next jump in power. At gold rank, the badges started to hold stars, your rank increasing from gold 1 star to gold 2 star if you could clear the 4th floor, with 3 stars to a rank. Having caught sight of a diamond-ranked badge, this would mean that they could clear a floor that had level 98 bosses on it, really putting into perspective how low on the food chain we were. The receptionist's attitude towards us was very professional, despite raising an eyebrow at our guild badges. Initially, she had no problem supplying us with a set of silver badges for this branch, since our dungeon's level jump was actually bigger than the one here. The news that we would have to subject ourselves to an inspect, a combat test, or clear the 2nd floor of the local dungeon before anyone would trust us with contracts was a kick to our pride. We had spent decades clearing the 1st floor of the dungeon back in Lessus, and at least a decade doing the same to the 2nd floor. "I couldn't help but overhear that you are the collectors. I represent House Goldman, sir." A very well-dressed man approached while I was debating whether we should do the combat test or just go for a dungeon delve without any contracts. "Do you happen to come from Lessus by any chance?" he continued. "We do." I confirmed while trying to ignore the curious looks everyone was giving us. I knew very well why we were approached the moment he said he represented House Goldman, sir. Oddly enough, I also saw Ajax, the reason why the Goldmansers knew a team like us, also just so happened to enter the guild hall and was standing near the door. The room gave me a strange feeling. It was one I recognized. It came from my mana detection skill, and it was the telltale sign of a warded room with the wards being active. Unlike all the warded rooms I had been in before, this one didn't bother to hide the runes on the walls like the nobles did. None of us said anything after the man finished his statement. It wasn't like we would deny it. After all, the delves and the members we took with us were all part of the guild records, and we all knew a house like Goldmancer could have people infiltrated in the bureaucracy of the Adventurers Guild. At this time, I would like to ask what you can share with me about the young man's abilities and power. The man continued after he saw none of us were going to comment. None of us would betray a team member's trust and share anything about them, whether they were temporary or not. I responded, though a bit of fear did run through me at resisting such a powerful house. The rest of the team seemed to agree with my words, but it was easy to notice they were quickly becoming uncomfortable thinking through the implications of keeping quiet. For the first time since the man approached us, his calm and pleasant mask broke, showing a flash of annoyance for a brief instant. "I see," he sighed. "In that case, I am sorry to say that you are not eligible for any of the monetary rewards we had been ready to give you." I relax at the man's words. Yes, it did suck to lose out on a reward, but the time we spent with Ajax was worth a lot more than a few coins. His admittance that we only lost a monetary reward also meant they wouldn't pursue us for not offering up the information we had. That being said, I could also see the bitter taste the whole situation left in the mouth of our entire team. We had originally taken in Ajax as a favor to the 2 noble girls who were passing through, and now we were going to end up empty-handed despite keeping our side of the bargain. Donnie headed for the door with all of us turning to head on out when the man asked, "Where are you going? Are we not free to go?" I asked, wondering if I had misinterpreted anything. "You most certainly are." The man said, "However, we have not yet discussed your reward." I thought we made it quite clear that we weren't going to give you any information on Ajax. Nellie said with a frown. She was the one who had gotten quite attached to Ajax, with him being the only other mana used on our team before Tristan joined as a healer. "Yes, that is regrettable," the man said, looking at the floor for a quick moment. "However, the request from our house was simply that you let him join your team on delves. We were and are prepared to offer a monetary bonus for information you may have gathered, but your initial reward is not dependent on that." Everyone's faces started to show a mixture of greed and excitement at the man's words. "And what reward is that?" Bobby asked hurriedly, the anticipation getting to him. The Archduke himself heard of the open request his daughter made, so he decided that whichever team ends up fulfilling it, we would reciprocate with the same. The man said, "You would have us join one of House Goldminster's teams?" I asked, irritation and some excitement in my voice. On the one hand, I was annoyed that claiming the reward would mean we would lose our autonomy. On the other hand, joining an official team of House Goldminster was one of the biggest opportunities one could get in the capital. Sadly, no. The man said, "I am sorry to say that your team doesn't meet the required level of strength to join as full members of a team, and you are all too old to join as talented trainee hopefuls." "Then what did you mean by reciprocate with the same?" Nellie asked. "I am here to settle on 2 different dates with your team." The man said, "You would have to select each from a list." He pulled out 2 different scrolls. "What are we picking the dates for?" Bobby interrupted the man with his impatience as he spread out the scrolls on the table. "These are all dates where our house has access to the dungeons near the capital." The man said as I noticed that one scroll had a lot more dates written on it than the other. "On the date in question, 2 of our house's higher agents will accompany you into the dungeon during our time slot, where you will proceed to try and climb as high as you want. Once you have passed as strong a floor as you are willing to try, they will clear the next floor. A boost. No, 2 boosts. That's what House Goldminster was giving us. 2 boosts in the dungeons near the capital. Not only that, but they were boosts for as high as we could climb. With all of us around level 46, this meant we would be able to gain the floor bonus from 2 floors from each of the dungeons, maybe even 3 from the 5-floor jump dungeon, if we found a good matchup against a level 53 boss. That would mean we would all gain +5 to all stats, 2 whole levels worth of stats." Jones caught Ajax's eye and gave him a brief nod before he turned and followed after the representative, with all the members of the collectors who saw him doing the same. Hearing who the man was representing, Ajax surmised that this was something to do with the reward they were promised all those months ago for picking him up. That didn't concern him much, however, as he was no longer a member of the collectors. Ajax walked forward and joined the shortest line in order to talk with a receptionist. He did notice some people giving him some strange looks as he stood in line. Surprisingly, they weren't hostile or curious, but instead searching. It seemed almost like they were looking for something on him. "Welcome to the Adventurers Guild. How can I help you?" The receptionist with the name tag that read Mina asked. "I am here to register with this branch," Ajax answered as he slid over his badge. The receptionist took the badge and ran it under the reader. The brief widening of her eye was the only show of emotion she showed while reading the information. "Here is a guild badge, sir," she said while taking a slightly more professional posture. "If you'd like to take local contracts, however, we would need to ascertain your eligibility." "I would like to take local contracts," Ajax confirmed. "I'd like to take a combat exam," Ajax said before she could even fully turn around. "That is also a possibility, but it does prevent you from selecting contracts with specific skill requirements," she explained. "That's fine," Ajax said as he moved to follow her as she walked towards the back of the building. "What level would you like to test yourself to?" the receptionist asked as they walked. "On duty right now we have levels 25, 27, 29, 30, 32, 37, and 40. The specific levels she mentioned threw Ajax through a bit of a loop at first before he figured that it did in fact make sense. Unlike back in Lessus, here they had a dungeon that started at level 25 and another that started at 30, so it made sense to keep people around those levels on site to always be able to test people looking to join up. As they walked further back, they approached a table around which were seated several men. All of them looked to be in their mid to late 20s. While all of them had a drink in front of them, one of them had several empty mugs and was face down on the table. As they approached, all of their eyes scanned Ajax from head to toe. "I'm sorry, but it seems we won't be able to test you against a level 37. The receptionist sighed and shook her head slightly as she took in the man who was passed out on the table. Ajax silently cursed, as that was the option he was hoping to go for. With a confirmation of that level, he would have no problem gaining access to the dungeon and perhaps even taking a contract that could provide him with a decent delve time. At the same time, it would also draw less attention than doing the level 41 would. "I'll take the level 32 one," Ajax said after a brief silence. "Ooh," one of the men at the table whistled. "Which ducal house does he come from?" he asked the receptionist. "No affiliations have been reported," she answered, taking the time to stare slightly into the eyes of each person at the table. The answer was a surprise to all that were around the table. It made all of them take much more professional stances and watch Ajax with a little respect. A few even threw a few pitying glances towards the passed-out man. Ajax didn't know it, but they all thought he was the son or grandson of Duke. After all, with someone so talented that they reached level 32 or thereabouts, while being as young as Ajax's noble families would mark them as being theirs. the one exception to this being when it was actual members of the family that were that talented. In those cases, they wouldn't show their affiliations. With that, all of them fell quiet as one of the men stood up and moved with the receptionist towards a door, Ajax following silently behind them. That comment drew a little of Ajax's attention. The prince, or at least the one they were most likely referring to, was less than a year older than Ajax. The first and last time Ajax had heard about him was when the announcement that he had achieved level 50 in a skill before being 10 years of age, something Ajax hadn't managed to do. That was the last of the conversation he was able to hear as the three of them entered one of the side rooms. Inside there were lots of weapons on display. Ajax instantly recognized them as training dulled weapons similar to what the guard used back in Lessus for training, if of a higher quality. "We'll spar with these for your test," the man said with a professional tone as he picked up a large two-handed sword and stood in the center of the room. Seeing the man pick up the two-handed sword, Ajax decided to fight while dual-wielding an axe and a sword. There was no need to use the mace as that was more of a finishing weapon. It was also much more effective against a defensive style that relied on shields. He had to try a few different axes before he found one that was balanced just right for himself. With his weapons picked out, Ajax moved to stand in the center and entered a fighting stance. He wasn't planning on using magic at all against a level 32. After all, he was sure he had more physical stats than the man did. As they both moved to engage, Ajax's guess was proven correct as he found himself moving faster than his opponent. As his axe made contact with the sword, however, he found himself losing the strength battle. This was to be expected, seeing as a one-handed axe was going against a two-handed sword, but even so it had quite a bit more power behind it than Ajax first assumed. Despite being able to push past his axe, the sword cut a clean arc through the air, completely missing Ajax's body, as he already swerved to the side, and was bringing his own sword in a horizontal arc, landing a solid blow against the man's ribs, making him wince a little as his armor rattled. Despite the solid contact, the fight wasn't over yet, as Ajax knew one strike in the opening exchange wouldn't be considered enough for him to pass the examination, even if the blow would have been lethal in real combat. Over the next few exchanges, the examiner took a much more defensive style and didn't overcommit to a single strike again. This, however, made his choice of weapon rather poor, as he couldn't bring out the best from the two-handed sword. It left him falling behind in terms of speed even more, as Ajax didn't spare him and took swipes at his shins, arms landing more than a few. After only a minute into the fight, the examiner was already heaving. He knew he would be sporting bruises on his legs the following morning, as he watched Ajax for a moment to catch his breath before charging him again. Ajax wasn't enjoying the fight. He didn't like bullying those weaker than him, especially when they clearly admitted their inferiority, as the examiner had shown after their first exchange. Determined to end it on quickly, he leaned into his berserker style, charging forward with reckless abandon, a strong swipe of his axe bringing his opponent off balance before his blade made contact with the man's neck. The examiner dropped to his knees as he started coughing following the blow. Ajax also lowered his weapons, recognizing the end to the match. "Congratulations on passing," the receptionist said from next to the door where she waited for them to finish. From there, Ajax simply returned with the receptionist back to her desk, where he received a small marking on his bronze badge, most likely symbolizing that he had passed the test. With that taken care of, Ajax took a quick glance over the contracts posted on the boards as he headed for the exit, but didn't see anything interesting as he headed back towards Luna's house. As he walked down the street, Ajax wasn't paying all that much attention to his surroundings. Instead, he was studying a piece of paper that he received from the receptionist after he finished all the paperwork for enrolling and getting himself accredited for the combat test. The piece of paper represented the open slots for delving concerning the 2 dungeons near the capital. The situation was a real downer for him, as unlike back in Lessus, where the queue time for a fully booked out dungeon was 2 weeks, here the harder dungeon was booked solid for the next 2 months, whereas the other dungeon had the first opening in 3 months' time. The only way around this would be for him to join a party that already had a delve slot, or to obtain a delve slot from a person who had a contract attached to it. He really didn't want to tag along with another party. Not only would he very likely outgrown them very quickly, but he wasn't the trusting sort. The only reason he joined the collectors originally was because going solo wasn't an option. There was a rather obvious solution to his dilemma: talk with Luna and see if she could get him a spot on the Healing Union teams. From what he saw of the publicly available schedule, they had 3 delve slots a week, 1 for training, 1 for gathering, and 1 for trading. He still didn't know Luna that well, and while this idea was more palatable than joining her noble house, it would be his last resort. As he made his way through the merchant district towards the noble part of the city, Ajax now carefully inspected all the different shops that were scattered around. He knew that he would soon be in need of a smith, leatherworker, and merchant, one to fix his weapons, one to fix his armor, and one to sell most of his goods to. More than anything, however, he needed to find an alchemist. With these 2 dungeons at his disposal, he would see all his stats grow by 11 if he cleared both dungeons to the point that the bosses reached around level 60, and that would mean he would be able to take a few more potions. This in turn reminded him that he needed to gain access to a lot more money. The 2,000 gold coins he had with him might be a fortune to the common farmer and even an adventurer. When it came to how much of a money sink getting an adventurer to progress it was barely a good start. When it came to smiths, he had scouted out 3 different places that seemed good enough to him in terms of quality. One of them, however, could only produce gear up to level 60, and while that was the limit that he could reliably wield right now, he knew it wouldn't be the same in a few months. That left him with 2 places to ask about, Al's and well-armed. Al's seemed to be run by a dwarf. His work was of very high quality. Of the numerous weapons displayed, he could see that the smith had the capacity to create weapons that were ornate or simple while keeping them deadly. The quality, however, also came with a solid markup price, since the smith advertised items all the way up to level 100. Well-armed was run by a bare beastkin. Unlike the owls who focused on tried and true solid designs, this smith instead tried his hand at incorporating all sorts of different rare materials into his weapons. From the area marked bargain barrel, it was obvious that not all of his ideas always turned out as well as he hoped. His prices, however, would probably be much more reasonable if Ajax got his hands on any of the materials he wanted to experiment with. When it came to leather workers, there was almost no need for comparing the different shops, as there was one that was clearly above the rest. Skin and hide covering was a versatile place that was a step above all the others he had seen as he toured the market district. The only issue was with the sign that was posted on the counter, only accepting customers by referral. The idea wasn't novel to Ajax, as he had read stories and watched movies where the same concept appeared back on Earth, yet it was the first time he experienced it here. Exclusivity was by no means strange in this world, yet someone independent providing exclusivity through the need of a referral stood out like a sore thumb. He even wondered how it was that none of the noble houses recruited them or wiped them out. He proved to have no luck finding an alchemist. There were a lot of alchemists scattered all over the merchant district, however none of them were good enough to make the permanent stat potions. All the ones that were seemed to be either swept up by the noble houses or working under contract with different merchant organizations. It wasn't even like Ajax could blame them, however, since he knew that joining was their best not only for progress, but also for safety. As for looking for a merchant, Ajax knew it would take a lot longer than a single afternoon to find a trustworthy merchant. Not only that, but he still hadn't decided what to do about his mother's side of the family. As the sun started going down, Ajax made his way towards the noble district. He wasn't even given a second glance when crossing the divide once he flashed the token that Luna gave him. As he made his way to Luna's home, he noticed the massive change in architecture. Unlike the merchant district, where all the buildings were touching each other down the length of the street, in an attempt to squeeze in that little bit of extra room, here each mansion stood on its own plot with a clear path all the way around itself. Not only that, but each one was also full of life, with caretakers and guards dotted around. He was slightly surprised to find that Luna's home fit in perfectly with the rest. There was a servant that could be seen cleaning a room through the open window and a guard at the front door. None of this matched with the image Hatchet had given him of Luna on their way to the capital. The guard only took one look at his token before he opened the door for him. After he walked inside, a butler came up to him with a servant following behind. "Lady Lightouched has been expecting you, young Ajax," the butler said. "If you would give your pack to Nigel here, he will see it all placed in your room." "Isn't that where I am going?" Ajax asked skeptically. Ajax did as he was asked and handed over most of his packs, the sole exception being his coin bag. Despite the trust he had in Hatchet and by extension Luna, he wouldn't be letting the 2,000 gold coins out of his sight here in the capital. Ajax was led into a luxurious bathroom that had an ornate tub filled with steaming water. Once the butler left, Ajax undressed and slowly submerged himself in the warm water. It was the most relaxing bath he has taken since he was reborn in this world. Sadly, he didn't have all that much time to enjoy it. After a few minutes of lying there bonelessly and just soaking his muscles to relieve the fatigue that had built up, he started scrubbing himself clean. By the time he had gotten out, the water had taken on a brown hue. The layers of dust and crud that hadn't been all that noticeable to him throughout the journey were now all scraped away, and he felt clean. As he turned around, he also found that all of his own clothes were gone. In their place, all that remained was his coin pouch, and next to it was a set of clean clothes. This was very surprising since he hadn't noticed anyone entering or leaving the room throughout the entire time. After taking a moment to calm himself down, he quickly got dressed, secured his coin pouch in an inside pocket, and opened the door. Outside, he found the butler waiting for him. The man gave him a quick inspecting look, staring at his head all the way to his feet and back again. After a short nod, he opened his mouth. Ajax simply nodded and followed him as he glanced about the house. The corridors were well decorated with all sorts of plants, but noticeably absent were the portraits of different generations one would expect to find a noble house. He supposed this made sense seeing as Luna was the first generation of this noble house. As they entered and passed through a massive room with a long table that Ajax assumed was for feast, they entered into a smaller room with a round table where Luna and Hatchet were sitting with a third seat left open for him. Is something wrong? Luna asks, seeing that Ajax froze for a moment. No, Ajax shook his head, just that I haven't met anyone else with the name Alfred before. He had no way to explain why a butler named Alfred would cause him to have such a reaction, but neither could he lie until he knew for sure Luna and Alfred didn't have any skills that would point out lies. It is a rather unique name, the man admitted, so how did it go at the Adventurers Guild? Hatchet switched the subject to something that interested him more as he began to eat. It went fine. I passed their test for level 32. Ajax said as he took the open seat and started piling food on his own plate. The answer, however, caused quite a big stir in both Alfred and Luna. Due to her attachment to healing magic and her study of the human body, Luna was quite adept at guessing people's ages, at least in terms of how far they aged before stats were applied to slow the process. It was something most healers picked up. This also meant that both of them knew Ajax was not even 16 yet, as he hadn't aged. You passed the level 32 test, Luna asked, surprised. Do you mind me asking how old you are? I am 15 and a half, Ajax answered. Under normal circumstances, he would be more guarded about this information, but his age was part of the information the guild had on file, so anyone with any pull in the capital could find it. Actively giving out his age would actually be more effective in keeping himself low-key, since if one person used their influence to pull his records, others might do the same to check what they were looking for. Only level 32. You know you can pass even if you don't win the fight and just put up a good match. Hatched fell back into his old role as teacher. I would have gone higher, but the level 37 they had on shift was wasted, and the next higher was level 40, Ajax said defensively. Both Luna and Alfred were hit again with this information, before having time to digest the previous part. Hatchet, what is he? Luna asked. Hatchet didn't answer the question and instead just looked over at Ajax, leaving the decision of how much to tell up to him. He only pushed initially to show Ajax that he trusted Luna with at least some of the information, and because he knew Luna would just find out from the guild otherwise anyway. I'm a little different, I guess. Ajax admitted after a bit of a pause. He had in fact practiced what to do in case he ever needed to explain himself to someone. Having to do so to someone who was being relatively friendly about it would make everything much easier than he had been prepared for. Ever since I was young, I managed to gain access to quite a few skills. He started, unlike the other kids in my village, I didn't ignore them, but I also didn't focus on them. In fact, I tried to gain as many different skills as I could while also training the ones I did get. Luna was well aware by now that this is what a lot of nobles did in order to get their children to level up faster. Most did it through social skills, as almost everyone had some talent for them, but it didn't explain the situation where someone would be able to become so strong by age 16. When I was almost 10 years of age, I asked Hatchet to train me as a hunter. It seems I had quite the talent since I managed to pick quite a few skills in that regard, and training as a hunter also let me practice a few combat skills my brother taught me. He works as a city guard, Ajax explained. That still doesn't add up to why you would be able to pass the level 32 test, let alone one even higher. Alfred spoke up, earning himself a disapproving glance from Luna at the harsh tone. Did you know that if you pull up your status screen and you focus on trying hard to see through it, it makes the background of it all transparent? You can still see. Ajax asked the question instead. This was something that he discovered while messing around with the system when he was a kid. It was also a much easier concept to explain than how minimizing would be because nobody had used a computer before. No, I didn't know that. Luna said as her eyes took a faraway look. People had learned to associate with someone looking at their status, something considered rude when done while talking with others. Interesting, it does in fact work. What does this have to do with anything? Luna's tone was much kinder than Alfred's, showing genuine interest. Well, I learned about that before I turned 10. Ajax explained. When I earned the apprentice trait, I learned that you can forcibly increase your stats easier while it is active. Everybody knows this. Alfred said, but his tone held no hostility, only some impatience. Yes, but this led me to not spending any of my stat points when I turned 10. Ajax said. What did you do with them then? Luna asked, not having put the puzzle together yet despite having all the pieces. Nothing. Ajax said, I never closed my status. Instead, I just focused on my training with Hatchet. Without spending the points, you would have made some great progress when it comes to forcibly increasing stats. Luna pondered, especially since you were doing this from the start when all of them are much easier to grow. You must have gained a few levels worth of stats like this. That's not all. Ajax continued. The system grants experience in regards to how difficult something is to achieve. It's only when entering a dungeon that levels actually matter. Not only that, but unspent stat points aren't taken into consideration. This was the final piece. By not spending the points when leveling, it allowed you to maintain about the same level of difficulty, and as such gather experience from weaker and more abundant monsters, even when you far surpass their level. But that would mean, what level are you now? Luna asked. The reason why even nobles took at least a few years when making it to level 25, and were finally able to start delving for easier access to levels, was because of the sudden spike in difficulty that came with fighting for experience after someone turned 10. Without that spike, someone could easily gain levels until at least level 22, a lot higher if they had a lot of skills that could be used while hunting. From there, with a few potions and the apprentice bonus, they would be strong enough to go into the dungeon. Luna Hatchet warned, seeing Ajax not answer. Oh, sorry. Luna realized how rude that came off. Straight up asking someone about their stats was quite rude. What is your plan now? Luna asked instead. I was hoping to try and delve. Ajax admitted as he put his cutlery down and let out a deep sigh. But I found that getting a delving slot will be a lot harder than I expected. At least without joining a noble house or signing a long contract with a merchant organization. Neither of those choices are inherently bad. Luna said, there are more than a few noble houses that treat their people well, not to mention that you could add quite a few stipulations in those contracts with merchant organizations. I don't see myself trusting nobles enough to join a house. Ajax shook his head. I know there are a few good ones. The two noble girls who helped him get a team flashed in his mind. But the reason the salamanders attacked and Hatchet lost his arm was because one of the Baron's sons went and stole an egg, and nobody did anything to punish him. He was digging his nails into his palms a little as he remembered that. He would make that little shit pay for it one day, once he was strong enough. He let out a deep breath before he spoke. As for merchant organizations, my sister will move to the capital in a few years. I wouldn't want to side with her competition when that happens. Is that what happened? Luna asked, though from the way Mana was swirling around her, it seemed she didn't take the news of how Hatchet lost his arm well. It was the first time Ajax saw someone with a lot of magical stats lose their composure like this. He also wondered if his own were high enough to produce a similar effect. He would have to get a good handle on his emotions if that was the case. Let this be something for us to handle, Luna, Hatchet said, putting a stop to a few plans that Luna was already hatching. Are you sure? She asked. Yes. With that, Luna turned back to Ajax and took a deep breath. I owe Hatchet my life, and he is one of my oldest friends, so helping him is a given. Helping you, however, isn't something I feel obligated to do or that I really want, but seeing as how you're Hatchet's student, I think I can give you a chance. The years spent in the presence of nobles were easy for Hatchet to spot in the Luna that was sitting with him now after all this time. A chance? Ajax asked. Yes, Luna nodded. I could just add you as one of the protection details for our own teams that are heading into the dungeon, but this won't come free. We have a few more annoying jobs that have piled up to do in the forests and fields surrounding the capital. So you're saying that as long as I do those, I'll get a spot? Ajax asked. This was a much better deal than he expected. Sorry, the deal won't be that good. She shook her head in a smile he recognized from his sister, and Alana took shape. For every 3 jobs you complete without asking for their reward, I'll get you 1 delve in the Highlands. The Highlands? He asked. The level 30 dungeon. What about the level 25 one? He asked. Let's first see how the Highlands goes. We'll see about the gold mine later, and we'll renegotiate. That later was left implied. Ajax was deep in the forest as he used his knife to carefully collect the piece of glowing moss that was growing up the side of the tree. He hadn't thought much about the request to do 3 jobs for the Healing Union, but he had now spent well over 4 hours just collecting moss. It was also pretty easy to see why the Healing Union had such a hard time getting people to take on the jobs they kept posting. All of their jobs required large amounts of plants to be collected all at once. Not only that, but the job paid barely more than a merchant would for the ingredients. Since most people didn't have a storage bag, it was just simpler to sell to a merchant after every collection that stockpile and turn them in at the Union. As for the reason why they needed so many ingredients, this one was simple. The city housed easily more than 100,000 people, and the Union had to treat all of the lethal or debilitating injuries and illnesses. The easy workaround would be to simply lower the amount required to finish a job. The problem was that this would actually lower the amount of plants they would receive as a whole. Unlike in other cities, in order to be considered for the test of joining the Union, in the capital one had to first complete 5 tasks. Didn't sound like much, but a position in the Union was coveted by all the poor people as it would allow them and their families priority access to healing should something like a plague take hold of the capital. A snap of a twig instantly brought Ajax's focus from the moss to a bush where the leaves were still swaying. He didn't even hesitate to charge in the direction of the bush, and in a quick strike, he embedded the knife through the snake and into ground, pinning the animal. The reason Ajax was collecting moss wasn't because it was the fastest to collect. In fact, it was somewhere among the slowest plants that the Union had jobs out for. The reason was that the moss could be found in the same part of the forest where both the bees and poisonous snake could be found. The bees didn't pose a threat to anyone that was above level 5, but the snake was a different matter. Despite a specimen above level 7 not having been spotted in the last century, they were renowned for having a potent enough venom that one bite was enough to kill a human up to 10 levels higher than them. The number wasn't an exact science as some invested more heavily into vitality, but it was still enough to keep most people out of their corner of the woods. The poison was also very versatile. Not only was it great for creating antivenoms, but if diluted correctly it could be used as medicine. Sadly, all attempts at breeding the snakes in captivity failed, as the species seemed to actively stop breeding in confined spaces and in larger ones once they reached a certain population density. This was Ajax's 10th and final snake. His dismantle skill allows him to quickly and efficiently remove the poison sac. Unlike most of the people who hunted the snakes, Ajax was going to be damned if wouldn't make at least a bit of money by selling the skin to merchants instead of handing over the full snake. With the poison sacs all collected, and the moss mostly done as well, Ajax started moving faster through the forest in search of bees. Since he noticed that beekeeping wasn't tried here, yet he fully intended in setting up a few hives of his own in hopes of having easier access to honey, the only problem he came up with was, where would he set up his hives? Last night's conversation had prepared a convenient cover for Ajax. It wouldn't last him all that long, maybe 2 months at the most. But after discussing it with Luna, the night before, his best course of action was to join the Healing Union as a trainee hopeful. Since people of all ages and levels tried out for the Union, he wouldn't seem out of place at all. Even his presence on the Dungeon Delve team would be seen as a simple test. Another benefit was that he would be living in the trainee housing, giving himself time to find and rent his own house without being desperate for a roof over his head. Lastly, and most importantly, he would be effectively immune to noble interference in his time there. Although the Healing Union was seen as a stand-alone guild by the people, all the nobles knew that it was run by the royal family. As such, grabbing one of their trainees was seen as grabbing someone that was looking to join the royal family and was heavily discouraged. The few times it was attempted with talented individuals, the houses in question lost both lands and titles. The royal family's notice was also what stopped him from staying a trainee for longer, as once they took notice of him, he would quickly be fast-tracked into a position to serve the royal family. As he headed back towards the capital, Ajax could see the sun was already starting to go down. He had spent a total of 7 hours collecting the materials and another 2 on travel. With the next delve slot, the Union had being tomorrow, Ajax knew the team was already selected, so he would have to be patient and wait for the delve that was 4 days from now. The line in search to get back into the city was no quicker than it was when he first arrived here. Getting out had been easy since all he had to do was show the empty bag and receive a quick pat down. Another wasted half an hour, and Ajax took a quick jog to hand in everything he collected. The Union worker was surprised to see the venom sacs already extracted, but he simply made a note of it in Ajax's file before thanking him for the work. With that out of the way in little time before the curfew, the trainees had Ajax quickly take off to both sell the snake skins and also look for a carpenter who could build him his hives. Finding a leather worker to buy the skins was easy, though he didn't make more than a few copper off the lot of them. He appreciated it since almost all his finances took the form of gold coins that were a hassle to deal with when making small purchases. Finding a carpenter that would make his hives proved to be much more of a challenge. It wasn't that there weren't more than a few of them that were capable of doing it. It was that they were all either busy for the moment or asked ridiculous prices for making them. They quoted the lost opportunity of working on building a house despite them not being hired at the moment. "Hi, sir." Ajax greeted the 6th carpenter he went to see that day. "Evening, lad." The old man greeted. "What can I do for you?" Ajax pulled out the scroll where he drew the design for his hive. He had his drawing skill and the one random Discovery Channel episode he watched for his ability to provide a somewhat accurate diagram. "I'm looking to have a few of these made," Ajax said as he spread the scroll across the desk. It certainly is an odd design." The man nodded, "But it doesn't seem all that difficult. I think I could make it for you for half silver. How many would you need?" "I'd like 200 of them," Ajax said, planning on setting up enough hives that honey would be a solid piece of income he could pass off to his sister once she moved here. Seeing how he would only be actually able to harvest the honey in a year or so, people wouldn't even know it is a viable market that they could compete in. He could set up a base infrastructure for the market with the union that would give his sister a strong base to build her company in the capital. 200, the man exclaimed as he looked at Ajax. Yes, 200 is a lot, lad. Would you need them all at once or very soon? He asked he wouldn't be the first to make a reasonable offer but turn Ajax down once he heard the amount he wanted. I'd like a few very soon, Ajax said as he was hoping to set a few up in the days before the delve, but the rest I'm in not that big a hurry for. I'll tell you what then. I'll make 5 for you as a priority. After that I'll be making them as long as I don't have another order, and you can pay for the rest as you pick them up. This was a very generous offer, as most works were paid for upfront to prevent customers from renegotiating products after they were already made and use the spent materials as a bargaining point with the crafter. Ajax quickly accepted the deal and then headed off towards the trainee housing as the curfew was approaching. Arriving at the trainee housing, Ajax didn't know what to expect, but what he found was certainly not it. Instead of just a building, he found an entire compound that could easily house over 100 people. It had a canteen, garden, and 2 dorms. Present your token, the board gate guard said as he put forward his open palm. Ajax didn't reply anything to that and simply placed the token Alfred had given him that morning into the hand of the guard. Ajax, new to the city. His voice sounded bored as he read the information his token reader presented. His eyes, however, widened at the last part of his information. Combat-oriented. Yes, Ajax simply confirmed, happy to know that the token only had such basic information. Your room will be on the 2nd floor, number 63. The guard handing the token back to him. Dormitory near the gate is the male one. You are free to go to the canteen and visit the gardens, but the female dormitory is off limits. With a nod, Ajax took the token and headed inside looking to drop off his pack in his new room. He had been told that they separated the boys' and girls' sleeping quarters. While they didn't frown on fraternization, they believed that should be the least of their focus while they were still trainees. As he walked through the place, he noticed that there were people of all ages moving around the compound. Unlike other organizations, the Healing Union had no age or level requirements to join as a trainee, but those who were younger or higher level were of course on the fast track to move up. He had no issue finding his room, a small closet like space 2 meters by 4 where he found a bed, a desk, and a small wardrobe. As he was quite tired after the long day spent searching the forest, he didn't bother doing much more than putting his pack down, throwing off most of his clothes, and crashing on the bed. He now had some plans to make. Because of the problem with the delve slots, he was about to find himself with a lot of extra time on his hands, at least in the short run, before he built up a bit of a reputation for getting the job done. Only question was, what to do with it. He was highly tempted to revisit a lot of the skills he had gained throughout his childhood, as they would be a good way to get a lay of the land. There was, however, a small problem with working on his skills. He could only level once. That was the upper limit he could allow himself to reach before getting a spot in the gold mine. With the monsters starting at level 25, even the strongest creature, there will not surpass level 30. This meant that he had to be at most level 32 if he wanted to gain the extra 1 point to all stats from clearing the floor. Considering he stood barely at 55,100 experience into level 31, this wouldn't seem like that big of a limitation, but that would all change quickly once he started pushing himself in the Highlands dungeon. A single delve on the 4th floor with levels 57 to 62 would grant him at least half a level the first time. That's not to mention the floor leading up to it. THUM. A powerful knock on the door broke him out of his thoughts. Trainee Ajax. A voice sounded on the other side. Yes, Ajax said, sitting up on the bed just before the door opened, and a man dressed in the Healing Union's uniform strolled into the room. My name is Jackson. I am a full member of the Union, he said as he showed off his official uniform. I am also the recruiter you have been assigned to. I have here your list of chores for the next 2 weeks. I don't care which shifts you take, but all of them must be completed and signed off on in the next 14 days. Ajax took the scroll and opened it up. On it he found a checklist. He had been told going in that he would have to do his part of the chores. It wasn't much since the maintenance of the place was rather simple, with over 100 people working together. He was surprised to see that they had already updated his number of completed mission. You can feel free to exchange chores with your fellow trainees. This, however, is not something we will police. The trainers signing off on a chore will sign on any sheet given to them by whoever completed the task, so if you want to trade with others, make sure they're trustworthy to keep up their part. Jackson knew that this system was ripe for abuse. Some of the trainees took full advantage and always tricked others into doing all their chores, but this was a good lesson for them. It also didn't matter all that much since these chores were the bare minimum. Those looking to move up were also scored on how they dealt with their chore list. I'll see it done, Ajax said as he put the sheet to the nearby desk. You also didn't put down your age or level, Jackson said as he looked at Ajax. That's correct. Ajax nodded. I know some of you combat types like to keep that to yourselves. He let out a deep sigh. With how young you look, however, I suggest you get your age registered. It will most likely not just reduce your chore amount slightly, but you'll also be able to move up a lot quicker. This advice gave Ajax a good impression of Jackson. He really was trying to help him out, but not digging for information, only telling him to put down his age, which anyone could find from the Adventurers Guild. The problem was that Ajax didn't want to quickly move up the ranks. He wanted to remain a trainee and use his deal with Luna to build his reputation up by completing delves and requests. Fine. Jackson shook his head as he saw that Ajax wasn't going to change his mind. Do as you will. If you have any questions, you can always reach out to me. Also, I suggest getting your chore list updated every time you complete one. If you lose the chore list between getting it officially updated and having finished the chore, we will give you a new list, but it will only be marked with the jobs we have you having completed on file. With the last bit of advice, Jackson took his leave and let Ajax get his rest. Thinking about the chores that he now had to do, Ajax knew what would take up his next few days. He had never been one to procrastinate, but with the delve happening in a few days, he had to make sure to get his chores done before then, as he didn't know how long the delve will take. For the 2 open missions, he planned to go and collect more honey once he got his hands on his first few hives. Might as well collect the bees while he is at it and hit 2 birds with 1 stone. The rest of his chores will take 1 day, maybe 2 depending on if he can get on all the cooking shifts in 1 day. With his plan made, Ajax was eager to get to sleep, but he found sleep hard to come by. For the first time in months, he found himself unable to spend his mana before sleeping. Emptying his mana pool here would draw a lot of attention, so he made a small note to himself to always make sure he spends a good portion of his mana before returning to sleep. After spending an hour tossing and turning, Ajax was finally able to fall asleep on the hard mattress. The sleep was restful, and he felt none of the fatigue he had from the previous day as he woke up. Planning to get the chores out of the way quickly, he opened the small wardrobe and put one of the sets of clothes all trainees were given, while planning to wash his own clothes and armor. After waking up the next morning, taking a better look throughout the compound, and talking to some of the supervisors, Ajax found that his plan to get most of his chores done today wasn't going to work. All of the kitchen shifts for the day were already taken, so the only thing he could do was watering and cleaning the garden. To absolutely no surprise, he had found that the garden was stocked full of plants that were useful for creating healing remedies. It was also the only other place beside the entrance where he found guards stationed, most likely there to stop people from stealing them and selling them on the outside. The work was very easy for him. It was meant to be something that a level 15 should be able to accomplish, so doing his part of both chores only took an hour apiece. Since he also took an hour before to have a late light breakfast and take a look at what the people staffing that were doing, by the time he was done the sun was high in the sky. With his plan to get as many of his chores done today pushed to tomorrow, Ajax now planned on first going to buy a land plot in the farming quarters as well as one in the merchant quarter. As for why he was buying land plots, it simply made more sense for him since he now had more than a month in which to get his own place, so he might as well build it to his specifications. As he made his way through the capital, now dressed in the official garb of the Healing Union trainees, he could see that the looks people gave him also changed from yesterday or the day before. Instead of only glancing over him, now they were giving him a much more appreciative glance, most deciding whether it was worth getting to know him, since he might move up, and knowing someone in the Healing Union was always a boon. After he made it to the government building, he quickly came to a conclusion. His 2,000 gold coins were not going to take him as far as he expected. Looking at the price of the land plots available on one of the priced maps, 2,000 gold coins was barely enough to get a good position for a merchant establishment, let alone building something on it afterwards. Since that idea was a bust, Ajax instead decided on a rather large plot that was based in the crafting quarter. His initial plan of setting down roots for his sister having to change, he decided to set up a good spot for both his brother and his parents. The plot was large enough that 2 decently sized houses and a smithy could be built on it, while also being close to a guard outpost and a branch of the Healing Union. The plot would set him back around 500 gold, an outrageous price, but that was the nature of buying land in the capital outside the slums. With that decision made, he filled out the paperwork and then headed over to look at the farming plots. The pricing here was all over the place. Thankfully, an attendant was standing nearby and was ready to help. "Can you tell me why there is such a variance in the prices?" Ajax asked. "The price varies based on the land," the attendant said. "Distance to the creek, how steep the slope is, and what trees have already been grown there all affect the price." Ajax agreed that it made sense. Flattening the ground to build the foundation of a house was hard work, but not outrageous. Flattening a whole field was something that would take a high-level mage. "Why is this one so much cheaper?" Ajax asked. looking at one of the plots that cost 400 gold despite being surrounded by plots that cost 600 that were also free. That one already happens to have quite a few trees already planted in the center. The attendant said briskly after taking a look at the plot. "What kind of trees are they?" Ajax asked. "They are an assortment of tea trees," the attendant answered reluctantly. With that, Ajax now knew exactly why the plot was much cheaper than anything else. Tea leaves had to be dried in most cases. When the peace with the Republic came into effect, it also brought with it better access to trade with the other races. The elves' familiarity with trees and ability with mana meant that tea prices dropped hard. Unlike a lot of other plant-based goods, tea leaves didn't suffer from the long travel time, which made importing them much more profitable. The attendant mistook Ajax's pause for him being undecided on whether or not the land was worth it, so he made a push to see if he could sway him. "The owner is also willing to accept 390, the attendant said. "We can haggle for plots." Ajax was really surprised by the news and was wondering why he didn't see anyone there to haggle with on the first map. "These ones, yes, as they are sold by individuals," the attendant answered by swiping his hand over the farming plots. "What about the ones inside the capital?" he asked. "All of those are owned by the royal family. They can only be bought at the listed price and availability is limited. They can also only be sold back to the royal family," the man said. While that seemed odd, it did make some sort of sense. The prices on the lots might seem high to him, but to noble families that had accrued wealth for hundreds and thousands of years, it would be well worth the investment to gather so much land inside the capital. They most likely also restricted the amount a person could own at any one time, and if he was right, it also included intermediaries. "I'll take the plot for 350. Ajax countered the initial offer after he thought about it. 380, the attendant immediately answered back. Ajax wanted to try to push it further down and offer 360, but he found the words unwilling to leave his mouth. It was the first time he had felt his merchant skills be suppressed to such an extent. The man looked to be in his late 40s, but his age was much higher and his skills had lots of practice behind them. "Fine." Ajax agreed with a defeated tone. He couldn't even make a counter offer for 375. The attendant quickly filled out the form for him and listed the price as 380. Ajax was sure that this was the farming plot he wanted as soon as he heard the reason for its low price. It was all a matter of how much lower he could bring it. After all, his bees would need flowers to gather pollen from, and tea trees were known for producing a lot of flowers. Getting everything sorted after that was just an exercise in bureaucracy. It seems that even in a medieval era, the buying of land needed a lot of forms filled. The only highlight of the process was the binding contract he had to sign. It stated that he was buying the plot of land inside the city for his own personal use, and that he wasn't a front for anyone. Not only that, but he couldn't offer it or its use in any trade of any sort, and had to be sold back to the crown under any circumstances, except changing the name among family, and even that had to be done with the approval of the office. Right as he finished signing the contract, he felt it take hold inside himself. They cared little what he wanted to do with his farming plot, and quickly got him the deed for it afterwards. He carefully removed his money pouch to hand over the 880 coins. It did him no good to advertise his wealth. After securing the 2 deeds in his inside pocket, next to the money pouch, Ajax headed out to collect his first hive box. There was still plenty of time for him to get at least one filled and set up, so after paying the carpenter a silver, Ajax stowed the stand in his bag, strapped the box to his back, and took off towards the forest. "See, I told you he'd come out today as well." Ajax heard a raspy voice as soon as 10 feet after he entered the forest. He had obviously noticed the tracks that showed him that other people had passed through here before, but that was nothing new. There were hundreds of such tracks, some days old, some months old, so Ajax hadn't paid any attention to any of them. "What do you want?" Ajax asked the group of 5 that stepped out from behind the trees. "We're here to make you an offer to join the house of Baron Steelboot," the lead man said with a malevolent smirk. "An offer you can't refuse."